And you can keep watching it. You know, all these people are amazing. Oh my gosh. And there's Jeremy. Going from Iran to Jeremy.
Yeah.
Hey,
Nancy.
Oh, you turned your thing on. Good. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty emotional.
Good to see you guys.
How's it going?
It's going pretty good.
Yeah.
This is fun.
Yeah, we just went from Iran to LA with a click of a
Yeah.
button.
You're going to be so proud of us. Let's tell you a bit of our stats because you've not been on for long, so you can find out.
You're right.
Well,
I just got on.
find out. We have been going live for 11 hours and 22 minutes. We've got 12 hours and 40 minutes left. We have hit, I can't even count how many countries, but I'm going to tell you a few of them. We've hit Nairobi, India, Dubai, Iceland, Singapore, Melbourne, and other places like Sydney and millions of other places in Australia and New Zealand. Those guys definitely held the fort for us for the first 4 hours or so. We've hit loads of places in England, including down in London, but London isn't as important as Yorkshire, as we all know. But Switzerland we did hit. We hit Tehran in Iran just now, and we've hit Bangalore and Hawaii, South Africa. If everybody can just take a minute to just write over in the comment section where you're from, and I'm going to write them down this time, I promise. But we are amazed that so many people are on here to celebrate Richard and this 24-hour Paint-A-Thon. Nance, I don't know if you've seen, obviously, as we've had people coming in, but people are painting away in their studios.
Yes.
Absolutely amazing to see. And Jeremy, obviously, you know what's going on tomorrow with you and Rose Franson, Dan Gerhardt. Nancy's going to paint with you, Michelle Dunaway and Clayton Beck in honor of Richard for a couple of hours. Do you want to just tell us, Jeremy, what you're going to paint tomorrow? Did you decide yet?
Oh, yeah, can I leave it a surprise for now?
Oh yeah, sure.
Does that mean he doesn't know?
Probably.
It'll be a good surprise. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Wow, that's great, Jeremy. Thank you for joining us. And there's all these people around the world all day. They've been talking and sharing such great stories to keep Richard alive. And
Jeremy, do you have the story specifically of when you went up to the barn?
Yeah, that'd be a fun story to share. So so this was, I can't even remember what year it was, a long time ago now, and this was the first time I had a chance to paint with Richard. And so I think Tony Pro was there, some other, a bunch of people were there, and so we went out to paint that barn in Putney. And so it's got, if you haven't seen it, it's got 2 windows. It's a big barn, and so, you know, maybe spend an hour like doing this little, I don't know, it's like a 8x10, just a small painting. And then finally Richard comes around, and like I'm really excited because this is the first time I'm gonna get like a critique from Richard. And so he's really quiet, and I ask him, just, you know, just tear it apart if you need to, just give me some just tell me what you think. So he grabs one of my paintbrushes, and then, you know, really quiet, and just right under the 2 windows puts a smiley face and turns the barn into like a smiley face. And then he walks away.
oh my God. Oh my God.
Sorry, I was
My first Richard critique.
Yeah, that's pretty rough.
Yeah.
Well, tell us something that one of the best things you've learned from him, or something that you apply in your paintings or influenced you in some way.
Oh man, it's hard to pick one thing just because he's been so influential on me. And I really I mean, let me, one thing that I don't know, I mean, like, you know, like I've told you before, Nancy, I think like everything I know about painting I learned from Richard and Alla Prima. But yeah, one thing that's from the first time I saw his work, that's always kind of you know, the one thing that excited me about it was his edges and his brushwork, and you know, just makes his painting so lifelike. And I've always tried to get that in my work too.
You know, that's a good way to put it, you know. It made it lifelike, you know.
Yeah, it's how you look at one of his portraits. It's almost like you're standing there looking at the real person.
Yeah, yeah,
They're
yeah.
just about to open their mouth and speak.
Yeah, I remember the first time I met Jeremy, we were at that show in Ohio, wasn't it?
It was no, it was in Scottsdale,
It was in
Arizona, a
Scott.
long time ago.
Well, and you came up to me and you showed me your work, and I was just like, "Whoa, where'd you learn this?" And Alabama. I was like, "Holy smokes! Come and meet Richard." It was just amazing, yeah. And that,
Yeah, that was a fun experience to get to chat. I mean, you guys spent a lot of time. It was Aaron Westerberg and I. We drove out from California.
a
We
bunch
tried to
of
get into this workshop. Richard was teaching a workshop at Scottsdale Artist School, and it was, you know, impossible to get in. Obviously, we didn't get in, but Richard did like a slideshow afterwards, and so that was open to the public. And like we drove out there, and we like left after work one night and just slept in the car, and then we went to galleries and then went to that presentation the next day, and got a chance to talk to you guys afterwards. That was pretty fun.
yeah, yeah. There's just so many more stories, you know, we have to keep alive. It's been wonderful, Jeremy, story after story. And I'm just thinking of painting at Alexi's studio with all those artists, and how, you were playing chess with Richard, and just how would you describe Richard?
How, I don't know. I'm not even sure how I would describe, like he I'm not sure.
It was just, he's kind of, you know, here we are, we were with a lot of other really great artists, Jeremy, and there were so many wonderful artists there. And he's just such a approachable, kind man, you know. It's just always wonderful for me to watch, and always wanted to share anything and everything. So
Yeah, very generous. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people in their first painting around him are a little starstruck, and then, you know, after 5 seconds, you realize he's just one of the guys.
yeah, he's one of the guys, right. And
I think earlier on, Jeremy, we had Tim Rees on, who said that Richard was like the grandfather that you don't want to disappoint.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, that's a good one.
Which is a good one.
Yeah.
Whilst Jeremy's here, and Nancy, this is Ali and Ellie down in Brazil, my friends from Sampa in Sao Paulo. Obrigado.
Hi, people.
Hey, Ali.
Oh my gosh, were you the people who were on the stairs for his 80th birthday? Oh my God, I want to get picture. Yes. Okay, so this is another one, his book, for the 80th, the Global Card Party.
That's it. That's
you
it.
sent those beautiful photographs from your school.
Yeah.
What is it called? What's your school called?
Plein-Air Studio.
Yeah. Plein-Air Studio in South America, where? Okay. And they sent on Instagram and stuff, you know, holding up his books and happy birthday. I mean, that was just, Richard just got the world of that. That was just so amazing.
Nancy, I can tell you, when I went on a bit of a sabbatical for 3 months, and I went around South America, and I don't know how we got wind of the fact that I was going to be going on a route that would cover these. And when Ali reached out, or I reached out, I don't remember, but we reached out, and I walked into their studio. You know, the warmth that we keep describing in Putney, where you walk in and you know that they're friends. They're not just friends, then they're family. You stay at the house. You love their children like you love.
Oh my gosh.
And Ali and Ellie, I'm telling you now, just move them from Sampa and stick them next to you in your own village, and they are family. They are the kindest, sweetest souls, and I absolutely love them. And they honestly, Nance, I'm not just saying this to you, they eat, sleep and breathe Richard. That's what Ali does. That's how he believes, and that's what he teaches his students. And he is the biggest credit to you guys down in South America. And I've witnessed it for myself, and I go back every year, other than COVID, to see these guys because they're just so special.
Would you? Oh, go ahead.
I just want to say thank you for you. Thank you, Nancy. And thank you, Richard. He's with us, always with us through the books. It's an artist book. It's so dirty because I used to take some special things about his life and his work. And I want to say that for us in Brazil, Richard is a great master for us, and we can give something special that we learned with Richard through the books. And thank you for create this channel. This connection is important, and I'm sure for the rest of some people and the rest of artists in São Paulo, in Brazil, I'm sure Richard is so important for us. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna cry. I mean, he just, that was his mission, to get the knowledge out there. And when he saw you and then Iran and, getting to impossible places, it was just amazing. That made his 80th birthday. Oh my gosh. That was just a beautiful, beautiful tribute. We'll stay connected forever. And I mean, this is what this whole thing is about. I said it before, but maybe new people are on. His birthday's going to come up, and I didn't want it to be a closure. Even though we might get sad or cry, I wanted to celebrate him, and as a new beginning, and get the stories, because his art, you will make sure his art and DVDs and everything lives on, but it's all of your stories that I want to get on tape, and you write me as tributes. And 100 years from now, your stories are so important to the world, and art is just so important, and it's just so great that we're all together, doing,
Can I tell you, when I first got out to Ali, he couldn't speak any English, but I just kept saying, love, we love each other, love Rosemary, love Richard. It was either that we love somebody or each other. And Ali's beautiful wife is fluent in English, so she's constantly correcting him. I went out a year later and he became fluent in English, and I said, how did you learn it? He said, oh, Netflix. And I'm thinking, I think I preferred it when you couldn't speak. Because the humor they have down there, and the love and the kindness, they are just the best people. And I'm just so glad you both came online today. And of course, Nancy, it was at Ali's studio that we gave Guga the scholarship.
Yes. That was really great.
Timmy and Nancy, we only reflect your generosity and love. Thank you for being such a good, I don't know how to say that, but you registered Richard's knowledge and teaching so well in his books that we really feel that we are in touch with him, close to him.
Yes. He's really like his books, Joanne Manji. Wouldn't you say that, Jeremy? He's really like his books, real good at writing, and you get that knowledge. And
Yeah,
then he cracks a joke, and he's funny, and then he goes back, you know, and he wanted to make sure he wasn't saying anything abstractly that you could, I mean, how can you talk about edges? I mean, we're all figuring out our own ways. I know Jeremy can talk about edges really well now too. But he wanted, it sounds just like a, yes, what'd you say?
I was just gonna say, he's all right at edges. Don't give him too much credit. He's getting there.
You know, and it's, I just feel like the sense of humor, Richard always put that in the room, you know. I mean, even when there was a hard thing, I'll just throw in this story. We got one run of Alla Prima, all the books are done, and there's 2 pages in there together that are the same. They're all done. And I remember he pounded his fists on the table, and then he said, how are we going to fix it? You know, he was just always moving forward, and then, you know, it's tell a joke so that we could get it done. And it's like, I always think of the world as a Harry Potter world. It's like this building just came up, and there's a whole company that does that. We shipped them, and they cut the page out and put the page in. But he always knew, even with this painting, if there's a problem, great, you get to see it, fix it, you know. And then as when we started this, Rosemary's mom kind of said when we got together, when we first started to talk about this, that we're going to work like Richard. It's all about joy. Any of us get serious or something, we're going to crack jokes, you know. And that's kind of how he taught us, and it's in the books, is what you're saying. It's in his book. You teach and you learn, but you want to be a happy learner, you know. And you teach the students that are, you teach them to kind of lighten up, and it's fun to learn. It's good to see, you know. And that's in his books. Just thank you all. I just stop talking. I just want to hear your stories. Okay.
And I just want to say that I'm a testimony of the wonderful work that Alexandre does at his school. It's amazing. And they really treasure Richard there, and they pass the word along. And I just want to say hi to them.
Hi, Louis.
We love you, Louis.
Love you.
Stevie and
I can promise you,
Richard and
it won't be long until we kidnap Nancy and we will bring her down to Sao Paulo. And I know
I'd love to come there. Richard would have loved to too. I mean, Richard loves these institutions. You're just like the Paladin Chisel, and like London, and what Alareza is doing out there. And yeah, it's just helps the world go round, you know. It really does.
And yeah, and I know our mission is to get Jeremy out there too. He loves South America, so we'll do it one day, guys. I promise. For now,
That'll be wonderful.
you will be so very welcome.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you, Richard. Loved you. Thank you for doing that birthday. Thank you so much.
See you guys.
Bye.
Okay, Nance, Jeremy, we're gonna say bye to you too.
Hey, Jeremy.
All right, we'll see you all.
Before he goes, can't wait for tomorrow. Thank you. I'm honored. You're going to paint in Richard's tribute, honoring Richard. We'll have a great time, and just thank you so much for being a part of it all.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Okay.
Okay. See you. Dude.
Bye, guys.
See you, Jeremy.
You know what I would love, Semi?
Do you want to break?
Yeah, I will. I was going to say 12, but can we see some people's paintings?
Absolutely.
Let's see some people who are painting. I'll be painting.
Okay,
Around 3 o'clock or something.
Raise your hand if you're happy for us to come into your studio and paint. Not paint, see you paint. Come on.
Anybody want to share their paint? There's somebody. She's holding it up. Can we get the apples and the, who is that?
Oh,
That's I think it's Gayatri.
oh, Gayatri.
Oh, hi.
Good to
I'm
see
from
you.
Mumbai, and today I painted it in the afternoon of Mumbai, and it's really nice to see you, Nancy.
Oh, I'm so honored that you're painting with us.
Inspiration from 96 onwards, and through his books, through his words, we have learnt a lot in Mumbai. So it's a great pleasure to be a part of this event, and I really look forward that every year you have one day celebrating Richard Schmid.
I was thinking of that too. I'll let you know. I'm thinking of that too, that we celebrate new beginnings instead of never a closure. So I'm thinking of that too. We'll see what we can do. But
Gayatri,
maybe it might,
Great pleasure.
yeah,
great
where we
pleasure.
paint together. Yeah, I
Gayatri,
love that.
Gayatri,
Yeah.
you need to tell Nancy what you do in January's every year.
On 12th January every year we celebrate Sergeant's birthday. A group of 25-30 people, we all artists, we gather at some place, and plein air, we call for a model and we paint celebrating Sergeant. For almost, it is now 7 to 8 years, we are doing it regularly. So that is what I told her, that why can't we celebrate Richard
Great.
here?
Yeah, we'll have
And
to
people from all over world would love to join it, and that can be an online event, so everyone would definitely enjoy. So
Nancy, I have to tell you, I
huh?
love this lady. She's been online with us most of the day, hopping in and out. Gayatri, you have like this infectious, gorgeous soul that I've so enjoyed. She's been churning out paintings every 3 hours. I think we're on our fourth one. She's unbelievable. And you're just such a sweet person. Thank you so
See,
much.
I have not met Richard in person, so for me to know Richard from all these people, it's a great experience. I'm
Yeah,
knowing Richard much more deeply now, so now I can relate to his teachings in a deeper way, in a soulful way. So it is really amazing to know Richard Smith in a different way as a person. It's a celebration for me.
so beautiful. That's what I wanted this to be about, right? It's like we keep him alive in our hearts, and we do then our part, what we want to do too. That was so beautifully put. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm seeing and I'm observing everyone. It's really an enjoyable journey, and wish to have it every year. Tomorrow also I'll try to be as long as I can. It's really nice. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much. And Semi, so how many more hours do we have that we get to do this?
We're almost halfway.
If you all stay online for 15 more minutes, we can say that we're halfway and the countdown can come on.
Well, after hearing what she said, it's just so neat. We'll get 12 more hours of more. I mean, it's amazing. More stories.
This is going to make you laugh, but Joe and I actually have a costume change just because we thought we don't want to be in the same clothes for 24 hours. So in 15 minutes, somebody's going to have to cover the fort for 5 whilst we quickly get changed.
Otherwise, it might start getting a bit stale.
You guys are doing great. Okay,
Pat,
so who's next?
Pat, let's have Pat.
So, it's Pat. So Nancy, I met you at the O'Cur Academy in Charleston several years ago. I was taking my first plein air class, never did before, with Kathy Anderson. And I've also taken classes with Stephanie, and Stephanie's always on my case to do my charts. So in honor of Richard, I'm doing charts.
They're beautiful.
Really pale on the bottom, which Stephanie goes, you got to get paler. Richard says just a blush of color on the bottom ones. Really, really hard to do, by the way. Yes. And I'm doing my color studies of, 25 strokes, get your color chart out, does it match? So it's a wonderful way to celebrate Richard.
Oh, thank you so much. That makes my day. He did them 3 times, and each time he said he even learned more. They are not easy, but don't you learn a lot by mixing them and having to have it go halfway? And
I have to say, I found colors that I never knew existed to put them together. And I go, oh my God, there's more flesh tones. There's more flesh tones. Oh my God. Okay, so every color has a flesh tone in it somewhere. So I thought that was very, very, it's been very fun to do. And the first ones I did compared to this one, they're horrible. They need to be redone now because the bottoms were not light. These are light now, so.
oh my gosh.
Thank you so much for doing this. This has been a great day. So I started in my bathroom this morning, and now I'm at my studio. I've had y'all on the whole time, so it's been fun. And there's somebody calling me, and who knows what.
Thank you for sharing that. You said it so well.
Okay.
And something like that makes painting more fun because then you can mix the colors easier, you know, and that's why, you know, he suggests things like this. I guess I'm a little tired. Okay, who is next here? Sarah?
Jeff.
Oh my
Hi.
God, that's great.
Hi,
Oh,
this is
wow.
Jeff. I'm coming from the Netherlands.
Oh,
I'm actually from
yeah,
Seattle, but I've been in the Netherlands the last couple of years.
Okay, who
So-
are, sorry, hold on, Jeff. Who are we doing? Sarah or Jeff?
Well,
Oh.
well bear with us, Jeff. Sarah's holding a painting up, so I'll.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. Just one sec. Sarah, wow, look at the white.
This time slot is usually when I teach my online class. So I have my group together and we get together at this time and we paint all through Zoom and at this time. So it was a kind of a natural fit to just put something together and just put some flowers. I lay them on the side the way Richard did in his book. And so very much awed by his foliage and his so strong saturated petals, and I'm just very much he's always on my mind and his beautiful teaching. So every time I pick up the brush, I think about how he laid paint on and really what he gave everybody. So I try to kind of make my efforts you know, in the same spirit. And I'm so glad he kept this along because I always felt like that was something I really wanted in the tradition of Sargent and others. And I just didn't know who was doing this. You know, it feels a little bit lonely out there. So to have Richard sort of represent that was very meaningful to me and sort of carried the torch for everybody.
Oh my God, that was beautiful. That was so beautiful. And you said something for people who like to paint flowers, you know, and it's in Ala Prima or Still Life book. A lot of people get good at the flowers, but a lot of times he's like, it's the leaves.
That's right. It's the leaves.
You know, and he would only pick out like 3 leaves or something, and the whole thing would look, you know, like leaves, but he'd only do 3 or whatever.
Exactly. So yeah, I'll spend a lifetime working on leaves and never be quite as good as Richard, but he's so inspiring.
Oh, he is so inspiring, and just thank you. That's a great start. Wow.
Oh, thank you. I'll send it along.
Yeah, are you going to be here for a while? You can show it maybe when it's finished. We'll
Yes,
see.
for sure.
Okay, good. Okay, Sarah. We'll see you come back. I'll be painting later today too. So, and Jeff, where are you from?
Hi, Nancy. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm actually from Seattle, but we live in the Netherlands now the last few years. So,
how do you like the Netherlands?
Oh, we love it over here. It's very similar climate to Seattle, but yeah, but everybody speaks Dutch and English, so it's good. But I'm actually very new to painting, just the last couple of years, and Richard's book was the first major art book purchase that I made last year at the beginning of the year, and really poured into it, did color charts, and have just been really trying to learn a lot in the last couple of years. And I've been very fortunate to connect with Susan and Scott, and Joanne Manja. I was actually able to meet Joanne this summer in Seattle. That was a lot of fun. She actually painted our dog for her demo, which was great. So we have a Manji original in our collection, and a Scott Burdick. And so it's just been really, really lovely to get to know some of this community that has been born out of Richard and your work. So I just, I don't know you guys, but I feel like I've gotten to know you, and I really appreciate everything that you both have done. So thank you.
Thank you. Well, it's amazing in 2 years that you can do something like that. You can see the joy in your painting too, and that's throughout Alla Prima somehow. And just thank you for this tribute. I hope you can see what's going on tomorrow. And
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and you said it really well, to connect with everybody now. It kind of brings all of us to a new place. And it's like we know Richard, even if we never met him. And you've been able to be with some of his close friends, Scott, Sue, and
yeah, just awesome people.
Really
so.
Yes, it is. It is. All of you too. Wouldn't you say so, Sama? I mean, we're just like, wow, it's all great people. It's like
really nice.
So honored to meet each and every one of you. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I hope everybody can kind of take a photo of their painting and maybe themselves and a tribute or whatever, and send it to that email.
I'm going to make a suggestion, Nance, because you've been on now for a long time. Do you want us to keep going, or do you want us to cut out to some of the Putney guys that are there? I know Tony Pro's online and Alexi's trying to get online. So
yes, we got to do Alexi. Okay, let me visit these three real quickly. Can you say, and then we'll go to them. Don't bring anybody else on. Let's see these three. Who should go first for these two?
Okay.
Linda. Oh, Linda, that's gorgeous. Whoa.
Thank you so much.
Oh, she's gone. Oh, she's up there.
Yeah.
Linda, we have to visit somebody in Russia, but I wanted to hear if you'd like to say something about Richard, how he influenced you, or.
I saw him at the Portrait Society a few years ago, bought Alla Prima. I was just so overwhelmed, and there are artists that you think, oh, they're okay. It's just like, whoa. And then I saw the two of you last year at the Portrait Society, and it was so lovely, the online piece that you did together.
I was crying. Kristen Teese put that together. We were crying. We're going to show that tomorrow, and we have more things that you're going to cry at and bring us even closer together. Thank you for doing this so much, Linda.
Thank you.
Gorgeous.
Thank you. And it's, it's like a family. I'm just watching like the genealogy of all the artists that are, born out of this. So thank you.
So well to put. I'm so glad you got. Thank you so much. And we do have 12 more hours, so we'll get to people, but we're going to bring you to Russia, I think. So great to meet you, Linda, and everybody. Great painting. Okay, you were going to talk to me now, Semi? Oh, we can't hear you, Semi.
Do you want to take a little break, or do you want to go?
I'll probably take a little break. You can bring on Alexi. Tell them all I said hello, and
Alexi, you can do me a favor and just raise your hand right now. When you click on your screen, in fact, I tell you what, this is a good time for us to do a segue with the housekeeping, Nance, because we've been on for 2 hours now and we haven't done it. So you go, do your thing. We'll welcome you back as soon as you're ready. Love you.
And thank you, everybody, each one, everybody. We go forward. Thank you so much. Okay, here I go.
She's so cute. Right, I'm just gonna pass you over to Joe to do some housekeeping, which we haven't done for the last 2 hours, but we have for every other hour that we've been on. So we've got literally we've got a couple of minutes for us to just go through what's what on Zoom, and trust me, you'll thank us for it after, because otherwise you will send us notes. So this will take Joe 2 minutes. Okay, and I'll run to the bathroom at the same time.
Okay, hello everyone, and welcome to the celebration of Richard Schmid 24-hour Paint-A-Thon. If you've just joined us in the last 2 hours, we've been doing this every hour as an update, but obviously we've just been having so many people come on to speak to Nancy that we've not done it for a while. So we're just going to go through a few bits of housekeeping of how you can enjoy this in the best possible way. My name is Joe Hawkins, and I'm kind of running this with Simi today from Rosemary Brushes. We are live, and we just ask for your patience and good humor if anything is to go wrong or anything is to sort of stumble. There's a lot of clicking involved in this to get everyone involved. So just bear with us if it is a little bit of pausing at times, but so far we've had a pretty smooth run of it. Just so that everyone is aware that we are actually recording this Zoom. We just had a question there from somebody saying, can they record this? I think if it allows you, it might not allow you to record it, but we are recording it. We're going to record today, and we're going to record tomorrow, and then we're going to put them on the website, which is richardschmidart.com. You can watch them back there then for as long as they're on there. So we're encouraging everyone to send an image of whatever it is that you're painting today. Obviously, we're going to drop in on you as much as we can, but we really want you to take a picture of the image that you're painting, send it to info@richardschmidart.com. If you want to type a little message in there as well, it will be most welcome. Nancy just wants to collect all of these and archive them, really, just so that we can have a bit of a thing to look back on this whole event. For those who have just joined, you might notice that you are all on mute unless we ask you to unmute. The reason for this is just to keep it quite a smooth thing, and it's quite a smooth process that we can't hear a lot of interference in the background. Some of you will also notice that when you join, you've got no video either. It's just a limitation of Zoom. Don't take it personally. We're asking you to be promoted to a panelist. That basically just means that we can see your video. You don't have to do it. You can decline this. That's not a problem. We won't take it personally either. But if you do want us to see what you're painting, and you do want to come in and chat and tell us about Richard and how he's influenced you, or maybe you've met him, and you don't have video, raise your hand. We can bring you over at any point as a panelist, and we can get your video on. Raise your hand again if you're then made into a panelist, and you'll go to the top of our list, basically. That way we can see you. And then changing your name, a lot of you will be called artist. So if you want to change your name, if you go to your window in the top right-hand corner, there's 3 little dots. If you click on that, there's a drop down that comes up, and then you can see the word rename somewhere down there. Click on that, type your name into the box. That way we can call you by your name and not seem rude and just call you artist. We recommend that everyone who is watching today watches this on what they call speaker view. If you're on a desktop, give your mouse a wiggle. You'll see in the top right hand corner a box comes up called view. If you click on view, you'll see a drop down that comes up. You've got a choice of gallery view and speaker view. Click speaker view. That way you will see what we show you. We show you all the people. So right now it's us on one side of the screen and Nancy is on the other. If you want to go and see everyone else that's painting, you can click gallery view, and you can go through and you can see everyone that's got their video on, and you can see what they're painting if you so need to. And then basically, if you're watching this on a laptop, sorry, an iPad or an iPhone, it's slightly different. It's on your top left-hand corner, and you'll see little dots as an icon. Click on that, and it's called active speaker view. You don't have to watch it on this. It's just the smoothest way that you can enjoy it. We're taking care of bringing people in, taking people out, making people big, making people small. You can just sit back, relax, watch it and paint, and you'll get the best view that way. And I believe that that's all.
That is everything. But I'm going to wait 20 seconds because we are then at the halfway point, people. And boy, has it been a busy 12 hours. I can't even count how many people we've spoken to and seen and how many countries we've been to around the world. I hope that you're all enjoying. Some people have joined back in with us after they've been to sleep in the night, which is a pretty funny, weird thing. But we're so happy that you're all here, and we're here to celebrate Richard. I'm going to now spotlight Alexi. Bear with me just a second. Okay, Uncle Al, do me a favor, switch your screen.
Hey!
Turn your
Hear
screen
me now.
Turn your screen on.
Turn your screen.
What?
Turn your
Turn your
screen.
screen.
Turn my screen. It's a turn. Oh, am I?
No.
Okay, all right, hold on. So I'm crooked, as I supposed to be. If I'm not crooked, nobody will recognize me, darling.
So
who would ever in the world would recognize me if I am? No, I want to be horizontal because I want to show you things.
Well, wait a minute. Wait, before you get going, I want you to do the same with everyone else that we've done, which is say who you are, where you are, and how you know Richard.
Well, I got quite a lot to say. That would be a really long intro. I'm Alexi Steele. I'm an artist, a painter, artist laureate of Culver City, a few other things. And amazingly, which I will kind of go into, it just for the miraculous course of coincidences, we are celebrating right now somebody with absolutely iconic stature and importance for realist, for the entire 20th century realist art in America, and especially its progression to second half to where we are, and a great, amazing inspiration, and I have, I guess, right to say friend, our amazing and beloved maestro, Richard Schmid. This special celebration happened to coincide and to be at the same time as my dad, a great legacy of the Russian school, of Russian academic tradition, a bearer of the institutional knowledge, is now being celebrated for his centennial. He's 100 years old, by the museum that my dad founded in the Moscow suburb city of Balashikha. And I'm right now, in the middle of centennial exhibition of my dad in the museum, while thinking and remembering. And somewhere up there with us in space, having Richard, our amazing beloved maestro Richard, also joining us here in his ever-living spirit of the artist, while my dad is being celebrated here, just like in that amazing moment when we all got together, and these two great giants, symbolically, the giant of American realism and the giant of Russian realisms, met together in my studio with many, many great friends surrounding, that became one of the most memorable experiences of my lifetime. So here I am.
I'm so glad.
Celebrating Richard from Moscow suburb in Russia, from the museum that my dad founded, that is celebrating his centennial. And now everybody in the museum know everything about Richard as well. So that's a little intro.
That's amazing. Listen, can you tell everybody some of your stories that you have with Richard?
Oh my God. Don't we have stories with Richard? They're amazing. Each of them is special. First of all, the most amazing thing about Richard as a person, the moment I saw him, was from the first moment I heard him on the phone, he just called me out. Is a remarkable, overbearing sense of generosity. Striking sense of generosity with his spirit, with his attention, with his knowledge. And I think many people, and then I saw Richard, the way he would be with me, the way he was with others, with his friends, with people he knew for many, many years. He's amazing, great students who became probably the most important and some of the greatest living realist representational artists in America today. I saw him the way he was with them. I saw him then at many occasions, the way he was with audiences, with these huge crowds of people that would come to see the miracle of his brush. And then I saw him with everybody that I ever saw Richard interact with. I had the very same sense I got from my first split seconds of conversations with him. The remarkable, overwhelming sense of generosity. I think that is something that is so special, that being able to do things that he did, to get to the levels that he did, fully knowing who he was, and at the same time having such an elegance and dignity of not caring much about it in a way of a slightest of pretense. His amazing sense of humor is part, to me, the way I see him, part of his generosity. He generously shared space, time, moment, and laughter with everybody around him. The moment Richard would step in, you know, life is great. You knew that you live a special moment. And he gave you that special moment. Every time you'd speak about him and you think about him, that sense of special moment continues. Every time I think about Richard and that amazing, glowing, gleaming with this witty, kiddish, like you saw kids shooting things and oh, he got a thought in his eyes that he wouldn't care or think or just to hide, because why would you? That so many do. And he didn't have to, because he was Richard Schmid. And I would think, now that's a man. That's a great man. That's how my dad was. That's why, to me, the single most special man, I would say every frame of my memory with Richard, my mental frame, boom, 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 in my memory, is that special moment that I could describe and share. But the most special among them is the meeting of Richard and my dad. The way my dad wouldn't speak English much, Richard wouldn't speak Russian much, except to say, hey, you KGB. But the way these two artists met and the way they looked at each other with this artist stare, with Richard with his glee, and my dad is an incredibly intense man. And that spark of two amazing artists' eyes meeting each other, I think was the most special to me personally. I witnessed it, I was there, I saw it. And the stories are many. See me, is Rosemary here? Where's mom?
Yeah.
Mom was Mom was right there the first great time we all got together. But I think, you know, there are many, many great moments, but it was the amazing thing, probably the first thing once we just met, Richard and Nancy came into the studio late at night. We're setting up for this great event tomorrow. First thing, yes, Richard, yes, we need to go to grocery store. I mean, Richard, we got food, we got everything. What are you talking? No, we need to go. So we go to, sure, loading up in my Bronco, running to the whatever else next door in Carson. This is and suddenly Richard Schmid coming in the middle of the night. Sim, you know what Carson looked like back then. So we're running with Richard back streets of Carson, which is in itself, I'm already in pieces. I am running in my Bronco in the back streets of Carson, and here is Richard Schmid, by the way, and Nancy, and we're running to the store, something really important, like super necessary, it's urgent, it's now, it's before anything now. So we go to the store, and which section would you think Richard and Nancy would go? Richard just, guess.
Kitchen roll.
That's correct. Paper towels. Paper towels run. So because of course, Richard's key thing, I mean, we gotta have Viva towels. Viva towels. So, and that look of Richard grabbing the whole bunch of Vivas from the shelves and just happiest expression you could imagine. I have somewhere that shot, that Richard with his glowing, happiest man in the world. 10 million bucks just landed. Viva towels. And I thought that sense of Viva Maestro. Now that is Viva Maestro, you know, and I think to me that it's such a special thing. You enjoy, you being in the moment fully, completely, entirely. And part of what you do, how you paint, is treasure. And each segment of your painting process becomes treasure. Your paper towels are treasure. Your brushes. Where's Mom? See me. Your brushes. Richard saw your brushes first. Where? Again? Where?
Alexi studio.
Well, I forgot. Where? I couldn't hear. There was something starting.
Darling Alexi, how are you?
Darling Rosemary, where are you? I want to see you. Where's Mom?
Mom! It's been 4 years.
Mom, I miss you.
You need to click on your phone and click the view button. There'll be an icon, a little square with 3 dots on it. Click on
I don't know. Okay, I see. No, chat, webinar, minimize. I'm not. So, Sim, how could I make everybody horizontal? Why am I vertical? Heck, how can I switch to horizontal?
Listen, in the nicest possible way, that's the least of your worries.
No, I mean, yes, I got many worries, but anyways, so Richard saw the beautiful brushes, and that was the moment, by the way, one of this amazing parts of this extraordinary day was whom? Rosemary walking through the door of my studio, straight from airplane, walking straight into the studio and into my heart and into all of our hearts and into my life and changing and giving the gift that just keeps giving of her remarkable brushes. Suddenly, you know, we all had this and that's the moment. So the way Richard treasured every part of his process, his brushes, his setup on the palette, the way he would approach the canvas, the beginning of the work is half maybe most important half of the work. All this, you know, and that was in that moment, that towel, that joy of paper towels, the right paper towels, the Viva. Every time I look at Viva towels, I just say to myself, Viva Maestro. This is that image of happiest Richard you can ever see. Every time I see this. So that is what's so special. And again, but I cannot really go about special thing that Richard was spreading around or being part of, tapping into that special stream of the universe. It's again right now. The fact that I am talking about Richard from the walls of museum that my dad founded, with exhibition dedicated to him. Look at me. Behind me, this huge photograph of my dad in this gallery walls. And here with me, I want to introduce you guys. This is Yelena Viktorovna Yelistratova, a director of the Museum of Balashikha Gallery that my dad founded, that carries the legacy of my dad, that now know everything about Richard. And we were looking last night and Richard's work, and we were hold these conversations about the connection of Richard and Russian School of Art. And here's the amazing curator of this exhibition, Dima Neumoing.
Hello.
Fantastic photographer and a great curator. And this team, look at this rooms that my dad, you know, set up. And, you know, look at this beautiful gleaming museum. And there's this lights that Dima set up, right? And there's my dad on the walls. But the amazing and hardly imaginable thing that with this is already, there is my dad's paintings. It's kind of celebrating my dad's of different, but Richard is here with us right now in our thoughts, memories, views, and actions, not thoughts of the past, but actions of present and the future. And that to me, just like my dad, it's just like my dad was doing. And that is part of Richard's miracle. Richard is kind of part of my path, which is, you know, everybody will have our own paths, right? Especially in art, especially in creative force. Richard gave each and every one of us, everybody who sunk in and suddenly said, ah, over the certain lines and passages of Alla Prima. Everybody to whom Richard shared this incredible insight, one of the most powerful and profound addition to our collective understanding of visual intelligence that he gave us. With all this, he is here with us. Just like my dad, in his spirit, who never made to come see his favorite child, this museum that survived through 43 years, through the worst, worst of the 90s, the gangland. It's a gorgeous space, right? How it survived. It's dead spirit. And right now, in that way, the fact that I'm thinking and remembering and feeling the presence and currents of Richard. Richard is not a fantastic and important, significant, but an event of the past. Richard is a factor of the present. And that's amazing. And not just my dad. So somehow they are both, just like back in my studio on that couch when they were relaxing already in their age, somewhere up there, they're still among us together, looking down at us, like among this other greatest of the greatest artists. There's no doubt that Richard is among the greatest. Dad, for anybody
Alexi,
who knows.
Yes.
Alexi, this morning when I came online really early with Joe and Simi, and obviously we reminisced about the day when I landed and I came to your studio and met Richard for the first time, and yourself and Jeremy and Tony. And I tried to tell folks how special it was when Richard was in a room, that I felt like I'd got off the plane from Manchester into Los Angeles. My first business trip, I was scared stiff. I walked into your studio. I had a bear hug off Tony Pro. It lifted me off the floor. You with that infectious laugh and that glass of iced water. Do you remember?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And then I met Richard and I tried to explain to folks the feeling of family. I never felt a stranger again in America. I had met a new family. It was magical, and I feel Richard's taken us all on a magical journey, and we're family. And when today we've seen Ryder come on from Brazil and the guys from Iran, and it's just amazing that all these people all over the world, we all share the same thing, which is family. We're an art family. And sometimes when you meet strangers and they see us after an event or after we've met Richard, and Tony Pro put this into the right context once in one sentence. He said, sometimes when you leave these events and you leave your art family, other folks just don't get it. They don't get it. Unless you're part of this family, you don't get it. And sometimes if people were looking through my window now, seeing me talking to all my art family, unless they're with us, they don't get it. But what I think is really special about today is that Nancy is introducing our infectious love of Richard and our art family to so many strangers who, after this weekend, won't be strangers anymore. And that's the magic of Nancy bringing Richard along on this journey with us all. It's been an incredible day. And I'm
exactly. And that still continuous magic of Richard. And this is what I mean. You know, Richard is current. Every great artist who really contributed lives. Art lives. You know, artists don't die. And Richard lives in a particular and powerful way. In a way, thinking about this the other day, I expanded right here in the walls of this museum, right in the middle of that show. I expanded my Love My Neighbor series, which I do, which we spoke so much in my last conversation with Richard, when he would say, you know, what you doing? And I would just tell him that's what I do. And the social the artist social action. And he was very interested because it's a different model. We were talking about future. Richard was always thinking about future. Where is art going to be in the future? And I think this is what got us connected, got us hooked together. We were thinking about the art of the future. Oh, I'll tell you another story of Richard, my demo with Richard. But the other day I was thinking with Richard as I expanded the Love My Neighbor series to Russia, to my hometown. This is my hometown. Right now I'm in my hometown, Balashikhan, Moscow, kind of small Moscow suburb. I did this drawing and I was thinking about Richard, and I was thinking about things that Richard were saying about these fast curves, and so this is, I never even had time to post it yet, but this is one of this quiet heroes that, you know, my series is sort of, you know, celebrating and bringing kind of, you know, attention to. But then again, see, I was doing this the other day and I was thinking of Richard. Richard leaves, you know, great artists leave.
Alexi,
you know,
can you tell the folks the story of the demonstration on stage? And
oh my God, you were right there. First of all, I gotta tell you, there are so many stories in that great trip. Yeah, what you're saying, you're breaking off. What you're saying?
I was saying to folks this morning, for those artists who've never met Richard Schmid, they never would know the humor, the fun, the wacky things he did. And I remember the day on stage. Tell the folks what you had in the Gamsol can.
Exactly. Now that was okay. So now the gum, you got to tell the, I mean, talking about Richard and this special moment. You got to have the Gumsel drinking story. We drank Gumsel with Richard together. So when Richard called me up, and I remember it clearly, I'm filling up somewhere, gas, Costco, something, and there's Richard on the line. Hey, Alexi, oh, how's the KGB doing lately? All this stuff. I said, well, I'm still on the run. You know, they'll just, you know, oh, be careful. They'll find you. They'll get you. So we chat, we laugh, we talk about that, and I said, you have to say yes before you hear what I'm telling you. I said, yes, Richard, what is it? You're posing for me. You don't know yet, but you're posing for me for my demo. I said, Richard, I know that you're adventurous, but not that adventurous. You don't want to paint me, especially on stage. No, I know what I'm doing. I'll handle it. Don't worry about that. But why I want you to see it is I want you to wake him up. So, you know, this is the thing. You're sitting for me and you kicking them as hard as you can with all that you got. And I said, no way, Richard. You know, you just raising your stakes. I know what it is. But then as we're laughing and we talk about the planning that session, and then I said, you know what, but we need something. We need like something. We need to, you know, we need to wake him up. And I said, hey, Richard, how about this? And I said, well, and I said, let's have a drink, you know, let's have a drink on stage. I said, you know what? Yes, let's have a drink of stage, but let's drink of Gumsel. So what I said, so what we did, and we were laughing, just talking about this, we were laughing. So what I did is with my amazing, sweetest assistant at the time, Dwight, Mom, Rosemary, of course, remember Dwight? So Dwight, bless his heart, so gets the Gumsel can, throws out the can, cleans it for a week, boils the water in it, all this, and I'm putting the vodka in. And I'm putting that, I forgot what I put, Absolute or something. I'm putting this in the Gumsel can. And right as we sit on stage, on that stage, and suddenly as we chat and we say, you know what, it's time to have a drink, obviously. But, you know, vodka is for sissies. Real artists drink Gumsel. So everybody laughing, and we have two glasses, and we have a Gumsel can, and we pour out of Gumsel can, and we take it, and to everybody's horror, we drink it. We drink it with Richard. We had a drink with Richard of a decent vodka out of Gumsel can. Real artists drink Gumsel. He was laughing so hard when we kind of came up with that gig. He was just as happy as if he got another huge bag of Vivas. You know, that was Richard.
And you remember before he started his serious painting of you, he did he was
exactly. I wish he left it. I wish he had another. I wish he had another canvas.
And you were a matchstick man. You were a Spaniard. Do you remember with the?
Yeah, of course, with my cape and all. And he would say, "Yeah, put something on, like, you know, oh, something black, you know, big black." I said, "Well, I can put it. I have my, you know, I have this cape that actually I do wear when it's cold, and a hat. Oh yes, and something on the neck." I said, "Neck, you got bench of neck wear." I said, "Well, yeah, I can get you in a bow tie." I said, there you go. So it was great, one amazing, and he did under this beyond, and there comes Richard the maestro, Richard the professional, Richard the maestro. He knew what he set himself up for, because I know I'm impossible to eat, right? You know, it's hard for me. It's hard for anybody to change. But then by his design, he asked me to also talk about something I'm pretty passionate about. I cannot He knew it. He asked for it. He's built it up. He raised his state as a professional, as a maestro. He got me the way he did in the portrait that he did, while setting me up to be at my fullest and whatever. He said it. And then when everybody said, oh my God, Richard, that's what he's, and he was, oh, no worry. Oh, hello. You know, that's Richard. That's a great lesson of Richard. Why he did it? Because he enjoyed it.
Alexi, listen, Mom, listen. I'm going to say on behalf of everyone, you're brilliant. And we love you, Alexi. I've got about 50 people now lined up that I got to get on next. I wish that we had 24 hours of Alexi Steele. If anybody would like to join me on that, Joe and I would host one just to watch.
I'm very disappointed Alexi Steele lost the laugh. Where's the laugh gone?
No, he can't.
Well, it's we go.
So I'm going to say back to you.
Strangest.
Love you guys.
Bye, Alexi.
Love you, big hug. Big hug to Nancy. Viva Maestro.
And Alexi,
That's museum.
Alexi, one thing is, you were here to celebrate Richard, and we're just grateful for that. And I love you, and so does Nancy.
Every time Richard is with us for eternity. Viva Richard.
Love you.
Viva Maestro.
Oh, those guys are just the best. Right, here we go. How was that for everyone? That is my Uncle Al, if anybody's wondering, Alexi Steele, one of my favorite humans on the planet. If you didn't enjoy that, then I haven't got much else I can give you for the next 12 hours. So, no, listen, we're all here to celebrate Richard, right? And Alexi was a dear friend of Richard's, and Richard loved the infectiousness of Alexi and what he stood for when he painted. So we were really special there. We were over in Russia, by the way, for anybody who joined us late there. So we're now going to head back over to Putney, and I don't know who's going to man the phone over there, but I hope they hop on. So let me have a look here. Hey, Joanne, can you press unmute for me?
Yep, we're done. Yep, we're here.
Oh, great. Okay. So introduce yourself, guys.
We'll start over here.
Okay, let me just say this though, Joe. I want to hear,
what?
Considering you're all from the States, it's probably easier that you don't say where you're from, but you can all say something that Richard inspired you with and why you're all together, what your group is. Give people a clue.
Yeah, I am. That's what you're first.
I'm not an artist, and I got to know Richard late in his life, but he was a very, very special guy.
Say who you are.
Oh, I'm Peggy Kinsler, sorry.
And everybody knows who Peggy Kinsler is, right, Simi?
We do indeed. Hi, Peggy. So lovely to see you. Peggy is...
Thank you.
Can you hear us? I think we're cutting out a little bit.
Yeah. Yep, we can hear you.
Peggy was with my dear friend, Everett Raymond Kinsler, who is just, to this day, an amazing human, and we love him, and Kathy and I talk about him nearly every other day because of how much we loved Everett. And Peggy, I'm so happy that you could be here. Thank you.
Thanks, Simi. Or is that Simi or Rosemary?
She's going to turn it. It's Simi.
Thank you, Simi. I'm delighted to be here, to be part of Richard's celebration in a little tiny way.
Oh, do you know, you guys being here is a huge way. I think what you need to do is someone needs to grab the phone and go around that way.
Okay.
You're on it.
All right. Next, I'll wait. Next. Oh, Kathy.
You've seen enough of me. I'm Kathy Anderson. I was on at midnight, and I'm on now, and I'm so
Wait. Okay.
thrilled to be participating in everything that's going to happen tomorrow and the painting today in honor of Richard. And I'm not going to even go into it because I'm going to get to speak again tomorrow, and I have many things to say.
Uh-oh, you won't be able to get her off. Be prepared. Next.
Hi, Stephanie Birdsall, and I saw you this morning, and we're at my house here in Connecticut with 8 of us that paint with the Putney painters. And one of it, I learned so much from Richard when in trying to think of what I learned. It's immeasurable, but one of the things that I like, which really affected me, and it's not something I would normally think about, but I was painting, I think it was some sort of Asian lye pot or something at one point. It was a beautiful turquoise color. And Richard came up to me and he said, "What is that?" And I said, "I'm not really sure, but I like the color." Anyway, his comment was, "Stephanie, not everything is meant to be painted." So
that's not what I thought you were going to say.
Nobody does, but if you think about it, it's crazy good because it made me start looking at what I was painting in my still lives and what I was putting in my compositions. And if they were something that read or that you would know what it was, or you would identify with. So it actually was a great thing, even though he was kind of laughing at me. But it hit me. And I tell all my students that because some things look great, but you put them in a painting and they just don't work. So that's one of my Richard 2 cents.
Thank you, Stephanie. Next.
Oh, hi, I'm Pam Reese, one of the Putney painters, and Richard just inspired me so much when he would come around and say, "Well, why are you squinting at your painting instead of squinting at your subject?" And that really helped me a lot more. And he was just so inspiring and encouraging.
Oh, Carol.
Hi, I'm Carol. Can I just say something real quick, Carol, before you start?
What?
I can hear all of you guys, and Carol's not that loud, so everybody else needs to be quiet.
Okay, shut up. Okay.
So what I wanted to say is, what I was wanting to say is we're in a big group here, and we're all painting, the landscape. Richard always said that we have our own voice. You could paint, 3, 4 artists could paint the same thing, and they're all going to be different because we're all individuals. We, somebody would like the drawing, or somebody would like, the beautiful light that they want to show. So we're all, just you have your own voice and say what you want to say. And that's it.
She's emotional. She's emotional.
I also want to say that tomorrow Carol will be joining us with the schedule, which if anybody's only just joined us, kicking off at 12 noon Eastern Standard Time, and Carol's going to be on around, taking a look at this, around 3 o'clock with Stephanie, who you just saw before, and Penelope, who we all saw before, who owns the barn, and Charlie Hunter. So Carol, we look forward to touching base with you again tomorrow.
I look forward to more stories. Thank you.
Can't wait, sweetheart.
Next up.
Hi, I'm Susan Jositis, and I am just so honored and happy to be here celebrating Richard with all of my friends. And Carol stole what I was going to say. So I know, I'm kidding. But seriously, I was going to say that that's something Richard always talked about, having that each of us being so unique that no one can paint like you paint. So it's so validating as an artist to have that inside of you, to know, okay, well, I do have something special to say that no one else can say. And I'm going to try my best to say it. And that's it.
Great. And a special guest.
Hi, I'm Julie Rosa. I started painting with Richard and Nancy and the Putney Painters in 2014, and was very fortunate to drive in every few weeks and learn so much. It's hard to figure out just one thing to say that I learned from him. But I guess what I'm working on today, the first thing I thought about, which he always explained, is to visualize first what it is that you want on your canvas. So, you know, you're doing a portrait, you're doing a landscape, like what is that? What do you visualize the ending of the painting? Like, what do you want it to say? So I try my hardest every time I sit down to start a painting, to visualize the end result and the essence of what I want it to say. So
that's beautiful.
So that was,
and then here we go.
Hi, Sammy.
Hi, sweetheart.
I'm Nancy Howell, and I paint with the Putney Painters as well. And but Richard was such an inspiration all the time. And one of my favorite memories of him is joining us at the end of a workshop class, and it was suggested to him that he do a critique and that we line up all our paintings, and he said, not doing that. And he proceeded to go around to everybody's canvas and paint personally with every single person in the class. And he's just so giving that way, that's, you know, even more than just painting. It's a message of his life that means a lot to me. And I replay that time and again. So thank you, Richard.
Okay, is it my turn?
Yeah.
Finally, my turn. Okay, so I have a couple of things to say. I met Richard in I don't even know where I'm looking here. We're over here. I met Richard in 2010 at the Salmagundi Club, and I had asked him. I said, "Oh wow, I'd really love to paint with you," and he said, "Oh, come up to Putney." And I just kind of was dumbstruck because I didn't think he meant it, and maybe he didn't, but I did follow up, and I started to take workshops up there. Daniel Keyes, Kathy Anderson, Stephanie. I took a workshop with Stephanie. She's a great teacher. I'm trying to get my husband to take it from her because he started. But the one thing about Richard, he was the most elegant man. I think no one would ever dispute that. And I teach because of Richard, because he was a generous man, and he without knowing it, he made me think about teaching, because he always said we should pass it on. And I never thought about that till that moment that he said that, and he would repeat that all the time, that we needed to share what we knew. And so that changed my life. It changed how I approach painting, and I paint all subject matter, and I paint flowers like my friends, and portraits and landscape, but I'm known for my animal paintings. But what I get out of my animal paintings is what he taught us, which was to draw the essence of your subject. And it didn't matter what you were, it just didn't matter what you were painting, it's how you painted it. And so I really took that lesson to heart. And I still, there are just so many things this weekend that just conjures up a lot of thoughts, personal thoughts, group thoughts, you know, because we all knew him on different levels. We knew him as, you know, the group, the Putney Painters. We knew him as we interacted with him, interacted with Nancy. Nancy's been such a strong force for all of us, and, you know, still is. And we love her to death, to death, to death, just as we love you, Simi and Rosemary. But it's a very touching weekend. And I just, you know, I wanted to, there's just so much to talk about, but that's all I can handle right now.
Oh, thank you so much, you guys. I guess, can you just see, is Kathy or Steph around? One of them?
Oh yeah, everybody's here. Wait a minute. Let me just put this over here.
Hi, Sam.
Hey,
Hey,
Kathy.
Sammy and Joe.
Confirm for us. Are we going to check in with you guys in like half an hour, or have you started painting? Do you want to show us some of your works? What do you want to do? Look at these girls. They're so cute. There's like 12 of them all huddled over. How did Rick cope with you guys?
Little faces.
I don't know how he handled it when all of you turned up at the barn. You know? No, I love
We're all
it.
painting already.
So are you in the middle of your paintings?
Sure.
Do you want to quickly go around and show some of your works, or do you want us to come back in half an hour and spotlight some of your works? What do you want to do?
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Whatever's easiest for you now.
Well,
What's
time's
easiest?
cocktail hour? Because that's what time we want to join you.
We need about 4 more hours.
I mean,
no, but Kathy's
I won't
leaving
be.
at
I
3.
won't be here then. But that's
No,
okay.
not in 4 more hours. But do you want us to come back to you in maybe? Or how about this for an idea? If you all sit down in an orderly queue line, and maybe we could ask the audience here. We've got nearly 400 people online. Maybe we could ask them some if any of them have got any questions for you guys.
Okay.
And they
That'd be
could
good.
then, you know, we could put that forward. How do you feel?
Sure.
Yeah, that'd be good.
But you're going to have a spokesperson per answer, per question. Go around the group. Right?
Yeah.
Kathy's looking at like
We can do when
Tell us
we
who.
can do that.
Tell us who it shouldn't be.
Yeah, I think it should be between Kathy and Steph, if I'm honest. But you know, I think if anybody else has something really
Carol.
Yeah, yeah. So let me just put this out to the group then, to everybody that's watching. You in front of you, what you've got other than, you know, 8 beautiful women, and they are really all individually absolutely great painters, and I can joke with them that they're a rabble because they're my friends, but they are such a laugh, and I love them. But you've got a wealth of knowledge amongst this group. You know, I can't imagine how many years worth of painting. If you added up all of your years, it'd be like 500 years worth of just amazing painting. So if anybody wants to ask us any questions, just put the hand button up, the raise hand button. We've already got a couple coming in, so I'm gonna get comfy.
The same way. No, we don't.
Get yourselves comfy, and then I will. I'll start asking you a couple of questions. So the first one that's come in is, do you like to start your painting? Do you like to start your paintings in the same way like Richard started his?
No, we don't.
I would say no, we don't.
Okay. Do you want to expand on that a little bit?
You want to expound on that?
Go ahead.
I'm going to say that I think every painting has its own way of being started, and I think there's certain general ways that we start paintings, but to me, the subject matter tells me how I'm going to start that painting, and I look at each painting individually. I don't have a specific way of starting every time. I have some that I like to do, but I don't think there are any rules, and I think Richard would tell you the same thing. There aren't any rules. So I like to be open to my subject as far as how I start. Kathy?
Actually, I feel I pretty much do start when I do garden or landscape or floral or still life. I do kind of start the same way. I'd hate to think of it as a rule. It's not a rule, but it's just it's the way that I just see my paintings come out by having a deep tone and having my values pulled out as far as my subject. When I go out in the landscape, actually, like I'm doing today, it's like it's different. I do it a little bit different, but we used to watch Richard put, these gorgeous tones on his canvas and just design it. And I also remember people thinking that they were copying Richard. You see it in paintings that people put out there where they think that it's just wash or a scribble that he's putting back there. And it's not. It's so designed and so well thought out to complement whatever his subject is.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of,
Okay.
you know, can I add to that? Can I add to that? That he also shows a background that he could use in the painting. Like he would, you'd see a little bit maybe in the flesh tone, or, you know, somewhere he would be able to use that wash for, you know, to help him out with painting.
Okay. I've got some more, so I'm going to keep them rolling in, okay? Another one, you might not know the answer to this, so just tell us if you don't. During the Portrait Society virtual event a year ago, Richard mentioned putting together a portrait book. Was he able to finish the book, and will it be published?
That book is going to be published.
You're not supposed to say anything. No, I don't. We don't.
I mean, the book is it's in the works, but it's in the works for sure, and it will be published someday. Yes.
Yeah. ... You heard it here first. Okay, next. When I paint plein air, I never seem to end up with the lights light enough or the darks dark enough, and I end up with midtones only. Any suggestions?
I mean, I think if you're painting with an umbrella, that's especially difficult, because when you work with an umbrella over your canvas, you're not working in the same light that you're looking at. And I think it's very easy if you have an umbrella for things to become dull underneath, and then you walk out and you go, wow, this is darker than I thought it was, and my lights aren't as light as I thought they were. But I think it's contrast. I mean, if you can compare your values and put what your lightest light and your darkest dark are in the beginning, instead of getting lost and trying to do it during the middle of the painting, to me, that's a way to kind of nail your lights and darks and try and stay light enough. I think it's, as we go through, if we didn't get it in the beginning, where our lightest light is and our darkest dark, it's easy to get lost between them.
Actually, yeah. I would just add that be careful with your white paint. A lot of times people manage to get white paint in the beginning or in their darkest darks, and that'll immediately kind of chalk it up and ruin your temperature.
Can I just add that the lady that asked the question has put, there's no umbrella, it's just in the shade, just so you know.
Okay, same kind of thing though. Go ahead. And your darkest dark should remain your darkest dark. You should, everything, you know, you should compare everything to that darkest dark. If it's, you know, move your eyes back and forth. Is it lighter? Is it darker? Is it, you know, warmer? Is it cooler? So
somebody else,
I hope that helps.
Oh yeah, all of this is going to be gold dust for some people. I know it. Somebody's put, they are envious of your group, and how do they get one started?
How do you get a group started?
Yeah, if it were me and I wanted to do a Richard Schmid alla prima type group, I would do what, I mean, maybe it was Alla Razor or somebody talked about they were going to go through the book and the color charts, you know, one chart at a time. Or I would take alla prima, you know, I'd find 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It could even be one other person to start with, like-minded, who wanted to study alla prima as a way to paint. And I think the group will build around that, because I think as people hear what we/you are doing, it gets exciting and people want to paint together, because we paint so much by ourselves, and to be able to talk about ideas like alla prima or like we do in Putney Painters, it's heavenly.
Mm-hmm. And I think it's a commitment issue too. You do have to have somebody that's willing to take the reins and organize things, and that would be her, Carol Arnold.
You need a Carol.
You need a Carol Arnold, and but you have to have committed people that are really committed and dedicated to wanting to learn and painting as a group. We all just said today, we just love it so much. We're very lucky.
Can I add something?
Sure.
The thing about a group, Simi, this is Joanne. The thing about a group is you also have to be aware of the personalities that you're bringing into the group. because you don't want personalities that'll bring down the energy. And you have to have, and like the idea that Stephanie said about a common goal, I think is very important.
Yeah, I was going to say that people who want to share and will help each other brings the whole group up. It's amazing how much I've grown by learning and asking questions from all these Putney painters, Richard, Schmid, and Nancy. It's amazing how quickly you can grow. The more you share, if I'm suggesting something, somebody asks me, what do you think? And I'm suggesting something, I learn too. So it's really a great experience. And these guys are like family now to me.
We're just here. I have to say, and I can say this, knowing all of you so well, what's so beautiful about the Putney group and you girls within that is that you all celebrate each other. So, for example, last night, the first thing Kathy said to me is, I've just gone to see Steph, Carol, and Julia, and by the way, Julia won 3rd place, and it was like the second thing Kathy said, and it's like such a celebration of bumping each other up. It's all the time. It's like, oh, you've got beautiful frames. Where did you get those from? How are you entering that competition? What's the best way around it? Has anybody got any ideas to share? Oh, we can share a lift. And it's things like that sometimes they're only small things, but it's like-minded people. And I don't know if you guys saw a little bit of what Rosemary and Alexi were talking about, but that is what Alexi is to the core, that some people just don't get it. And if you don't get it, it's difficult to try and impose that on somebody. But when you're around people that get it, you're on such a high. And you can see it with Alexi. The minute that we're on the phone with him, he's on and he's hyped because we all eat and sleep and think the same, not the same way, but we're on the same sort of track here to elevate art and each other. And you guys, honestly, you do that so beautifully. I'm going to go back to my questions now. Okay. Joe, can you just scroll up a little bit? In addition to alla prima, Richard's precepts were universal, all-encompassing, and applied to all styles of art. Oh, no, that was just a statement. Sorry. Wait. Hang on. Sorry. Let me find, there was some more here. When painting plein air, how do you determine what you're going to focus on, as there is so much to look at? And I see some of you paint the flowers close up, but they're not that close to you. How do you see? That's a great question.
With no answer. No, just kidding.
Go, Carol.
Go, Carol.
You're flowers. So. Well, we all, like Kathy would absolutely be painting beautiful, and Stephanie, beautiful flowers. I would probably go more for the landscape. I love flowers, but I like, in Stephanie's backyard here, she's got these beautiful rocks and the roots of the trees. They're so like, I was talking to her about it this morning. It looks like water. There's a rhythm to it. And I love getting that, that movement, in the painting. I have to interject though that she decided to paint a model, not the hillside. Just so you know. Well, I did. David was gracious enough to, you didn't notice it, but he did paint it.
Actually, I could interject by saying that, I'm sorry, did I?
No, go ahead.
Oh,
go ahead.
Stephanie has the most gorgeous flowers all over, and I was going to paint the flowers, and then I turned around and I looked at the rock behind me, and that's what I'm painting is the rock, because what the main thing is that you have to discipline yourself into what grabs you when you're out in the landscape, and let everything else not really go, but let everything else go. If you walk out there, for me, I was looking at the moss and the lichen on the rock. So that is what I'm trying to think of, the pattern of the dark and light of the rock. I'm not going to worry about all the other little stuff around there, but the only thing I could say is it's a huge discipline, and it takes a long time to learn to do that. I'm still learning to do that, but it's hard to do that. But don't beat yourself up It doesn't come easily, I can tell you.
But that's where you just have to choose what it is that you love. You know, is it the cracks in the rocks? Is it, you know, the
Right.
flowers around it? You know, it's all in your history, your experience, what you love.
Know what you love.
Yeah, and I think when you see something, especially in a landscape, you have, I mean, to me, it's like a physical experience when I see something that I want to paint. And, you know, we're early fall here, so there are a lot of different things to paint, but I try and go with what grabs me and what I almost literally feel physically. And to put that on my canvas, I don't really go places where there isn't anything that grabs me to paint. I mean, you can always find something kind of, but I'd rather be in love with what I'm painting. So I think we all kind of wait for that love aha moment, and that's what we go for.
I've got
Reminds me when Stephanie and I used to do the we're both Rocky Mountain plein air painters, and we used to do the plein air trips, and we'd go out with all our friends looking at the mountains and all the vistas. And Stephanie, I don't like this.
But we will always find something and be the last people down the mountain.
Right.
Let me ask you this, and I know this is probably going to be a hard one. I'm not trying to make your lives hard, but I want to hear it from the heart. I know how much you all adored Richard, and the feeling is mutual for me too. But you were so lucky to all be around him week in, week out at times, right? Mm-hmm. If you could ask, or let the best way of me phrasing this, is there anything that you wish that you'd have asked? Carol's thinking I could have written a book.
I'm thinking I've repeatedly asked him things, and he's like, "Didn't I just, you know?" He might have said that last week, but you know, I was at a different point in my, you know, it's a funny thing how you have to be ready for the answer.
Right.
You're like, a lot of times I'd be like, oh, but I didn't really understand what he meant. And then later on you go, oh, that's what he meant.
That's why you can keep reading and rereading.
Yes,
Alla Prima.
you reread Alla Prima, and it's like, oh, I never read that before. You did, you just didn't understand it.
Richard showed me a brush stroke one time, and it had to do with softening edges. It was the way he was putting the end of the brush stroke down on the paint, and it was along one of those mongoosey type long brushes. I was so excited. I was so excited that he showed me that I actually wrote him a snail mail thank you note. And you know what he said to me? He said, I've showed you that a million times. Where have you been? But I had to be at that point where it was like, oh my God, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen. Thank you. You know, I really finally got it, but it could have been after I painted with him for 10 years, but I'm a little slow sometimes. It took me a while.
Well, it happens. It happens to all of us.
I guess I just wish he was here to answer the same questions I asked him over and over again. His standing joke with me is he would tell me something, and then he'd come to me an hour later and he'd go, what did I say? And I was like, I don't remember. So
let me ask you this one then. With you all, I mean, you're all professional painters, and by that what I mean is that you make a living from your work predominantly as a group. Okay, not everybody, but predominantly, and that's you can't say that for a lot of groups. Did Richard ever give you guys any advice on business, running the business side of being an artist, or did he keep it strictly to the brush on the canvas?
There is one really important thing that I remember him saying is, don't ever change your painting for if a gallery says, I don't like that tree, or, you know, that doesn't look right there. Don't ever change your painting. It's what you visualize, which it's your vision from you. It's not theirs.
Anyone else?
Just don't sell out, you know, don't try to paint what you think somebody's going to buy, you know, or what the market is popular now. Just you just have to stay true to yourself. It's the biggest thing I think I ever learned from Richard and Nancy, to totally stay true to yourself.
Well, listen, I'm going to ask around again. If anybody's got any questions, please come in and ask, because we're so lucky that these guys are on today with us. Shall we share some happy, funny memories of Richard? Is there anything that you ever did, probably in Kathy's case, hourly, but in everyone else's case, where you think, why did I always do that? Or like, you know, did you ever trip it? Well, I can tell you one, where Kathy left her red wine bottle behind the car. She drove over it. The wine bottle exploded in the car park.
Oh,
Remember
no.
that, Kathy?
Yes, I do remember that. I do. And I remember our dear friend Luis Vieira, who I was in the car with, got out and he went, "Oh no, the blood."
But the truth,
I remember that.
You were in the car too.
We all know Richard would just find that hysterical and would just smile and laugh with us, and he would have just thought that's a typical day round here. But have you got any stories where you, like, any funny stories to share with us? I know you've.
Did I tell you the time I thought I was gonna, I almost killed him? I didn't tell you about that. You want to hear about that?
It's short.
It's short. So we were at it was the end of the season for Putney Painters, and we were okay. We were at Nancy and Richard's house, and we were painting in the landscape, and Carol's daughter was posing. Remember that, with the watering can and the hat? And the and it was a beautiful day, and he was coming around as he always did. You know, he'd come and he'd check people's paintings out, and he came over to mine and he goes, "Oh, do you mind if I, you know, like, sit and do?" No, are you kidding? Like, here. So I had one of those portable chairs, like a 3-legged chair, and I said to him, "Oh, don't sit there. I'll go get another chair. I'll go get your folding chair." "No, this is fine." And he was a big tall guy. And I said, no, please, no, because I could barely sit on the thing. You know, it would wobble. So I said, no. He says, "It'll be fine. It'll be fine." He sits on the thing, immediately falls over. Falls over with the chair. And I'm like horrified. That's because you were on the other side. I'm like horrified. I'm like, oh my God, I would have been broken arm, or like, you know, like they'll never have me back. I'll never be invited back. And he immediately gets up. "It's fine. I go, "I'll go get your chair." No, this is fine. I'm gonna sit in this chair. So he sits again in this big guy in this little chair, and we were painting hollyhocks and peonies and stuff. And he proceeded, this is a double story here, because then he paints a little duck into my hollyhock. And he just thought that was the funniest thing in the world. He's just boom, boom, boom. And I go, "It's a duck." And he just thought it was the greatest thing. So now I'm like, I can't touch that painting. I'm not gonna touch that painting. So I still have that painting, but that's what I remember that day so well.
Joe, it's so funny you mentioned that, because Rose Franson this morning was amazing. So she came on at, like, I don't know, let's say 1 o'clock in the morning, and she left at 5, and she was meant to come on for 10 minutes. She was just checking her sound. Right? No, it was amazing. She became my co-host, and she was amazing. She was absolutely amazing. But one of the things she shared with us was, she said whenever Richard used to do anything at the palette and chisel, she said he would only do 5 strokes on a canvas, and he would say, "This is how you do the mouth." She said she would take it, she would sign it as RS and "do not touch," and she saved it. She says, and I've got so many. bits of paintings and bits and pieces that have just got, like, wouldn't make like conceptually wouldn't make any sense to anyone else some of the time probably, but she would sign it RS at the bottom, so she knew never to touch it again, you know.
We just had a chair accident, just like the one
We just lost the Putney painter. Sorry.
I'm going to read you another comment. Whilst you're getting all that sorted, I'm going to read you another comment. So Linda Dotkin, who I know is a good friend of mine and Steph's, she says, I miss you all. We have another one here. Wonderful group you have there. Can I ask what advice to a new graduate who has no training and college, and then time to embrace the art world with terrified feelings, please?
Oh boy. You know what? Can you say that again, because of our accident over here?
We had a little accident behind us.
Do you know what? I'm going to pass you to this for a minute whilst I nip to the bathroom. I'm going to nip to the whoever it is in the back, can you shut them up?
Nancy Howell, of course.
She fell into the
Oh,
roses.
no, I love Nancy. Don't do that.
But she fell into the rose bush. Go ahead.
Check she's okay, but then can you put her up?
Joe is so professional. If he's okay, can we move on? Yes, go ahead. Ask the question again, please.
I'm going to read this for you. It says, wonderful group you have there. Can I ask what advice you'd give to a new graduate who has no training, wish to learn them in college, and then time to embrace the art world with terrified feelings, please? Thanks.
First find out what where are the terrified feelings coming from? For making a living as an artist, or not knowing how to paint at all, or where you have to understand what you're looking for, I think, and what's the terror.
Let me have a look. So it's Li Juan. Let me see if I can find you, Li Juan. Maybe we can bring you in.
Can you make it louder?
I think
I'm going to bring in the lady who's asked the question, and she can maybe have a chat with
you.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Liz Juan. How do you say your name?
Yes, that's right. That's my name, Li Juan.
Li Juan.
Yes.
So where is your terror? What is the thing that you're terrified of the most?
I didn't have any professional training before I went to the college, and I wish I could learn it in college. But unfortunately, now the art college, they're kind of like no basic fundamental skill practicing. They'll just learn how to put compositions, or how to learn to broaden your mind, that sort of way. And after 4 years, the time flying by, and then I graduated. But I'm terrified that looking at so many wonderful good painters out there, and I can really see my painting stand out there. And I admired so much of your groups and the professional painters out there. And I said, give me maybe 100 years for me to catch you up, but I'm too late.
No, look how young you are. Where do you live? Where do you live?
I'm from Ireland.
Oh, wonderful.
Ireland?
Ireland.
Oh my gosh.
Terrific. I suggest take workshops from, artists that you admire. And that, the way that they paint things that you want to learn. Yeah. Or you can buy, if they're far away, you can buy videos or downloads. Yeah, downloads. A lot of them do Zoom lessons.
A lot of Zoom lessons are happening right now. And I'm hearing that they are going really, really well. And people are getting a lot of information and one-on-one from the teachers. So now, it's one of the benefits of COVID. One of the silver linings is that there are a lot of really amazing teachers who are now offering workshops, and you can be anywhere really and be able to take them. And I've learned the most from the artists that I have studied with or taken workshops from. It's a lot of information all at once, and it gives you a lot of really wonderful things to experiment with and try, and helps your confidence. And so I would suggest getting on Zoom and finding your favorite artists who might be teaching and take their class.
And I would add one suggestion to that. Be sure it's somebody that you absolutely love their work, and don't bounce around too much. See if you can stay with one person for a while until you've absorbed that. If you go to too many different people, you start getting all confused. And
first one pop into my mind is Michelle Downaway. I love the way she
perfect. She's a wonderful teacher.
She's a great teacher.
Yeah. And she teaches online.
She just started teaching online.
Yeah, good.
Perfect choice.
Oh, very good. Yeah, I love the loosening of the stroke, the brush stroke, and she just only the pencil and the acrylic. Oh my God.
You got it. You got one of the tops.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you very much, ladies.
Pleasure. Nice to meet you.
Don't worry about the competition, because there's always going to be someone younger.
I was also going to say, Lise, tomorrow, in a way, is going to be on painting. So if you're going to join us again tomorrow for the 6-hour event, Michelle's should be on around 12:30 time. She'll be on for a couple of hours. So if you want to watch her there and ask her any questions there, you'll be able to see.
Lijuan, you're on UK time, right? So that's 5:30 GMT.
Yes, that will be 5:30 in afternoon, evening time.
Yes.
Thank God.
I got up this morning at 4:50. I stayed for a couple hours.
No, we finished this at 5 in the morning.
I think she was. Did you say that you were on this morning at 4:50?
I was on this morning.
Can I ask you then, have you slept since we've seen us?
Sorry?
1 second, I'm going to mute those guys. Have you slept since you've seen us?
Oh yeah, I did. I just can't stand it too long. I finished one little small painting, and my head just gets sore, and I said I have to go to sleep for a while and then come back. So.
Bless you. Can you just tell us, because I know this is a question Nancy want us to ask you. So we know where you're from now, but what is it that you'd like to celebrate and tribute to Richard?
Oh, I so regret that I never met him in person, and I never into his class either. I was too late after I found there is a guy named Richard Schmid, and he's wonderful and so good, and his students are so fantastic as well. I really either want to meet one of them and learn from them, but unfortunately I'm too far from Ireland, and it's another 40 minutes drive from Dublin as well. But I keep practicing myself and painting and drawing, but I don't have any really good basic fundamental skills. So I'm kind of like in somewhere the area. I don't know, should I start from very beginning or keep doing what I'm doing now? I paint, but at the end of the day, I found that I need to do some like a really good professional skill practicing. I told him I'm too late. I'm nearly 50 now. I wasn't a painter or do anything. I was a nurse before.
Well, I just want to say, whilst we unmute these guys, you should also have a look at what workshops are going on in Europe. We run workshops
in Yorkshire.
We run them in Yorkshire. I'm obviously biased to those because I run them. So if you Google workshops in Yorkshire, but do you know, if you fancy Florence, there's some great teaching out there. If you fancy France, but there's nothing wrong with Yorkshire. I'm just saying. And I will be biased.
Yorkshire's awesome.
I also get the best teachers. I've had Kathy and Steph come over. And Michelle. There you go. But no, I'm going to pass that over to Steph because I think she had a different
Steph had a point.
Okay.
I just wanted to make a suggestion that I think is really helpful, and I think it's okay to say it, and that is that, and I know my students do it, but you know, you can download lots of different lessons, DVDs, whatever. And I have some students that they'll download mine and they'll paint with me. So I do 5 strokes, they stop it, they do 5 strokes. You could do it with Michelle, you could do it with Kathy, you could do it with, you know, whoever you want to do it with. But sometimes I think if you can't get into a class, if you look at a download or a DVD and you paint with it, you start to understand that person in a way more easily than just watching, because you're trying to emulate them and understand, like if they were in your own house showing you how to do something.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
There's Richard, well, Richard Schmid's got videos.
Yes.
And they're all amazing, every single one of them.
Yeah, yeah.
Leanne, can I ask you if that's one of your paintings on the easel? Could you just turn it around and show us?
Oh my God.
Just do it. Why not?
I'm doing this small one in this moment anyway. I don't know if you see it.
It's really nice.
It's hard to see, but I love the composition.
And the color that you're using.
And the colors.
Steel layers and gold.
I wish I could see it big.
What was your inspiration for that?
Sorry. Is that kind of like, you know, the Eastern and the Western culture? Oh God, it's too shiny.
Yeah, there's a little glare.
Yeah. The camera probably is not very good. Yeah.
It's really not, that's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Keep going. Keep going.
Thanks.
You mentioned when you first came on that you had fear. You've got over hurdle number 1 by just showing people your work and getting people
exactly.
Good, Simi.
Yeah, my heart just beating too fast.
That's hurdle number 1, and it's scary. We all get it. We've all been there. You're not alone, and I guarantee none of these guys' first painting look like what they look like now. They'll all tell you that. So just keep going, and there's many. Daniel Keyes calls them brush mouths. A lot of people, but you know, you need thousands of brush mouths behind you before you can start feeling comfortable enough that it just becomes natural.
Yeah, yeah.
But thank you for joining us today. I'm going to put you in the spotlight now so that you can breathe. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. We have a couple of other questions. One of them is somebody's come in and said Stephanie's their favorite teacher. So
thank you.
You can pay her later. No, I'm joking.
Whoever it was, I'll check it out. Thank you.
What I'll say to everybody is that people are asking for all of your names and your contact information. So I'll let you guys go in after this and put that in the chat. Okay, we don't need to do that now. Joanna Spinks, I know that Kathy definitely knows Joanna. Shall we bring Joanna on? But she's basically, she put 50 is not too late, and boy is she right. One of the questions we've got before we bring Jo on is people are asking if they can see your work today. So if you, in a minute, you need to decide collectively whether that's now or whether that's in an hour, but make that decision. And let's just invite Jo on.
We decided 1 hour. Hey, Jo.
Hey, Kathy. Hi, everybody. Nice to meet you.
You just missed Peggy Kinsler. She had to leave.
Oh, I saw her wandering in the background there. It's great to be here. This is so fabulous and so heartwarming. I came on the first time at 4:30 this morning, LA time, AM, and it was just wonderful. Really terrific.
Bless you. Jo, can you talk to us about why you're saying 50 is not too late?
Yeah, I mean, it's never too late. I mean, when I was teaching, I had a guy come in at 85 and he'd never painted before, and he did really, really well. No, it's never too late, and the journey is the point of it, whenever you start the journey. So yeah. And there are just the instruction now out there in the world has never been better, you know. So
right, Kathy, unmute it just a second. I know that you can add to this too. Can you tell everybody what age you were when you started painting professionally?
How old I was when I started painting, did you say?
Professionally.
Oh, professionally? I would say when my children were very young. That means I have to say how old I am. But when my children were very young, I just painted with watercolors, and I used to do outdoor shows, and I morphed from there into many, many things. But I just wanted to tell everybody that Joanna Spinks grew up in her art world with Everett Kinsler. She's very close with Peggy, who just left. So these are the greats that she learned with, studied with him for forever. So
yes. Absolutely. Yes. It was an incredible job.
Yeah. I was very young, in other words.
Well, you know,
now I'm very old.
Yeah, I actually started painting quite late too. I was 32, I think, when I started painting. I'm 60 now. So, you know, a lot of people at the time thought that was quite late to start. But, you know, as, you know, Mr. Kinsler used to say, you know, you can do an awful lot with your heart, you know, and that's just about the truth of it, you know. So great instruction and just having that belief and working on letting go of that fear a little bit, you know, because that will just really slow you down and mess with your head. Yeah. Paint from the heart. Paint from the heart.
You're absolutely brilliant. And, you know, the fact that we're talking about Everett and Richard in the same.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I can kind of just say one thing that I loved that was in common with both of them is they did not hold back when you asked for a critique, right, Joe?
No.
Either one of them, because, you know, sometimes you ask somebody that you really, really admire for a critique, and they always say, oh, that's just beautiful, and they just want to give you glowing compliments, and it doesn't really help to just be told your work, as I can remember having very harsh critiques from both of them.
And I remember Ray saying to me, you know, after I'd, you know, been painting a while with him, that, you know, the better you get at painting, the you know, the harsher I'm going to be on you, because it's not in your interest for me to tell you,
exactly.
You know, it's great. Yes, and I love what someone said earlier about, you know, your brain will only receive instruction when it's ready, the certain elements of it, you know, and I found that to be so true on my journey. And, you know, why you can read Alla Prima 3 times over, and there'll be something different every time, or the Kinsler books too, you know. So it is the journey, and you can't rush your brain, and, you know, with the learning you can't rush. And I call it paralysis by analysis. You know, you were talking earlier. You were talking earlier about, you know, workshop-itis, like jumping around. And I think that is the one thing that, you know, obviously I have a long way to go on my journey still, but the one thing that really, really helped me was sticking in a school of painting thinking and learning it as best as I could learn it. And, you know, to really start to understand it, you know, and then you start teaching, and you actually have to put into words what you've learned. And that was very beneficial for me. You know, I did an awful lot of terrible Kinsler copies, I will say that, in my learning journey, certainly in my early journey. And then I learned, you know, you can let go a little bit of that and now start doing your own thing, you know. But yeah, that paralysis by analysis and workshop-itis is definitely to be avoided at all costs.
Yeah, Joe, your work is absolutely beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
It really is. I love following you on Instagram.
Oh, thank you so much. I see all the faults.
No, well, we don't. I just wanted to say, because I know you all love Daniel, Daniel Keyes, and he said to me once, or to a student in front of the booth, I swear people talk in front of the booth like it's like in a confession church. So they felt their teacher at the time, their darkest secrets whilst they're picking out brushes. And this one student was saying, you know, my problem is I just don't pick up the brush enough. And Daniel said, well, what my truthful problem is that my brain is 2 years ahead of my hand. And I thought it was really interesting that his mind knew what he was going to do. And
Daniel said that?
Yeah, this was a couple of years ago. But yeah, he said that his mind is 2 years behind his hand.
Yeah.
Yeah. 2
I
years
agree
ahead
with
of his hand. Sorry, 2 years ahead of his hand. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was at Scottsdale, Kathy, a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And I think.
Sorry, Joe, you go.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I think it's good to have this thing in your head, that the level in your head you're trying to paint to. And I never get there, you know, but it is in my head, like, that's what I'm shooting for. And that's why, you know, with these incredible masters, you know, that we're talking about today, obviously Richard, you know, we are just so blessed to have that high level of painting to shoot for, inspire us. And, you know, there's no shortcuts for one thing. You've got to put the time in, but, you know, that there's also there's no denying the level either that can be reached, you know, because we see it in the work of Richard and Everett and the level of painting, the level of mastery. And that's the goal, you know, I mean, the journey of it, I think,
Joe, can I just share with you this? I have this behind my desk every day at work. And, you know, I feel like Mum and I were really fortunate to love Richard and love Everett. And Everett particularly took a shine to me. I don't know why, probably just because we were both as funny. I think Kathy would probably say the same. But we'd gone round to Kathy's and Everett came round for dinner. And this picture lives above my desk.
Oh, that's so lovely.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh,
and
gorgeous.
It's one of my absolute favorite memories. And between the both of them, they were both just so giving and loving. And I hope that Peggy watches this back and knows that we're thinking of her too.
Yeah,
because
she was. I'm so sorry she had to leave. But actually, I was just going to make a comment. I think there's two kinds of people who are artists. One who will look at a master's work or in a museum and they'll say, "Oh, I give up. I'm just going to throw my brushes away." Or the other one that says, "Oh my God, I can't wait to get home and try that." So
yeah.
In my head, here, I'll say it on national TV in front of 2,000 people. In my head, when I see a portrait by Jeremy Lipking or Richard or Everett, I really think that I'm going to paint portraits like that. And no one will take that thought away from me. I don't know when, but I truly believe that I could paint a portrait like that someday.
I actually remember, Kathy, when you came out of the portrait exercise one year and you went, "That's it." Her words were, she went, "That's it. I'm painting portraits and next year I'm going to win it." And I'm like,
I'm going to be a finalist. I said a finalist.
No, I think Daniel would quote you as well as me. And me and Daniel looked at each other. Oh, it's because Daniel won and he didn't expect to win. And you were like, "That's it. I'm going to enter it and I'm going to win it." I just want to say, I'm trying to bring Andrea on. She's written a beautiful comment in this section. Joe, we'll keep you on if you're okay staying on with us for a little bit.
Absolutely, my pleasure.
Wonderful to see so many familiar faces. As one of the original Putney painters, I saw many of you welcomed into the group. Watched you with excellence. This weekend is a great way to celebrate over 2 decades of Richard's influence on Putney painters and so many other painters across the country and around the world. Originally, there were only 8 of us in the Putney painters. Are there any from the first year of Putney painters there now, I wonder? How many Putney painters are in the group now? There was quite a list of esteemed painters who learned at the old barn and moved on to the national recognition. It's wonderful times and I miss you all. And Andrea, I'm just going to ask you now, let me put you here. If you accept going on as a panelist, I can see if I can pull you in.
Yeah, I can't see you, but I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Just bear with me just a second.
Yes. Hi, Andrea.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, good, because I can't see you.
Wait 1 second. You need to accept on your screen there. Does it say accept being a panelist?
Okay.
Accept that. Yeah, great. And then it's a little bit clunky that it makes us do it like that. But if I ask you, it should say accept your video.
There she is.
Hey. Hi, Andrea. Hi.
Yeah.
Oh, now we can't hear her.
One second, Andrea. It should come up on your screen that I've asked you to unmute.
Put your audio on.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, good. I feel like I'm in romper room. Like I see Pam and I see Susan and I see Stephanie, Carol and Kathy. How great to see you all.
Who are the 8 original Putney painters, Andrea?
You know, I wish I could name them all. Rosemary and me. We were there at the, what?
John Kilroy? Was he in the beginning?
John Kilroy?
No, he came later. There were some people like Gil Perry.
Oh, yeah.
And Toby Young. And it really, Rosemary and I stayed on. And then John Smith came on later. Actually, the captain was originally part of the group, and Penelope as well.
Oh.
Yeah, I think the only two that, you know, stayed the longest probably were Rosemary and me.
I think I was there very, very early too.
You were, I think you were like year 2 or 3 or something. You and Richard had met in Connecticut, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was Dennis Sheehan. Yeah, a lot of people.
Yeah, and he bought one of your paintings, I remember, and said, "Oh, come paint with me in Putney," or something. And that's very typical Richard. Those of us that knew him a long time, we could be, you know, like in a museum in Philadelphia, and some people would walk up and he'd go, "Oh, you got to come paint with Putney painters, right?"
We like Richard.
Yeah, and Nancy and a lot of us would be going, "Shh," right? Because that couldn't always be affected, and he would make these promises. It was hysterical.
Andrea, can you tell us then,
Yeah.
When did you first meet Richard?
Who are you talking to now?
To you, sorry.
You. Well, I was living in Putney, and at that time, and I was a painter, but in watercolors, really not really oils. And Penelope Simpson and I knew each other. And she said, this great painter has moved to the area and he's looking for people to come and paint with him. And I didn't know who he was. I had no idea who Richard Schmid was. and we went to the old barn and into John and Penelope's house, actually. And they showed this film called The Secret Squint. I don't know who has seen that. Probably a lot of these people have. And, you know, and I thought, oh, that's very quaint and nice. How nice. And, you know, I painted with Richard for quite a while before I knew how famous he was. So it was pretty funny. And he, you know, he came up to our house, and at Christmas time, I went to his house at Thanksgiving. He was so talented in so many ways. besides painting. You know, he could play the piano. He was a wonderful actor. We read a script at Christmas time of a medieval play up at my house, and he was just amazing. I was floored how good he was. Shouldn't be surprised because he was so good in front of a crowd. But you know, it was great. It was fun. It was very, very small, but it grew. I mean, Kathy came in, John Kilroy came in, let's see, Jack Collegian, and Dennis Sheehan, Rosemary and John had met him. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
so then
Kyle
people
Stuckey.
started rolling in. I think Carol, I think you came in around 2007. Oh, Kyle Stuckey. Yeah. He was there.
Hi, Kyle. Nice to see everybody.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's a little
Hi,
loud.
Kyle.
And we
Hey,
had
how
little
are you?
Richard at one point. Remember
Yeah,
little
Little
Richard, you
Richard.
guys?
What's that?
Little Richard. We were just naming people that were there through the
Oh,
years.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Richard. Yeah. Ehrlich. Yeah.
Katie.
Wasn't he like 12 or 13?
I
or
believe
younger?
so, yeah. Yeah, he's like 12. Yeah.
And then the last time we saw him, he was a bodybuilder.
All right.
But he's still painting.
There you go. You got a heavier brush.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, just some really wonderful painters, and you know, we remember.
Don't forget Dick McNeil.
Dick McNeil.
Yeah.
Dick McNeil. Yeah.
Sarah.
Sarah.
Hi, Sarah.
Sarah's from Italy.
Hi.
She's one of us.
I've been painting with the Putney painters in the past year.
Oh, wonderful.
So lucky to meet.
From Italy.
Yeah, from here. And my last memory was when he asked us to say our goal for 2021. Do you remember? And I said my goal was to warm my colors, and he was so interested. He said he said me what to do step by step. Exactly. And I was so amazed that he was so interested in the last of the painters. That was me. It was so interested in everyone's art progression. I was really amazed by his willingness to share knowledge and beauty and art. It was really, these experiences changed my life. Totally. Really, totally. He was really one of a kind. Can I say this? I don't know, because I'm an Italian mother tongue, but.
Wonderful. Yeah. The one other thing I just wanted to say quickly was that the other thing was that Richard brought so many amazing artists to the barn, you know, that came and visited, just this steady stream of amazing artists from all over the country. And some of them, like Jeremy Lipking, you know, came and painted with us a few times, but, you know, many others people from around the country came to the barn, and they benefited, and so did all of we. You know, it was just all of us. It was, you know, it was generous of him. And before I get off, because I don't want to take too much time, but this is a demo that he gave me one day, that when he was painting out beside the barn. And it's, you know, I think he did it in about 45 minutes, but it has so much in it. It's just, you know, it's flabbergasting and beautiful. So I will just always, he was such a great friend, and I have many stories that I could share, but but I'm so happy everyone is here to celebrate him and get together like this. So sending love to everybody.
Love to you, Andrea.
Love to you,
Okay.
Andrea.
Hi, Andrea.
Hi, Dick.
Dick.
Oh my gosh. Hi,
Dick
Dick.
McNeil.
So good
Okay, I'm staying.
Dick, one of our original.
Andrea brought me out of the shadows. I had to support. Hi, Kyle. Nice to see you, Kyle. And the ladies.
Dick, you were
It's
one of
wonderful
Dick,
to see you.
sorry, Dick, you were one of the first Putney painters, weren't you?
You and I came in around the same time. We could probably both argue about who was first. I just don't remember, but we were fortunate. We were fortunate to be there before the thing really took off. And I pinch myself, still amazed at my good fortune to have got in that early and it lasted that long. It was just so special.
Dick became a very close personal friend to Richard and Nancy too. They shared so many things. Dick was a former pilot, and Richard loved talking about that with you, right?
He did. I was very fortunate that he grew up in the landing pattern to Chicago O'Hare as a little kid. And he spent a lot of time looking at airplanes.
That's
so
right.
I believe that was my my trick to sticking around for a while.
It was when I think about the people who came and how we've been able to watch them over the years. Like I know we all remember the first time Daniel came.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
how
he
about
was
when
a
Casey
kid.
came? Do you guys
Yeah.
remember Casey the first time he came and Richard was doing a demo at the college?
He
Yeah.
was 19, actually, Penelope said. Casey Bow is.
That's right.
He was 19.
Yeah, it was about the same
That's
time. I think
really
we
good.
were one evening.
I tried to talk him into trading paintings with me, and even at 19, he wasn't falling for that. So.
Actually, I just want to say there'll be a picture of him during the Putney Painter film tomorrow if everybody's
At
able
19?
to watch. Yeah.
Oh, cannot wait.
Yeah, it goes by, but you'll see him. I don't know if he was 19. He does not
Got
look
on
like
a
the
green and
Casey.
white check shirt or something, right?
He does not look like the Casey of today.
Yeah, Casey grew up.
Yeah. So fun.
He's quite styling these days.
Daniel Keyes was 23 when he first came, because I remember he couldn't rent a car. He was too young to rent a car.
He was already 23? God,
Yeah,
I was
when he
younger.
first
Wow.
came.
I was younger than I am now too.
I'm trying to figure out how old I would have been if Mum.
You weren't born.
What, when it came to the bar? No, I think I was. If it was 2014, I was 23 when I came.
You're 5 years younger than Daniel, right?
Yeah, and 5 years more intelligent. No, I absolutely love Daniel. I'm just joking. I hope everybody's enjoying this. Just so everybody who's watching, which is 400 people more, we've got a mecca of really talented people on our screens right now. And if you have any questions, whether that's about celebrating Richard, memories that they have, any chimes of gold dust, anything that you didn't dare ask, fire away. You know, we're blessed that they're all taking time out of their Saturday, like we all are, to celebrate Richard. And what I'm going to do, just whilst you're all on, really quickly, is just going to do the house rules for anybody that's just joined us. We do it on the hour every hour, but it's a couple of minutes before so we can get back into the next set of questions. If any of you guys on the screen now need to drop out, feel free. But if you're happy to keep going, we've got, you know, I mean, we're on 14 hours. We've another 10 hours to kill. So if you want to stay with us at any point.
Okay, I'll stay.
When everyone said to me, "Can we just offer 2 minutes on Saturday?" I'm thinking there really is no rush because we're here the whole time. Just stay. People are putting their back and they've had sleep between, and so we're going to I'll quickly do the house rules. If any of you guys want to nip to the loo or anything, it takes me 3 minutes round trip to do it, and then I'll welcome as many questions as possible from people. And like I say, if any of you have to drop out, we get it. So, okay, folks, welcome to the celebration of Richard Schmid. Let me just mute that. Welcome to the celebration today of Richard Schmid for our 24-hour Paint-A-Thon. Hello to everybody that's joining us from all over the world. I've started writing a list from when we started this morning, and I thought I would share with you some of the places that people have dropped in today. We've had India, Nairobi, Dubai, Ireland, Singapore, several places throughout India I mentioned, several places throughout Australia, North Wales, Yorkshire, London, Hawaii, New Zealand, Iran, Switzerland, Canada, Cheshire in England again, Russia, and then so many places in America, and I've started to list some of them, but keep posting on the right hand side in the chat when you join where you're coming in from, and I'll be sure to keep adding this, because Nancy's dream is to make a map and pin it at some point so we can see where everybody joined us throughout the world today. We're just so excited to welcome you all to our celebration weekend in honor of the dear Richard Schmid. It's been mine and Joe's pleasure to help Nancy create this event and make her dreams become a reality. As with all things live, we appreciate your patience and your good humour through any technical glitches that we may come across throughout the event. So that everyone's aware, we are recording this event and we're going to pop it on the website richardschmidart.com by the end of October. We're encouraging everybody to send an image or two of their work from today or the last week or so over to info@richardschmidart.com. You can also send over any special memories or stories that you have with Richard. Nancy's dream is to gather those and archive them forever. We're also going to post them on the website by the end of November. During today's 24-hour Paint-A-Thon, please share that you are online with your friends. Just head to Instagram or Facebook and repost Richard's latest post. Just share it away and ask people to join us by entering in the email info@richardschmidart.com. We will then send them a link straight away. If they go to our website, richardschmidart.com, actually on the home page, we have now put the Zoom link as well, and they can click directly through there, which makes it easier. For those who have joined recently, the main thing that you need to know is that you are all muted. But if you have a story to share, please write it in the chat section or the questions and answers, and we're doing our absolute best to get round to everybody. Some of you may have come on with your video not showing. Zoom actually controls the amount of people that we can have on at any time. But our dream and our idea is to keep switching people round. So it's 2 o'clock. More video showing. Thanks, Kyle. 1 minute. Thanks for letting me know. So I just want to go past that bit again so that people know what we're doing here. When you enter, you may come in as an attendee. What we then do is ask you if you want to upgrade to being a panelist. All that means in short is that a panelist, we can see your video, which means that we can share where you are in your studio, and if you're painting along, we can see you. You don't have to accept it, and if we ask you more than once, don't be offended. We've got lots of people on, and we've been going a while now, and we're just trying to see as many of you as possible. We can't actually have you spotlighted like this, like you can see on the screen now, unless you are a panelist. That's why we're giving people plenty of chance. But in the meanwhile, actually, if you go to the bottom of your screen and hover, you'll see a little thing called raise hand. And if you press that, it bumps you to the top of the queue and I can pull you over and across really quickly. It also means that once you're a panelist, if you want to raise your hand, I know that you've got a question, and we'll get you on or get your question answered as soon as we can. Finally, we are actually recommending that throughout the day today that you watch this in speaker view. This is important because we're trying to spotlight people for you. So if you're on a desktop and you click view and then speaker view, you'll be able to change that, okay? The idea is that we can pull in people from wherever and have them as your focus on your screen. If you have a mobile or a tablet, you need to be clicking active speaker. My best advice at this point is just click around and play between the two and see which view you like more, okay? So I'm going to head back now to these guys. I'll unmute you guys, so if you see on your screens, it's going to come through. Thanks so much for your patience. I hope you can understand why we had to do that. I just wanted to quickly say I'm giving a warm welcome to all of you to join us tomorrow. We've got a great celebration continued. The 24-hour Paint-A-Thon was a wild and wacky idea that Nancy thought we were nuts doing. She thought it should be 12 hours, but we still haven't got around everyone, and we're over 12 hours now. So I know the point was proven. But tomorrow we are welcoming so many great painters. There's so many videos that have been made. And, you know, we've just had the pleasure of working with so many people that were close to Richard. So to give you a clue, Michelle Dunaway is going to paint, Jeremy Litking. We've got Rose Franson and Dan Gerhardt's Clayton Beck. We've got Nancy is going to paint in both, Kathy Anderson, who you've just seen, and Suchi Bossel, Tina Garrett, Kwong Ho, Daniel Keyes, and the wonderful Sherry McGraw. We've also got conversations with some of the Putney painters, so Stephanie Birdsall and Carol Arnold, who you've seen just then, and Penelope, who runs the barn. And Nancy's obviously going to be introducing us for the day. So we encourage everybody to hop online and enjoy the event tomorrow, and that starts at noon Eastern Standard Time. Okay, so noon New York time. It's going to be 6 hours, and we are recording it. So if you can't watch it tomorrow, we get it, and that again will be on the website richardschmidart.com by the end of October. Okay, you've heard enough of me. I'm going to pass you over now to these good folks. Andrea, I shall ask you to unmute. Share some stories. Joe, you want to introduce yourself to these guys? Because I know that your groups merge massively, but you might not have been in the same room at the same time at some points, but I guarantee you'll know so many of the same people. So yeah, I'll let Joe, if you want to kick us off.
Sure. Yes, I'm primarily a portrait artist. I'm based in Los Angeles. I was mentored by Everett Raymond Kinsler for many, many years, and got to meet Kathy and a whole bunch of other people through the Connecticut world there. But yes, it's as I said before, this is just a magical tribute to Richard. I didn't get to paint with Richard, unfortunately. Kathy had invited me one time to paint with the Putney painters, and I was so excited, and the date was set, and unfortunately my husband got sick, so I had to fly home, and I didn't get my day there. But yeah, so but yes, I mean, the most inspiring painter, as we all know, Richard, and I look at his books all the time, along with Mr. Kinsler's, and we're so lucky to have these greats.
Yeah, I can absolutely agree with that. Kyle, do you want to chip in?
Did you say me?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I mean, I was fortunate to become a Putney painter when or the first be introduced to Richard and the Putney painter group when I was, I think, 17 or 18. And at that point, I don't think I quite grasped like the magnitude of what I was being handed by the universe at that point. But then just being able to paint, I painted with them for 5 or 6 years. And obviously Richard and Nancy were such a huge like inspiration and that wealth of knowledge. But then, I mean, we've talked a lot about the content of the Putney Painter group just being like sort of this perfect group of artists that seem to like not only be highly skilled and talented, but then be willing to just help the other artists out and keep like helping with knowledge and never being degrading or anything like that. So to be part of that group is just unreal. And obviously that's why kind of one of the reasons why I'm even able to do it as a career today. Richard was someone that kind of made, for me, I entered when I first got into art was like something that my grandmother did and did it for fun. And then when I got into painting and met Richard, and he like almost demystified this art world and made it just a very real experience. Like this was something you enjoy, this is something you learn, and then you just go for it. And it didn't mean you had to be the best or you had to have this. I mean, I think like everyone knows, you didn't tell Richard that it was a God-given gift or some special talent you were born with. He's the first one to say that hard work and pure and just kind of dedicating yourself to that craft, which is what he basically preached, and kind of having that like real sense of that you can accomplish this if you put the time and energy and the resources in. And so that was a big thing, I think, for a young artist that wasn't, thinks that, how many people can make a career as an artist? It's like this anomaly. So having all those artists together, including Richard and Nancy, and just always being like positive in that sense. It's not quite measurable, I don't think, that sort of positivity and just the thought that, yeah, you can do it. Just go for it and just learn and just try. And he wasn't afraid to, I remember one time he was painting and he just goes, "Oh, I got it." And then like, I don't remember who, somebody said, "What did you get?" And he's like, "I just learned something." And I don't think he ever told us what he learned, but he went on to say that this concept of, he was painting his whole life, but then he just had this aha moment of like, something made sense. And learning never ends in this field. And that's kind of an exciting thing, that if you don't have it yet, you will figure it out someday. It might not be tomorrow or 5 years or 10 years, but someday you'll get better at it as long as you keep going. So I think that early inspiration was definitely a big part of my success and just being able to keep going on.
Kyle, thank you so much for sharing that.
Yeah.
It's just so lovely to see you grow as well, your career. I know that everybody in this group will have seen that too, and you get better. You're like a good wine. You get better with age,
Thank you.
and it's just absolutely wonderful to watch you. And I know they all feel like they are part mothers to you because they've all been around you for so long. I've got Rosemary on. I wanted to welcome you.
Rosemary.
Sweet Rosemary. Andrea, we were just speaking of her, so her ears must have been burning. Rosemary, do you want to say a couple of words about who you are, where you are, and what Richard was to you?
Well, I don't know if I can talk without crying. I'll try, Simi. I saw you tear up quite a few times. I've been watching for a while. I'm Rosemary Ladd. I live in Putney, Vermont. I live less than a quarter of a mile from the barn. And I've been blessed to call Richard a dear friend for the last 20 years. I miss him hugely. I don't think there was more in the last 20 years, more than 2 weeks that ever went by where I didn't get a chance to spend some time with him and his art and in their home, in my home, at the Putney Painters, out in the beautiful nature, and being able to pick his brain and how he viewed the world, and his incredible generosity of spirit and kindness. And there were a couple things I wanted to respond to that I sort of felt like I had a story that kind of dovetailed with. One was Jeremy Lipking's story about when he came to the barn and Richard came up and painted a smiley face on his barn. And, you know, that fun humor. And the story that popped into my mind when he told that story was being over at their house when they lived here in Vermont. And I was struggling trying to paint these. It looks like I'm having light on my face here. Struggling to paint these pansies. And he was off landscaping down the hill. And he comes up the hill and he looks at my painting and he looks at me and he looks at the pansies. And he said, "This is supposed to be fun." And he wiped off my painting, or I wiped it off, I don't remember. And then he started just mixing paint, going up to the thing. "See, that's the color." And he'd come over and he splashed it. And I still have that little painting of the pansy he painted on my canvas, where his whole point was, you're not supposed to be miserable. You're supposed to be having a good time. And that was so much part of the Putney Painters, was there was so much laughter and so much camaraderie. And someone earlier asked the group that's down in Connecticut now, you know, about starting a group and the advice for that. And I wanted to pitch in at that point because I think the overriding thing was this incredible support and applauding of each other. And there are really different levels of painting in the Putney Painters. If people think Putney Painters are all master painters, there's a misunderstanding there. There's all levels, from beginners all the way up to masters. And it was this camaraderie and support and kindness of spirit that was the overriding point of being a Putney painter. And I just feel that I have so many memories that are so filled with wealth of wisdom and spirit from Richard, and I feel blessed to have called him a friend as well as a mentor. And like what Andrea was saying, is I had no idea when we first started painting. I was at the first Putney Painters and I was at the last Putney Painters, and I had no idea who he was, no idea. And it was actually about 3 years into the Putney Painters before I realized, oh my God, this guy's like a rock star. Oh, I had no idea. And that made it possible to really get to know him without any kind of awe, and realize this is a very, very special human being. And I'm very blessed to be in his presence. So, and I was lucky enough to keep painting with him right up to maybe a month before he passed. So I'm grateful every day for my friendship with Richard and for the years of painting with the wonderful Putney Painters. And I take great joy in meeting, like Sarah, you're there, people that I haven't even met in spirit who are now painting with the Putney Painters, and having seen people like Kyle and little Richard grow from basically boys into incredible artists. And I just, there's a lot of love flowing around, and I'm blessed to be a part of it. And I love Richard with all my heart and always will. So that's my story.
Bo, you're so sweet. I gotta tell you guys, when I first went out to Putney with Mum, Rosemary was there, and the hugs she gives are the best on the planet. It's so beautiful to see you today, Rosemary. I've just missed you so much, and your stories are so beautiful, and you're so beautiful, and we're just so grateful that you're sharing that with us. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for doing this, Simi. You are wonderful to do this and bring this beautiful spirit to this celebration. And thank you.
It's my pleasure. Listen, I want to ask all of you, and I'm going to unmute Andrea too on this one. Feel free to chime in on whoever thinks they can answer. But I've got a couple of questions that people might be able to answer around the room. Okay. So one of the first ones was for you, Joe. Can Joanna recommend teachers for portrait painting in the LA area for intermediate painters and who have taken classes from David Lafell and Sherry McGraw, to be really specific for you?
Yeah, well, I would certainly recommend Jeremy Lipking. He has a studio about 10 minutes from my studio. He doesn't teach weekly, but he is doing Zoom teaching now. And I know he just did a workshop in Santa Barbara that was taped for on Zoom, and you can purchase that. So if you go to Jim, if you go to lipking.com, I think it should all be up there. I assisted Jeremy for about 3 years actually, and it was an incredible experience. And we all know the level of his artistry is through the roof. He's a great teacher, very patient, very kind, and he has all levels of people in his workshops. The second place you should probably check out, which I know that David Lafell actually did workshops there too, and Sherry McGraw, is the Los Angeles Academy of Figurative Art in Van Nuys, also known as LAFA. They have numerous classes, and it's a very sort of atelier type school. They are teaching currently on Zoom. Most of the LA art schools are really not open for live painting yet, but they are doing Zoom. So LAFA is great because they have a lot of visiting artists come through, all the greats. So definitely do that and start there. I would say that will give you a lot to be going on with. But yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you on both those, Joanna. The only other one I would add is the Klein Academy.
Yes, Cheryl Klein.
Yeah, look them up.
Yeah.
Cheryl Klein's a great painter. She has some great teachers.
Yeah.
You've got a wonderful space around there. And if you're ever in Agora Hills, hop into Graph Aids, because the chap who runs the art shop there is old school and absolutely lovely. You know, an old art shop that you want it to be. I remember when I first went in, it's all rackety still, and they're trying to make it newer, but he just said, Jeremy Lipking buys his brushes from us here, and we would really like it if we could sell your brushes. And I said, Jerry, for you. So then he threw us a pizza party. And they're just an old school shop, none of this mamby-pamby, all on a chain, they're old school, and they really got hit with COVID. So thanks, Joe, for that one.
You're welcome. Actually, they remained open pretty much all through COVID.
But only with curbside, right? That was the issue. And
yeah.
They rely on quite a lot of different kids classes coming through as
Yeah.
well. So they couldn't do any of that, but at least they were open. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Okay, so I've got just a comment that I think you'd all like to hear. So I'm just a beginner artist. Only started painting last year. Most of my learning process happened online through videos and books. Of course, when it comes to books, the one that is most recommended is the Alla Prima. This is where I got to know of Richard from. Then today, watching this online session and learning so much about him and his art was really so wonderful. Thank you so much, guys, for giving us this opportunity. So I thought that was a really nice question. A nice comment. One of the questions we got asked earlier that I could probably go around the room here and say is, especially for folks where money might be tight. If you could only have one of Richard's books, which one would it be? And you know, go round. I mean, can I tell you what one of the answers was, and then you're not allowed to use it? One of the answers was, well, if you got the alla prima and your friend got the landscape, just switch between. Which I thought was a great get out. But Dick, do you want to kick us off?
Well, I would agree. I mean, that's like a Bible at this point. You know, I was listening to Rosemary, and I was thinking about the journey that we all took to luckily wander in there. I used to wonder if the people in Putney just got stopped on the sidewalk and asked if they were artists, because there were so many lucky local Putney people that were in there. But I wandered into Putney from 2 hours and 45 minutes away, knowing exactly who he was. I'm surprised I didn't have some kind of a coronary event when I walked in there, because I had seen his original books from the 1970s, his original landscape book, his original figure book. And I was in another idyllic painting spot on Monhegan Island with a very dear painter friend named Don Stone, overlooking the lighthouse and the ocean. And he said, "Have you ever seen these? You might want to sit down." So I literally remember that clearly as a jaw-dropping moment. The stunning examples of this man's work. And he lived in Colorado at the time. And it was just another vision of somebody out there that was amazing. Subsequently, another artist friend of mine, and I've already forgotten which your original question was, I apologize, but if I could continue, I had a friend who was invited to paint with the Putney painters when Richard moved to Vermont. And I thought this guy was kidding me when he told me that he had been invited. I wasn't going to fall for it. I literally didn't believe him. And he said he couldn't go. 2 weeks later, which was the Putney painter timetable every other weekend for September to May, he said, "I've been invited again and I can't go." And I talked my friend into letting you take my place. And at that point, it started to become, if this was a practical joke, he was going a bit too far. So I said, "All right, I'll bite." And off I went, and wander in to meet Richard Schmid and Nancy, Andrea, Rosemary, and Kathy, and some of the other girls that are in Connecticut right now. And I'm not a professional, but as I mentioned before, I think my airplane connection was my hook, and I was lucky enough to be able to keep coming back. What was your original question?
The book.
You can tell as many stories as you want, honestly. Can I just segue there and say, I remember the first time I came to the barn, and I walked in, and you and Richard were sat down, or maybe it was at lunchtime, you were sat down comparing model planes. And I was thinking, I thought this was a painting group. No, there's model planes around. And then I learned that you were a pilot, and I thought, more power to you, and I have so much respect. But it was just fascinating, Dick.
Well, it was kind of funny because anybody that would come in, Richard would introduce us around the room. And at that point, Charlie Hunter had been introduced to the group. And if you haven't met Charlie, he is a unique character with a great sense of humor in his own twisted little way. And Richard would introduce me as our artist pilot friend who flies 747s. And Charlie got so sick of hearing this. When new people would come in, he would put on this swarmy voice and go, "And here's Dick, he's our pilot." And it was just, he had enough of this. But to answer your question, any of his books that have examples of his artwork are so inspiring to just look at the paintings. But certainly Alla Prima is the one that boils it all down. It's out there in paperback versions that for the amount of knowledge you're going to get out of there, it's so very, very affordable. And if I could just add, I've been listening to Andrea and Rosemary, and Rosemary keyed in on something that I had wanted to say. A number of times in the almost 20 years that we were there, artists us in the room would comment, this is the only group of painters that you will find where there's no there's no jealousy, there's no animosity, there's no backstabbing. It was so comfortably supportive. It was just a group of friends painting. And there was certainly a very talent level, and there just didn't seem to be any jealousy. You might want to paint like that person, but it wasn't this venomous thing that you can find other places. And I've heard one of the ladies this morning who had been in a picture with Nancy and Richard way back in the Chicago days, had talked about going to Bartlesville, Oklahoma, and did that beautiful pastel of Nancy. Before I ever met Richard and I had seen his books, I was scouring any place to see examples of his work. I actually flew with my airline discount to Oklahoma, and I went to the Bartlesville Gallery, and Jody Kerberger realized I was more than just the average 2 minutes in and 2 minutes out patron. I'm leaned in, I'm studying things and back and forth. So she started talking to me. One thing led to another. And she said, well, would you like to see my personal collection of his paintings? She took me to her house, full length figure paintings up on the wall that Richard had done. It was just mind-blowing, stunning, beautiful work. And then subsequently, I wandered in knowing exactly who he was, as I mentioned. But one thing I wanted to mention, and Andrea keyed this in my head when she first came on, in the early days, to speak to Richard's generosity, in the early days of the Putney Painters, we did a lot of portraits. At one point, Richard came up with the idea, I don't know how this came up. I don't remember any of us generating it. He came up with this on his own. He went through his personal collection of paintings and picked out portraits suited to each of our skills, however he determined what those were. And he told us to take these paintings home and study them. And like, was it Kathy that was her name this morning? I'm sorry, I can't remember. But she said to look at Richard's painting and see all the different examples of brushstrokes that would be on one painting. And that's what we were allowed to do by bringing it home into our house. This was the one that he let me have. I don't know if you can see that or not.
Dick, I'm going to put you as the main spotlight right now. Just bear with me.
All right. There we go. That's the one he let me take home and study. And to have this in front of me and be able to examine what he painted, how he painted, why he painted the layers the way that he did, I get chills now realizing that we were allowed to do that. I mean, through time, people have painted masters' works. You go to a museum, you tuck away in a corner and hope nobody bothers you. In the comfort of our own home, we got this master to let us take his paintings home. It just still astounds me. And I think both Richard and I were surprised that this worked. And he said, well, why don't we try that again? So I've got 2 more of them around here that he let me take home and copy.
Show them.
As we all know, you're a concert pianist, and if you can perfectly copy and I'm not a musician, pick one, Beethoven, pick somebody's work, and if you can absolutely nail it, you're considered a genius. In the art world, that doesn't work that way. I was told I had a future in printing $50 bills at some point if I could do this. But the hard work is being the person that comes up with the original concept. And that's Richard's work is just one example of another, how stunning that was. But for him to be that generous and constantly be wanting to share with people what he knew, was what sets him so far ahead of any other artist that I know. Certainly anybody at his skill level. There are artists, I'll mention his name, I'm sorry, but Andrew Wyeth is famously known for never wanting anyone to even watch him paint. This is not the same. Richard was not the same kind of guy. He wanted you to watch and he wanted to teach you what he was doing. And it just still amazes me. So next.
Jake, that was amazing. It's not quite next yet because we want to see the other paintings. Just in case you weren't aware, Dick, we've still got, technically 10 hours left on here, so we're in no rush.
Well, I just happened to have them here, but I wasn't going to go into that. I figured one was enough, but
no, come on.
All right.
I'll pin you again.
I love marine paint. Is the light all right on that?
That's good.
Yeah. So just to see how he would, instead of identifying these things as items, it was just a brush stroke of paint next to another piece of paint, next to another piece of paint, just how those edges went together. And without thinking of them as things, they became identifiable as things through the brush. So, and those two are in some of his books in print. This is one that he suggested I take home that's not in print. I keep doing this the wrong way.
There you go.
That's good.
Yeah. So to see how he would, I used to have a lot of trouble with foregrounds. It's amorphous space out there and how to render it without getting a three-haired brush out there and putting in grass strokes. And watching him do something like this, as a matter of fact, one of the days we were out doing landscapes just down the road from his house, there was a field, a cornfield, literally 3 minutes from his house once he moved to New Hampshire. And I was doing that very thing, needling my way through the fall grass. And he came over with one of his Viva towels and some spirits and just went bang, boom, boom like that. And it was perfect. He just blew everything all up and it was perfect. It's a gift, but it was also a lesson, so.
Dick, can I ask you, well, I asked the Putney girls when they were out at the back of Steph's backyard, and I said it's a hard question, but I'm not trying to make it, I'm not being facetious, but if you could ask Richard one question again now, and what would it be?
Well, anybody that knows me will chuckle at this because it's a question I used to ask more often than most people were. People were tired of hearing me ask this, and I could see Penelope smiling. She knows what's coming. And Rosemary's covering her face. Anybody that tells me they see warm and cool colors, I envy you because it was my nemesis. It drove me crazy till the last day we painted together. No matter how hard I try, I sort of can figure it out, but to see the little subtleties that some people seem to be, another word Richard hated, blessed with. Some people fall out of their crib knowing more about warm and cool colors than I do. And that was a recurring question. So, yep, I'd nail him again at some point with that one if he was still here.
Oh, Dick, bless you. Well, I think on behalf of everyone here, we're so grateful that you've just shared some beautiful stories there. Penelope's in pieces, I can see her, and we're all going to be there with her. Thank you, Dick. We know how much of a real friend Richard was to you, so we appreciate you sharing that.
Well, I mean, everybody that reads his book, it's you're gonna in some sense feel what I feel when I paint. I can't possibly paint without hearing his voice. it's going to be with me forever. If you're trying to work through a decision, his voice is in the back of your head. And it was, as Rosemary said, it was an honor to call this man a friend. He was just a prince.
Thank you, Dick. Is anybody?
We should get bracelets, Dick. What would Richard do? When we look at our paintings.
Can anybody now share a funny story, please? Quick. Come on, Penelope, you've got to have something. Let me move a couple of people around here a little bit. Dick, I'm going to take you, well, I'm going to keep you on. Joe, I'm going to move you back up. Andrea, if you're okay with it, I will move you back up and then just shout. If you want to move back on at any point, just shout me. Just so that I can see more people here. Okay. Penelope, I know that you already said hi earlier, but obviously, sorry, Peter, we're getting to you. Did you want a question to this group, or are you okay being around and then joining in here and there?
I could spend hours talking to these people. I feel it's like it's the one way I can get connection to Richard, someone having never met him, but I'll dip in and out. I've got something on the easel to keep me occupied. So I want to hear some more stories of Richard whilst I'm painting away in the background.
Well, I can help be a little bit of a connector here. Peter's a friend of mine from the UK, a fabulous painter. Peter Keegan, I know people are going to ask, and he's honestly a wonderful, wonderful painter, really inspired by Richard and Everett, I know, in equal measures in different days, which a lot of people will love to hear. I guess just to say that Peter's based over in the UK, so if any of you are wondering what sort of time zone he's on, it's 7:30 in the evening here. But Peter, my friend, Peter. There you go. So, Penelope, I know that you said hi earlier, but I'd love it if you could tell us about the barn. Tell us about you. Tell us about, tell us everything. I don't know where to start. You're just so special.
Oh, Simmy. Well, first, again, I just want to say I was crying earlier. It was pretty moving this morning to watch everybody talking and hear everybody and their experiences, even if they hadn't met Richard, just their experiences of his work, the works that he's left for you to read and videos and things like that. And I think the one thing that people keep talking about alla prima, and alla prima is, it is like paying for art school in what, $50, or now maybe it's $85, but it is the best investment you can possibly do. And Richard in that book is like he's talking to you directly. And I love that about how approachable, and that when I read it, and I used to sit when we would paint, and I would read it out loud chapter by chapter to the Putney painters, and it just feels, I think I'm looking forward to reading it again, because I feel like we do hear his voice so easily in that book, and it's like he's talking directly to you. And you can go, whatever you're working on, whatever your problem is, you can find that in the book and say, because there's a lot of things to think about when you're painting. So, but I think I'll say, like, behind me is the portrait of the captain. And, so we lost two very dear men in our little painting family here in the last 3 years. John was gone, and Richard, and it's difficult. It's very hard to have them both gone. And this morning, the chap, I can't remember his name, but the man in Switzerland that did a portrait of Richard and John together. It's from the Portrait of a Captain.
Yeah,
Adriano, that's right. When I saw that, that was about all I could take, and I had to get off of this for a little bit and take a break. But the Portrait of the Captain was I mean, the first time Richard painted me when he first bought the farm, and he and Nancy invited me over. They were in my mother's studio, and he put a mirror behind him and started painting my portrait. And he just started with my eyes and went out like this. And it was like looking through a fence at my own self. And I was told, I mean, he didn't do a drawing. He just started with my eyes. I've never seen a painter do that before. And he just knew what to do. I have the portrait here, I'll get it. But I was so, and he's chatting and asking me questions and pontificating on all kinds of philosophies while painting this exquisite piece. And it was my introduction to, this guy really does know how to paint and do everything. And then a few months later, he invited John to sit for him at the Manchester Center for the Arts. And he said, I'm going to have you I just want you to sit and do what he painted him a few times. And then when we he didn't prepare us at all. When we got there were like 400 people in the audience. And John, we both went, oh my God, this is huge. And there were cameras everywhere. And it was what became the Portrait of a Captain video. And he just got on the stage and did exactly what he did the first night that we gathered artists together to meet him. And he just held court. He's mesmerizing, and he's brilliant. And he painted this. And when we got to the car, John and I were just looking at him thinking, who are you? Like, how did you come into our lives like this? And he said, here, John, hold on to my painting while I get the car open. And he opens the back and he's putting all these things in. He shuts the back and John goes, oh, wait, you forgot the painting. And he said, oh, will you just keep holding it for me? and so there it is. And then we were also a little bit nervous to frame it because he had told us that the frame is equally as important as the painting. And somebody talked about framing earlier. I think Nancy did when she was showing his watercolor. The frame he did a whole workshop with us just on framing and how important it is to really find the right frame. And it might be expensive, but it will make your painting sing. So we were pretty nervous about, like, how do you frame a Schmid who's going to be coming into your house a lot, not ruin this painting. So I talked with him about it and he said, let me take it. And he said, I have a framer, and he put this beautiful frame on it. So can you guys see that? I don't know if you can see.
Yeah.
We can, but
we'd love to see it closer.
we'd like to see it
closer,
if that's okay with you.
Okay, I hope I don't drop it.
No, don't.
It's actually not as heavy as I always thought it was. So let's see here. So can you see the detail of the frame? It's, let me set it on here so I don't open. What can you see?
We can see the end frame now, sweetheart. Oh, we can see you. There you go.
Okay, so there's this kind of, I don't know what you would call it, but it's very bumpy and textured. Then there's Johnny, the captain. And I'll get.
I just in case we have people watching who don't know, John Adams is Penelope's husband. Vice versa, she's his wife. She is his wife. So when she talks about the captain, she's talking about our beloved John Adams, who was her husband in his past that we all love dearly and miss dearly.
Two things to say quick, Penelope. One is I'd have never known it was that big, and two, you have definitely put it back wonky. Yeah, that like so wonky that my neck would creak.
And then this is the first portrait that he did. I don't know if you can see that. It's a little bit.
Come on, a little.
Might be too much light on here, but and luckily he he gave me the same frame to match the captain's one. So we match, and I'm not embarrassed at all about having his portraits hanging with frames on them. So
Oh, absolutely.
anyway, yeah, we're so incredibly lucky. Richard and Nancy coming into our lives was just a phenomenal thing. And then to bring in all these people, you know, around the world, like the people that have come here and the people that we're seeing today, we're just.
Can I ask you, Penelope, you know, when the barn first was dreamed up by Richard and Nancy, did you have any idea at that point? Did you have any idea at that point of the amount of painters that they would have join them, or their intentions, or who Richard was, or anything like that?
No, I did not. You could not. I don't think any of us that have met him and been with him could even imagine the scope of. I don't, there was no, I think in the video that people will see tomorrow of the Putney painters, I explained a little bit, and it was that moment of going up the stairs when we could hear this beautiful music flowing out of the studio, the first day Putney painters painted together. And it was that moment that John and I both looked at each other and thought, wow, we just stepped into Narnia. Like, this is, we're in a whole different world now, and this is in our backyard. And so, no, I mean, and each time people, when I'm seeing people that we haven't seen for a long time, like Luis and Ellen Rose, and I mean, there's so many people that it amazes me all through this day of seeing people that we just haven't seen in so long, and each one, and I never feel like I get to know Rose because everything's so busy, but it's so nice to just see faces, and we've been very lucky. And
well, nice to see you too.
Hi, Luis. Remember the double rainbow?
Yes.
Double effing rainbow.
And Kathy's bottle of wine broken.
Yeah, we were talking.
Same day.
We mentioned that earlier when she ran over the bottle of wine and Louis ran out and went, "Murder!"
I backed up the car and went over a bottle of wine she was saving for later for dinner, and it was smashed.
And we have another story of an artist who, outside the studio, Dennis Sheehan, who has Dennis been here today at all? No. I don't know.
Not yet.
We often go around the corner to JD McClimate's pub to have a drink afterwards and just have dinner. And Dennis made this beautiful, beautiful landscape painting, and he set it on top of his car and drove away. And I was the last person. I was cleaning up the studio and locking it up. And I went out, I think I went down to the house, got my car, and was driving the same way that they had driven. And I saw this thing in the road, and I thought, oh, that kind of looks like a Michelin book. It's this long green thing. And then I started to get closer to it, and I went, it actually looks kind of like a canvas. And I stopped the car, and it was Dennis's beautiful portrait or landscape with a tire mark right across it. So I took it to the club and I said, does anyone know this famous artist, this painting right here? And Dennis said, oh my God, that forever. And you never know what you're going to find outside after painted over long. Stories are great.
I hope he framed it just as it was, tire mark and all.
But we've been so lucky. I mean, and to just have the visitors all the time. And I think that was the other thing is his generosity, and Nancy, I have to say, when I speak about Richard, I include Nancy because they're kind of like this entity together that creates
Yeah.
environment and an aura. And
Yeah.
you guys agree?
Yes.
Totally.
Yes.
Mhm.
But
Hi, Kristen. Hi, Louise. Hi, Clayton.
Hi, Kathy. Good to see you.
when people come in, they often say, you know, they're so scared and they're so nervous. And I've heard people say that, like, I was so scared to come in and paint and with this master painter. And he is so genuine and so relaxed. He just like brings you in. And even, I don't think Lori's here today, but Lori's one of our Putney painters. And Lori has no art background, no art school training. She came in green as green could be, and he met her and he said, I want her to paint with us. She's so excited about painting. And she was like, oh my God, I can't. And I was thinking, I mean, I've done art, but I would never paint with them. I was like, and Lori comes in with nothing, like she's just like a blank canvas. And then she started to paint and she was scared. And he said, you know what? I prefer to paint with somebody and teach them who's had no experience at all, because they have no bad habits to break and no like, and it was and she just was brought in and became, you know, just one of the family. And I love that about him, that there's no ego. There's just, if you love it, he brings you into his world. And
he recognizes the passion and the desire and also the good-heartedness of people like Lori.
Yeah,
I remember that when somebody asked me a long time ago, how do you become a Putney painter? How did you know? And I used to, Richard would seek people who had that passion and drive to learn, but also sense of humor. And I can't talk today anymore. and just never mind.
I was even concerned when you invite me to come along and paint with you there and meet Richard, but I've never felt so welcoming. It was just magical. And I learned so much in that few window that I had to be present there with you guys. It was just, I feel fortunate just to peep a little bit.
yeah, and I think the joy and it's like love. And I think today, you know, just hearing all these reflections, it is really hard not to get choked up. And I think today it's even more critical in America. I know not all of you are here, but our country is in such pain, and this beauty and what this man left us to make beauty in the world is so necessary right now. And the global, that we can all connect today in 24 hours and tomorrow, is just a miracle. And I feel like he did this at the right time in the world for all of us to be together. And I think his legacy of like sharing and just giving and giving and giving, you know, we used to do big events at Landmark College and demos and all these things, and he never charged a penny. He let me make money from doing it, but because I had to pay for things. But I kept saying, let me give you some money, and he'd say, absolutely not, I just want to give to these people. And I was just like, who would do that? You know, like just
I would love to share a story that kind of dovetails with that the Putney painters have already heard me relate, but maybe a year or two into painting with them, and I was painting, okay, this is how beginner I was, my first still life. And I was sitting there, and I had never pursued art because it felt kind of selfish. I felt like I, you know, had to do things to save the world. And someone there was saying, I watched Platoon last night. I just can't understand how people can treat another human that way. And Richard said, that's why we paint, to counter that. And I just started to cry. It was like someone gave me permission to pursue my passion for painting by saying, this is countering that. This is adding goodness to the world. And I lost my contact lens. I was wearing contacts and I was crying so hard, it fell out of my eye onto the floor. I never found it. And I think that was, you know, we're honoring Richard. And I just feel that that is the legacy that he passed on, is that adding beauty to the world, pursuing our love and our passion individually and collectively is making the world a better place. And that is what he's wanting to share even today with everyone who's watching, that he's wanting to spread, keep painting, keep making the world more beautiful, keep sharing that love and the love for each other.
503.
I wrote to John.
I see Rose prints, and it's such a long time I haven't seen Rose, and I love her, such an extraordinary artist. So this is great to be able to see you, Rose.
I wanted to say something, if I can. It sort of connects very much with it. I'm on, right? You guys can hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I wanted to say, when I was probably 20, 21 at the Palette and Chisel, I was also trying, hi, Kathy. I was also trying to figure out, you know, whether I should, like, I came down one time pretty frazzled to the Palette and Chisel because I'd seen a mother kind of beating her child, like a 3-year-old. And I was like, Richard, I need to help something to stop child abuse, or I needed to help something to stop, you know, to save the environment. And I was like, I don't know what to do. And he said to me, Rosie, you know, you're never going to write the best letter, okay, to save this problem or that. Just paint, all right? Just paint, and that will be your way to contribute to the world. And I remember just like, because you know, when you're young, you're trying to save the world, you know, you really want to try everything you can. And when he said that, it was exactly that license to actually do what I had a passion to do and a love for doing, and make that my avenue or my venue for actually trying to help make this world not better, but to actually help us see how great the world really is, like almost to help us discover what is really already here that we so often forget to see, so often forget to acknowledge, and like in not just in each other, but also in our environment and stuff. I mean, the fact that he was such a profound, I mean, to me, Richard's landscapes are beyond extraordinary. Like I've always, it's almost like if I have an altar that I always am still on in front of Richard, it's the altar of his landscape painting, because I just can't imagine how to paint the world any more beautiful than Richard painted it personally. I mean, the landscape, that part of it, is just like blows me away. So anyway, I hope that's okay. I said that, but that's.
Hey.
It sounds like, Rose, it sounds like we both got sort of the same like ticket to ride from Richard. And I believe that is so many people have spoken of his generosity, that was what he wanted to offer, with taking people on any level and saying, if this is your passion, if this is what your heart is telling you to do, do it. Do it.
And he,
on the other hand, Rose.
Yeah, go ahead.
On the other hand, maybe you should have stopped that woman from beating her kid up too, and then.
Well, I did interfere. Do you know what I'm saying? I did interfere. You know I would, Kathy. You know me, right? I'm like, but you know, but that's what tailspinned me, because I was walking into the palette totally riddled with emotion, unsure of where, where to put that, how much I should dedicate my life to it. Do you know what I'm saying? It was like,
Yeah, I see. I get.
do you see
Yeah.
that? Yeah.
Yes.
Of course, one isn't not the other, but it was like, I was thinking maybe I should rededicate more of my day to moving in that direction. And he just sort of reoriented me back. He didn't say, don't interfere. I mean, it was also on the train.
I get it, Rose. I was just joking.
Okay.
She got the same ticket to ride, Rose.
Yeah. And I was just gonna say, there's a painting Richard did of me that he gave me up behind me on the wall, and I didn't frame it though, Penelope, so now I'm embarrassed to mention it. But he did that. I don't know, must have been at the Palette and Chisel.
Rose, go get it for us.
Take it off the wall.
Well, yeah. It's it. Okay. He did it in 1993. I know where he did it. He did it in Colorado. Wait, is it still stuck with tape, Rose?
Listen, if Richard was gonna, shut that off, Chuck. They can see. Oh, he's putting a little light on it. Can you guys see it? Where is it? Oh, there we go. See it back there?
Over here.
Why do you can see the mess in the house?
Why is it still stuck with tape to your wall?
It's not stuck with tape. I stapled it to the wall. I don't know. So if Richard can paint it like that, I thought I could hang it like that, It's been up there for decades. So he did it in 1993 when Dan Gerhartz and Paul Mullally and I went out and visited him. So and we hung out with him. Nancy had taken some trip, and the three of us hung out and we painted some people together. He must have got me on stage and painted that painting that weekend or that week. I don't know if we were out there for a week or something. It was really fun.
What I find really astonishing is that hearing these stories of you, Penelope and Rose and Rosemary and so many, how close you were, the honor to know him and to call him a friend and to paint alongside. I find it really astonishing that as an artist that never had the fortune to meet him, that have only known him through this little book that we all know and love from cover to cover and never tired reading it, or watching some of the videos back, that it's astonishing that humanity, that sense of allowing you artists to be who you are and to speak with an authentic voice can translate through words on paper, as if to feel like I did know him. And I just think that's an astonishing thing that I feel, as so many people do around the world, feel like we have this connection despite the fact that we never knew him. And I think that just speaks volumes about not just his gifted ability, and I use the word gifted not in the sense that it was given, that it was this hard trained sort of craft of art that he had, but that sense of passing it on, and it is available to the world. And hearing Rose and what you said, Penelope saying that he would do things for free because he just felt that was his duty as an artist, but it transcended more than just being a painter and an artist. It was something more, and that how someone across the pond can feel that, having never met him through that book, I just think it's astonishing, and I think is a testament to why hundreds of people around the world are tuning in today to celebrate with each other and to celebrate his life.
Can I say something to that? I think it's a testament to his writing. I mean, we should acknowledge how great of a writer he was. I know that he, in the last 20 years, when all of you guys were hanging out with him at Putney, he definitely looked at every word and every way he was saying it, so it sounded and it felt authentic. It was like the voice that we all got to meet and know. But I know that he loved writing. I think he pursued it with the same sensitivity that he put in every brushstroke and every color choice that he made in his paintings. I mean, it is beautifully written, but because he took that skill and put it to the writing as well. And I remember another funny story. Simi asked for a funny story. I remember calling up Nancy one day, and Nancy's like, well, Richard has this painting going and he has the book going, but he's sewing curtains, Rose. He's sewing curtains. And I was like, Richard's sewing curtains? And I was like, oh, good, because that gives me license to make my own curtains, to crochet, to drywall, to all these other things. And I was just at their house a couple of weeks ago. And you go to the, and they're gonna, well, anyway, you go to their house and Richard has built, you know, everything has been built. He's a woodworker. It was just, you know, everything in his life was designed with the same finesse that you see in the book, that you read in the book, and the sensitivity in the of his words and his wisdom in the book, as well as in his paintings. It's just, he was like an everything. He was an everything man, and we're truly so lucky to get to be with him.
That's a Renaissance man, we call that, a man gifted at everything, a Renaissance man. And you're right, Rose. His ability to craft language, to describe art, which is such a visual thing, it's so difficult. I mean, how do you even write so many pages on edges? I mean, that's just, how on earth is that even possible to write, and to write with not just absolute clarity, but with such kind of poetry that is so accessible that the most sort of educated artist will get something, but someone who knows nothing about art can read a chapter on edges and it be so relatable. And that's what I tell all my students. They ask me, what book shall I get? And I said, if you get this one, if you don't understand any of it, then there's no hope for you. You know, it is all here. It has everything that you could possibly need to become an artist. And that relatability that, you know, like I'm sure loads of you, I've got bookcases full of books, and they all do a very good job of translating what's there, but nothing kind of, I think, really speaks to sort of an individual like the way Richard wrote, and how he relates, let's be honest, very complex, incredibly detailed nuances of painting, and how he can relate it to food or music or kissing or sex or a sunset or the most sort of fundamental things that we all know, I think is just magic and wonderful. So you're right. I think it's very easy to sort of skip over that he was a gifted artist, but he was a gifted communicator, both clearly by verbal, but also by text as well.
That's right. That's right. And
in a minute, guys. I was privileged to assist Richard with Alla Prima over 20 years ago, and I'm Kristen Teese, and I've been shy because I'm afraid I'm just going to bawl because I miss him so much. But having said that, he wrote a book in the 1970s, and to speak to your point about edges. And he was so upset with Watson and Guptill because he wrote all this wonderful knowledge and they didn't use any of it. They used like a paragraph on edges, and that really upset him. So that's one of the reasons he wanted to write Alla Prima. And so all the setbacks that he had, all the ignorant people that had no idea who he was back then in the 70s, it's just remarkable. I'm a writer, so you know, I'm in awe of all of you being painters, because I'm not a painter. But the last chapter of his book, when I worked with Richard in Colorado, he faxed me his book to read it, to go over it with him. And the last chapter of his book absolutely floored me, and after that, I was totally smitten. I mean, I didn't really know him. My late husband, Timothy, was an artist. So he was the one that really was he knew who Richard was, and he introduced us, etc. But the last chapter of his book, if you ever get upset or you ever get discouraged, just read that last chapter, because that's what he was really getting at. He was giving us all a doorway, all a key to enter this beautiful realm of creativity. And if, you know, he said something simple like art has the ability to do good, but what it really does is when we all go into that state of pure creativity. It's a state of pure bliss. Can you imagine if all of us were in a state of pure bliss all the time, which we are when we're painting or writing, you know, you lose track of time. There would be peace on earth, because you'd be in a bad mood. You'd be all blissed out. And that's, you know, he'd say, it should be fun. You know, it's joyful, because it was so easy for him to, like, I call it, sink into that realm of pure creativity. So I don't know, I just love the guy. I was so privileged to work with he and Nancy, and I can't even tell you, Joe and Simi, wherever you are, I can't see you now, but thank you so much, because Nancy had this incredible vision. You know, she's a visionary, and I never expected this to happen, you know, because I had no idea how to do this. I know how to write, but I don't know how to do Zoom around the world, and they put it together. And I'm so grateful, Simi and Joe and your mom, for helping her, because she's like my little sister, you know, and to have her vision become a reality, and to share this knowledge and this joy with artists around the world. Richard would be thrilled. And I know he'd be so proud of all of you to share his knowledge and to keep this knowledge alive. And that's the whole idea of it, just to keep going. So thank you, all of you, for being a part of it. And anyway, just wanted to chime in.
Kristen, can I just tell you where we were when you couldn't find us?
Was it in that really lovely bathroom with the wallpaper on the ceiling?
No, Mom has brought us a cheese board, because
sorry.
We've been on now for 14, in fact, in 2 minutes and 1 second's time, please celebrate 15 hours with us right now. And we're just having random snacks that are easy to eat. So the minute you said, where's Sim and Joe? Joe's got 3 grapes in, and I'm halfway through a piece of cheese.
Simi, while you're eating, I'll tell a funny Richard story.
What I was just going to say real quick is, usually on the hour we do housekeeping. I'll let you guys carry on for a little longer, and then we'll do it again. It's just for the newcomers. We've got 440 odd people here, so I just want them to know different things. But then what I would like us to do is start gearing up to welcoming some of the people that are painting that have been there right now. Some of them for a lot of the day, that I know Nancy would want us to bring them in and see what they're doing, and I can pass them around you all, which would be lovely. But for example, we could start on Peter, who's our first victim, because he's already on the screen.
I'll quickly finish. You tell a nice story, Rosemary. I'll quickly finish this up.
Okay, you were asking for funny stories, and then you
definitely.
So we are down at the Met with Richard and Nancy, and Rose, I don't know if that was the time we were there with you. Anyway, there were about 5 of us in the cafeteria at the Met, and we had spent the morning looking at paintings and discussing them and the techniques and such, and then we're sitting down having lunch together, and Richard, to illustrate his point that he was trying to make, and we weren't quite getting it, about values and color, and I can't remember, he started taking pieces of food off of everyone's plate, and he painted a picture with pieces of food on a white plate to demonstrate the techniques he was trying to talk to us about. And somewhere I have a photo of that plate, and it was a demo on how to do portraits, and it was absolutely fabulous. I think the eyebrows, the underneath, the warm under the eyebrows was made with pieces of red pepper. It was wonderful. And it was just one of those moments of just pure delight with Richard.
Thanks, Rosemary. Just before we go on to reading out the next, like the house rules kind of thing, I just wanted to ask Peter a question, because obviously we're surrounded right now, Peter, by people that have studied with Richard, painted with Richard, been friends with him. So as a guy from the UK who's never had the chance to see him, how did you first hear about Richard? What was it that first got you into him? And I think that'd be a quite interesting story for everyone in America to hear as well.
Yeah, do you know, I've been really desperate asking myself that same question. You know, when something is so seismic, when you realise, you know, in hindsight, there's something so great. When did you first sort of stumble across it? And I think it's wonderful that I think a few people have said that. I think it was you, Rosemary. I think that you didn't realise who he was until ages afterwards, you know, because he had this one effect, but he was so humble. And I felt that was sort of the way I discovered him. There was no sort of fanfare and utter discovery. It was just seeing his work through the power of online. And I started to hear whispers about this book, you know, this book that has all this wonderful information from other renowned artists. And then through a quick kind of, I really like these 2-3 paintings. I love the touch, the looseness, the sketchiness, the way he drew with paint. And that's something that I really adore in painting. I spotted these paintings and went, oh, hang on, this is a Richard Schmid. Oh, this is the guy. So, you know, you start going down a rabbit hole, you start looking, you know, wonders of the internet, finding out who this person is. And then you realize there's videos out there and there's this book out there. And you find out this amazing group of painters called the Putney painters, who you just think they're on Mount Olympus somewhere painting together, that you think, I'm never going to be able to get there, because that's what you guys are. That's what we think of all of you. You're just you're untouchables to be able to reach. So it was sort of through this osmosis of he was just clearly kind of known. And in the UK, the kind of the realm of figurative representational painting certainly doesn't have anywhere near the amount of weight and respect as it certainly does in the US. So, you know, I was in many ways sort of really gutted that I'm not in that kind of a much bigger kind of community. But through discovering his work, and then you start meeting people and finding people who knew him or know him on a personal level or was taught by him, and Simi and Rosemary were that my first kind of direct connection to that. And then when you realise, you know, who he is and the work, you start speaking to other artists, and they're like, "Oh yeah, you've not known him? We've known him for years." And I was sort of, "Well, I didn't know him." I sort of go for him automatically. And then you kind of realize that those that do, there's this sort of club, you know, there is this sort of unspoken kind of club that those people that have read the book or have met him or haven't. And then just a few seconds, you instantly kind of feel like you're a family, feel like you're connected by this sort of this thing that unites you, which I think art is particularly powerful for that kind of united family, of a kind of a common camaraderie and a common ground. So it was sort of, kind of came to him through osmosis, and very thankful that I do know him through his work, at least.
I want to just add to that and say, coming from the UK and spending my life in the UK, though at times I feel like I'm in the States more, but I do live here. And through obviously COVID and whatnot, I am here all the time. I do completely understand what you're saying about it being top heavy to the States. And a lot of my friends over here, like yourself, that's why I'm the first to say, let's get Peter on. You guys should know Peter's work. He should be a household name to you guys like he is to us. But I understand that. And that's something I think that I'm going to blow our own trumpets here. But Mum and I have always tried to be that bridge wherever we can, whether that's with other companies or other artists, to make the world smaller. And I honestly have to say, it's people like Richard that lead at the top that we then go, if Richard does it, we should do it. And we all, come together like that. And the world is a small place. We've seen that today, even though we've had, probably up to 20 countries at any one time online. But I just wanted to say, I was actually, I interviewed Tina on Artist Spotlight podcast that I do. Not a podcast, never will do a podcast. You do podcast, Peter, though, and I love them. And Tina was just saying about the difference between the UK and the rest of the world and the US, and questioning me, what's the deal? And I just said, well, we should do like a portrait society of Europe. And then she went, great idea. And I went, oh God, now I've just signed myself up for that.
You've done it again, Simi. You've had a really good idea that you're going to have to see through now, but we're all with you. We'll support you 100%.
You know what I think though? Can you imagine if we did do something and we had something with Richard there, which I know he would have endorsed entirely, you know, obviously to talk to Nancy about, but where we get 15 or 20 American painters and we get 15 or 20 UK/European painters and pull it over here, because we have just as many fields here as they do in Philadelphia. For the, you know, so why wouldn't it be here? But it's about connections, and it's about making the world a smaller place. And once you've got the book, which you might have if you have Alla Prima, for example, it is a ticket to knowing that people are like-minded. There's lots of us around, and you know, things like this. I'm hoping my dream for this with Nancy and Joe was to make people see how much we love Richard and how common. My mum always jokes about that, but how common and normal we all are, because we don't get to talk like this on a day-to-day basis, you know. So that was my little
just so you all know, the last time that Simi had a great idea that we had to follow up with was this.
And a flipping great idea it was too. Well,
and we're all here, and we've got 9 hours to go, people. So what we're going to do is I'm going to pass it over to Joe to unfortunately just read out some quick house rules for anybody who's just joined us. We've now got, you know, 450 odd people online, and then what I'd like to do is start welcoming people who are painting or want to share different stories, and we'll pull people in around the rooms. So Joe, I'm going to pass over to you for just a sec.
Okay, thank you. That's not what I want. Okay, so welcome everybody. If you've just joined us in the last hour or so to celebrating Richard Schmid 24-hour Paint-A-Thon. You're joining us live from all over the world. So far, the list keeps on growing, but we've read it out a few times now. But if you're new, we've had people from India, Nairobi, Dubai, Ireland, Iceland, Singapore, Melbourne, Sydney, North Wales, Hawaii, New Zealand, Tehran, Switzerland. I mean, the list just keeps getting bigger. Brazil, Argentina, Florida, Connecticut, Russia. It's been amazing. And we currently have about 425 people live right now with us. It is live. If there's any sort of slight hiccups or anything, which touch wood, nothing's happened yet, but we just ask you to bear with us, and we just ask for a bit of a good humor. It is live, and we're doing our best. There's a lot of clicking that goes on behind the scenes, so sometimes some things might go wrong and somebody might suddenly appear big on your screen, but just bear with us. Just so everyone's aware, this event is actually being recorded. We have had it, Nancy wanted it to be recorded so that we can basically put it on richardschmidart.com afterwards, so that everyone can view it. A lot of people said that they couldn't make this event, they were away for the weekend, or they can only catch part of it. And because this is 24 hours, obviously we started 5 a.m. our time, people have been to bed, you might have missed some people that you wanted to see. So this will be going online, richardschmidart.com, as soon as we possibly can. We've given ourselves to the end of October to get it on there, but it might be on there sooner than that. We are encouraging people to take in a picture of their work. Whatever you're working on, whatever you're painting, please take an image of what you're painting and email it to info@richardschmidart.com. You can send a little message. We've had a lot come in already. We've had messages come in about people, how much they've enjoyed it, why they've painted what they've painted, little things like that. It's all going to go to Nancy. She's going to archive everything so that she can just look back over it as and when she wants to remember this whole weekend. And you can also send over any stories if you want on there as well. Nancy would like to hear. If you've not had the chance to maybe say it on here, please feel free to write it to info@richardschmidart.com. For those of you that have just joined, the main thing for you to know is that everybody is muted. If you have a story to share with us, please either write it in the chat below. There's also a Q&A for certain parts of the group, and also some people have got no audio and no video. That's nothing personal. Basically, it's just the limitations of Zoom. we're kind of pulling people over as much as we can. We're only allowed a certain amount of people live with video at any one point. So if we ask you to be a panelist at any point, don't worry, don't panic. I know a lot of people have. It's just so that we can see your camera, basically. And what we're going to do, obviously, after this part is we're going to start to go in to the studios. We want to see what you're painting. We want to see what you're working on. Maybe you can tell us how Richard's influenced you, or if you've met him, or any sort of stories like that. But we want to see you as much as possible. So if you do want to be seen, please click raise a hand at the bottom. You see an icon with a hand, raise hand. Please raise it. You'll go to the top of our list, and we'll start to talk to you, and we'll start to include you in the event. Changing your name. Some of you have come in called artist. Apologies for that. That's kind of like a default setting. If you go to your window at the top, there's 3 dots you'll see in the top right hand corner. If you click that, you'll have a drop down that says rename. Please feel free to name yourself. Tell us all who you are so that we know that we can say your name and call you into the group, and you're not going to get shocked by being called artist. We recommend that everyone watches today's event on speaker view. If you give your mouse a bit of a wiggle, top right hand corner there's a button that says view. You click on view, you get a drop down, and basically you want it to click on speaker view. Speaker view basically means that right now I am the biggest thing on your screen. You will then see what we show you. We'll pull in certain people. You'll have whatever we have on our screens, and you can see it. If you want to see what other people are painting, click gallery view. You can go through the gallery at the top of your screens, and you can drop it on people's studios. You can look at people painting, and so on. And if you're on your iPhone and iPad, I believe it's in the top left-hand corner, just for you all to know. The same for Apple and Android, top left, and you want speaker view again, or it might actually be called active speaker view, just to mix up a bit. So that is the basic house rules, which means that we can start pulling into people. We've got a few people with their hands raised, so we're going to start pulling in people. Yeah. Got Bill Sice. Do you want to sit in the seat? You sit there. Bear with us.
Bear with us. Okay, let's have a look then. So yes, we've got Bill. Bill, are you there?
Simi?
I'm here. How are
Hi,
you doing?
Real well. Thank you so much, Simi. I just want to make a comment to add on to what so many of you are saying. I'm kind of one of those outside looking in guys in terms of the Putney Painters group. I would have loved to have been part of it. You guys have done so many wonderful things and had so many wonderful experiences, you know, based on the stories we have here and the stories that I've heard prior to this day. But one of the things that Richard has done, there are two ways he's affecting people beyond this group of people. This generosity of knowledge and skill and teaching, but also the generosity of spirit. You know, you have all talked about the generosity of spirit, and it carries on. I've had a chance to paint and communicate with a number of you guys, a number of the panelists that are here, and a number of the painters that'll be painting tomorrow. And I've painted with some quite a few times. And that generosity of spirit really carries on to the groups and the people who have been associated with Richard. And for instance, let me just get back to Simi. We were down in Arizona 2 years ago, whatever it is. Maybe it's been 50 years ago through this pandemic. But anyway, we had a group of people around a fire. I think it was the Oil Painters of America, probably. But Simi, as we were just having a chat around the fire and having fun, she was able to go around with the group and some people she had just met and just gotten to know, and she was able to pick out and understand their strengths and their outstanding qualities, and she was able to share that with the group. And I think that is the kind of thing that was probably fed and probably nourished by Richard and what he's done with you and your mom. I know we've talked about some of the stories that you guys have had together, but it leads to it. it's basically a pebble in a pond, and it really reaches out to a lot of other people. And as much as I would have, I did meet Richard. I won an award years ago, and he had some nice things to say, but I never got to really paint with him, and never got to really spend the time that so many of you have. But still, despite that, I'm able to glean a lot of knowledge and a lot of spirit from what you guys are doing, what Simi is doing here, and what the panelists will be doing today and tomorrow. And I just wanted to add that to the mix, to the conversation.
Bill, it's so good to hear from you. I haven't seen you for ages, and you know, I'm so glad that you could join us. I can add a little bit there and say that you learn from the best, and I think Richard was such a pioneer for involving everybody, no matter how good or bad you were. Dick said earlier that the Putney painters are often seen as this prestige group of painters, and it may have been Rosemary Ladd, correct me if I'm wrong, but she said, you know, she said, I'm making it clear that we weren't all at the top, at this top level, and Richard wasn't elitist like that, that he would bring people at any level through and up. And I feel like I know that Mum and I try and do it, that it doesn't matter how good you are when you come to the booth. We just want to have a great time, and you know, and be around people that have got the same here, you know, and the same heart. That's actually what's more important than what your hand can do. Not everybody wakes up and is Daniel Keyes, right?
Right. And one thing I will say too, Richard was able to convey that sense of spirit because he had such a wealth of knowledge, such a wealth of ability. And I've met some fairly wealthy people and some really wealthy people. And the people who are really wealthy don't need to talk about it. They don't need to prove themselves. They just go on being who they really are. And I think that's what we're seeing Richard has done. And he's really infected a lot of people with that same kind of an attitude. And it's wonderful to see, and it's wonderful to be part of, even if I'm just on the periphery, but I'm certainly absorbing it. And I'm sure there's a lot of other people who are in their studios now who are, or maybe just out viewing nature. We're learning at all times, but it certainly, it adds and enriches all of our lives. And I thank you guys and everyone involved for doing what you're doing.
We're doing it for Richard, and we appreciate it. Honestly, Bill, you know, when you know the man and the soul, it would it's only right, it's only fitting, and it was the perfect tribute. I knew 24 hours wasn't going to be too much. Nancy was so worried for so long, thinking we should have just cut it down to 12, and then she rang us last night. We were in bed, and she goes, I've been thinking, I think 12 hours is too much. Why don't you stop putting a sign up every 15 minutes? We've gone for a break. I'm like, Nancy, don't worry. We have so much to talk about. And I know someone said it earlier. I don't know many people you could talk about for 24 hours and not get bored. And we have been dropped in by so many people. And people that didn't meet him are kicking themselves that they wish they did, and the people that did know him are sharing everything that they can to ensure that the people that didn't know him feel like they did, you know, and that's what this is all about.
And it is a tribute to someone who, you know, when we're in the moment, it's hard to understand what moment we're in. And so many of the people who began in the Putney Painters and came to the realization over years what they were a part of. I think we're part of his lifetime, and there's been some other great painters that have been around, and we've lost those recently. And I've had the good fortune to be able to work with a lot of those people too. And so there, in terms of knowledge and in terms of ability, we have been given so much in just recent years. You know, when I started, I would actually wasn't an artist for many. I started out as a little kid as an artist because I always painted, I always drew, and it was always like what I could do, but I always wanted to prove I could do something else, you know. And it was that time when art was really frowned upon, and well, not frowned upon, but it just didn't have the integrity, and it didn't have the chutzpah that it has now. And so I was in a different area, but we've been blessed lately, and with so many ateliers and so many schools and so many really serious artists doing outstanding work. We're getting great quality instruction. We're learning so much, and with the internet, that's just it's blowing up really in terms of the access to knowledge and understanding. But key for Richard, one of the real keys is his spirit, and I wanted to just add that to the conversation and put my 2 cents in.
I appreciate it. I know everybody will here. I want to add one thing why I think none of us can quite put our finger on it why Richard was Richard, other than his paintings. But there's more to that than just the paintings. It's the person, right? And I think for me, one of the biggest reasons why I loved Richard was because he was so authentic. There was no BS. You know, it's simple as that. He didn't take fools lightly, but he also was so true. And he could see through it. If someone was trying to commercialize something for a wrong reason, or was a fake or a fraud, he would call it out, you know. And it's refreshing, and I think that's probably why a lot of us, you know, can take that deep breath, because we know that Richard was a true man, a true gentleman.
And to that point, I think that came out when, you know, I've got his landscape book, I've got it alla prima, and it comes out in the writing. He just had a clarity that the writing becomes so clear to so many of us, and we're able to take it in and understand, you know, as we get real quickly, as we go through levels of understanding as an artist, you know, you can understand basic things, and then you get deeper and deeper, and there are some things that you can't grasp. And some artists who are teaching, who are writing a book, they put it in a way where it's very difficult to grasp. But Richard put it in such a clear way that no matter what level you were at, you were able to grasp what he was able to say, because he had that clarity. And I'm sure he wouldn't suffer fools lightly, because he had the clarity, his personal clarity, that would say, well, no, wait a minute, I'm not going to deal with you on this level. But he wouldn't treat it that way. He would treat it in a positive manner. And I just think that's an important point, and something that you guys, I know, will be carrying on over the next 627 hours that you will be doing this broadcast.
Bill, I'm so glad that you came on. It's a pleasure to see you. I can't wait to see you next. I'm trying to think now when it would be. OPA, back end of August, do you think?
Whenever it is, yeah, in Steamboat, but maybe before that too, we'll see. But I'd love to come over there and see your beautiful country. We actually have been watching All Creatures Great and Small, and I'm sure it's pretty close to home.
That is filmed 10 minutes away.
Yeah.
We understand, and it's part of the reason we love the show so much. But you know, his spirit, that veterinarian spirit, you know, not to get off topic, just wonderful. We love that, and Kristen loves it too. So you say hi to your mom and enjoy the rest of the time. I'll let you guys go, and appreciate it.
Stick with us, drop back in whenever you want. Are you going to do some painting?
I'm doing some painting now. I've got it's funny, I was up on Washington Island, did landscape, a very rustic, rich landscape, and then now I'm painting some underwater fish and just making them up. But it's hard to see. But anyway, I'm in the background painting, but I'm listening, and I like to do that in the studio.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you guys so much.
Drop back in on us in a little while. We've still got 9 hours, so we're not rushing off anywhere.
Already great. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, and keep up the great work. And hello to everyone. I've got a lot of friends I've seen on screen today, and hopefully I'll get to meet more of you in the future too. Okay, bye-bye.
Thanks, Bill. Okay, Peter, I'm going to skip you just for a second. SP West. I've asked to unmute you. You've got to just click your unmute button.
There we go.
There you go. Hi.
Hi, Simi. My dog's going to bark, so I'm going to let her out.
Yeah, good idea. Max does the same.
I have 3 of them, and this one, whenever I'm on Zoom, has to be a part of it. The reason I wanted to speak today, and this is to Nancy and to all the artists who have followed Richard over the years. I am one of those people who is not even on the periphery I'm out there with the great unwashed. We paint because we have to. I actually did not paint for years and years and years and years. I sold my firm 7 years ago with the sole idea that I was going to paint. I had no idea where to start, what to do, how to go about it, but I did not care. I knew this is absolutely what I needed to do. But there was no one around me that painted. I had spent my life, every time I traveled, the first thing I did was go to the nearest museum. I spent my traveling years, which were a lot, in seeing and experiencing every bit of art I possibly could. But I knew that I was not one of those people. I was not an artist. I was not a sculptor. I was not that. But there was a part of me that said, even though you're not, I've got to do this at some point. And there comes a point in your life, and I think from what I've read in Alla Prima too, that Richard Schmid would agree with me about this, that you abandon everything that anybody else thinks and you go and do what is truly you, what is truly you, even if you don't know how to go about it. So to put this in perspective, there was a young woman on earlier who talked about that she started so late in trying to become an artist. Well, my birthday is the same as Richard's. It's October the 5th. Next Tuesday, I turn 70, and I've just begun. I don't have years and years and years of classical training. I don't have years of drawing. I never picked up a pencil. I never did this, but somehow there was something there. So the way that I came to it is, well, how do I start? I didn't even know where to start. I bought some paint and left it in the tubes for about 6 months because I didn't even know what to do with the paint. And someone mentioned to me that there was a book called Alla Prima, which was out of print. But if I could get my hands on it, that this would be the book that could help me start. Well, Alla Prima 2 came out. I think I was the first person to buy it because I needed to read it. I had to read this book. And lo and behold, there was a plan in there for me. And I know from Richard's speaking through his words in that book, he was conversational. He was approachable. He was there to talk to me. I don't care who else read the book, but he was talking to me at that point. And in there, it showed all these different ways to approach a painting. That how you started, you could start this way. You could start by wiping out, doing it tonally. You could start with a detail and move out from there. And what Richard may have known is that this is how artists think. We don't do things the same way all the time. We can't. We might want to. I wish there was a formula that I could follow every time that I approach a painting, but there's not, because my brain does not work that way. My brain is working on something else. So here was this book that had not only the beginning of the answers, that all the questions that I have, but there was a plan in there that I could follow. And one of the things I think is very, very, very important is to look at the lineage of every artist. And I'm going to use the title artist with me, not on the level that all of you are, all of you wonderful painters out there, but the level at what I am, where it's a part of my everyday experience. This is what I do. This is who I am. If somebody sees a painting and they like it, fine, they can have it. I don't paint for anyone other than for me to be able to show how I experience the world. And that was the other thing that Alla Prima too showed me, is that it's the experience, it's the feeling, it's not the object, it's not the thing. It's what your reaction is to this glorious beauty that is presented to you every moment of every day if you just open your eyes and look. So it's important for me to let Nancy and the person who worked with Richard on the book, to let them know, you touched really great artists that are out there, but you need to know that you touched the artist like me. And there are a lot more of me out there than there are great artists. We are the ones who paint because we have to, we want to, we do it. No one's going to make us rich. No one's going to give us ribbons because we don't even think to enter anything. But this is who Richard spoke to on a very, very deep level. So I think it's extremely important to understand that his approachability, and it wasn't just his clarity, because the clarity is super, super important so that we'll understand it, but it was the conversational, it was the approachability, it was be able to take one little thing at a time to help draw you through to everything else. So even though I never met him, I feel like I know him because I read his words. I read the things that it was so important for him to get across to everyone else, to other artists, to people who want to be artists, to people who can never be an artist but still want to think about being an artist, that the lineage is from Richard's teachers and mentors through Richard to me and to whoever I might touch in some little way. So there are legions of us, and I hope I'm speaking for all of them to say thank you. I do feel a special connection because my birthday is the same day, and that I will, unbeknownst to anyone, every year on my birthday, for as long as I live, will also raise a glass to Richard saying thank you so very, very much. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to be able to tell all of you my own little tiny story and my own connection to Richard.
Okay, I've got a couple of questions and I've got to ask them. One, consider writing a book because we'll all buy it. Because you said that so beautifully, everybody is with you. Two, the person that you just described is the person that Mum and I look after day in, day out for a job. And it's actually our life, you know, and I guarantee it's also the people that the Peters that we've just spoken to from England and from the barn. They're also working with people like what you've just described. You're not the small number, you're the large mass. And I know that Richard, you couldn't have said that more beautifully, SP. I honestly have to say it was just perfect, and you absolutely have something in connection because of your birthday. Nancy is with us.
Oh, Nancy, kisses to you. I can't hear her.
Oh my gosh, that's not a little story, it's so big.
Oh,
I mean, my gosh, that's what this is about. I mean, it's just so neat, every one of you. You know, I didn't want to go to his birthday. I don't know if you were on when I explained it before, of a closure. It's like a new beginning, that he's more alive. You said it so good. Nobody, I mean, I think all of us hear that. He's so, Joanne Manju said that too, who knows it. That's just like him in that book. And just, not only did you get that, but you got the teaching. You know, you explained it to us all. It's like, man, I'm gonna go back and read it so I can get some more, which does help. But the other thing is Kathy Anderson, I wish she was on here. When did she start? I know she did murals, but she started this, how old was she? We're not gonna say how old she was, but for you to do it and look at the joy. And Richard, it's the happy learner. I mean, what you just gave us, I mean, everyone, all the chats are just like, you said it so well. It's just, I mean, that's what this is about. Doesn't everybody agree? I can't wait to hear what every one of us, it's like, oh yeah, what I was saying was, it's like his paintings and books and DVDs will go on. We'll make sure that, but all these stories would be gone. Poof. And that's why when we're gone, the story, I'm going to make sure the stories are archived. This is just, you haven't even met him, and it's like you're his old friend. All of us. It's just, what do you think, Sammy? You guys do.
I also want to say, SP, I have to tell you, your studio setup looks so damn professional.
Yeah, I was going to say that too.
The whole time you were saying it,
I want to see that painting.
Look at the painting, look at the easel, look at the I don't even know, this shows how professional I am, SP. I don't even know what that guy is called in the corner with the chiseled face going on that you have.
Oh, yeah, that is a blockhead.
Well, there you go. I mean, you are not just little you.
This blockhead, when I bought him, I put him up and said, because I read that artists need to have a blockhead. I was afraid of him. I didn't know what to do with him. And now I walk around with him all day long going, I need this angle, I need that angle. I live in this world that nobody else is in except my 3 dogs that are over here. But I love having the connection. And Nancy, I will tell you, I have not even brushed my hair, put on any makeup, done anything. I just got up and came into the studio and I thought, I can't say anything because I just look so horrible. But then I thought, I don't care. It doesn't matter. And for you to come on and say that it meant something to you,
my God.
Make my year. Absolutely.
You're very beautiful. I could paint you. Is Kristen still on? Because you mentioned Kristen, the other person who worked on the book. Is she still here? She'll be crying too.
Oh, tell her thank you so much.
Oh.
And you guys, this has been wonderful. I'm going to stay on as long as I can so I can see everybody. Hi, Kristen. How are you? And I'll be here all day tomorrow because I wouldn't miss it. And I've been painting all morning because I knew that you said we needed to be painting. So I've been painting all morning. I'm going to paint all afternoon and all day tomorrow. And whatever I end up doing, I will post it. I don't care whether it's good, bad, or ugly. I'm just going to do the best I can and post it.
SP, can I say one thing?
Call me Sherry. My name's Sherry.
Sherry, okay. Sherry, listen, from everybody in here, we're going to do a 3 cheers to you thinking that you're normal. Now you're with us, you're not. You're part of our crew, okay? So on 3, everybody. On 3, a cheers for Sherry. 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
I love you all very much.
Mean, how great that as we grow older, we get something fun to do like this.
Oh my God, yes.
Yeah. Thank you forever, Sherry.
Thank you. Thank all of you. And thank you for letting me be a part of today and for celebrating Richard.
Yeah, yes, every one of you. I mean, all your stories, every single one has been great. But that kind of was, whoa, that was,
yeah. Sherry,
and your paintings are beautiful.
And Sherry, just take a look in the chat when you've got a chance, because you'll see everybody's response to what you've just said. You basically just lit up the chat board is what you've done. It's just gone crazy.
I'm telling you, you need to write a book and we'll all buy that one too.
I know, yes.
Okay, now do you want to stay on? You want to stay on with us now?
Who's next? Yes, who's next? I'm waiting for my model because I'm going to paint tonight with everybody.
Okay, so Nance, I'm going to do an introduction. So this is my friend Peter, he's a great painter in the UK, Peter Keegan, and Peter Nancy Peter. Go.
Wow, what an honor. Look, it's a pleasure to meet you, Nancy, and it's very humbling being, you know, painting with such a wonderful, huge community all over the world. And, you know, although I'm all the way across the pond, all the way over here in England, not a million miles away comparative to where Simi is now, it feels like we're all in the same room, in the same studio, kind of painting with one same heart for, you know, one same spirit. And it's incredibly moving and emotional. And for someone who never met Richard, as I was saying earlier, that I feel like I do in some way know him through the beautiful words that have come through his books, and his humanity and his cheeky humor, which I love through his videos, and you know, I find it all enormously inspiring, not just as a painter, but as a teacher, and just trying to be a better person and a better artist in the world. So, you know, on behalf of all us painters who can't be there with you, thank you very much for all you do, because we know that, you know, it takes a great woman to support a great man, and we know what a great woman you are.
Oh my gosh. Well, now it's like, it's just so neat. It's like we have this whole community. We had no idea what was going to happen. I mean, Semi and Joe, and, you know, all these people who love him, so many people behind the scenes, and every single one of all of you. I mean, it's just amazing, and will go on forever. You know, this just verifies it, that he lives in us and in his books, and he always wants us to do our own painting from our heart. But we're now together and moving forward, and just like he would do, he kind of taught us, you think of something, and this was just a vision. You get a vision and you go for it, and then you go a little into it and you go, oh my gosh, this is impossible, don't tell anybody, you know. and then look at what happens. And that's the way he did. I mean, the book, Kristen helped him with the book. No one would publish Alla Prima. No, does everyone know the story? No one published Alla Prima. Kristen did these great things of putting it out to all the big publishers. And it was Kristen who said, hey, let's self-publish. So he was the first one to do that. And then all the other artists, now we can do that. You know, it was just, there's that whole story, which Kristen and I will tell sometime in the future. And just this whole event is so meaningful for all of us, and especially, you know, and like Cheryl, was that her name? Cheryl. This joy we have spreads out into the world, and the paintings go out, and it's the most powerful thing in the world, I think. And then when you take his way of being kind and generous and fun and all these stories, which we now will have, people will know 100 years from now to have that whole combination. And the no competition, be the best you can, but that it will be different from everybody, and there's room for all of us, you know. So thank you, Peter. That was beautiful, and your painting's gorgeous.
Thank you.
Thank you, and we will carry on some more, you know, for sure. So, yeah.
Nancy, can I ask a question? That there's been hundreds and hundreds of people that are participating today, and there's still tomorrow to go. I mean, we've got to pace ourselves. There's still a lot more up to get through, and I know there's going to be so many more wonderful words spoken. And Simi, what we've hit over 20 countries easily. Do you think, did Richard know about this legacy, this impact he's had on so many people that of course he knew, but those that, like me, he didn't know? Was he aware of of just how important that his teaching and his spirit was, because I hope he did in some way.
That's a great question. He knew how important it was. It took him 10 years to write that book, Alla Prima. He knew it was so important, and he said he knew probably the artists beforehand, he wishes they would have written it down too. He knew it was important, and he hoped it was his mission to get this out to anybody who wanted it and needed it. And especially the other things that came with it, you know, I know competition, all those things. It was his mission and his hope. He is smiling so much today. I can just tell that it's reached all over the world. We knew, you know, it was published in 1998, and we're in our, 23rd year, and our 18th printing, that it kept going out there. But and he would get the gist of it, like Iran was on this morning. He couldn't believe they got his book, and in Brazil, and you know, those things were so touching. We were like, oh my God, we're reaching the world. But he would, he would have been so happy for this. This is what he wanted. It was his mission, and he, you know, it seems like he would, just like a painting, he would visualize it. This he visualized, and here it is before his birthday. So thank you, every single person. And we get to spread it in our own way, you know, like each of you are doing. It's just so beautiful to see your paintings and your beautiful souls. I mean, we keep saying, man, these people are so great. Yeah, all of you, just these wonderful people who want to share their stories and paint with us in the honor of Richard. So thank you. Okay, thank you, Peter. So great to meet you. We will, friends forever, everybody. Gotta pick this up, I dropped something. Oops.
That's okay. Right, here we go. The one and only sweet Joni. One sec, Joni, I'm gonna have to ask you to start your video. Nancy, you remember Joni from Scotland?
Yes, I do. I am so glad she's here.
Well, guess what? She was naughty and she was up with us really late last night. And I
know
everybody that she shouldn't have been.
She was, oh, I'm so glad.
Yeah, we've had all sorts of people dip in the middle of the night and say, don't bring me on in case we wake up the house. Joni, if you start the video, or
maybe she's sleeping.
Hang on, wait a second. Joni, I need to ask you to unmute so that we can hear you. Okay, I'm going to leave Joni for a little while. We'll go to the next one. We'll come back to Joni. Okay, Alex Kelly, we are with you.
Oh,
Alex, are you with us? Alex.
We saw your hand.
Alex, are you with us?
If you can unmute yourself. There you go. There you are.
There we go.
Oh, hello. Yeah, sorry about that. Bit of a technical hitch. Let me just move the camera. I don't know if you can see me. Hello.
Yes. Hello, Alex.
Alex,
oh, hi.
You're because I can detect an English accent. We just need to know where you're from.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just down the road from you, actually. I'm in Birmingham.
Yay!
So I can't hear you very well. I'm just going to increase the volume.
That's our speakers, I think. Everybody just needs to turn us up a little bit. We are sat quite far away.
So, yeah, oh yeah, so great. I just wanted to say what the influence that Richard had on me. So about 10 years ago, I wasn't painting at all, really. I went to art college, you know, and it was pretty, well, nothing like what I'm doing now. I did sculpture, but it was all very modern. And this kind of painting, that when I first saw Richard's work, basically it stopped me in my tracks because I'd never seen anything like that before. And I couldn't work out how he'd done it. Obviously, I was just looking at what I could see on screen because they didn't have any of his books at that point. So, it just seemed like somehow it was magic, you know. What I was seeing was just seemed impossible. It was both realistic, but also painterly at the same time. And then when you looked at it closer, you could see the individual brush marks, but then from a distance, it looked so naturalistic, beyond photographic. You know, when someone says, oh, your work looks photographic. When I saw Richard's work, it was like, this isn't photographic. This is his experience, you know, in paint. And I thought, I want to paint like that. So then I tried to find out more about him. And then eventually I did get a copy of Alaprima. And then I got his still life book, and I've actually just had his landscape book arrived. So I'm enjoying looking through that. And really, I just wanted to say, when I read through Alaprima, what struck me was, I can't remember exactly what he said, but he said, forget about whether you're talented or not. You know, no one knows that before they become skillful at something. It's only after the fact that someone says you're talented. So that really struck me, that, you know, I hear a lot of people say you're so talented, but actually to me, what he was encouraging was people to actually try to develop skill. And he actually laid that out in Alaprima really effectively and broke it all down, the components of what goes into a painting. But he did it in a way that it still had heart. It wasn't just, you know, black and white. There was a lot of emotion there, and the humor really comes across as well. And I never met him, but from what I can tell, he seemed like a marvelous person, really kind, and just very down to earth, and very precise as well in his painting technique. But through that precision, he managed to produce this magic, which went beyond the skill, just being skillful at something. It actually had heart as well. So that's really all I wanted to say.
Oh, that was beautiful. You know, his heart and soul got into his painting, and his joy for all of it. And I think that's what we were getting. And I always thought he kind of filled his tubes of paint with joy because it would reach his paintings.
Absolutely.
And you said it really well in his book. He had told me it would take him so long to write this technical stuff so that you could understand it.
Yeah, and it's so well explained. It just, you know, I go back to it and read it again. It's also clear, you know. It's so good.
Yeah. And excuse me, I've just got to turn this phone off. And he did that, and then and then he said, like you said, he said, okay, that's enough information for their brain. A joke. Yeah. You know.
Yeah, I guess I mean, you can only say so much in a book, I guess. But I mean, he did it so well, and
he did it so
you know,
well,
and inspired me. And you know, as I said before, about 2010, I wasn't really painting at all, and then once I saw his work, that basically inspired me to start painting. I hadn't really used, I'd used acrylics, but I hadn't really used oil paint, so that really got me, you know, inspired to start using that and to work in an Alaprima way as well from life. So yeah.
Yeah. And
it's like really made a huge difference.
Even, you know, me too, all of us, always picking up the book, and I'm always learning something, or looking at his painting. I can always learn something new.
Yeah.
You know, and then we all find our own way to do it. He always, and writes that in the book, how to find your own way, you know, to express your heart and stuff. So just thank you so much for being here, Alex. That was so well said, and we keep all these forever. And just everybody, thank you so much.
Alex, can you show us your painting? We need to see what you're working on now.
Yeah, it's not my best work, I must admit. I haven't really been paying attention. As Richard would say, I don't know whether he would say this, but I mean, I found that you really need to pay attention to what you're doing. At least I do anyway. So it's not the best.
Alex, can I say they look like some mighty fine brushes by the side?
Oh, that's beautiful.
Oh, well, yeah, only the best.
You know, Nancy, I knew I liked this chap when he came on. What a lovely
Yeah.
man.
It's beautiful.
That's amazing, Alex. It really is.
Beautiful.
I also like your setup, you know, that what's behind it. It looks like it's a cork board where you could do different.
Yeah, it's just something I started doing. I just like having a bit more of a variety in the board, you know, in the background. So yeah, I prepare the sort of boards.
I think you're telling that story beautifully. I kind of see him in the painting, you know, Alex, the way you're doing the background too. And the way you're cutting out the roses, you know, it's beautiful.
Well, you can see his influences there. I mean, I really like seeing the brushwork. I've never seen his paintings, you know, in the flesh, as it were. But I was listening to someone earlier talking about all the different variety of different paint thicknesses and transparent areas and really thick opaque paint. And I try to get some of that into my work. When I look at his work, I think I'm never going to reach that level, you know, but I got to try. So, but yeah, so that's what I try to do as well. But it's funny how even, you know, people who studied with him, even their work is so different from his, and everybody's work is different. Even, you know, we're all using the same materials and tools, you know, but it's amazing that everybody's work is so different, even so much.
Yeah. Yeah. Just thank you so much. This is every single person. Thank you so much for
thank you
sharing. And we have 7 hours to go, or 8 hours or something.
I've got to.
Yeah, I want to get every single person. Let's see.
I don't know anymore, Nancy. I've lost count.
It doesn't matter, right?
I hope everyone will forgive me, but I've just got to cut the queue for someone here who's just managed to come on.
Oh, yes. Of course. We have to hear from Tony Pro too. We will get to everybody. I hope you can hold on. We're going to try to. Tony.
Oh, hang on. Sorry. I need to ask you to unmute, Uncle T.
There we go. Hi, guys.
Hello, Tony. Thank you for coming on.
You bet. How y'all doing?
Well, it's quite an experience that all these people are painting in the tribute of Richard, and we're telling just beautiful stories. People who don't know him, it's amazing what they've gotten from the books and from other people. Can you give us a wonderful story, one of your favorite stories, or something you learned, or whatever you'd like to share with all these wonderful people?
Well, hello to everybody out there. I first became aware of Richard's work when I was probably around 10 or 11 years old. I actually have on one of my DVD, actually on my very first DVD, there's footage of me at Richard's retrospective in, I believe it was 1987 at the Gilcrease Museum. So there was a retrospective there. I wasn't there for the opening, but my parents took me to that show. And of course I was just blown away seeing everything. And so I do have footage of that. So, and ever since then, you know, my dad being an artist and a collector, and my older brother being an artist, you know, Richard's books were always around the house. You know, we had you know, his old landscape book and his old figure book. And so when I started drawing and painting, that just became kind of my go-to Bible. And, you know, Richard's books, of course, you know, like everybody has learned so much from them. And I mean, I certainly have. I mean, so much of what I learned about painting came from his book, you know, what I know about painting. And I used to, and of course, this all precedes when I've met you guys. When I was in college and in art school, I used to take Richard's Alla Prima book to the gym with me. And I'd put it on the, I'd go and I'd get on the stair climber or the bike, and I would read the book at the gym, hoping that some of the girls around me would see me, you know, studying painting, right? And so I was hoping that would, you know, get me chicks. never worked, by the way. It never worked. But I did read that book, you know, cover to cover so many times, particularly at the gym or in my studio. And, you know, and then, you know, the process of meeting you guys was, you know, helping you guys with the DVDs. That was just such a huge part of my life. And it's such a huge moment. I'll never forget that first phone call I got from Richard. For the folks that don't know, I was working at MGM Studios in Los Angeles, and I was working on, my job was creative director of their DVD product. And this was going back, this is almost 20 years ago, a little less. And at the time, you know, we all, of course, had Richard's, you know, VHS tapes and how-to videos and all that. We had the great one of the captain's portrait, which I absolutely loved and watched hundreds of times and wore out the VHS tape. And there were so many situations where he would talk about on screen. He'd say, "Look at the difference. Look at the difference in these alizarin crimsons." Of course, when you're looking at VHS, you can't tell the difference. And I knew from my background in DVD that I could bring this guy into the, you know, the modern world of, you know, better quality picture, and we could actually tell the difference. Because I did it selfishly because I just wanted to see the difference and see these demos, you know, being done in a, you know, a higher quality. So I wrote Kristen, and I put it on my MGM letterhead, and, you know, just made it look real official. And I think within a couple of weeks, Richard called me in my office, and I was just so starstruck and dumbfounded, just sitting in my chair. There's this artist that I had been so fond of for so many years. And, you know, we talked, and he invited me to come paint with you guys. And it was just incredible. And I'm telling you, as soon as I got off the phone with him, I jumped so high when I stood up out of my office chair, and I jumped so high. And it was just, I was so excited, and I was shaking, and it was just like, I can't believe that this is going to happen. And so, and then from there, it just, you know, I came out and met you guys, which was a magical week. And I'd never experienced cold like that before in February in Vermont. I mean, that was some of the most cold weather I've ever experienced. And, you know, and just, you know, the process of working with him, and just, he was so giving. And then just the times that we just sat together and talked about art, and how he made me think about my art. You know, I'll never forget sitting in your kitchen, you know, looking out at the snow and all that. And, you know, he wanted to see my work. And so I showed him my work. It was still pretty amateur at that point. You know, I was still learning, you know, as much as I could, but, you know, working full time, it wasn't always easy to stay in the studio, but I showed him the work, and he, you know, and he said, this is all, you know, good stuff. You're coming along nicely. And, you know, and he looked at me, and that's when he told me that everything you paint is going to be a self-portrait, no matter if it's, you know, whatever is on your canvas is your self-portrait, you know. And it kind of told me that, you know, this is what I have to say on canvas is going to let people know my thoughts and my feelings. And I basically painted with that mantra for so many years after that. I mean, it just, you know, I painted so many pictures of my family and my kids and my wife. And there's something very special and unique about that. Your storytelling about your own life, like a writer, you know. And that was very important to me, my development as a painter. And you know, and I went and I moved on in terms of you know, I was always constantly studying, you know, other things, but the way Richard worked and the way he inspired people to constantly be learning, you know, and that's what I've told my students for years is, you know, you always got to be moving. You always got to be looking at the people who are better, whether they're living or dead, and comparing your work to theirs. And how do I get my work to look like that? And then once you get there, keep going. And then there's the other side of the coin, the non-technical side, is the side of, well, what do I have to say? And Richard had, you know, I mean, if you look at the vast decades of his work and the progression of it, all the stuff he was doing when he was living in New York, and just, you know, he was painting, we were seeing his life through his eyes, you know, much like somebody who carried around a camera and just took pictures of their experiences. He was painting those. And that's why I think he had such a profound effect on people, you know, not only technically, but just visually. And, you know, I'll miss him greatly. And, but I mean, you know, he's left behind, you know, a world of knowledge and a world of documentation about how to paint and why to paint. What's the why, right? What is the why? And like you always say, he tried to make the world a better place by adding to the beauty. You know, I mean, we've had, you know, last, you know, couple of years have been so ugly in this world. We still need that beauty. We'll always need that beauty and that hope. And that's what his paintings are, you know, and that's what I get out of them, you know, from the subtlety and softness of a you know, one of his flowered still lifes, to the beauty of some of his paintings of his own children, of the wonderful, beautiful paintings he's done of you, Nancy. I mean, and of course, taking us all over the world with his beautiful landscape painting. I mean, you just can't.
Yeah.
He's the full package. He was the full package, and you know, I'll treasure the times that I had with him, and you know, I mean, I could sit here and go on all day, but I wish I could be painting with everybody, but I'm in the middle of a reconstruction on the house. I got a bunch of workers here, and my studio is a total mess. So
you can paint. Anybody can paint another day and send it in to us. I'm gonna archive everything for 100 years when we're gone. It'll be here. All these wonderful stories, and there's so many people painting right now, Tony. We're trying to get to all of them. It's just so wonderful. The stories today have just been absolutely great. And I think there was somebody called Soha, and there's another person up there. I want to get to all of them. And just thank you so much, Tony. There's like so many stories to tell with the places we've gone to with him. And I mean, these guys would be so funny, Alexi, Tony, and Jeremy, and yet Richard could be just as funny and just as young and just as brilliant. And he just loved you guys, and he just would, every single one of you, he would just be so proud of you all. And here's Max. And there's
Be there.
One wanted to come on and say hi.
Yeah, my big sister, my big English sister. How are you?
And these people have made it possible, Tony. They have just made it possible, along with a lot of other people out there who, this whole thing is done with love. It's just been so breathtaking. So thank you all so much. And we still have hours to go. I'm hoping to meet all these painters and say,
and say and hear their story and just tell them thank you so much, every single one of them.
Mum, say a quick hello. Say a quick hello, and then we're gonna keep going so that everybody can be seen.
Yeah, and Tony, thank you for coming on. We're gonna have to do this again because there are just
for sure.
so many stories. And I mean, I just want to even do Alexi's studio, that whole thing.
Oh,
So
yeah.
many things with Mom there, Rosemary Brushes, of course. Look at that smile. There's so many stories. We can go on. I know Kristen and I have so many stories, and it's like all these people do. You know, it's just amazing that Richard.
Do you know, guys, Nancy, somebody just asked about, did Richard, I think it was Peter, did Richard realise his influence and how spread out he was? I remember one of the first times I met Richard, I asked him point blank, I said, do you realise, I said, when did you realise you were famous? And he said, you just told me.
Well, I have just so many stories like that to tell. I mean, this event this weekend, this was his goal, was to write down everything he knew so that other people could have this knowledge and take it the way they, in their own heart, the way they needed to take it. And I know he started to see it when it was Iran and Brazil, and people were notifying us, the global card party, thousands of cards. This was his goal. And today, this weekend, he would be so happy because I was telling others, I don't know if you heard, Tony, his paintings and writings and all that, we're going to make sure that lives on. Well, exhibitions and all sorts of things. But it's all of your stories that I want, you know, to archive forever, because that's how he touched people, you know, through his books and through maybe one meeting or whatever it is. I'm just crying so much hearing all these stories.
Nancy, this morning when you were sleeping and Simi and Joe kicked off early, I filled in for probably 10, 15 minutes to allow them to go and have some sort of brunch. And
when did that happen? It was 2. It was 2 minutes.
2 minutes. That was quite a while, actually. I was quite proud of myself. I kind of lost my train of thought, but I really just want to shout out and say again, I explained to the guys this morning the first time we all met and how important Richard and Nancy are to Rosemary Brushes. But I also want to say, now he's here, the man himself, I mentioned Tony. Why wouldn't I? Tony and Morgan were the reason I came to America. And Tony had to talk me into it for a lot of months. And when I finally got there, I described this morning how it felt to be part of Richard's family, to walk into Alexi's studio, exhausted, off an aeroplane, and to be lifted off my feet with a bear hug from the man I call my American brother, which is Tony, and Alexi, and of course Jeremy. But that day I met Richard, and I met this beautiful lady on his arm called Nancy, and you changed my life.
Oh my gosh. It was just, you know, that was and someday we'll tell that whole story. That was a magical a weekend of painting. I mean, a live cello player. I mean, Richard we all just couldn't believe it. And then Rosemary Brushes, Tony, Jeremy, Alexi, there were just so many. It was just so magical. It was. And then to get these wonderful brushes, you know.
I have a quick one to add to that, which is, I remember Mum's 50th. No, it was her 50th birthday, and I reached out to you and Richard. Was it 50th or 40th?
50th. My 50th.
I didn't think anything of it. I just emailed you both and just said, would you mind just writing a couple of words for Mum for her birthday? Yeah, sure. And then I got this card and everything that comes. And I remember giving it to Mum for her birthday, and she opened and she went through all of our family, and she just looked at me and she went, how did you manage to get Richard Schmid to wish me a 50th birthday? I said, Richard said yes.
He loved you guys. He just loved people, but you were very important. You made these brushes by hand, and you know, it's just a magical world, all of us together. It's like, you know, it's not a closure of Richard. We all together get to create new things, brushes, and who knows what else, exhibitions, and you know, we're just going to carry it on. And he just loved you guys so much.
You know what, Nancy, the one thing I'm disappointed with you, you should have organized this 5 years ago, because can you imagine if he was sitting on that sofa today in his chair, he would just be blown away.
He would have loved this. I really think he can see all of you, and he's enjoying it. The only thing about him is he just always wanted to work, paint, and you know, no vacation, we'd always have our paint box, you know, wherever we went, and you know, and write his books, and but yeah, it would have been very nice. It would have been great. We would have loved to have heard every single one of your stories and met all of you. This is his dream come true, you know, isn't it? I mean, I just love seeing all these people. Like, you go all over the world visiting them, you know, and they want to have you know, Richard says, the good brushes, you've got to have an easel that works, everything that works, so that you can paint your heart and soul into it, you know. So
Mum and Uncle T, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to move this along.
No worries.
Thank you both for coming. There'll be more. Well, I'll see you later, Mom, right?
Before you mute me, and I'm going to now go and put my dressing gown on, so I'm going to be inconspicuous. But before I do that, I think I speak on behalf of everybody on this channel. Somebody said earlier this evening, and I want to second that. Behind every great man, there's a great woman, and there she is.
Oh, thank
Amen.
you.
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, and all of you are such a help with all of that. Thank you. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. So many more stories to tell. Tony, so good to see you. I'm dying to see the person that says artist. Is Soha still here? I don't know. Can we get some people who've been here a while painting?
Yeah, sure.
So
Give me
I've been
one
waiting for
sec.
ages.
Okay, all right. Calm.
There's a couple ones that have hands up. Oh, and there's, oh, yay, Soha. I was scared you left. You were gone. Where are you from, Soha? Where are you from?
I am from Iran.
Oh, you are. Oh my gosh. So what time is it there?
12.
How long have you stayed up? Oh my God. How long have you stayed up? Because I've seen you there for a while.
Yes, me too. I like to see you. My mother talk about you and Miss Schmid. Yeah, I'm very interesting to see you and talk to you. Yes,
I am honored you are here and speaking. Please, I'm going to listen. Yes.
Years ago, my mom goes also art class, and she drew Miss Schmid face. Draw it and sent him, and after Miss Schmid sent a notebook, beautiful notebook, to Latch Osanlu a student, and beautiful art notebook, and me and my mother draw in this notebook, and thank you about that. It is very interesting. And she's in here, my mom.
Oh, let's meet her. Oh my gosh. Are you talking about that little notebook?
Yes.
Oh, do you have it there? Oh, I'm so glad. I didn't know
Yeah.
what happened to that. Good. Oh my gosh.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, and my mom and I, artists, they are artists and work. And I am 19 years old, and she's my mom.
Hello, so nice to meet you. Come. Oh gosh.
Hello.
Oh, it's so nice to meet the two of you from Iran. Oh my God.
She is beautiful.
Yes.
Thank you.
And Richard would be so honored that he reached you. Oh my gosh. So
Thank you. Thank you. You're very kind. Thank you a lot of. Yes. And I am college student, and I study about art. And my mom, she's artist and work. Yes. Oh, thank you.
oh my gosh, it is just and again, when Richard, did you study with Alexi? Do you so you know Alexi or no? When Richard saw that his book has been written and that you know him far away, he was just so, that's his mission, you know, and that that you are, and that we found out that all the way overseas where you are, that you are painting, and he loved, he just was just so happy that he reached you out there. So he's very happy out there, and so am I. This is just so beautiful. Thank you. Oh my gosh.
Thank you. Thank you. Very lot of.
Oh my God. And are you painting today?
Yes. This morning I went to the mountain and start draw the nature. And I am work modern.
That's big.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, that's beautiful. Wow, what a design. That's gorgeous.
Yeah.
Very inspiring.
Thank you.
And you did this outside?
Yes, in the morning I go mountain and go up in the mountain and draw in the mountain. Yes.
It's beautiful. With pencil, or what do you use to do that with?
Line in the culture.
Absolutely gorgeous. I'm just so honored to meet you and just so proud of both of you. Art is so important, and it's just so great to connect today. Everybody, isn't this amazing? Semi, Joe, thank you so much.
Thank you so much too.
So high.
Yes, and I hope you can watch tomorrow.
Yes, I go back and see you.
Yes,
again.
it's a beautiful program. It's you might cry. It's so many things about Richard, and Semi and Joe really helped put it together. And it's like this whole weekend was made out of people who love Richard, like all of you, you know, and it will really shine. Go ahead.
Yes, I talk about my friends today, this night, and say about I go to the Zoom and talk about the artist, and she say, who is he? I say Richard Schmid, but she say, I see the video in the YouTube and I like that. She's very cute. Yes.
Oh my gosh. Oh.
Yes, I do. Are you are you watch the video? And she said yes, and all of them guys, teenager or young artists in Iran, visit or visit the art Schmid artwork and like that.
I really hope, you know, because when he saw he reached Iran, someday we hope to have an exhibition there. So that will be really wonderful to share. You know, we have to plan now what to do. Yes, Semi.
I'll carry your suitcases to Iran.
Okay.
We've got to see, you guys, the work that's coming out of Iran is amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For sharing.
Thank you. Honored to meet you both.
Thank you.
Thank you, all of them.
We will see you again and enjoy tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you too.
I'm so happy to see you. Okay. Oh my gosh.
Okay, next on the line.
This is Carrie. Hello, Carrie. Where are you from? Oh.
Hey, Carrie.
Am I getting unmuted? There I am.
Yep, you are.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe I had to leave in a few minutes, so this is perfect. I didn't think I was going to get on. Thank you, guys. I've been listening all morning, and nice to meet you, Nancy. And I just wanted to share my little Richard story, and that is I'm holding the figure book, as you can recognize. When I started painting, there wasn't any internet to find Richard's images, and I would go to all the bookstores and put in my name if ever a book came in, because these were out of print. And I finally got Richard's book, and in here I paid, and this is back in the 90s, $100 for an out of print book. And then I just loved it. I loved the way his strokes, you know, the abstract kind of expressionism in the painting, and then the figure emerging. And when I was pregnant, I could only paint with acrylics, and I copied his image in here. And this is this one. So I've had this in my home for a long time, and I love it. And I've just admired just trying to mimic Richard and his brush strokes. But more importantly, I felt like a lot of people, I studied at Scottsdale Artist School and developed the youth program there. And a lot of the artists there were very influenced by Richard. And that's when I found out about him, because I took a course there, and they, you know, told me about Richard and how he was God to them. And soon I could appreciate that. And so I started their youth program. I've started more, and I just think there's thousands of people and children that have been influenced by our programs throughout Arizona, and probably nationally, you know, because I've traveled a little bit and started some children's programs. But I'm also from the Chicago area, so I just felt like he was such a big influence in the Midwest. And my mother may have studied with him at the Art Institute, I don't know.
Wow, I mean, just what you said and what you're doing with the children's program, oh my gosh, and this, and man, that painting behind you, I want to see that one too. That's pretty, wow, that's pretty great. I mean, I'm trying
to channel Richard on these garden paintings.
I like that channel. He'd love to be channeled. So just thank you so much, because the joy and these stories. I mean, look at a youth program. He would love to hear that, and all these schools.
Yeah,
that
I think I didn't have a teaching degree, and I just taught them what I learned from my instructors at Scottsdale Artist School, who learned from Richard, and that's what I still continue to teach, you know. And
Yeah.
so that's my story. I just really appreciate. Think of him. Just bought another Alla Prima book because I couldn't find my second edition. We just moved, and I thought, oh, I'll just go buy another one. Anyway,
Oh my
thank you
gosh.
guys.
Well, it's great to have two of them, one in one place, one in another.
Well, that's what I was thinking.
And thank you so much for sharing your beautiful art, and that you're making, you know, we're all going out there in our own ways, making it bigger, and how wonderful.
Yeah, I think I put
Children's
him.
program.
I think I put him at the start of all this.
That's so great. That's so great. Thank you so much, Gary. I really appreciate it. Yes, and we'll see you tomorrow. I hope you can make it.
Yes, I'll be watching.
Oh, it'll be great. Thank you. Honored to meet you so much, Carrie. Thank you. And can we have this person? Yes. What's your name up there? Says, what's your
Are
name?
you pointing, Nancy?
He's been on here for a long time.
This guy?
Yeah, there we go.
I named you What's Your Name because we don't know what your name is. So when you tell us, we can change it.
I'm Jacobus. Sorry, I couldn't figure out how to put it in there. But
thank you. I've seen you've been painting for a long time. Thank you for painting in honor of Richard with us. Thank you.
Yeah, I was. I wanted to. I set my whole weekend up. So I said, I'm locking myself in the studio, and I'm just gonna paint with these wonderful people and listen to great stories about Richard. And you know, the crazy thing is that I learned more from reading that book than I learned in like the first 5 years of trying to figure out how to paint. It's so clear and it's so just open, you know what I mean? And then seeing all these people and hearing how he's affected so many different people's lives, it really opens up a new lesson that's not even about painting, it's about legacy and about how you live your life and how it carries on. And you can get some of that immortality, you know, it lives on through other people. So I just wanted to keep it real brief. I don't want to take up a bunch of time, but
no, that's so beautiful. That's what this is about. Thank you so much. And we'll keep this forever. And can we see what you're painting though? You have such a beautiful heart and soul. We would love to see it.
Well, I can show you. It's kind of a Faubus nightmare, but okay. I can show you kind of what I'm doing here. Let me see if I can flip the camera around. I'll just flip it. I don't know if you can see her there.
Gosh, is that cool? Whoa.
I'm kind of
a lot of ideas.
Yeah, I'm experimenting with using the realism that I'm learning from Richard and implementing that as a tool that I can use with other aspects of things as well, and kind of weave those things together to make other statements. But that's just kind of what I'm doing, you know what I mean?
Oh no, that was very inspiring. Scott Burdick was here painting with me, and he's in this totally new realm of putting the head and then all these wonderful things just like that. That was just gorgeous. That was so inspiring. So thank you. Just thank you. What you said was so meaningful. This is what this is about. It's about you. It's about all of us sharing stories about who he was and his paintings, of course, and our own souls and things. So this is just a dream come true. And just so honored, every single one of you. That it's, you know, I'll just say one more time, I didn't want his birthday to come with the closure. It's more so this new beginning with all of us to carry on his books and that knowledge, and then take your heart and go out there and fly.
Yeah, give it to and give it to everyone. Just give it to everybody, right? If you learn anything, it makes me inspired to become a conduit of information where I'm taking in from one side and then just dispensing it to the other side, and then we can hopefully make a change, you know?
Yes, and it can be even that kindness and that fun and that joy of learning anything. But for us as artists, that we're finding out we all can do it together, you know, and it's brightening up the world. Today, man, I bet, whoa, all this light's going out there with all of us painting together. Thank you so much.
Jacobus,
so honored to meet you.
That is why we have now called you Jacobus the Man.
Oh, there we go. Okay, you got your name.
Okay,
the man.
Well, thank you for letting me on here. I'll go back up to the top and get back to my father's nightmare.
Oh, that was so beautiful. Thank you again. And if we can take another artist, then I got to feed the cats. The cats are kind of. Is there another artist? How about Lillian? Yes, she's smiling. There she is. You got her? Can you get her? Because she's the only one I can see up here. There she is. Hello.
1 second. Go now.
Okay. Hi, Nancy and everybody. I'm super thrilled to be here.
I'm honored you're here. Where are you from?
I'm from Colombia.
Oh my gosh! Wow, Richard reached Colombia. Oh my gosh! Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, no, I'm from a little town close to Bogota. Zipaquirá is the name, and I always love art. And my story was I was living in Germany and I was taking classes with an Irish artist. I was taking some classes, and we're studying alla prima. And then he explained he explained to us. And then I got home and I started researching for a book from alla prima. And I got to the book and I'm so happy to have the book. Has been like my
How long? When did you get the book?
That was like in 2012, probably.
Okay, okay.
2012. So I read the book a lot of times. It's like have a lot of stains, and I always trying to keep it clean, but it's impossible. And also something that I love is like everything that he never hides anything from us. You know, all the video. Yeah, the videos. I have the videos. I had the books, and he wants just to teach. He wanted to teach us. And this, like, my dream was to meet him someday. And it's funny because I never had, no funny, it's like sad because I never had the pleasure to meet him. And he passed the same month that my dad passed. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, so that's recent.
Like a week before, yes. Yeah. And what I want to share is like, this.
Yes.
I made the wall.
Look at how beautiful. Oh my gosh.
And yeah, you don't know how much this helped me. Like, like when I can find the color, I just go back to this. Or when I'm, like stuck in painting something, I'm just start like going to think what he says. And trying to think like him, like the way that he paints. And of course, I'm very amateur, but I really love him. And I'm very touched for you to doing this.
Well, yes, and I hope people who haven't met him, I mean, he's so much like his books and videos. And I think by doing this, and also it's amazing by sharing together how more quickly we can learn by doing what he says, like the color charts. You can have fun with that. And by reading it over and over and sharing, I don't know if you have a painting group there, but maybe there can be a virtual one, or those are other ways too that you can learn, but you can feel the joy in you that you're going to keep going and moving forward. You're young, you know, and I always loved it. Kathy, I don't know where, you know, Kathy was painting murals, but she started this type of painting later on in her life. And look at her, you know, it was just, yeah, just finding somebody to critique each other, or you'll find your own way. You can feel it, and that's kind of what this is about. It's about for us to keep moving forward with joy of learning, and keep rereading the book, and you'll find your way. It is just such an honor to meet you. Were you painting today?
I was painting last week. I have some paintings. Maybe I can.
Oh, would you like to share? This is so exciting, Colombia.
Painting flowers.
Oh my gosh, that's beautiful. Kind of reminds me of Katie Whipple too, doesn't it? Oh, those are gorgeous. Those are beautiful.
Finished.
Well, you have yourself in there, doesn't she? It's this beautiful design. Really, it is gorgeous.
I just want to
It's
show
like
you
poetry or something, isn't it? Very beautiful.
I just want to show you something. When I was reading the book and I went to the monochromatic part, I started to paint a monochromatic woman, you know, on the back, and I ruined it. And you cannot fix it after you're done. So I ended up putting color, and I was so upset. I did it like a bunch of times.
That's beautiful.
But I was upset because my idea was to do it monochromatic.
Oh.
You know,
and
like,
then you gotta figure that out. Yeah.
I needed to continue painting that.
Yeah, and then that's when you figure it out. You know, Richard would say, you want to remember what worked, but just as important, you want to remember what didn't work, so you don't do it again. They were both just as important. It is an honor to meet you. Thank you for being a part of this big, wonderful, loving thing. And I'll just say again, this whole thing was made by people who love Richard. And that's all of you, God. That's everyone here. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you too.
Oh my God, it's an honor to meet you. It is so wonderful. Thank you so much. And I'm got to just take one little break. And if you want to bring on, I don't know if Kristen is still here or somebody. You could...
Can I ask one favor? Can
you
see my friend Peter, because he's on UK time, same as me, and he's got kids.
Oh yes. Who's that? Who's that? Who? Peter. Hi, Peter.
Hey, I'm all done now, and it's getting quite late here. I need to go home and put the kids to bed, or they're probably in bed already.
Peter, that's gorgeous. I think everyone will clap at your edges and the sensitivity in the flowers, the edges on the inside of the flowers. I mean, you did, and the colors. It's just.
So what?
Go ahead.
So what this is, I see this as like as a collide of two really important things for me as my development as an artist, and that was reading Richard's book, The Ala Primer 2, and also these really beautiful things called Rosemary Co brushes. I don't know if you've heard of these brushes, but they're pretty special. And of course, we have to thank you and Richard for the fact that these brushes are. They are the best in the world, and all of us artists just strive to get them. So you're seeing a collide here of two awesome superpowers at work. You're seeing Richard,
that's right. It's just
and you're seeing
true.
The magic of those brushes. So I couldn't do it without those.
Peter, can I tell you, when Mum and I knew or found out that Richard had written about us in his book, we nearly fainted. Like, I'm not kidding you. Mum and I don't normally want to pass out, but we couldn't believe it.
And the whole day we just look at each other thinking, what did we do to deserve this? Why us? Why did he pick us? Why did he, you know? And we just couldn't believe it. And still now, I'll say to Nancy, I can't ever, we don't know what to say other than thank you.
Well, you're in a couple of his DVDs too, so, you know. So.
It's unbelievable.
Because it's just so neat. What you're doing is handmade, and I mean, instead of factory and custom, and you know, and that's what we're doing. They're like artists too, and just Peter, thank you. That's absolutely gorgeous. And
thank you.
Thank
you so much, Nancy. Love to meet you. I'll look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. And thank you, thank you, Simi.
More to come. More to come.
Well done, Simi. You've done an amazing job. Well done.
Yes. They're still up. Oh my God.
Still going.
We've still got, Peter, we've still got 7 hours and 20 minutes.
Oh, you'll be fine. Just another coffee will keep you going.
The coffee machine broke.
Okay,
right. Take care, everyone.
Peter. And as for me, I'm going to feed the cats, and actually, we're going to see who else is on here. My model has just come, and I can either start painting or do both, talk and paint. And you tell me what happens when I come back. I'll be right back.
Okay, go feed the cats.
Okay.
We will look after ourselves.
Okay.
Okay, folks. I presume we can't answer any of your questions. So anybody in line, you're going to have to wait until the cats are fed. I'm really quite sorry about that. But either way, you know that Nancy will get back to you guys. Charlie's put cats need food. Is that Charlie Hunter? And if it is, come on, we need to see you. We haven't seen you yet today. I know it will be. What? Panelist. We're getting better at this now, folks. Okay, Charlie, you need to turn your video on. And a couple of people I'm going to add in the room because we haven't seen the gorgeous Laurie LaRue yet either. You need to unmute, Charlie.
Now I'm unmuted, but you're not getting me in the studio. I'm busy. Actually, I'm cashing my royalty checks, and it's all thanks to Richard Schmid, ladies and gentlemen. It's all thanks to Richard Schmid that I get these royalty checks every month from Streamline Publishing. If it were not for Richard Schmid, I would be out there harvesting the cat food in the fields.
I've missed you. Where have you been for the last 16 hours and 43 minutes?
I was sleeping for a good portion of it. But oh, it's Penelope. Hey, Penelope. Hey, Laurie LaRue. But this is so neat. It's so neat seeing how Richard has touched all these people. I just tuned in a few minutes ago, and I've been kind of in tears as I cash my royalty checks, ladies and gentlemen. As I cash my royalty checks.
You know, it's so strange. Firstly, someone's just asked that we're quite quiet. I'm really sorry. It's because we're too tired to shout. So just turn up your volume a little bit for us, and we'll be there with you.
Our voices have been working for 16 hours.
Yeah, we've been going the whole time.
A little bit hoarse.
But I was going to say, you're not the only person to probably say that about those checks. You want to ask Kathy Anderson, John.
Oh, and Joanne Manji. Joanne Manji. If we had just known the gold mine that painting pet portraits was, I would, to hell with rotting American infrastructure. I'd be doing gerbils. I'd be doing the gerbils, nutria, capybara, and hamster kind of the kind of rodential pets. I think there's a niche there.
A niche? Is that what you say in America?
Niche, yeah.
Okay, we say niche.
A niche. Well, that's because you're British.
I think
we also say we won the revolution. We won the revolution.
Okay, before you get any more smarter than you are, you need to actually introduce yourself so people know who you are, where you are, and how you know Richard, or else they're going to think you're some weird person just hijacking. You don't even pay. He doesn't even pay people. We've never seen him before.
I have, ladies and gentlemen, I have no idea who these people are. I thought I was going on a dating site.
Well, I'll tell you, you hit the jackpot with us guys online. It could have been so much worse, right, Laurie LaRue?
Right, exactly.
Anyway, my name, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Charlie Hunter. I am in Bellows Falls, Vermont, which is just across the river from where Richard and Nancy lived, and just up the road from where Penelope is, and just a little bit up the road from where Laurie is, but quite a ways from where Simi is. Not near at all. But it is, I'm in New England, so
Yeah,
it's a kinship.
not old England. But right now you're not. You're in Florida, right? You're in a plein air event.
No, I leave tomorrow for Cape Ann, which is in Gloucester, Massachusetts.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
So, yeah.
Close then.
Florida, I'm not doing the Florida thing. But no, I met Richard when I had taken a class, a Dennis Sheehan workshop at Penelope's Village Arts of Putney. And it must have been around this time of year because it was Richard's birthday. And Richard was kind enough to invite me to paint with the Putney painters like a week later, and then kept inviting me back. And then once I got the tattoo of his signature on my butt, I think that impressed him enough that they invited me to join.
I don't know what to say. Listen, Penelope, take control, please, somebody.
I cannot take control when Charlie's around. That is not a possibility. but also John's here. John Smith is here too. So
okay, wait,
let's hear John Smith as well.
Hey, Julie's there. Hey, there's
John's
John
ready,
Smith. I'll shut up now. Bye-bye, everybody. I'll see you all tomorrow.
Wait a minute. Hold it. I want to see that
I'm not going to
tattoo.
pay you the $20.
Wait, I want to see the tattoo.
Oh, right here, ladies and gentlemen, right here.
Right.
Oh dear.
Rose says I missed a lot of Putney painters out earlier today talking.
Just want to say, Roger Rossi, Roger, I've seen you, my friend. We will be with you next, okay? Don't go anywhere other than the bathroom if you're desperate.
Hey, Simi and Joe, thank you for all that you've done to put this together and make it happen.
Can I tell you?
Really
Can I
big things.
Can I tell you a secret now Nancy's not here?
Yes.
It's
So-
5 o'clock.
It's 5 o'clock that I ordered it. Daphne Birdsall, I'm
painters again.
I'm removing them for a minute. I'm going to tell you a secret now Nancy's not here. I can honestly tell you, we did hours, months, and weeks of preparation for tomorrow, and like 1 week's preparation for today. Today's gone so well, and we're thinking, why has today gone so well and tomorrow was just so much work? Let's do this next time instead. No, it's been so much fun. It's our pleasure, and I honestly, Charlie, I know, well, you're quite a quiet, shy man. 16 hours.
Right.
16 hours, 48 minutes in, and we're still managing to talk so much about Richard and honor Richard. And, Charlie, kick us off. I need to make sure I mute you. And Madeline, good to see you. I'll change your name. Charlie, kick us off with what you're here to celebrate from Richard, or what Richard taught you, or something about it.
Sure. Well, the thing that is so moving to me about Richard, I mean, there on so many fronts, but how immensely talented he was, but he saw his role as his job was to share what he knew. His job, as he saw it, his job wasn't to be better than anybody else. His job, well, he probably did see his job to be better than everybody else, but he did not encourage a hierarchy in the Putney painters. It was really always, there were people with vastly different skill levels, but it was never the cool kids against the uncool kids. And Richard saw his mission in life to spread the joy and the emotional power that art can bring. And all the techniques that he taught us, he was just so generous about sharing that. He would, in the morning, everybody would paint, he would paint. Then after lunch, he would generally not paint. He would just go around from person to person. And I mean, everybody here has how much we got out of that, you know, that one-on-one attention. And then by writing Alla Prima, you know, that really is everything everything he knows about painting, he shared. I mean, how giving is that in this world where selfishness is so lionized and, you know, pushing everybody else out of the way, like certain former presidents of the United States who we could mention. Richard was the antithesis of that. Richard was about generosity. And even though he had a very high regard for his painting skills, he knew he was good. He was a really genuinely humble man. It was an incredible honor to get to paint with him for 10 years. And I think we all feel that way. And now I'm going to cry, and now I'm going to mute myself again.
Hey, Charlie, that was so well said. One of the things that I remember most about Richard is that even all the years that I knew him, he always talked about his instructor, Bill Mosby. All the time he gave Bill Mosby credit. And he always said, all I want you to do is turn around and share your knowledge. And that was just in line with his generosity and I think his zest for life. It showed up everywhere. He not only could talk about painting, but he could talk about music, about history. He could talk about anything. And just as with as much zest as he talked about art. And I think that showed up in his paintings. And Tony said earlier, he was talking about how Richard painted what he saw. But Richard would always say being an artist was the best job in the world because he got to show the world how he viewed things. And so I think his zest for life was just incredible. And, you know, I admired the artist incredibly, but I really loved the man. So.
That's beautiful. Can I just add something?
Yeah, of course you can. Go.
Can you hear me? I'm not sure if I'm okay. I don't know. We're talking a lot about Alla Prima today, and I don't know. I sent Nancy a text to remind everybody that Richard's not done with us, and before he died, these last, I don't know how many years, maybe do any of the Putney painters know about 5 years of intense working on books? There are 2 more books coming out. So yeah, did you see it, Peter? There's more. We're not finished. He's not finished with us at all. And I think there might be some videos too, but there's definitely 2 books. And there's Charlie, do you remember, or does anyone here remember what they're on? One is portraiture, I think. No. Nancy can tell you, but I kept telling Nancy, like, tell them more about, there's more coming. It's not just alla prima.
I think
So-
one's on portraiture, and I think because it was so big, I think there's more to it, maybe with the palette and chisel with the Putney painters. So, but the last one I think is the portraiture.
Is portraiture.
That he was working on.
The Putney painters briefly mentioned it earlier that there was a portraiture book in the works, but that was all they could say.
Yeah, it was going to come at Christmas, but life happened this year a little differently. So,
right.
And I think the second book isn't quite finished, and Kristen's going to finish the second book that's coming out. So he gave her permission if he didn't make it through this year to finish that. So yeah, it's very exciting. There's more coming of him and his beautiful work. So yes. Oh, there's Kristen. Kristen, can we unmute Kristen so she can talk about the books?
We can bring her in.
Thanks, Joe.
Kristen, I'll ask you to unmute yourself, and you can update us. And if you unmute yourself,
Kristen.
Can you unmute them?
There you go.
Yeah, sorry, I only have the one hand right now since I broke my wrist. You're right, Penelope. I was so privileged to get to work with Richard he finished the book, but as you said, Penelope, there are some, other things like this big event that Nancy envisioned and that Joe and Simi have done such a great job on. But the book is titled The Portrait and Figures and Paintings by Richard Schmid, and it is breathtaking. It starts with his family, his father, all the way through his children's lives, early children's lives. It's the most it took my breath away. I've seen Richard's work for a long time, for over 20 years, but I'd never seen his paintings of his daughters, that many of them that I had never seen before. So it's magnificent. And I know Nancy's going to produce it when it's the right timing. And then, like Lori said, there were so many paintings that Richard did at the Palette and Chisel, that he did in Chicago and then in Colorado, as well as at the Putney Painters. There's another book coming after that. And I assume I'll be assisting Nancy with that. But I want to give Nancy a big shout out because she's just remarkable. I'm a writer, but she's so multi-talented. It's just incredible. So we're going to be working on that second volume together. And then I'm writing a book for a while called A Legacy, Richard Schmid, A Legacy of Excellence. And it's so wonderful to hear what everybody is saying about his legacy. But also, I asked Richard, please let me also include Nancy's paintings because she's an equal, I don't want to say equal, nobody's equal to Richard. But in Nancy's world, she's remarkable as an artist as well. So there's going to be about 18 to 20 of her paintings in the book, my book, and I'm so excited about that. So, and it's just really fun to be a part of this. I'm an honorary Putney painter since I'm not an artist, but I just know how happy Richard would be to be seeing how much his art and his knowledge and his commitment to joy has influenced so many painters around the world. So I'm really happy that you did this, Joe. You've done a great job with Simi. You're just exceptional people, as well as your mom, Rosemary. And it's just a joy to know you all. And I'm thrilled that there's so many people around the world that want to keep this going. That was his mission, because abstract art, although I don't know a whole lot about it, but the movement all but obliterated this knowledge. It extinguished it. And Richard was determined to keep it going. And so look what, I mean, he would be so thrilled to see so many painters around the world, not just in America, but in England and Iran and Brazil and all the countries. He was into, you know, creating world peace, and look what he's done. So from my heart to all the artists around the world, thank you, thank you, thank you. And to my dear friend Penelope, to all the Putney painters, thank you for keeping his knowledge alive, as well as the joy of camaraderie. And Sarah, so great to see you in Italy, you know, during the pandemic.
Yeah.
I mean, we're all like a big artistic family, and that's what I'm so excited about. So anyway, more to come. Penelope's right. More
Do
to
you
come.
know, Kristen, do you know when this new book will
Well, they're unfortunately, we have the sadness of losing Richard in April. And even though he finished the book, writing it, there's still a lot of production to go along with it. So we'll have to just wait to see what Nancy, you know, how she's doing, how she's feeling. But I think this has uplifted her tremendously because he wanted to keep him alive. And look, I mean, he is still alive. His knowledge, his paintings. And I also want to let all of you know, I have a blog. If you want to go on my website, westwindfineart.com. I just wrote a new blog, a tribute to Richard Schmid. And since I'm more of a writer than a speaker, I'll just say, go read my blog, because it says so much about how I feel about him, what he meant to me, how much he wanted to give to others, his knowledge, his joy of life. So read my blog, and that will say a lot more than my little speech here, which isn't all that great. It's just from my heart. So, but you know, right, there's more to come.
Kristen, from the heart is what we've all been doing today. And that's beautiful. We can't ask for any more, can we? Listen, what I'm going to do is, so that other folks feel involved, I'm going to take out Laurie LaRue. Are you with me?
Yes, you can. That's fine.
No, I'm not taking you out.
I thought you were.
I'm saying, are you with me?
Oh, I'm with you.
I didn't know if you had a scratch or it was a tear wipe. And that's okay. We're allowed to do those too. What I'm going to do is if you'd be okay with it, folks, I'm going to add a painter in each time to talk to you all so that they feel like they're involved. Okay. So it's
great.
Penelope, go ahead.
I just want to say something to the world of painters that are all connected, because there was a discussion of how we're kind of all connected through the heart because of this particular man and the way he presented art so beautifully to us and teaching. And when the pandemic happened, we had to close down the studio, and the Putney painters have stayed together because of Zoom, and we paint twice a month together. And we have been able in this process during this really horrible time, we have stayed together, our camaraderie has stayed strong, and we have actually been able to bring in other people like Sarah Calgano from Italy. And it's shown us something different than we ever expected, the pandemic. And today is showing me that I think I feel like if we do something similar to this, where we paint out together once a month or something around the globe, to me, it's like, I'm just like running off of a stream of consciousness right now, but it feels to me like it's an inoculation for the whole world of spreading beauty and light and connectedness of all of us who feel kind of isolated, or we need hope, we need love, and we need this connection. So I don't know how we would do that, but it feels to me like this is so much bigger than all of us if we're all together. It's something incredible. And I love hearing all these people, and even the people who are not making money doing art, but just love making art. So that's all I want to say. So bring them in.
Okay, I'm gonna say I've seen a couple of folks painting away there. Andrea McKay. Andrea, if you want to join us, nod or shake head. Is that a nod or a shake?
Oh, she's unsure.
We're friendly, I promise. We can't hear you. You've got to confirm first. Nod or shake.
Give us a
thumbs up or thumbs down if you want us to spotlight you.
You just have to unmute. Say yes.
There she is.
Where is she?
Can't hear you, sweetie.
I think her microphone's off.
Okay, we'll give you a minute.
It's all good.
Don't you worry about it. Just so that you know, we have, how many hours left, Joe?
I don't know.
We have 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. We've got another 7 hours here, Andrea, so you just take your time. Don't worry about it. Does it say on your screen, ask to unmute? I think she's talking to somebody else. It doesn't, we won't spotlight you. Okie doke. Don't worry. We'll come back to you. See if you can figure it out. Okay, hang on. You know what, Roger? I'm going to bring Roger into the room. I'm going to unmute you, Rog. Has it come up on your screen, Roger, to unmute?
There he is.
There you go.
Hey. How's everybody?
We're
Hi,
all
Sammy.
good. How are you? Hey, Roger. How you doing?
I'm doing fine, Sammy. I miss you.
I miss you. I miss you. Roger, for anybody who doesn't know you, and there will be people, believe me, there will. I don't know how, but they are. What's your name? Where are you from? What did you have for your breakfast, lunch, and dinner yesterday and the day before? No, and how do you know Richard?
Okay, and how do I know Richard? All right, let's start in that. My biggest story to tell involves two lovely ladies from Yorkshire, England, by the name of Rosemary Thompson and Simi Jackson. And I was at the Weekend with the Masters for American Artist Magazine. We all seem to remember that. And we were in Laguna, California. And these two lovely ladies were at like a little concierge stand out in the hallway. And I walked up and they said we're from the Rosemary Brush Company in Yorkshire, England. And could we show you just a few of our brushes? And it was all done kind of clandestine at that particular time. And I didn't know that I was going to be finally arrested, you know, should I walk out? But, you know, I said, well, let me play this game. I looked at several brushes and they said, what do you think? And I said, gee, I said, these are really very, very nice. Well, make a selection if you like. I said, okay. And I said, here, no. Come back a little later. Because we'll give you your package. So I said, okay, fine. You know, and I looked to make sure there was no detectives behind me, and I walked away. What is really the basis of this story? Is that here are these two nice ladies from Yorkshire, England, with the finest brushes that were ever made in the art world for many, many centuries, and they weren't allowed to sell at the Weekend with the Masters, because there were some big guns there and there were a conflict of interest. You know, how sad can that be? But whatever, when Richard Schmid found out that this was happening, whoever he was endorsing out there, he said, you know, I'm switching allegiance. I'm going to endorse Rosemary Brushes. And that's what started them on the success that they are today. And I think it's a great story. We'll never forget it. Yes, I live here in Forest Hills, New York, which is a borough of of Manhattan, and I just came. It's now 5:19 in New York City, and I just spent most of the day at Salmagundi, the art club, which is now celebrating 150 years in existence, and it's the second oldest in America, because they have a big crowd coming tomorrow, which I'm going to be part of that celebration. So we're in there gussying up our library with the new lighting, paint job, and all that we are doing. I want you to know that as of Thursday night, I was elevated in my position at Salmagundi, voted in by the board. I'm now an emeritus member. And Simi will know, and Joe will find out that Roger was been a very hard worker for Salmagundi for his 13 years that he's been with them. And I'm a former salesman. I'm formerly in the retail and wholesale business in New York City, and I love to sell product. And the product I've been selling for 13 years has been something called Salmagundi. So that's where we are.
Roger, I can't ask for any more than that as an introduction. I just want to say firstly how lovely it is to see you, and obviously how eternally grateful Mum and I are to you and everyone at the Salmagundi, new board and old, for welcoming Mum and I, like Richard and Nancy and all the Putney guys did. You were a real force in that, so we're just so grateful. Tell us a little bit about Richard's influence within the Salmagundi.
Well, both Richard and Nancy have been longtime members of Salmagundi. Richard was also very much of a donator to Salmagundi to help its continued success. And they would attend the American Masters events that we would have annually, which was put together by our former chairman of the board, Tim Newton, who was with us for 8 years. But both Richard and Nancy were heavy supporters of Salmagundi. Most of what I saw of Richard were at the conventions. I own the books. I know the brush strokes. I know many of the superstars that have been at Putney. Kathy Anderson, Joanne Maggi, Stephanie Birdsall, Kyle Stuckey, and there's a lot of people who are Salmagundi members that have painted up at Putney on a continual basis. So yes, Richard has been a strong influence even in my brushstrokes, what I do, loosened me up and made me have the small successes that I've had today, even though I didn't begin as an artist. But I enjoy it on a 7-day basis now in my in my aging years.
Aging years.
I'm not telling you, Simi. No.
Roger, I actually know how old you are. So
Yeah, I know. You know,
I was actually, when you said 150 years for the Salmagundi, I was going to say, oh, almost as old as you then, Roger.
Yeah, well, yeah, no. I was not one of the original founders of Salmagundi, no, but close.
You were very close. You must have been second generation. No, can you tell us, did you ever get up to the barn in Putney?
No, never did. Never had the opportunity. Number one, in New York City, I'm heavily handicapped because we don't need cars in New York City. We have something called subways, and I live 3 blocks from a major subway stop. So those subways don't get up to Putney. So I never got up there. But and I'm 55 years in New York City now.
I know, right? And can I tell?
And I arrived here at the age of 30. Don't add.
No, this one I can say, which is that you're in the same apartment now that you were then.
Yes,
And what
yes, yes.
everybody on
Yeah,
your
here it is behind me. There it is there. Same apartment, yes. When you're stabilized in New York City, you know, you don't give them up, because
I was going to say, Rog,
part of your retirement package.
make sure your window's shut right down there, because I don't want to annoy the neighbors, but I know that you're still on similar rates to when you first moved in, and they can't do anything about it, can they, Rog?
No, no, that's it. That's it. That's fine. I have a garden outside. You know, it's a whole different scene here, but it works for me, and it's been a big part of my life. So,
Well, tell us. Let's bring it back to Richard a minute, because I know how much you adored Richard, and you still
yes.
Nancy. Tell us why you want to celebrate Richard. What is it that you feel?
Well, I'm celebrating by and large, not just for myself, but for all that he meant to Salmagundi. When he passed away, we bent over backwards to honor him for all that he has done, and how much we appreciated him being a part of our organization. That's really what it's all about. Richard came to Salmagundi. He did demonstrations. He, as I say, he donated money to Salmagundi, he's still today part of our life. That's how I look at it.
Well, I've got to tell you, tomorrow, I don't know if you're able to make it, but it's
You can make the first few hours, yes.
great. Well, it's so at noon, for anybody who's just joined, we're going to do a celebration afternoon. So it kicks off at noon, finishes at 6.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Eastern time. So your time, Rog, New York time.
Okay.
And basically, throughout the day, we're going to follow different journeys that Nancy's chiseled out for us, which include the palette and chisel and a short video from there.
Sure.
And then live painting of the portrait from, ready for this lineup, Rog? Clayton Beck III, Michelle Dunaway, Rose Franson, Dan Gerhardt, Nancy Guzik, and Jeremy Lipkin. And
Okay.
that, by the way, is all before 12:30, which is pretty
Yes.
brilliant. But that's what time they're kicking off. And then in the afternoon, we've got still lifes, which I know that you'd love, which is Kathy Anderson, Suchi Bossel, Tina Garrett, Nancy Guzik's going to join them, Kwong Ho, Daniel Keyes, and I know you adore Sherry McGraw too. But then at the end of the afternoon, Tim Newton has filmed a short clip about Richard with the Salmagundi. And that's why I'm saying to you, if you miss it, don't worry. It's going to be recorded and it'll go on the website, richardschmidart.com. But it's really, obviously, it was poignant enough that it's been put into Richard Celebration Weekend.
Good, good.
How much Richard meant to the Salmagundi and how much the Salmagundi meant to Richard. So,
Okay.
yeah, just
Terrific.
amazing.
Good. I thank you, Simi. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Joe, I got to meet you.
Yeah, definitely.
Roger, I saw your email the other day. And by the way, who is this Joe Hawkins guy?
Yeah, who's this Joe Hawkins here? Who is this guy?
Well, Joe does all of
New
our,
Yorkshire, check this guy out.
I know, right? He does all of our videography and all of our photography, you know, to make the brushes look fancy schmancy.
Good.
And any of our videos, but he's also the other half of me. But we're very professional, Roger, don't worry about it.
And just back from Scotland.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're trying to get out to New York in March, by the way, to see.
Good. I'll be waiting at the door.
I know, right? You know, Jacob Collins and Patricia.
Yes, our new president, Jacob Collins.
They were all invited. Do you know if any of them are going to be able to make it today, or have you come as the representative?
I haven't heard. I know that there is a big event tomorrow at Salmagundi, starting at 3 o'clock. We have a lot of guests in the house because it's part of the building of Salmagundi. This event is very, very important, and I will be there so I can tie in with you at the beginning of the afternoon, and then I got to jump on the subway and get in there also, so that I can shake hands with a lot of people probably in Salmagundi for the very first time. Also, who will be there will be our chairman of the board, and now for his second term, and that's Mr. Nick Dawes, who you might know from the Antique Roadshow, and also senior vice president of Heritage Auctioneers. Also will be there will be our first vice president, Patricia Watwood, who has been at the face conventions and has a great reputation, and even is a master, a member of ARC Renewal, and to head up our house committee, because we have a townhouse between 11th and 12th on 5th Avenue. It's a 5-story building, and it's the last standing double townhouse in New York City on 5th Avenue. And so we have Judith Pond-Cudlow heading up our house committee. And Judy shows at Anderson Fine Art in St. Simons, Georgia. And you may even know who her husband is, Larry Cudlow, who was a political advisor to the Trump administration. So we've got a cast of characters like we've never had before. Yeah, and it all looks good. I was on the nominating committee and I helped make the choices. So that's probably why I have this new title today.
I was going to say, you want to be careful that you don't say anything that you can't. Just go steady, Rog. We don't want any pain inflicted on you. Have you been painting recently?
Yes, in fact, I got something right now. It's just about finished, but I'm working on a harbor scene for Newport, Rhode Island. I'm connected with the Sheldon Art Gallery up there, and it's a little hard to see, but it's in its final stages, and it's a 12 by 16. So yes, I just they've been selling them and want more, and mine don't come by just painting it plain air and sending it up there. I have to do a lot of detail. So your brushes are getting a workout, Simi.
Well, yeah, well, that's good. I always like to hear that. But what you should put your prices up, Rog, and then you don't have to worry about it.
Okay. All right.
Well, listen, it's been amazing to speak to you. You've missed Nancy by about 5 minutes because she's just gone to feed the cats, but she's going to come back on and see people painting. Okay. If you want to stay on with us and paint in the background, just feel free to paint away. Okay. We're all sharing stories. I honestly, unless you have got something on this evening.
Okay, well, we'll see what goes. Yes.
Some of these stories will blow you away, Roger. I'm telling you.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Oh wait, I have someone. Oh no, she can't come on. She's I forgot. My mum. She's in.
Okay. All right. Very good.
We love you. Thank you for your kind words.
Okay. Okay. Bye, Simi. Bye, Rosemary.
That is Roger Rossi, by the way, folks, from the Salmagundi Club, who is just a gem, and anybody who knows him knows that he's just an absolutely wonderful person, and Mum and I adore him, and I know that Richard and Nancy do too. So thanks, Rog, for taking the time today. Okay, I'm gonna dip into a couple of painters. If anybody wants to give me a wave that's painting around and about, we could go on to, I tell you what, I'm going to go to Julie Rosa. If I ask to unmute you girls, let's see if they're concentrating. Hey girls, are you listening?
They're having a chat.
They are talking away, look. They didn't even think. Hello? Look at this for commitment to the celebration weekend. Is everybody observing this? Right, well, that'll be that then. I shall remove them from the spotlight.
Can we bring, Jeff's actually sent us a picture in, so we could
great. Right, bear with me. What I'm going to do then, Joe, is put Jeff on with you, and I'm going to run to the bathroom.
Okay. Hey, Jeff. Hello, Jeff. Can you hear me?
Which Jeff?
You. How's it going? You had your hand up a while ago, I noticed, and then you sent us a picture in of your painting behind you. Oh, I think you've muted yourself.
There. How's
There
that?
we go. That's better.
Hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah,
I noticed a while ago you had your hand up, and you've since sent in a picture of your painting. So I thought I'd try and catch up with you now. If you can tell us, well, obviously we can see your name, but where you are, and any stories of Richard and any kind of effect he's had on you.
Okay. Well, my name is Jeff Boring, and I live in the Winston-Salem, North Carolina area. And like a lot of folks, and even some of the people that you've already talked with, I retired several years ago and decided to take up painting. I didn't know Richard Schmid at that time, but it didn't take long. I signed up for an online art class through the Tucson Art Academy, and I worked with Laura Robb, who's a really top-notch still life artist. It didn't take long with working with her and looking at other videos and books. You start hearing the name Richard Schmid, Richard Schmid, Richard Schmid. It was everywhere. And I just started looking at his work, and it was just so incredible. It was like that guy earlier said, he looked at the work and he couldn't figure out how someone did that. And I had the exact same experience. It was like, okay, it's clearly not a photograph, but it's even more realistic than a photograph. How does that happen? And it's like, it just really taught me that how powerful art can be if it's done right. And so I got his books and started paying attention. And in support of today's event, which I knew right away I wanted to be a part of, I painted this, which is it's his lilies. It's on page 158 of Alla Prima 2. And I figured, well, it's small enough I could get this done today. So I did this, and I can clearly see that I need to go back and read the section about edges. But anyway, this is what I did. I love Richard Schmid. I love being a part of this. And he has had an enormous impact on a lot of people, me included.
Is that part of the Vermont lilies? Is that what it's called? Is it the Vermont lilies? I think we've used it as our backdrop for a lot of the images for this weekend.
I bet, yeah.
It's an amazing painting. But I mean, that looks great, Jeff. I don't think you need to worry too much about your edges. I think it looks great.
Well, thank you.
I mean, I'm not an artist, so don't.
No,
take
we
anything
need to bring in some artists for real proper critiques. But we can tell you as a friend, it looks great.
Thank you so much. Yeah, well, I've had a lot of fun. I've been, like I said, I started about 3 years ago, and I really have a lot of fun doing this. It's very therapeutic at a time that's needed to be therapeutic. And I don't know, I get lost in it, and it does make you feel, it's like that other woman said earlier, how can you be mad or a bad person if you're engaged in something as good as this?
Yeah.
I think that was Penelope said that.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. How long have you been with us today, Jeff?
I've been on this thing since 7 a.m. this morning, and I started painting about 9:30, and I think at 3 I decided, okay, I haven't had lunch and I need to go to the bathroom, so I stopped. I called it finished at 3 o'clock.
What time is it now?
Now it's 5:30.
So you've nearly
I'm Eastern time.
You've nearly been doing 12 hours with us. You're not.
I am. I'm coming up on it, and I don't know how I'm going to tear myself away. I'll probably be here till midnight.
Well, at midnight, are you Eastern time?
I am.
Then guess what? You can carry us through the next 6 hours. I was just working out in my hands what we've got left, and I would love to check back in on you.
Okay, I'll be here.
All right, Jeff. Well, thanks so much.
Thank you.
So I just spotted somebody special come in. And bear with me. Bear with me. 1 sec, because I wanted to see if Nance, are you back and okay to talk, or do you want 5 minutes? Do 5 minutes or okay? Yay! Okay, hang on. Okay, you need to just unmute now.
This is Sammy, my model, and Gus is going to pose for me at the same time.
Gus.
I don't want to tell the other artists I'm practicing for tomorrow.
Well, we're going to bring in someone now, Michelle.
Great, because she can talk to the other artists too. Hi, Michelle.
Michelle,
I have
ask to unmute button. So
hi everyone.
Hi, sweetheart. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you, Simi?
We are 17 hours and 29 minutes in.
You know what? I've been kind of watching on the sidelines. I haven't been able to pop on and talk because we had construction going on next door and it was very loud and jackhammers, but I actually tuned in like a little bit early in the morning at 2 a.m. my time and then watched them today, and it's just been so beautiful.
Hasn't it blown you away?
I have just been crying along with all of you guys, crying and laughing.
Okay, glad it wasn't just me. I've gone through a whole toilet roll.
No, I was crying with you every time you cried.
Kathy texted me when she left and she just put stop sobbing, which was a little bit embarrassing. But anyway, well, I want, before we start, you'll know what we've asked everyone then, just for good housekeeping. So what's your name? Where are you? What time is it there? And how do you know Richard?
Okay, my name is Michelle Dunaway. I'm in New Mexico. It is almost 4 p.m. And I've known Richard and Nancy for quite a long time. I met them back in 2003. Oh, and I'm going to turn off my email so it doesn't make noise. And met them at a book signing and at the Butler Institute. And it was me and some friends like Jeremy Lipking and a bunch of us all saved our pennies at the time and flew out to see his paintings in person. And we used to have like dinner parties when I lived in California, and we'd watch on VHS his videos that he had and just talk about like, oh, look at this brush stroke here and look how he mixed the color there. And so when there was a chance to meet him in person and see his work in person, we all flew out there, and it was really lovely. And he took time to talk to us, both he and Nancy. And I'll never forget, I don't know if you remember this, Nancy, but I was so embarrassed to have you guys sign my book because I had highlighted it like all the places. I thought, oh gosh, but it's how I learned. And Richard said, I love that you highlighted it.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. We all thought that was great. Well researched book.
And every year I would highlight more, and now the entire book is highlighted. So I probably shouldn't have highlighted.
More probably.
Yeah. And then, oh, it's so neat to see your setup, Nancy.
Yeah. Yeah. You keep talking. Like, it's just so exciting. We'll keep.
I just want to say a quick hi to everybody. I see, people I know and love, Penelope, John, many of the Putney painters.
A couple more artists.
What I would absolutely love is for if anybody's got any questions for either Nancy, Michelle or Penelope right now,
Yeah.
just hit the raise your hand little button at the bottom and you'll swipe along to the top and we'll bring you in. Or feel free to type it. If not, Michelle, I know between Michelle, Penelope and Nancy, they've got enough stories to keep us going for the next 7 hours. So that's
I still have to paint tomorrow. I don't know about that long.
I was going to say, if you'd like, Joe and I can sign off now and we'll leave you to it.
If I didn't have to paint, I would go give you a reprieve. But yeah, I guess it was in 2010, I think it was, when I really got to know Richard and Nancy. And Richard, this is actually a funny story, and I told Richard kind of a neat story. So of course I had admired him all my life and watched his videos. And every time I came home from college, I was in art school in California in my early 20s. My mom, I would get her to watch like the VHS videos of the captain's portrait and like him painting Burton Silverman and things like that. And my mom is a very gifted artist, but she didn't go down that career path, but she would appreciate it with me and we could talk about it. Fast forward to, 2009, I believe, I had entered the Portrait Society for the first time with a double portrait, and I got in as a finalist. And my mom, it was right before I was supposed to leave to go to the Portrait Society, and my mom was in the hospital for the first time in her life since she had given birth to me. And it was kind of serious, and she had an infection, and they said, she's going to probably have to have major surgery. And I wasn't going to go to Portrait Society. And she said, it's so important that you go. And I was like, no, you might have to have surgery tomorrow. And then I get a phone call, and I always usually check my cell phone to see who it is. I just assumed it was my dad because I'm sitting next to my mom in a hospital bed. So I just put it on speakerphone and say, hello. And I hear someone say, is this Michelle Dunaway? And I recognize the voice, and it's Richard. And I mean, it had been 2003 when I met him briefly with a ton of other people, so I didn't expect him to remember me. And I'm just like shocked that this man is calling me on the phone. And he goes on to tell me that he and Nancy had seen my portrait that was a finalist, and he expressed how much he thought of my skill as a portrait artist, and he invited me to come out to paint with them at their home and studio. And I looked, and my mom's in the background trying to be quiet, and she's kind of jumped up from her hospital bed, right? She's going like this. She's just so excited because she knew what it meant to me. That was my utmost dream in life as an artist, to possibly be able to watch him paint. I never guessed in a million years that I would spend so much time with him and Nancy and learn so much, and it would be so influential, and we'd become friends. And and they have become more than artists to me. They're family, And so I hung up the phone. Long story short, my mom didn't end up needing the surgery. She got totally fine that day. The infection healed. They got her out of the hospital. And I said, Richard, you healed my mother by calling me and inviting me to come out and paint. And he said, well, he was happy about that. And it was just, of course, when I went out there and just to watch him paint, I thought it was a one-time thing. And I met wonderful Penelope, who facilitated the barn. And she said, you have to come out here and teach. And then I would come out and paint with Richard and Nancy all the time and teach. And it was just, going out there to Putney. And I told Penelope and John this when John was alive, and Nancy and Richard as well. And meeting all the Putney painters and being in that environment, it was like stepping into a fairy tale, a fairy book. Just the environment that Penelope and John created, the way Richard and Nancy encouraged and inspired the group of people when we'd paint together. It was just, and because you've been out there, Simi, that it's just, it is like you're stepping into a fairy tale. I'd have to pinch myself that it's real, and just the kindness from all of the Putney painters. And I heard Penelope talking about this earlier. there was no like competition. It was a sense of everyone lifting each other higher, you know, and with Richard as well. And Nancy too. And, you know, Nancy is one of the most amazing teachers, and I look forward to her books and videos coming out in the future. And being invited into their world in that environment was just, to me, one of the greatest privileges of my life. And not just seeing, you know, I thought I was going there to learn how to paint, you know, better technically. And I did learn that. But what I learned more is how to appreciate and live life with reverence as an artist, as a human being, in camaraderie with other artists, you know, how to work with models. You know, Richard and Nancy, you've probably seen pictures I've taken on Facebook where they're dancing and waltzing through the studio, brushes in hand. And none of those pictures were posed. That's just them during breaks. I would just have my camera and try to like quickly catch it, because to me, they epitomize not just what art is, but what love is, and that true love of life and that reverence for, you know, painting. And I realized pretty quickly working alongside of them that I know this sounds weird, but the painting was the least important part, the finished product. They were so about the process and about getting to know the model and just having this experience. Like I would see both Richard and Nancy turn into little children in front of their models and just have this joy and like shining eyes. You know, I felt I was seeing like a glimpse of Richard when he was 7 years old, maybe drawing for the first time or listening to classical music, because he would just get so enthusiastic about, wow, we get to paint this person. We have the privilege of painting someone in front of us, and like gathering here all together. And he'd say this almost every time we were all in the studio. And he said, and we, you know, have these little sticks with hairs on them, you know, and magnificent ones made by you guys and made by Rosemary. And he said, it never ceases to amaze me that you can put these pigments on and you create this face, and this face describes this person that maybe, you know, I remember him talking about a model that was from another country. And he's like, you know, we get to know her during this painting session, and, you know, we'll never experience this moment again. And he was just, you know, to me, very reverential in that way with painting, but also at the same point didn't take himself too seriously. I can't count the number of times I saw him just lay down something on in just a few brush strokes, and it was brilliant on the canvas. But I also saw him wipe out something five times once to get it right, because he's like, it doesn't look like what I want it to look like. And any one of those variations would have done, you know, like we would have been happy with. But he was always, you know, like focused on get the thing you want to get, because the painting isn't just about the subject, but it's about you and your experience of the subject, and you need to bring that to it and know what you want to capture. And that dedication to excellence in his vision was really, really inspiring. You know, I put the painting behind me that he did. It's the original I have in my house that he did of me. And what's so great is, you know, normally, like, and Nancy can attest to this, you know, when he paints a face, he lays in the mouth, he leaves it, you know, it's perfect the first time. And it looked really darn good when he did it in, but he goes, it's not your mouth. And he wiped it out and he redid it like 2 or 3 times. And we all said, oh, well, are you going to cut that out of the video? Because that's not normal for you to redo the mouth. And he goes, no, I think it's very important for people to get that lesson. And I remember walking out of the studio to get some coffee, and he was passing me on the way back in, and he just said to me, just off the tip of his tongue, he said, confidence isn't knowing you can get it perfect. Confidence is knowing you can fix it. And I thought it was so incredibly generous that instead of, some artists might go into their ego and say like, oh, I want to cut this and edit this and not show my mistakes. And he goes, no, we're leaving that in. And I've heard from people who have watched that video how much they learned from that.
Really?
You know, and it's just his generosity of spirit is both him and Nancy are just so, so great.
Can I ask you a couple of questions?
Of course.
I want to know, first of all, did you pick the frame or did Richard pick the frame?
Richard framed this.
Did he?
It's so beautiful, like, and I would have never thought to frame it this way. And this was such a surprise when we were the story of this, which some people might not know, is that I was just going over to his house. We were all going to paint, and Scott and Sue were there, and Scott was showing Richard how to do his camera and Nancy. And so they had cameras on it just to kind of record for posterity for them to have. And I came in, I was prepared to paint, and he said, I know you were going to paint, but would you model, for me? And I was like, oh, sure. And I was going to paint with him the next day. I was like, yeah, sure, no problem. And so I modeled, and, he talked the whole time. And he said, early on, he said, I'm going to give you this painting. And I was like, oh, wow. And then when he got partway through with it, he goes, actually, this is way too good. I think I'm going to keep it. I was like, that's okay. You can totally keep it if you want to. And so I wasn't expecting to get it. And at the end, he said, yes, of course, I'm giving this to you. And he framed it, and he wrote this beautiful little inscription, to Michelle with love. And, I just kind of almost touch it. I don't want to touch the surface of the painting every day and think of him and just his generosity with that. And then they turned it into a video. So we didn't know it would be an instructional video.
Let me ask you another question then.
Yeah.
So the color notes on the left and the right, were they afterwards? And did he talk about that with you? Because I haven't seen the video.
Yeah. Oh, you haven't? Oh, okay. Yeah, it was really fascinating. I remember Nancy and I standing behind as he put those in, like he did them as he was painting. So when I took a break, we started noticing that. And like we were talking about it. Oh, did he, and Scott Burdick too, like, did he put those in because I'm an artist? Because I thought it was really cool, like the palette coming around. He goes, oh, I'm just painting what I'm seeing. And Nancy's palette, the reds and yellows were Nancy's palette in the background behind me, a glass palette that was just up against the wall. And ironically, I was wearing a green shirt, and the chair had, I was wearing this green, and the chair had these blues on it, like a blue drapery. And we all said, oh my gosh, it looks like a color palette. And he goes, yeah, I like that. But he was painting what he was seeing. And then he decided to kind of leave it really, abstract there. And I just love it because it feels like it feels like so much of a part of my identity, surrounded by the colors and everything.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful.
And it's funny because a couple people said, oh, you smile so much, like, it doesn't really look like you. And that's what I look like when I'm painting, because I'm ultra serious. And that's how Richard knew me. We'd be painting together. And I think it was a year later, a photographer at Portrait Society caught a picture of me painting, and a student put it up next to this painting, and it's exact side by side, the photograph and the thing, because I didn't even realize I got that serious of a face painting, but it was just
concentration face.
Yes. But I love how he did the palette, and it's just, yeah, it's the abstraction.
It's absolutely stunning. So where does that normally
hang? It hangs, actually, I have it hanging right at the entrance to my studio. So I see it every time I turn the light on, every time, when I turn the light off to go to bed.
Yeah, gorgeous. Gorgeous. Penelope, do you want to add anything? I'd love you to be involved. Let me unmute you there, sweetheart.
Hey, Penelope.
There we go.
Darling. And I should quickly add, because Nancy might want to add, she did that day I modeled, she did 3 paintings of me. When Richard did this one, she did 3 separate paintings, and they're all beautiful. So.
Where did you go, Nance?
Oh, I'm here. Yeah, that's right. I did. It was a very, sometimes it's just amazing how, somebody said it here. that there's no rules, and there was just so much wonderful joy in the air. I kind of knew when to, I was just doing sketches and knew when to stop. So it was a very magical day. It definitely was. Yeah. And you can't see this. And it's so wonderful to be painting with people, you know?
Absolutely.
It's great. I'm painting salmon.
Lovely to see you painting in your studio, Nancy.
It's wonderful to be painting.
Alexi, I'm going to just pin you for 1 second to make you big.
Okay.
Tell us where you're at. What are you doing? What's the process right now?
Well, I'm practicing for tomorrow, so I don't tell the other artists. This is Samantha. This is our granddaughter, and we have her dog here. And I have different lighting on her, and maybe I'll keep this tomorrow. And then I'm going to be in the afternoon doing a still life back there. So I'm painting twice tomorrow. I'm so excited with just such wonderful artists. So that's very
so cool. So you're going to do the same canvas, just part in the morning.
No, it's going to be another person. Yeah, another whole one. So yeah, but it's nice to be painting with everybody who's painting today. So, and who knows who will come on? How many hours do we have? How you guys doing?
4.
Only 4 hours?
No, I wish it was 4.
No.
I wish we could come there. I wish you could give it to one of us.
I think, what is it now? It's, I'm trying to think, 6 hours.
Well, maybe one of you take a nap and you guys can, Michelle can take over, and then I'll be here too, and Penelope.
No, I think we both now want to set ourselves the challenge of just going all the way through.
Yeah, we're going.
We've got this far.
You guys are young. You can do it. And it's nice to meet you on video, Joe. I love your work. Your filmography is beautiful.
Thank you.
So share some more stories, or Michelle, I have another proposition.
You want to know what brushes I use? Because they're all right. That's just about half. Those are the ones currently in rotation, as I think.
The ones, right, they're in rotation, like on a 4-year thing with the fields.
Yeah.
I think it would be amazing, because we've got you three here, that if we checked in on a couple of people who are here today.
No, I'll just start it over. They won't even know.
1 sec, I'll mute them.
I love that Nancy's like, they won't even know, as we see her.
It's okay, we've muted you, Nancy.
Dedication to excellence, right there, to get it exactly the way you want. That's it. Nancy's illustrating it.
Can I also say, Michelle, somebody's just put, Jesus Christ, so many brushes, I've just noticed. Yeah, that, like I say, that's just the part of it. Right.
Some women collect shoes. I collect rosemary brushes.
Well, we've got a chap here that I'd love to spotlight. He's been painting for a while. Who is this? Is this Pavel? Yeah, 1 sec. Let me rename you. I could spot you. I'm thinking this one seriously dedicated dude over here. Let's ask him to unmute.
Sure thing. Yeah, that's me. Hey, Simi. Hey, everyone. Hey, Nancy.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you guys.
Pavel, tell us where, well, I know you, but not everybody here knows you. What's your name? Where are you from? And how would you like to celebrate Richard?
Well, I'm Pavel, and I'm over in Montreal. And it's 6 p.m. Eastern Time. And I'm so happy to be here with you guys today.
Is that okay for you?
Pleasure. As for Richard, oh my God, there's so much to say. There's no words that could make it enough, you know? Or at least I lack the vocabulary. I almost feel like what we do today, like us younger painters, we wouldn't get to do this to the same degree that we do without Nancy, Richard, and you guys who kind of started bringing back this type of painting for us.
That's
I mean, seriously, without you guys, there'd be no ateliers to study this sort of stuff, and I'd have to work in finance. So I really deeply,
Well, I've
deeply,
seen your
deeply
recent
appreciate it. Hmm?
I've seen your recent paintings. You do not want to waste your time working in finance. You need to paint.
I've developed a new hobby of stock investing. It's really cutting into my painting time. It's really bad. But seriously, I just want to thank you guys, everybody, Richard, Nancy, Michelle, everybody here, that to make this possible and to be able to have a life where I rub paint on a rectangle and I get to survive this way is strangely one of the most compelling ways I could think of existing ever. And it's really changed my life in every way. It's really an honor that we get to do this, and I do think it's largely thanks to you guys. I really do, because otherwise there'd just be like abstract art teachers and we'd be on our own. It wouldn't be possible. So
well, you say it really well, because when we first met Richard at the Palette and Chisel, I mean, we were just like, wow, there's a real person who he's charging, he does these great paint, he makes a living, he doesn't have to do another job. We all have jobs and we're trying to do it. And that's what happened to us. And then look at this, and there's room for all of us. Look at it, when you follow your heart. So
yeah, exactly. And every time that I talk to anybody who's starting out, the first thing I do is tell them to get Alla Prima, because life without Alla Prima just makes no sense, I feel like. So that's just an amazing resource. And I never, unfortunately, got to meet Richard, which is quite unfortunate because he's a hero of mine. But I did get to meet you guys and Nancy at the retrospective show a few years ago.
Yeah, you came out to the retrospective in Vermont. I think I remember.
I did. I raced after my buddy's wedding.
That was it. I remember.
Quite hungover. I raced so fast I got a $2,000 speeding ticket because I wanted to see you guys.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
It's all good.
But, $2,000. How fast were you going?
How fast?
Yeah, how fast is that?
Man, my car broke. I was using my mom's car, and you press the pedal, it flies. I'm not used to it. It's just, I didn't know how fast I was going.
Really?
I like slow, like old broken cars. That's what I like personally. But
I'm right in thinking though that you drove down from Canada to see that, right?
I did, with my friend Jordan and his friend Joanna, and Nancy signed we bought our landscape book. I have every single book from you guys, the Alla Prima Companion, all of them, and the still life book, and of course the upcoming portrait book. I'm going to get that. But Nancy was kind enough to sign it. And what I wanted to say about that day is that meeting Nancy, it made it impressed upon me that it's not just painting well that you guys do, but also being really good people in a way that I don't think I can aspire to be even. That was what impressed me most, is that, I haven't met Richard, but to get a partner like you, Nancy, obviously he has to be a certain way to be able to accomplish that. So I think I learned a little bit about Richard through you that way.
Yeah, and through his books, he comes through. He taught us how to be so giving and sharing, your knowledge, and then having fun and joy. He was so about joy, and I can feel it in you and your work. It's about joy and gratitude. You can hear your gratitude.
I'm trying my best.
No, I've got to say, I can chime in here a little bit and say I know Pavel from a while ago, because you came over to a workshop with me, with Jeremy, years ago now. And honestly, your work's just got better and better and better. But I think also you as a person is becoming more understanding of the other side to art, you know, and the other side to becoming an artist, and knowing that we have to, exactly what you just said, which is what Michelle honed in on so perfectly. What Michelle learned wasn't really the painting. It was, you said, but it was all the other things, right, Michelle?
Yeah, definitely. That's what I noticed when I met you guys, is that was like an inspiration on a whole different level of how to be as a person. So
It's
I appreciate
infectious.
that.
It's infectious. And we were saying, I don't know how long you've been with us, Pavel, but we were saying earlier, the art world is so small, even though it's so big, and we've been in like probably 40 countries today. I can't believe that, but I honestly mean that. And we've had, at any point, we've had about 400 people. So we're going to have people dropped out and pull back in, right? So we've had thousands of people. We're all small in one way, that we all have the same values and the same core beliefs of being a good person. And we all, thank goodness, like pushing brushes around. Some people like palette knives, but we just ignore them. But, you know, we all, no, I'm joking. You know, we all have the same common ground. Michelle, you're usually way more eloquent than me, but you know what I'm getting at, right?
You're saying it beautifully, Simi.
Well, can you finish it? I'm tired.
I've been on here for 14 hours. No, I mean, one of the things I've realized over the years, and a lot of it from, you know, watching in Richard and Nancy, and then just, you know, painting with some of these beautiful painters from Vermont, and just, you know, and spending time in front of the model, is that, you know, our goal as artists is not to just to paint a replica of what's in front of us, but to paint our experience. And we're having some kind of emotional reaction to what we're seeing, and to paint, you know, paint the things that make our heart beat faster. Not to sound too trite, but that's exactly why we want to paint or draw, even when we're little kids. Is there's something in us, and Richard talks about this in Alla Prima, there's something in us that we have to get out as an artist. And so we paint and we learn our skill, and we study and we do workshops, and we read Alla Prima and different books to enhance that. And I think part of the thing is, when you learn that skill, you have to get back in touch with that childlike self that wanted to paint, not to get in a gallery, not to have recognition, but just because there was something in you that you were responding to the world that had to get out. You know, and Richard and Nancy embodied that so beautifully, as far as just that joy of experiencing life and people, whether it's a rose or a person's face or a cat or a flower, you know, that they have to get it out there. And of course, it inspires everyone. And I realized that, you know, when we do that, we as the artist have to embody the emotion that we want to convey. Right? We can't create something inspiring by just like fighting with the canvas. And that's something that I would especially see in a portrait class, you know, students trying to create this really serene looking model by just fighting with the canvas and trying to get the paint to do what they want. And you really have to embody that emotion you want to convey. And so, like I said, I see Richard and Nancy do this. And one of the things Nancy said very early on to a group of us when we were watching, you know, Richard paint, is she said, if you don't know all the answers, that's okay. What you need to do is ask yourself better questions. You ask yourself questions and you start problem solving and you learn, and then you don't fall into frustration, because when you fall into frustration, you stop learning. And you can't accomplish anything if you've stopped learning. And so it's just, you know, whatever it takes to kind of get you back in that mode of intention, you know, when you're painting. And I would see it with Nancy. Sometimes she would look like a sword fighter, like fencing, because she'd stand with such authority before her canvas. Yes, exactly. And to not approach your canvas timidly like that. And, you know, something very important, and I tell every single group of students that I teach, I tell them this story. is I was with Richard and Nancy at their house, and Nancy said, honey, tell them the story, or hun, she called him hun, tell them the story about when you first demoed, you know, and like how I asked you what you were thinking and everything. And she said when she was a student, she asked him, what are you thinking before you demo? And he said, I'm thinking success. You know, I'm believing for that. And then I remember he continued to tell me in private the story. He said, you know, the first time I went out to demo in front of a big group of people, he said, I was afraid. He said, it's the first time I have ever felt that kind of fear. But he said, I very quickly realized that in my body, fear and excitement felt exactly the same, like physically. And it was just my thinking that needed to change. And so he said, then I just moved into excitement. And he's like, I've never been afraid since. And that he told me that when I was starting to demo in front of, you know, big groups of people, and that just transformed my thinking. And I tell that to students every time, because, you know, sometimes we all have fear, and the fear comes in because we want it so bad. We want to capture the thing we want to capture on canvas. And it's not like you can get rid of the fear, but you redirect it. You redirect it into excitement, enthusiasm for what you're doing. And that's something I saw Richard and Nancy do every time they painted, just like this enthusiasm, this full attentiveness, you know, bringing all of your faculties at play. And those are the things I remind myself every time I get in front of the model or canvas.
That's cool.
You know?
I like that. I like that.
That's so much more important than a certain mixture of colors. You know, you can get a mixture in a variety of ways, but your mindset is one of the most important things you bring to any painting session. And it's why, you know, Richard talks about that so much in Alla Prima, because it's so important. You know, my favorite paragraph. I'll
keep going because it's perfect.
I don't have Alla Prima within reach, but my very favorite paragraph is the very last one about, you know, you're here to say something, basically, and do it with the best you have in you. And I'll get the book and have it for tomorrow, or if I hop back on, you know, later tonight, I can read that. But it's
yeah, I think we spoke earlier about the last paragraph in Alla Prima. I think it was Kristen that mentioned it. He says it's probably one of the best parts of the book that he wrote. It was probably the best thing he has done in the last paragraph.
It's one of the best parts of any book I've ever read. You know, that is like my go-to out of any philosophy book, you know, through the ages. That paragraph is just so powerful. And I think it speaks to every artist, you know, and every human being who's even not an artist, that's not a painter. But we all live our lives artistically in one way or another, whether you're a writer or whether you facilitate artists like Penelope does and create this environment, or, you know, the people that inspired us. I know my mom inspired me growing up, and, you know, she wasn't a professional artist, but she had that enthusiasm too for what she did. And
Pavel, I'm going to pop you up to the top and just say thank you so much for coming.
Thank you guys. Thank
Thank
you
you
so
so
much. It's great to be
much.
here with you.
It was a great story. I hope you keep painting. I'd like to come back and see what you do.
Sure thing.
Yeah, just don't leave us, but also don't drink too much wine, and don't try and feed the cat any more wine. I saw you do that. The cat is not drinking wine, Pavel. Okay.
Bring the cat closer. Let's see the cat, though. I want to see the cat. Bring the cat. Oh, look at the cat loves. Oh my God, that's so
hairless cat.
Yeah, she's a little sphinx.
Oh,
really? Can you bring her closer?
that's what it looked like. She was a hairless.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Wow.
sweater on?
Oh, she'd be fun to paint.
Okay, I'm putting it out there. I'm going to be the elephant in the room.
And
it looks a little strange, Pavel. I don't know if I'm buying it, but that's because I have a fluffy dog.
Very.
You can block your ears. They love
you know, we love all animals, so that's anyway. We're going to drop back in with you, Pavel, a little later on. Thanks so much for coming on, and
thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks for being part of this. And I mean, it just means the world. And we get to carry Richard with us in our hearts and blossom in our own way. So thank you so much, everybody. This has just meant the world to all of us.
Can I ask one quick question before you leave? Did you have to sell a painting to pay the fine?
Yeah, I had to. It was well worth it though to get to meet you guys, so I'm happy.
My gosh.
You know, next time we see you, we'll do a whip round. We'll all put $2 in a hat.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should have just billed them, Pavel.
I'll try to be less speedy and less expedient next time I come to see you guys.
See
Okay, great. There's more to come. So great to meet you. Honored. Okay, I'm going
to add Kristen
Just
to
sign off also. So I just want to say goodbye. I haven't eaten most of the day and I need to go make something. So
hi, sweetie.
Yeah.
It's so neat to see John behind you, the painting behind you.
What?
It's so neat to see the painting of John behind you.
Yeah, there we are.
It's now been put back on straight. Before it was a little skewy. We've had it off and back on.
Showed everybody.
Michelle,
Anyway.
did I mention that we've done 24 hours? We've had every painting off every wall.
So much for doing this. I'll tap in later on.
Okay, perfect.
We'll see you later.
And how about another artist? Can we get another artist painting?
We're just gonna say one more thing about cats.
Oh, okay. Look at that. Richard, I asked Richard to do a monochrome oil for me.
Right. Our private collection when Timothy was alive. And this is what he painted: monochrome oil, Nancy holding Zorro.
Wow,
So,
that is masterful.
isn't that the most beautiful drawing? I mean, when you can, I have a broken wrist, so is it?
Oh my gosh, do not put the painting down.
No, I won't, but is it okay? Can you see it well enough?
Yeah, but put the painting down. You're so sweet.
I know, but we're talking about cats, and the two, Nancy and Richard, paint cats so beautifully. And I want to show you too a painting that Nancy did of Richard holding Zorro. Can I do that now?
Yeah, you can just put your arm.
Okay.
We're all just
Give me a moment.
Careful. Just be careful.
Give me a moment, bless her. And she's, oh, her poor arm. Whilst Kristen's gone to do that, I'm just going to home in on Chantal. Chantal Julian, you have been fiercely painting away there. Can you give
Where is she? Chantal.
Thumbs up or thumbs down? Are we allowed to spotlight you? Okay, that was a nod. So I'm going to click ask to unmute. There you go.
Okay, yeah, that's it.
Bear with us. Kristen's just going to show us a painting and then we're going to...
This is Nancy's painting of Richard holding Zorro.
Oh wow.
That is gorgeous. I got it real quick. Yeah, he loved that underneath the
Nancy, that frame is also beautiful.
Yeah, thank you.
Gorgeous.
Thank you so much.
They had great frames.
That's funny.
Yes.
Anyway, I just felt we were on the subject of cats. I had to show it.
Yeah,
thank you.
Come back to us when we hit the next subject, Kristen. Just make it a small painting. Don't carry anything.
Yeah, the next subject.
I have a few more that I'd love to show you, like the one behind me, but I don't want to take the artist's time, people have joined from around the world, and I think that's what's so special about this event. Richard loved the diversity of painting people from all over the world, and he loved to paint the color of skin, the texture of hair. He was a universal man, and that's why I was so proud to work with him. And, we here in the United States, I mean, I just have to say, we're no special than anybody else in the whole world. And that's what Richard Schmid was about. And that's what Nancy Guzik was about. And that's what the Putney Painters are about. We just want to share this joy and beauty with all of you to make the world a more beautiful place. And I'm so happy that I got to be a little part of this, and that you and Joe and your mom helped Nancy do this. I don't even know how to express it. I probably told you 20 times, but from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Because you're connecting like-minded hearts and souls with people around the world. You know, we're no more special than anybody else, and that's what we're doing. So thank you guys. You're just so awesome.
Yeah, I just want to second that, because like Simi and Joe, that I know when Nancy first told me about this idea, you know, a while ago, oh, this idea of this paint-a-thon and how could we do it? And I have no idea how to do it. And I was like, you know what, Nancy, just have faith. It's going to work out. Somehow it's going to work out. It's such a beautiful idea. And here we are, and it's in fruition. And a big thanks to you guys, you know, and for figuring out how to do this and just doing it exactly the way Nancy wanted, you know, because, you know, there could have been something simpler done to really celebrate Richard, but she really wanted every artist to be included from every country and have time to paint and have time to talk. And that's just the generous person she is, and how Richard was, that he just cared so much about people's learning. Yeah. And that's one of the things that, you know, humbled me so much when he invited me out to paint, and, you know, other people as well. And it's just because he had people offering him, you know, lots of money to come out and study with him. And here we were, you know, kind of younger, broke artists at the time. And he, you know, just said that all I'm charging you for this is that you pass it on. You continue to teach and you continue to share, so that this legacy of great art continues, you know. And that's something I remember every time, you know, I teach, is that it's continuing something in his name, you know, because I learned so much from him. He was one of the first artists. I'm gonna start crying, and I can tell you're tearing up too, Simi.
I can't stop it. I'm going again.
You know, it was I cried so much without even being on video. I can't even tell you.
Toilet roll anymore. This is my napkin for my lunch.
Is that he just, I mean, what was so revolutionary too to me, before I even met the person, I knew, you know, met him as a person, I knew how generous his spirit was by his book, because I had never seen someone share everything they know. People always held back secrets. And I know, because I had looked, you know, when I was starting out, you know, back in the day, it's not like I could just go on the internet and find stuff. You know, I was searching bookstores, I was searching for information, and there wasn't anything there until I found Alla Prima, you know, and he was just willing to share everything. And that generosity of spirit, I feel, is just unmatched, or only, you know, I've seen in Nancy, you know, and of course I try to carry it on too, but it's, and I think everyone that he touched has continued that, you know.
Sprinkle of the Schmid and Guzik magic.
Yeah.
It is, because it's not about it, you know, it's not about the individual artist. It's about putting great art into the world that puts light into the world and that combats the darkness. You know, we can't combat the darkness of the world and the negative stuff by being negative back. We can only, you know, you like I read an author say once, you turn the light on and the darkness disappears. And the way we turn the light on in the world is through paintings, or, you know, beautiful writings like you do, Kristen, and, you know, just, or facilitating something like this, or the beautiful, you know, brushes you make, Simi and Rosemary. I don't know if your mom's on, and the films you do, Joe, you know, that highlight the beauty of life. Like all of these creative endeavors that we all do, they all have that same purpose to me, to put light into the world. And that's what I know Richard always said, you know, like, we need more of this in the world. And, you know, there was a video memory that popped up on Facebook just yesterday. I reposted on my Facebook. If anyone wants to see it, it's the latest post next to the schedule for this. And it was just a little videotape on the cell phone camera when we were sitting at the kitchen table, you know, with Nancy and Penelope, Nancy and Penelope and Richard. And he's just talking during lunch about Nancy. Thank God Nancy hit the record button on the cell phone and recorded this video. He talked about, you know, like long from now, like all of the things of this world, all of the negative things, the politics, the everything that's taking up space in the negative world will pass away, but what will remain is great art and the inspiration that it does, you know, for the human soul. And it's such a worthwhile endeavor, you know.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful.
Chantal.
Yeah. You
Hello.
hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, great. Hi, hello. Well, I'm Chantal Julien, and I'm from Quebec, in Sherbrooke, in Quebec. It's by the border from New Hampshire. It's not far from Vermont either. And well, I'm a painter since many years. I won't tell you my age, but I was really glad to be part of that event. Thank you very much to everyone that has built that event together. Well, and for Richard Schmid, it's a great, it would have been a great honor for me to go at his studio and paint with him. Yeah, I really would have loved that. It was one of my wishes, but it didn't happen. But I studied with one of his students, I think you know, Mark Boges.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I've made one workshop with him. I've learned a lot. Like somebody told that earlier, that he thought a long time before putting his brush strokes, and that's what I'm not doing, but I'm learning. And also is the last edge, the soft edge, the edges in general. Yeah, I really learned a lot with him.
Yeah.
And well, I would have loved to meet all of you guys at Putney, the group. So when the pandemic will be over and when we could cross through the border, will it be possible to have some other painter with you?
Definitely, right, Penelope, definitely. And yeah, this is, you know, this whole event too is about people who haven't met him, but we're telling the stories of
it's really great.
And I keep saying about Joanne Manji, he is really like the book. When you read Alla Prima, he is that smart and that funny and that joyful, and that we hope you get a sense of, or you have a sense of carrying him with you like I do. And that's kind of what this event is about. Because I just couldn't get to his birthday without celebrating with all of you around the world. And yeah, instead of a closure, it's like a new beginning, and we're joining together.
It was a great idea. A lot of work though.
Oh yes. And it all people who loved him who created it. And we would love to see your painting.
Yeah.
Everyone agree?
Yeah, I'm working on a landscape with minimal color.
Nice, beautiful. Looks
with
like
a limited
nice.
With a limited palette. That's one of it's in Eastern Township. That's what we see, farms and lands and like that. And yeah, and I'm trying a lot, but I used to scrap everything. Today I scrapped everything and I rewrote it over, and that comforted me that you said Richard did that too. That's so good.
And I can tell you something else too. He did that, but also I'll tell you a story. I was landscape painting, and we had a teacher, Mr. Parks, and he said, oh, if you can do the figure, you'll be able to do landscape. And it was like, no, landscape was totally different to me. I didn't understand it, but I was doing my best. And Richard came over and he said, how are you doing? I go, oh my gosh, this is horrible. And he goes, well, what do you mean? I said, oh, it's just hard. And he said, no, you need to do this. Is this part okay? I went, oh yeah, that part's okay. How about this? Oh yeah. What about that? No. You problem solve, before you wipe it up, you problem solve. And there's another little thing too to that, and that, but that was a big up for me. The other thing is, oh yes, he said, you want to remember what you did right, but you also want to remember just as much what you didn't do right, and he was so good at that logical part.
Yeah, and what we have done to correct it.
Yeah, I had to get that logical part, I just had the emotion of couldn't wait to paint, and instead of before I start, what do I want to capture?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't need to put in that can be a little oh, I'm doing the tree, doing all those things like an alla prima. And yeah, and then painting, if you can paint in a group, sometimes that's very good because you can get
it
feedback.
helps a lot. Yeah,
it
I am a part of a group here.
Oh, good.
And that's great. We go outside, well, when we can. With the pandemic, we were able to do it anyway. And yeah, we like that. And we are like, we are not shy to share our comments.
Good.
One with the other. So even if, well, something's not wrong with something's not right with the painting, I'm okay that if the painter tell me that something's not right. But sometimes when we go back, we just look back at our painting. When we paint, we don't see everything. We don't see all the default or the defect in it. Sometimes somebody else has to see it and to tell us.
You know what else, Chantel? At the beginning for me, sometimes I couldn't tell that it was really good.
Ah, okay.
And I'm just so glad Richard a few times said, no, don't wipe that off. And then a year later, it was like, oh, wow.
Now I know why.
Yeah. So sometimes you even need that too. Sometimes, I mean, we've done that at the Putney Painters. You go past somebody and you're like, oh my God, that's great. And then you come by and it's wiped off and you're like,
oh,
they didn't see. And I've done that too, right? Yeah. We've all done that. So there's a lot of little things to learn like that. But those two paintings up there look beautiful, Chantal.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Thanks very much.
How you love to do landscape. So good for you.
Like that. But I will have to learn the figures too. So I will read the next book that is coming from Richard.
Yes. And his older one, sometimes they consult for a lot of money, that the figure book, that old one, someday we'll redo it. He always wanted to redo it, but that one's really great because like in alla prima, he kind of shows you like different ways to do it.
Yeah.
That's a really good one. But just thank you for being part of this.
Thank you for inviting us. And it was a great pleasure and hoping to see you painting together someday.
Yes. Talk to Penelope. And will you be here tomorrow watching the little thing we put together? Great. We hope you enjoy it. And just all of this is so inspiring. We get to all move forward together. And this was Richard's dream that he reached all of you. So thank you so much.
Well, it was my pleasure. Thank you very much. It was an honor. Thank you very much, Nancy.
Thank you.
And an honor here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go into another studio.
Holy smokes.
How do you feel about that, Nance? Where are we going to go? Oh, I know where we should go. I'm going to bring in a lady that was with us very first thing this morning. Janelle.
Hello. It's Janelle. Janelle, hello.
So Janelle,
Cute, Mother. Hello.
Janelle was with us this morning, Nance, when we first started, because Janelle's in Australia.
Where do you live, Janelle?
I live in Sydney, Australia.
Okay, so you're back up. You went to sleep?
I did. It was funny because I've got my times all mixed up. I thought the tribute and the video was last night at 4 o'clock. So I set my alarm. I put you on my iPad and slept with you all from 4 till 7.
Well, Joe, I'm sure, is just dying to sleep. He's been up this whole time. So
I must say, Joe and Simi look unbelievably well. I'm concerned you haven't eaten. Have you eaten?
We have. You've just not seen us eat. We've also had a change of clothes. Have you not noticed?
yes, I like you still have polka dots on, though.
Donald Celine Dion. We've got wardrobe.
We had a costume change at 12 hours in. We were so prepared.
It's amazing. It's amazing what some adrenaline can do, isn't it?
Oh, well, the adrenaline.
Oh, wow.
Look what my mum
Yum.
brought us. We haven't eaten that yet. We've just eaten the unhealthy bit, which was the pizza.
Yeah.
Well, you guys have done an amazing job. Can I just say I came to painting relatively late in life. I've always had a creative interest, and I've worked in museums and botanic gardens, so I've loved my journey. But I've found my tribe now. Thank you for being there. I love this. I like crying. Now I can cry happily with all of you.
Janelle, this is Richard's mission. He's just so happy he's reached people all over. He's always wanted to come. It's Australia you're at?
Yeah.
He always wanted to go there and see the water and just,
Yeah.
he always wanted to go there. And this is his dream, that he reaches everybody.
Yeah. Nancy, thank you, because behind every great man, there is a great woman.
It's so funny. You must have been asleep when we've said that, but it's been said twice since you've been sleeping.
Yeah.
Is that right?
It's true.
Maybe I heard it and I'm just saying it back out.
You heard it subconsciously in your sleep.
Yeah, bless you. No, you're right though, Nancy. I fear now we're going to see some different paintings from Nancy coming out, because for a while Nancy had to pump the brakes on to be the honourable wife and just an amazing support network. But what comes from that lady at the end of her brush is phenomenal, and we're all dying to see it. And I know Kristen said earlier, maybe books from Nancy and just anything she does is excellent. So we can't wait.
Yeah. Can I, with these magical brushes? Yes, Janelle.
I was just going to say, I'm a passionate lifelong learner, and education's my thing. And I'm just so impressed with you guys and the Portrait Society of America with this pursuit of excellence. If you set the bar here, you just naturally rise. And I'm just so delighted. It gives me goosebumps to see excellence as part of the normal approach to things. Start off with the top. You only fall this far.
Good. Yeah. I like that as a normal thing. And I'll tell you the story. I'll be telling it tomorrow. And Michelle did say it. But I'll tell it exactly. I'm sitting, Richard puts the model up there, and everybody behind us, you can see there, that wonderful, all that noises, they're working, and Richard and I are still looking, and we're putting out paint, and we're looking. And I turned to him like this, and I said, "What are you thinking right now?" I had to say fast, so I wanted to get that phrase, And he, just like him, to be funny, he stops, he's like this, putting it, and he turns slowly to me, and he says, "Success. That's what you're talking about, that bar. I had never heard that before. It changed my life and my painting."
Yeah.
Yeah, you really want to go for that. You don't want to be scared for it. Everybody deserves it. And you know, you just figure out, if you don't make it, you just figure out how to get, you know, how to get up.
And
there.
the other thing is, when this morning, in the early hours of the morning, when was it Rose?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, Rose.
Rose was here for a while.
She
That
was
was
our co-host, right?
that was so sweet. But when she was saying that, and I thought this was an incredibly powerful insight, was that Richard created this world so that he could surround himself by people who kept raising his bar. You know, he did it so he could talk the language with like-minded people. And I think the greatest tribute to him, this is a funny thing to say, but those who took what he said and made it their own, where they evolved something different. And it just gives us all license to be ourselves with his blessing. It's lovely.
I agree with you, by the way. I absolutely agree. Sorry, Nance. I don't know how you ended up.
I did that because Gus is kind of running around. You could hear the tap dancing. I'm going to paint her dog tomorrow. So I'm practicing. Janelle, I'm cheating. I'm practicing tonight. Don't tell the other artists. Oh, Michelle's here. Oh, no. But he taught us that joy and laughter. I mean, miss him every day. And you can hear the tap. Yeah, why don't you put him outside for a little bit? And he taught that joy of learning, so that you can be up here. And he said, there's room for all of us. You know, no competition, because we might paint like him for a while or something, but once you get to your heart, you'll paint what you love. And we can see all your love back there. Those are beautiful, Janelle.
Yeah, I had the fortunate opportunity to study with Susan Lyon and Scott in Menorca, and that was great fun. And I realize now that Kathy Anderson joined them, and I didn't know who she was, and I sort of went, if I'd known, I would have got.
We'll have to tell that one to Kathy. We'll tell that.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, thank you all. Thank you so much. And I'm here for the duration. And thanks. And you know, the best thing about this, and Simi, I think you're probably responsible for a lot of this. We're live. We can talk to each other. It's not pre-recorded. It's not slick and smick. It's not you stay in the background. But you know, here's little old humble me talking to you guys over there. How exciting is that?
Same with us. We're so honored that you painted in tribute to Richard with us. We're also honored. I mean, Semi and Joe were just emailing, you know, texting me at real early in the morning this morning. Oh my God, we're on. It's so exciting. You know, there's people here, you know, it's just been so exciting for us too. It's all for Richard, you know, and all for us and all for this new beginning together. You know, I'm missing him so much, but
you poor thing.
This helps so much working on things like this and painting and his books.
He's still here, isn't he, huh?
Still here, and this is about kind of taking him with us in our heart, and then us exploding with our own.
I have a quick idea, and I don't know if we can explore it later, Nance, but I think we should set up a Facebook group for everybody who celebrated Richard.
Oh, that's a good idea.
They can do it themselves, but set up a Zoom every month, once a month, with anybody that came on. They can invite friends that are like-minded. And if they want to talk about it, you know, what my thought would be with that is that for folks who don't have a social network, you know, so many people were in awe of the Putney guys, and they just said there's just no one like that around here. But if there was a way we could tie that together, that once a month, it won't be 24 hours, that's for sure.
Yeah, we'll have to figure that one out.
But can you imagine if, you know, it's a way of us bringing together people that want to, people are putting great idea in the comments. Okay, we'll have a look. Expect something from me and Nancy at some point, but I definitely think that there's a crying need for this. for us to connect around the world and hear. You know, I didn't know that you guys had gone back down in the lockdown back in Melbourne, and you certainly don't know what the weather's like today in Yorkshire until I told you. You know, and we've touched base with Iran, and can I just read you all out for anybody who's just joined?
Yes.
All the countries that we've joined.
Yes.
That could join
Yes.
if we did this. So we've been to India, Nairobi, Dubai, Iceland, Singapore, Melbourne and Sydney, and pretty much all over Australia, New Zealand, North Wales, Lancashire and Yorkshire, Hawaii, Iran, Switzerland, Canada. We've gone Russia, Brazil, Argentina, Italy, all over Canada, like I say, Colombia, and then so many states. And I'm sure there's more. But
Yeah, I just saw Japan and Austria in the chat as well. And
yeah, somebody said Poland earlier as well, I think.
Oh yeah, Poland. I saw Poland. Yeah.
You know, and this is all because we loved one man. And that man just had a merry band of painters after him. And they're us. You know, and Janelle, when you say little old me, I'm just going to bring, Michelle, I want to keep you in with us, but I just want to bring another merry old painter in. Sherry, I'm going to spotlight you, Sherry, from earlier with the dogs. SP.
oh yes, Sherry West.
Oh yeah.
Sherry
You
West.
know her? Oh, that's so cool.
I do, and in fact, because I heard your earlier, but I had just gotten out of the shower, so I wasn't going to pop on. You know.
Hi, Michelle. I
until-
did this with you online.
Yes, and you said that was your first portrait drawing.
That was my first portrait drawing. I had charcoal because you said, you know, spill it all over the canvas. I'm still cleaning up charcoal.
Can you hold that up again for
the
Nancy?
ceiling, it was on the floor, it was on me.
You heard what you've done. You've ruined the studio.
Hey, but look at all the great work she's created.
Oh,
What you don't know, Sherry, is that we were so inspired. She was in the one-day workshop with the Portrait Society, and she was like, I don't know, I've never done this before. And she did the, can you hold your drawing up again? Because Nancy might recognize it. I texted this drawing to Nancy and Penelope, and I emailed it to all of the people running Portrait Society. And I said, this woman, I didn't tell you this. I said, this woman, this is her first drawing. This is why we do what we do.
Yeah.
This is why we show up. This is why we teach. This is why we share.
Oh my
That. And I know they were so inspired, and I wanted to pop on and, you know, say too with everything you said earlier today. But it's like people like you that just take that and jump in fearlessly and do so. I mean, that's why we teach. It makes everything worthwhile. And you know what you said, Simi, about, you know, we're here for the love of one man. You know, we're also here because that one man with his one life shared everything he had within him. You know,
you're
there's
doing the same thing, Michelle. You're doing the same thing. The joy you had that day, because I just wake up joyful. I don't care. I have no fear. I'm just going to go try it. You were just incredible. You've got stuff going everywhere, and you go, you just do this and just do that. And I thought, well, I'll just do this and I'll just do that and see what happens. It was wonderful, but it was the joy, it was the passion, and it was not trying to make, I don't even know this gentleman, but he had a certain aura about him. And that's all I cared about, was to get that aura of him. And the bad thing now is that I just want to paint everybody I see. I just go nuts.
Welcome to the club.
Oh my God. Everybody is beautiful. Every single person I see is gorgeous. There's just something incredibly beautiful.
Sherry.
So that's what I do in this little room. I'm in Rancho Mirage, California. That's what I do in here all the time, trying to figure it out.
That's beautiful. And just think of the dark charcoal dust as kind of like a christening of the art room.
Well, then the bad thing is I said, I hate pastels. I think they're ugly. They're horrible. I'm never going to try them. So then I decided to try pastels. I love them. They're absolutely fantastic. And now I've got pastel dust everywhere in here to go with everything.
Okay, I do need to tell you something, just so you need to do this. And the thing is, you go like this, right? And you take a paper towel. And we used to have to do this in school. And you fold it, you know, the right length, and you put it underneath there, and then you go like this. So it all goes in there.
Well, where were you the other day?
Just so you know, and then the thing is, and sometimes you have to lean it this way for pastels so that it drops into it, but it'll drop right into it. And there's some kind of a power feeling to it that I don't know what that is. It'll even give you more power. So, you know, we keep sharing things. Like I keep learning stuff from you here too. And just like Richard learned from us. I mean, he saw Rose, Scott, and I doing impossible things. And then we'd pull it off because we didn't know it was impossible, you know. So
That's just it. I don't know things can't be done yet.
That's good.
I just try, and I'm learning though now there are things that can't be done. But I love knowing all of you. I know you, but you don't know me. And it's interesting because I see your beautiful faces, see the wonderful things that you do, and you're very much a part of me, which is interesting that you can be so connected to people that you never actually even met, you know, that you've never actually talked to. So I mentioned earlier about the lineage, and I think the lineage is just so important because you all are already connected. Now I'm connected to you. If I get the chance to show anyone anything that I've learned, then we're all connected just because of this one wonderful thing, which is called art. I mean, it's the connection just is amazing to me, but it's also the lineage, and it's simple things. I was at the Getty Center and I saw some paintings by Franz Hall. And I went, oh my God, Sargent had to have studied with him because I had just seen Potsy over at the Hammer Museum. And I thought, you know, it is that lineage, it's that connection, and which means we all are one and the same. We are all important to each other. We all make a difference in each other's lives. And I find that exquisitely beautiful and probably the reason for living. I know that's a bit heavy there, but that's really how I feel about it.
Yeah. Richard loved him too. And what you're saying is just, you just speak so well. It is like we go like this.
Yep.
Just keep bringing each other up, you know, and that's what we're doing with here. You're bringing me up. You're bringing all of us who are close to Richard. And, you know, it's just, we get to try to bring him with us now, you know, in our artwork and explode in our own personal ways. So Joe and Semi, a big thank you, and all the people who helped with this and everybody who has come. I mean, my gosh. And then tomorrow you get to see, we should probably, because of Janelle, we should probably tell the times for tomorrow.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah.
Janelle, what we'll do is we'll do our housekeeping in literally a minute or so. But I just want to ask Janelle, do you drink water?
Yes.
And also Sherry, do you drink water?
Not if I don't have to.
What I was going to say is,
I love the honesty.
Whatever is running out of your two's taps, you need to bottle it up and sell it, because you are
yes.
Beautiful souls, and I would pay a good couple of dollars extra for the water that you girls are drinking. It's absolutely gorgeous being with you.
Well,
Okay.
I have to say when Sherry was in the group, and there was like 40 or 50 people in this group, and we hadn't met before, and she was so enthusiastic. Before I ever saw her drawing, I knew it was going to turn out really good. She was talking about, I'm afraid I'm this, she had such joy when the camera went to her, when I went around the room and helped people. She's like, I'm having so much fun. And I was like, it's going to be a good piece, because she was embodying what she wanted to create. And I heard you speaking, Janelle, and it sounds like you do the same thing. I think we met at Portrait Society before.
I was going to be in your. Do you know what's wonderful is the real world doesn't allow you to be this enthusiastic. You actually got to bottle it, especially if you work for the public sector. And now I can be as outrageous as I like.
Yeah, and Richard would say that, you have to, you have to sometimes think as an adult and solve problems, whatever, but that child in you, it's true, the world wants to kind of stamp it. You want to keep it, and we all have it. Everybody who's here, Sammy, Joe, Michelle, everybody's so beautiful. All of you, it's just been, we've all connected with each other. We all want each other to do better, and we're all helping each other with our stories. I mean, both of you just helped so much. Yes, bottle it up, whatever it is.
But could I ask a technical question desperately? Please answer me now and put me out of misery. How do you clean your brushes? I've watched Daniel Keys do his courses.
Janelle, you're killing me. We're 18 hours and 45 minutes into this. I do a video nearly every other week. Don't kill me with the brush cleaning question.
And you know what, Janelle?
No, you've got me wrong.
Send me a video in a couple of weeks.
Sorry, you've got me wrong. I'm not talking about cleaning your brushes. I'm not tired, but I'm channeling you, Simi. I'm talking about when you paint, do you dip your brush and then wipe it like this? I never see an artist do it while they're actually painting, because they do it off camera. So they're painting away on the screen, then their brush disappears and it comes up, and I'm thinking to myself,
very good point. Good point.
It's not brush cleaning. It's, do you clean your brush every 2 seconds? Do you leave the paint on it? Do you do that? Or do you do it on a tray? Do you do it on a, just, Nancy, how do you do it?
Well, Sammy says she knows how Grandpa did it. You want to tell her?
Yeah. He'd get the Viva paper towels and fold it, put it on his lap, and then if he did a dry brush, he would wipe it off like this.
Yeah, on his lap, and and then if it was in the mineral spirits, Rose Franzen would say this too, you could hear the squeak. Because the thing about these magical brushes, rosemary brushes, what I do is, especially when I'm painting kids, I'll have so many of them to do to soften an edge. You don't want any mineral spirits in it. Yeah, and then I'll go back to the dry. You don't want any mineral spirits because you want to be able to soften it, and you go. So a lot of times I'll even take a clean brush, but Richard would do the mineral spirits. And if he was going to dry brush, man, would he and you could hear it go squeak. I always thought, man, those brushes, those rosemary brushes, they're going to come out, and they never did. And he would really dry them or take a new one. But yeah, he would clean them all the time. And then, and then mix his paint and then go to it. The dry brush, man, the dry brush was great. And dry brush was usually with the bristle brush. He'd get dry paint, and when you want to get a dry, I did a lot of dry brush here, and I'm sorry, it's because of my lights up here. Tomorrow, I'll make sure I don't have, I did some dry brushes going over here. Has to be totally dry, and these wonderful bristle brushes, but he would make this noise. He would make this noise. It was so much fun. The whole room could hear it. He'd mix this color. Here, he'd do this. I'll do one for you. He'd do this, Let me just take a little blue here. And oh, see, I mixed it in a little, see, dirty palette, a little mineral spirits. You don't want any mineral spirits for a dry brush. And he'd do this and he'd go pound, 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 pound. If he wanted it real dry, and it would kind of do something really neat to that. And then he would go perfect. So did that make sense? Did I talk too fast? Okay, yeah. He had such clean color. His palette was always beautiful. I have some pictures of that, and it was always pretty. Yeah, so that's good. Yeah.
Nancy, post that picture because my palette is the antithesis of that. And maybe if I see it, I could internalize.
I'll do that. Well, and as an artist, you'll see tomorrow. Maybe we can all show our palettes.
Oh yeah, that'd be great.
Because man, everybody learned their own way. Rose Franson had. You want to be able to have, like, I have a whole big thing of skin color. So, you got to work fast, and we'll see everybody's palette tomorrow. But then Jeremy Lipkine, it's like, how the heck does he get that pretty color? His palette, don't tell him, you'll see it. Sammy will ask him to, it's all messed up. And I just think, how does he get all those pretty colors? So he found his way, and you'll see, and then you find your own way. But it does help if you make something that works for you. Just like my brushes when doing kids, I have so many, so I can soften those edges. I know it's clean and dry, So anyway, that'll be fun tomorrow. We'll surprise them,
Please, and just show us that squeaking. I'd love to see it, and then I'll do it even more.
Well, I totally agree with Nancy. That's one of the reasons I have so many brushes, is because you want a clean, dry brush. If you ever find, a lot of times as you're going through a painting and it's picking up the existing paint, that means there's a little paint thinner on that brush. And it can pick up. So like, I don't ever go back into the face with paint thinner on my brush. I constantly clean it with a paper towel. I might go through a whole roll of Vivas, and then I'll grab a clean brush, like Nancy was saying, to do an edge. Oftentimes it's a brush with no paint on it, just to manipulate an edge. So if I find I need to clean a brush, I buy 2 or 3 more of that same size brushes so that I can have a clean one to use throughout a painting. So.
I thought when they got dirty, you were just supposed to throw them away and start all over again because
Sherry, this is why I knew I loved you. This is why I knew I loved you. You are just honestly, between the two of you, if you want to move to York, move in with me and Joe. We've already adopted you.
Well, I'll be on my way over there next year, I think.
Sherry,
I'm doing another continent visit.
Sherry, you're going to be on the road for us as a sales representative. I'm getting you on the road.
About buy a new one.
Well, it's going to be so much fun tomorrow, because then there's Sherry McGraw, and I think she only uses like 3 paper towels during her whole.
Oh my God!
Wow.
I don't know how she. Oh, and I don't even think she uses mineral spirits. So it'll be fun to see. We all have this excellence. I love that you said that. There's a lot to talk about that, and we pass that along to the next generation, and we tell them what works for us, and they take a lot of that, and then they say, "Whoop, this is better," So that's what's so neat about 2 painting groups. Can't believe we're doing that tomorrow, and with some wonderful artists. So that'll be great. Yeah.
Right, what I'm going to do, folks, I hope nobody minds.
See you all tomorrow.
Yes, look forward to it.
Sherry.
Hey, and you can ask those questions. Can I see everybody's palette tomorrow? We won't tell anybody, we'll just do it.
And Simi, I did finish the brush cleaning video, but I'm waiting to send it to you till after you're done with all of this, just to not make you crazy.
Perfect. Well, yeah, I mean,
does not tip you over the edge.
At points during the setup of this, I thought Joe.
Yeah, you just let me know when you're ready, and I'll send it your way.
Okay.
But
right.
something that, as Janelle said, I just really wanted to quickly touch on the excellence in Richard's art, because, you know, a lot of times people will come to me like, how do you approach a gallery and how do you do a portfolio? And you have to have everything themed the same. And you know, they read that in a book and I say, that's, you know, that's not true. You can do that, but it's not true. And I always use Richard as an example. It's like, look at, he's done watercolors, oils, you know, drawing. He does different styles. Some are more painterly, some are pure palette knife, some are more rendered and more realistic. And you know, it's all across the board. The theme was not a subject matter or a way of painting. His theme was excellence. Everything he did had excellence in it. And so it just taught me that, like, you know, we're always evolving and growing in our vision as human beings and how we're ingesting inspiration from the world and how we want to express that. And you might want to express it differently for one painting than for another painting. And I would see him do that. And I think that's, you know, part of what made him a genius. And he didn't listen when people said your paintings have to look the same. He just focused on making his paintings authentic and pursued excellence in every bit of them, you know. And I think, you know, that's just something that I always remember. That
I think it's a way of life as well. I mean, I honestly can tell you, I can put my head on the pillow at night when I know I've achieved excellence with my job.
Yeah.
Joe's the same. We're probably too pernickety sometimes, but because we strive and strive and strive, it sticks out like a sore thumb when it's not good. And yeah. I honestly can't lie my head on the pillow at night. I wake up and I'm like, Joe, we didn't send it. We did it wrong. Send it again, you know, because when you get to that point, and I'm sure you could translate it to painting, you're not prepared to settle. And I believe in life, you don't settle for any man that you're not happy with. You don't settle for anything job-wise, you know, and what you aspire to be friendship-wise as well. You just don't settle.
Yeah, I had a student ask me in the last class, they're like, do you ever get to a point where you're like, this will do? And I was like, no. It's done when it looks like the vision you want. And that's true for anything that you're doing, to do everything with excellence, right? And you know, you'd see that in, I totally agree. I believe all those same things you just said. And I see that in Richard and Nancy's life. I mean, you've been to their house too, Simi. And so, you know, it's like, I see excellence in the way Richard and Nancy loved each other as husband and wife. You know, all the cute little notes around, the little cartoons they drew for each other, everything that they did with excellence, that he did. And Nancy is still like that. You know, everything she does with excellence. And that's something that I've told her I respect so much about her. And I saw that. And, you know, of course they're a couple because they both did that together and enhanced that in each other.
Yeah, I agree. Let me just real quick, Michelle, do these house rules, because we've had a couple of people join us. And each time we wonder if we should do them, and then each time we get a load of emails with people's paintings. So we know it's working, but it just takes a couple of minutes. So I just wanted to say then, welcome to the celebration of Richard Schmid and our 24-hour Paint-A-Thon. We are in hour number 19, very close, which means we have 5 hours to go, folks. Joe's doing a backflip over there. I'm Simi Jackson from Rosemary Brushes, and I'm here today running all the things technical with the brilliant Joe Hawkins, who you just saw. He's usually behind a camera, so it's unusual that he's in front of one. We're live at the moment, and we're welcoming everybody in the celebration of the dear Richard Schmid. It's been mine and Joe's pleasure to help Nancy create this event and make her dreams become a reality. As with all things live, we've appreciated throughout the last 19 hours, and will do for the next 5, please, any patience that you'll give us for any technical glitches that we might have either today or tomorrow throughout the events. But so that everyone is aware, we are recording this event and we're going to pop it on the website, richardschmidart.com, by the end of October. We're encouraging everybody to send an image or 2 of their work over to info@richardschmidart.com. that work can be anything from last week, next week, or during this weekend. It's basically in celebration of Richard. And Nancy's dream is to gather all of those together, archive them forever, and we're actually going to then post them on the website at some point before the end of October. During today's 24-hour Paint-A-Thon, please share that you are with us online with your friends. If you're not sure what to post, just head to Richard Schmid's latest Instagram or Facebook post, and you can just share that and just pop join us if you want to, folks. And then the email address is info@richardschmidart.com. As soon as they email that, we'll send them a Zoom link, or if they go to our website, actually on the home page, you can just click through now onto the Zoom link. For those who have joined, the main thing to know is that you are muted when you come online. But if you have a story to share, please write it in the chat section below or in the questions and answers section, and we'll get round to you as soon as we can. You might have to sometimes write it twice because of how quick conversations can go. I've noticed we've missed a few there. Some of you may have come on and your video may not be showing. This is purely down to the fact that Zoom controls the amount of videos that we can have on at any point. But we're doing our best to try and switch the videos around, and just don't take it personally. It's an internet thing, not ours. So in other words, you will come on into the room and you might be an attendee. And what we're doing is requesting people to become panelists. It'll just show on your screen. What that means in short is that we're asking you to put your video on, just purely so that we can see you painting, or if you want to come and spotlight into the room with us. If you don't want to come on, just reject it. We won't be offended. If you want to make a contribution at any point during the next 24 hours, just click the raise your hand button, okay? And it's at the bottom of the screen here. What it basically does is it bumps you to the top of our pile, and it means that we can see you and action whatever you're asking us to do fairly quickly. If you want to change your name when you've come on, some of you may have been called artist. It's a generic thing that we had to type in because there were so many people signed up. Just head to the blue box as you hover over your picture, and there's 3 dots, okay? If you click on the 3 dots, I'm doing it right now, and you scroll down to rename, you can do that and you can change your name to whatever you want. What was the name that we changed before, Joe?
It was Jacobus the Man.
Jacobus the Man, and I hope he's still on because we want to check in with him in a bit. The last thing is that we recommend that you watch today's event with speaker view. This is really important if you want to see the event in the way that we are trying to highlight it to you. In other words, when you click on your main Zoom screen there, in the top right, it says speaker view. You'll be able to change that over if you prefer gallery view, which is where you see everybody, okay? If you're on an iPad or a tablet, hook the left side and it's called active speaker. I'm sorry that I'm not doing backflips over those announcements because we've done them 18 times today. 19. We're trying to make them as interesting as we can, but it's more to just make sure everyone's on the same page as they come in. So I'm just going to quickly action some of those that folks have done, move them in, and then I've spotted. Right, Nance, let me get you on. One sec. One sec. I have to unmute. Okay.
Who hasn't been on yet?
Yeah, I've got a couple of people I want to bring in the room that have recently joined us, Nance.
Did Janina Blanca come on?
I'm sure I saw Bill Schneider. Could be going mad, but I'm sure I did. Well, I definitely saw Todd, and I'm going to ask to unmute you, Todd.
And can we get Janina Blanca?
Yeah, sure.
Let's get a couple of them. Yeah, that we'll all talk together again.
Hello.
Hey, Todd.
Hey, Todd.
How are you?
Doing great. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Bear with us,
Hey,
Todd.
everybody.
Just trying to multitask, and it's going.
And where are you both from? Where's Todd from? Todd, you're from?
I'm in Calgary, Alberta, Canada right now.
Okay, and Janina?
I'm from Costa Rica.
Oh my gosh, wow, how wonderful. The both of you. I'm just so honored that you're here and joining this celebration for Richard. Anything you want to say about Richard, how he influenced you, or how he's helped your painting or your spirit or your soul? Or
Go ahead, Janina. I'll go later.
would you like to say,
Yeah.
can you hear us, Janina?
One sec. I'll ask her mute either.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. It's an honor to be here, and it's an honor to meet you, Nancy, and all of you. I am, of course, a big fan of Richard Schmid's work, and my story I need to share with you because it has influenced more than myself. Instead of a lot of people here in Costa Rica. And what happens was that I wasn't a painter. I did something else with technology, and I had to have surgery, brain surgery, and I recovered from that with my hobby. And I was living in California. I lived there for 13 years. I was in Newport Beach. And after my recovery, I decided to give painting a chance. I understood that art found me, really. I didn't search for it, but found me. And I was living in a very beautiful place. It's called the Canary Village, and an artist village there. And I was doing very well in my studio painting. I had no idea of the existence of Richard Schmid, and then I was walking down the street and I saw some painters doing plein air, and I had no idea what that was. And they invited me to join them, and I then joined the Southern California Plein Air Painters Association. And my friend and artist, Gordon Luce, gave me this great advice to buy a La Prima book, because I said to him, I want to do this because I learned with acrylics, and then I was getting into oils, and there were some great painters there, and they helped me out with my painting, but I wanted more. And so that was, that was the greatest advice ever. So I went and got the book, and it changed my life, because I did not have any education in art. I decided to look for artists that I admire to teach me through their workshops or their videos or whatever. But this was back in the year 2000. So because I've been back in Costa Rica like 18 years ago or so. You can do the math. So anyway, what happened was that once I got back here, I came back for personal reasons. And so I wanted to find a group like that to paint with. And I kept, I brought, of course, with me my A La Prima book. And internet was not that, what it is now. So I didn't find anyone. I didn't find any artist association or anything like that. So I figured, okay, then I have to make my own. I have to find my people. And it took me a long time until 2012 that I found some people that together we founded a group, an art group. So I took the book and I decided to convey that knowledge with them. And I told everyone about it with the book and showed them the book. And And then I tried to get back into the United States in the art world. So I saw that there was this fine art, Richard Schmid fine art auction. And I applied for it, I got in, but I wasn't in the position to go and meet him and meet you. So, but that was okay. I got in, and to be there, it was just like the biggest ever. And that inspired me to apply for Salma Gandhi Club New York, and I got in there too. And I joined them for at least 5 years. And then I took a break. And so I wanted to share this knowledge. And so I thought, I took the book, and I thought, well, I had to teach. I was to the point that I had to teach. Oh, because I forgot, I took a workshop with Hetty Moran, because I wanted to find Richard Schmid, but he wasn't teaching. So somebody told me that she was, and she took, class with him and so I joined the Scottsdale Art School before I came back to Costa Rica. So anyway, so once I was here, I figured I took the book and everything I learned from it, and this sharing, and I learned this sharing from him, and what Hetty told us too at the class. So I made my own course that was from the fundamentals of that he taught, values and coloring and everything else. And then I added my own, from my own perspective, my own experience and practicing. And that became a course of a year and a half, and many people joined. And then what I did was that with the planner group, I taught free classes for the planner people to get better. And what happened is that this was in the year 2012, and 2 years ago we became an art association, cultural artistic planner Costa Rica association. So you can find us, you can see us on Instagram and Facebook, and in our constitution of the association, we have one of the statutes is that we are eager to find a house, a building, and some funding here to build the Planner Academy of Costa Rica, that is going to be called Richard Schmid. I don't know if you can see it there. It's right there.
And read what it says.
Let's see, right here. Right here. It says that we're in honor to Richard Schmid, to what we learned from him through his teachings, that we want to honor him and build an art academy, an art academy here in Costa Rica called Richard Schmid. So I don't know if you can see it there.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
It will be. I know so. And so I wanted to share this with you. And
oh my God, that's so beautiful. Oh my gosh.
When you say, Nancy, that he's smiling, happy, I know so.
I know so too. This was his mission, to take the knowledge he had and give it all over the world. It started happening, but now it's there too. Oh my gosh, and in his honor. Oh, that's just so beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh.
Everyone who's involved in doing this, because it has given me the opportunity to be here with you, to learn from you. I am so excited about tomorrow, and also many great artists. And really, I mean, he was the master of masters. It's true. And so now I'm here painting something that I recently joined the Laguna Plenar Painters Association. So I want to go there, I hope by the end of this year, and get into one of the exhibitions. So it's inspiring. It's inspiring.
So that's just touches me so much. Oh my gosh. It's like yeah, that's his mission, to get this information out, and now it just keeps snowballing everywhere. Thank you so much. Semi, did you get to hear that?
Yeah, and what I'm doing is I'm thinking how we're going to plan a road trip to Costa Rica.
That's great.
We all need to go now. Obviously, Nancy needs to cut the ribbon. We all need to be there in support naturally, and then enjoy the beautiful country.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you
What
for
an
having me.
amazing story.
Well, and you mentioned 2 places. What did you get into the Colorado one, Risk Canyon for the fire department? Yeah, that's part of tomorrow. Wes did a little part of that, so you'll see it. It's just, he did a cute little film, so that's touching. And also just thank you for that. And I'll have to call Mary Linda after we talk with Nick and Nancy, because they were going to come on with the Laguna PAPA. So I hope to get her on here today, because it's only 4:26. I think they said 5 or 6. I'll call her. But first I wanted to talk to all of them. So wow, we still have a ways to go. Semi, how you doing there?
We're doing good. We're doing good. I'm going to keep pulling people in.
Okay, Todd.
Yeah, we want to hear from
Good
Todd.
idea.
How am I supposed to follow that? That's
I know.
Todd,
pretty
what
amazing.
I can say is at the beginning you said after you.
Yes, yeah, okay, got me there.
Big mistake. I heard you say it. You were being the
Yeah, I did. So I think artistically changing paths, and I was really like not confident in the way that I could represent something faithfully. And so I made a conscious effort to try and do a lot of research, and found Richard's stuff online and Jeremy's stuff online. And it was actually Molly that really kind of took me under her wing, and we ended up like striking up a friendship. And she phoned me one day, and just to kind of feel me out, to see how serious I was, and found out I was like deadly serious. And she said, well, I'm going to send you a copy of Alla Prima. So she ended up sending me 2, one for the table that anybody else wanted to read, and one for my own personal use. And
Excellent.
I proceeded to read it straight through, probably 4 to 6 times, and did the charts with palette knife, and basically took Richard on as my coach, and just soaked up everything that I could, and ended up going down and spending some time with Jeremy and learning from him too. And then went out to California, not California, Colorado. I got into the auction, and I remember meeting you and Richard and Molly there. And you guys were just so generous with your time and your knowledge. And it was just an amazing experience to get in there and meet you guys. And I remember I brought my painting stuff, and everybody was really busy with the auction. But I'm on my way out to plein air paint, and Richard says, "Oh, hold up for a second," and he follows me out, and he takes me down this road, and we go around the corner, and he's telling me places to paint and what's over this hill and whatever. And he says, over here, over this fence is really, really beautiful. He says, but don't go there. An old hermit lives there, and he'll shoot you first and ask questions later. So I took his advice and didn't go there. But I think somebody told me there was a place down the road that served like good roast beef and mashed potatoes and gravy, and I wanted to kidnap him for a couple hours and take him down there. And I think he probably would have went, but I think he was on a pretty strict diet, and I'm glad I didn't. So that probably might have killed him. So, but yeah, it was just an amazing experience, and I'm really happy that I made the effort to get out there and meet you guys and just everybody. And, you know, Simi's been great with you. She'll go just out of her way to make you happy with everything. And, you know, just a great community to be a part of.
Thanks, Todd.
Yeah, that was beautiful. You know, I keep hearing stories like that he took his time to show you places, and it's all on tape. You know, he was just so generous.
He
And
was, yeah.
That's what this whole weekend is about, is your stories, you know, to get that other side of him, and also for all of us together to keep going up with excellence and all of that, you know. So thank you so much for sharing, Todd.
Well, thank you. Thanks for having me.
And you'll enjoy tomorrow the Risk Canyon part. So
yeah, look forward to
it
it.
took us a while, per Joe, what I put him through with that film. I had him start over. Poor guy. It's a cute little film you will enjoy. Hi, Scott.
Hey, Scott.
Oh my gosh, it's Scott.
How are you guys doing?
Well, first of all, I will say you look more like Santa today than you've ever looked for a while.
Well, I've only got 3 months to grow it out even some more. So, you know, that's part of being a grandpa. So I've got the rest of it covered too. How are you two doing?
We're doing
I see a lot of my Putney painter friends on hand. That's kind of exciting.
Yeah, we're doing great. I'm so happy that you're with us. How are you?
I'm at the gallery. We just had an opening today, and everybody's cleared out. So I thought I'd sneak on real fast before things get busy again. Maybe tonight.
Oh, it's always nice to be busy. It's so great. That's so good.
Scott, we're asking everybody to say your name, where you are in the world, what time it is, and how you know Richard, because not everybody's going to know.
My name is Scott Jones. I am currently in Edmonds, Washington, at the Cole Gallery. And my association with Richard started long before I ever met him, as just an absolute fan and as a collector. I don't know if Nancy and Molly and Richard even know that one time I did sneak to Colorado for the auction years before I ever got into the art business. But as a collector, I fell in love with Richard's art just from the collecting standpoint and studying and watching. And then when I ended up being the general manager of Legacy Gallery in Scottsdale and Jackson Hole and Bozeman, I often tell people the smartest thing I ever did at Legacy Gallery, other than finding a few absolutely fantastic, incredible Western artists, was invite the Putney painters to Scottsdale.
That was amazing.
And those two events that we did in those consecutive years with the Scottsdale Artist School are my favorite art events I've ever done.
Really? Oh my God.
You know, and I looked at back and I look at who, you know, the associations that came, and, you know, then Legacy was able to, you know, start representing several of the Putney painters and some of the friends that we had part of those exhibits. And, you know, in reality, it's how I met Nancy, it's how I met Simi, it's how I met, you know, just go down the list, Kathy Anderson and Stephanie and all, you know, Daniel Keys and Casey, and, you know, just down the list.
That's right, that whole bunch.
And it's Michelle that way. I mean, it's and getting the chance to represent a bunch of them for years to come after that was a treat. And going to Putney and spending a Saturday with you guys was like, you know, I'm sure everybody else says it's like going to Mecca. Well, it was like going to Mecca. Even for a guy like me that doesn't do art, it was special. So I have a lot of fond memories of Richard and Nancy and just the camaraderie that was instilled with other artists. I used to run a $100 million plus manufacturing company, and I often tell people how many millions of dollars I spent on copyrights and trademarks and patents and all that, and then you leave that business world and you get in the art world, and all of a sudden you're seeing people sharing everything that they've learned with other people. It's like, what? That's not how business works. You can't do that.
Story.
And it's just such a shocking, beautiful, wonderful thing, but it is so different than what happens out in the world. And obviously Richard was one of the best at that. So congrats on doing this. He touched a lot of people. I mean, I have benefited from selling a lot of his paintings over the years at our auctions, and seeing the interest. And I always just adored the fact that people in the most hardcore Western art collectors just wanted to have a Richard Schmid floral piece. It just didn't, in reality, it didn't make a lot of sense, but it's because it was Richard. And that was exciting too. So.
No, thank you. That's so great. This is what this is about, all the stories. Thank you so much. I mean, we get to take them with us as we go on into our new beginning.
Well, and I grabbed a hamburger at DQ the other night for my daughter, and as I was going through the takeout, who am I thinking about but Grace? Because when you guys were in Scottsdale, we were all having dinner at the Thai restaurant, and she wasn't too excited about having Thai food. So I volunteered with Carol or whoever to take her to DQ for a hamburger. And every time I have, it's interesting. I think of her every time I have a hamburger. It's so you guys are just part of my life. And those are fun. I mean, that's been what, 10 years ago or more, and here I am sitting in the drive-through thinking of Grace and thinking that was such a fun week. So
Scott, only you would have taken Grace for the hamburger. You're very special. You're the only one that catered to any of us that way. You were great.
That was a great week. That was so fun.
It was neat because Richard let us bring all the kids, every painting, everything. So that's great. You remembered that.
And Scott, I was just thinking about you. Hi, it's Michelle. Just because I was talking earlier about how the theme of Richard's work was excellence, no matter how he painted. And I've heard you talk about that as a gallery owner, that he did everything a gallery owner would say not to do, but he did it with excellence. So
absolutely. And I love the fact that, I always challenge my artists, because so many galleries, I think, try to typecast their artists into, you're a still life artist, you're a landscape artist, you're a figurative artist, you're a portrait artist. And I always use Richard as the breaking that mold that you can do it all if you can do it well. And if you can excel at it, do it all. Don't feel like you have to paint florals all the time. And I always think that Richard was a better painter because he pushed himself to do more than just what Richard Schmid was known for. And I think that's something that all artists can learn. You have to stretch.
That's beautiful.
Well, can I just say as well, I honestly love seeing you wherever I am. You always make a beeline for the booth and just stand there and think, I know what must go through your head. Surely you've sold them all by now. But I love seeing you. I really do.
Simi, my goal in life is to work for you someday. So
Oh, that's great.
Take that as a hint.
You know, he looks like Santa Claus. You're already hired. No, Scott, honestly, we're so grateful that you've come on today. Are you going to be able to watch any of tomorrow?
I'll be here in the gallery. So yeah, I'm planning on checking in and probably helping a few customers and selling some art. We've had sales have been fantastic. I'm just, I'm learning a whole new art market with some new artists, but I just invited a bunch of some of my artist friends to do a show, and all I know is this gallery is selling more art than it's ever sold in its existence, and that's exciting.
Wow, that is so exciting.
Wow.
Now everybody's going to flock to the gallery.
Well, I do have a few artist friends around the world.
Yeah, you do. You certainly do. Well, we're so grateful that you've come on, Scott. We know.
Well, I see a lot of really nice faces there. So
So good to see you, and that was just such a great story to hear that from you, and we'll keep that forever. That's what 100 years from now, when we're gone, that everybody will be able to see how this changed the world, and how we moved forward. So thank you.
Well, let me just say one other thing that really impressed me about the Putney painters is, I'm looking at all of. I have this thing for women artists that anything I can do to promote the fact that women artists are heads and tails above and better than their male counterparts, that's important to me. And I think that's something that was definitely helped with my association with the Putney painters, is that I don't know. I love the fact that I've been very successful working with a lot of women artists over the years, and I think the Putney painters was part of that.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Well, I have to say, Scott, you were so gracious when we came out to Scottsdale. So we thank you for that.
Well, it was my highlight. It was the best thing I ever did in the art world. So I enjoyed it that much.
There's more to come, Scott, with this gigantic worldwide thing. So thank you so much.
Awesome. Well, thanks for letting me say a couple things.
Thank you so much. Honored.
Great to see you, Scott.
Great to see you, Scott. I don't know if we can. I want to get to everybody that hasn't been on. Julia, I forget her. Oh, there she is. And Kali. Julia has been here for quite a while, right? And we got to see if we can get to all of them. Hi.
It's so good to see you.
Do you want to ask her? We want to know where you're from, and we'd love to see what you're painting and what you'd like to say about Richard.
Yeah, so my name is Julia Madalena. I'm from, originally Rochester, New York. When I first met you, we just moved up to Michigan. So I'm up here now, and I just set up my new studio. I learned about Richard when I was about 14 years old. I had started outside of school tutoring very, very young. My mom has come up with me to the Putney painters every time. So she was very, very supportive from a young age. So I got into figure drawing and painting very young. And my mentor, Steve Carpenter, the first thing he showed me was alla prima. And he said, he was such a character, and he would be like, I paint like all the greats, but this guy, and he would flip through the pages and show me just what blew his mind on every page. And that was my first interaction with Richard before I ever met him. My first workshop was with Scott Burdick, and he told me you know, on the last day of the workshop, he was one of the first people. I was 15, and he took me absolutely under his wing, and he let me sit right behind him during the workshops. He was one of the first people that took me seriously for how serious I took my art. And he told me one day I would need to go up and paint with the Putney painters, and that was just my goal from there on out. I looked up to Casey Bow at the time, and so many other painters. Eventually learned from Michelle, and taking my second workshop with Michelle up in Putney was the first time I got the chance to meet Richard and you guys, and that was such an influential weekend for me. And now Richard is all around my studios now that I have it set up. Actually, right behind me is this painting I did that was a study that I did on one of his paintings. And above me over here, I don't know, I could probably turn around my laptop to show it off, but I always loved his quote about pick your brushes like you would your weapons for battle. I collect swords, and I love that. So what I did up here was I put a couple swords. This one I got from a vintage market in near Putney, or near his retrospective. And then that's a rosemary brush that was from his tribute that I put right below it. So,
Great. Penelope would like to see that. You'll have to take a picture and send it to Penelope.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he is, him and his teachings are very near and dear to my heart. And yeah, so I've just been painting as I've been popping on. This is my third time I've been able to take a chunk out of my day to be a part of this. So I did a little portrait. I was kind of in like subject paralysis. I didn't know what to paint, so I just found a reference I had on my computer of a portrait.
Oh, wonderful.
Thank
Great
you.
drawing. Oh my gosh, look at that alignment, everybody. Holy smokes, that's so good. Wow.
Thank you.
Wow. That is beautiful.
Thank you. I started another little study, and we'll see how that goes.
Are you going to be able to join us tomorrow?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, we've got a lot of house projects still going on, so I'm here and there and everywhere. But if nothing else, I'll have you guys on as I'm painting my walls. So I'm very excited to hear everyone talk. And today has been, I gotta say, like Cindy, Nancy, everyone here, this has been the most connected I've felt to this whole community ever since quarantine. Because I haven't known a virtual event to make me feel the same way that you would in those rooms at the conferences, being around everyone. And this has been just really, really wonderful. It made me remember why we all do this. So thank you guys so much.
You're so well. I'm so glad you made it, and just thank you. What a great tribute to Richard. I'm just honored, all of you, every single one of you, being here for him and celebrating this weekend with us. It just means so much to us, and that you youngsters get to go on, and we get to root you on. So, and thank you a lot, Julia. Hello.
Holly, we're checking in on you as you're now eating your breakfast.
All right.
And making your bed.
All right, yeah.
Well, can you believe it? Since we last saw you, we haven't slept, Collie.
Oh my goodness, I've had a good 8.5 hours sleep, so I'm fully rested. You guys are doing a marvelous job. It's amazing.
Look at you, look at you. Well, we've got what, like nearly 4 hours left, 4 hours to go, and then we've celebrated Richard in a way that like Nancy keeps saying to us, it's never been done before.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and it's just so beautiful that instead of a closure, it's a new opening for all of us to carry it on with his books and our paintings and our heart. Anything you'd like to say in tribute to Richard, or what you learned or influence, or?
It's such a wide question, but I think, and the one thing that I didn't probably get to say to him or ask him was,
just the discipline that he had, because there's a lot of good painters and even ourselves will get a good painting in a good position, but I think Richard must have had just an amazing concentration and discipline, because it really is that last 10%, as we know with most paintings, to get it to another level. But oh no, because we have a great deceased artist, Hans Heissen, who was a German artist as well, and he always said it wasn't my natural skill, he felt, and even though he did brilliant work and marvelous work, but he always felt it was his German background and that discipline that really sort of pushed him to the next level. So I was always wondering if he felt that was a strong component to his work and how he sort of got his work to the level that he did.
Yeah, I mean, it was just amazing. You know, even our dentist said he was honored, and he was from Iran. He was honored to do his teeth, and he said it this way. He said, you know, he was like a comet. They only come once, you know, once in so many years.
Yeah.
He was just
Yeah,
able he was just able to just do so many things. And that's kind of what this is about. You know, he got so good at art and blowing us away with his brushwork and everything, but also his sense of humor, being able to write a book, being able, I mean, when Kristen Tees had him do that demo in Vermont with 400 people, cameras on him. And when he did the other DVDs, the cameraman never saw anything. Not only could he paint a painting, but he could interview. You know, I forgot who sat from. Who remembers who sat from? Senator Jeffers sat from. And he was funny, and they talked about tractors, and he was just amazing. And then he saw how important it was to get everything he knew to all of us. And that's what this is about. I could just cry that people come on, and maybe they never met him, but they can feel him from the book. The stories have just been so wonderful. And lucky, yes, we have how many more hours to interview more people. She's bringing more people on. How great. And they're just doing such a wonderful job. And it's just so great. Australia, correct? So great that all the way to Australia, Iran, Iraq, you know, it's just been wonderful.
Yeah, because actually you mentioned his books, and that's how my father first saw his work. And when you think back in, say, 1980, the world seemed a much bigger place, but his work spread throughout Australia very quickly, starting with the artist first. And I would, any time I'd meet a new artist or artist friend, I would say, "Oh, have you seen or heard of Richard Schmid's work?" So no, we love his work down here, and his influence will last decades and decades. I have no doubt. Actually, even my youngest son is starting to draw, but mostly digital. But I said one of the main artists you've got to study is Richard Schmid. His work has it all. It's almost like a one-stop shop. So and he's 21 now. So there's another generation coming through that, and he really loves his work as well. And I think he's taken on my love for Richard's work as well. So so yeah, there's so no, I'm really thrilled that he's keen on an artistic future, and he seems to have inherited my dad and my side of the brain, how it works. But he's really learning fast, and so he's excited to keep studying Richard and keeping his name going on even longer as well. So which is makes me proud as well to for him to notice how good he is and to instantly connect.
That's just it's so great to hear about the new generation coming. And look at who we have over here. That seems like a new generation. Look at this young guy. Look at the painting. Sammy, look at this. Who's this?
Hi.
Thank you, Kali. Thank you so much.
No worries. Hopefully catch up
you,
next
Colin.
year. I'll be hopefully able to come back and to Vermont, and I'd love to catch up next year. I've got a few days off there, so I'll let you. Love to see you in person.
Yes. Great to see you.
All the
Thank you. Honored to hear all these stories. Thank you so much.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm Jared Brady. I'm from Woodland Park, Colorado.
Okay, from Colorado.
Yeah.
Wow, look at that painting. What do Putney painters think of that painting? Wow.
Jared, can you tell these guys about the palette project you did with Dan?
Yeah.
And then also we need to hear how you're inspired by Richard, please.
Yeah. Well, I've had the wonderful opportunity to study with Daniel Keyes through his palette project at the Scottsdale Artist School, where he puts on a workshop for young artists, and they cover everything. You stay there for free. They give you supplies. And
how old are you?
I'm 22 right now, but when I initially went to the palette project, I was 19. So that made a huge impact. And yeah, I thought I'd just pop in, and I think it's just wonderful. The amount, just thinking of the impact and the beauty and joy that Richard has brought into the world, even though I never got to meet him, just through all the artists he's inspired, who've inspired me, and just it brings a smile to my face thinking how much it's going to affect people, and it's made such a huge impact on the world. So
Oh my
thank
gosh,
you.
being so young, that's so great to hear. And how wonderful you were helped by, one of his, I don't even want to say students, people who studied underneath him. And that's what this is all about. And that's what you get to do too. I mean, I wouldn't mind taking a class from you on landscape painting. You can share what you do with me. That's absolutely gorgeous. And so you've been painting for how long?
About 5.5, 6 years now.
Wow.
Yeah, and I just remember finding my teacher showed me some art magazines and then some different books, and once I just started reading, there's no way you can miss Richard's work. It's everywhere. So I just started finding all these artists and got connected into the art world, and yeah, it's just been an amazing community. And yeah.
Oh my gosh. And if there was one thing that you could say that you got influenced by him, and I guess I know that you saw all the paintings, or I guess it's so big, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, it's hard to boil it down to one thing, but I was fortunate. I was able to see his work in person at Kristen's house, Westwind, when she had a small opening there. It was a holiday opening, I think, and there's some of Daniel's work and Richard's work and your work, and it was all just gorgeous. But that was the first time I saw it in person, and just seeing the level of mastery, and you could see the joy coming through in the brushwork, and it was just really amazing and inspiring. So
it's really true. I really think he had a bottle of joy he put in it too. His paintings are so full of joy. It's just so true.
Yeah.
And that's a real good one. And we're just so happy that you're going to continue this. That's what this is about. His mission was to get all this knowledge out, and it's just so touching to see that all of you are have so much gratitude for it and want to share it. Because also this is about, a lot of people who know him are talking about how wonderful it was. Hey, Kristen's here. He was saying how he was at Kristen's show. Sammy,
I don't know if you remember me, Kristen. It's been a couple
we'll see
years,
if we
but
can get you on, Kristen, and then we'll get to Catherine and another one. So we're gonna just put on. Here's Kristen. Oh, we're gonna bring the other two back. We'll get to you.
I'm unmuted. Hi, I remember you. It was so yeah, we always remember the young ones that are eager to learn. So glad you see everybody's work there. So congratulations. I know I'm very proud of you, and I'm sure Daniel is. Just what Collie was saying, I wanted to read something. These are Richard's words, and this is how he has affected me. He was my mentor as a writer. And what he said about perfection. So I moved from Colorado. I now live in New Hampshire. I moved very close to where Richard and Nancy lived to help Richard with his book, his last book. And after moving to New Hampshire, I'm going to just read a little bit from my book. I experienced firsthand the incredible amount of time that Richard and Nancy spent on perfecting the color proofs for his publications so that they faithfully match the colors of his original paintings. When I inquired about his reasons for taking so much time, he replied, "Because I enjoy taking such care, and because I value what I learned as a young boy working alongside my father and my uncle Harry and many other skilled tradesmen. They never rushed. A big part of it was they genuinely enjoyed what they were doing. And even more importantly, they loved doing it as skillfully as possible. And they took great pride in their craftsmanship. A value I came away with as a gift from them, one I've always cherished." So I think, he learned that from his Uncle Harry, and his Uncle Harry probably learned it from my grandmother. The generations of the past took a great pride in their craftsmanship. So I'm so proud that you're continuing that, Jared. That's awesome. Congratulations. That's all I wanted to say. And just hi to Stephanie and all the Putney painters, my dear friends down there. I haven't really got to say hi. And Andrea.
And Sammy, can you bring those other two artists so we don't lose them that were on? And also, this is, having a little show. I mean, this was a show, and how it influenced you was just, and that's what we keep getting, the shows, the book, you meet somebody, and it's just so wonderful. And so we thank you so much. We are honored, and you get to take Richard's legacy and everybody's legacy forward, and you'll have a long time to do it at.
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. We're all with you. We're all with all of you. And Sammy, if you can find Daniel Sprick is around here too. So
Daniel Sprick is here.
Oh, see, some people would like to see. But also, so Catherine, where are you from? Oh, there's Catherine. Catherine, where are you from?
Tennessee.
Tennessee.
From Melbourne, in Australia. So yeah, a painter as well, a teacher. I've learned a lot of my teaching too from Richard. The patience and the gift of giving. And I know that he's so honest and truthful about everything he passes on. There are no secrets to what he does, and he just gives everything. And I learned that big time from him many years ago as a teacher, and I try and give my students everything I've got. I just wish all the knowledge I had in my head could actually get onto the canvas sometimes.
I used to say that to him too. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Well, it's wonderful you're a teacher. Pardon? I was saying how wonderful you're a teacher teaching this.
I love teaching, and we're currently in a very pretty long lockdown. I think it's our 6th lockdown now. I think we're counting something like 240 odd days of lockdown, and it has been an extraordinary transforming time, I think, for so many people. I miss my students terribly. I am not very tech savvy. And I don't have a big workshop or studio here. My big studio is actually up in towards the city. So I haven't been able to access my big studio, which has got much more room. So I've sort of got a tiny little bedroom here, which I've built into a tiny little studio, and I struggle. I managed to get a 120 canvas. I tend to work on quite large canvases sometimes in here, but no bigger. But to teach from here I just almost found it impossible. So I'm missing my students. So if any of you are watching, I'm missing you like crazy. And I've got so much to share.
I have an idea. I mean, it's hard to teach. Well, Michelle does. I mean, a lot of people are starting to teach on Zoom. But if I could hook you up with Carol, because at least what we do is we get together and paint together, the Putney painters by Zoom.
You know, this has been, Nancy, this is, and Simi, thank you so much. This has been an extraordinary thing. One of the things I think you feel, although I walk every morning, I do, I've got a sort of silly reputation for getting up to watch the sunrise. And I have a little book here, which is filling itself with sunrise sketches. They're not very big. I'll show you a bit later. And I'm fortunate enough to walk with a couple of really lovely friends and we chat. But apart from that, you're very isolated in the art world. And to connect like this has been, and I'm sorry, Simi, I'll get emotional now, has been just incredible. My confidence has gone down to the bottom of the ground and up again in kind of what you're doing, because you just want somebody to say, am I doing okay? Like, is this just rubbish or is it okay? And everything that's been said by so many people, and I walked back in after my sleep night to listen to Michelle, and I just thought, thank you so much. Even though you're out there teaching, you're showing at galleries, you are a professional painter, I always say to people, you always have your doubts. You always wonder if you're ever getting there, if you are doing what you should be doing, and you just need to connect with people. And I was really lucky. I missed London a lot for that, because I was taught by an incredible artist called Ken Payne. I put him up there at the top. Richard, Ken Payne, Ken Howard, David LaFell, for me, are people who are really important to me. And Ken Payne, who I was one of his personal students for 4 years, he came from the East End of London and he was great. He had this crazy voice. He called me Frizzy, which, you know, you wonder why, with this long hair. And he'd say, come on, Frizzy, you know, you can do this. And we had this banter and we talked art. We talked art. Exactly what you guys have been talking today. We talked art. And I'm starved of it. And I think a lot of people are. So when you get to teaching, we talk a lot of art. So you filled my soul this weekend with art. And even though I'm a tutor, a lecturer, I know color, I know a lot of stuff, I still struggle and I miss talking art. And so it's been so good, Nancy, and to do it in celebration of Richard, who was probably one of the most generous people through his books. I never met him. It was my biggest regret not to get to meet him. But I can hear his voice every time I read.
Yeah.
And I can hear him saying, come on, Kathy, you can do this. So it helped a little bit, but I had to say it because it's driven me into such an emotional state, all of this weekend. And I can't thank you enough, Simi, for putting this on, because yeah, the isolation, I've been really strong, but it really has got to me every now and then.
Catherine, I get it, and I have to say, firstly, I have to correct you and say it's not just me. I couldn't do it without him. And
No, and actually, Joe, I'm so sorry I missed you out on that.
okay,
That's not
that's
like me. I'm
okay.
pretty good. I'm used to getting on stage thanking people for different
Catherine,
things.
you know what? I think the other thing is though, and nobody should take offense to this because it's just a fact. If your country hasn't been locked down like other countries have, you will not get what lockdown is. And in the UK, we have been properly locked down.
All my family are there, Simi.
Yeah.
All my family are there. And I lost my dad last year, and that was hard because I couldn't get back to him. And he's the one. I've got his picture on the wall here, and every time I fall in a heap of thinking, oh God, what am I doing? He said, come on, you can do this. But yeah, it's been pretty hard for everybody, like worldwide. I mean, we're in a surreal place, but and you just got to keep strong, as you say, Simi. You just got to keep strong, and this will ease. This will all good will come out of this. I don't know what it'll be. We'll be stronger, and we will and come good again. You know, we will come good. We just not experienced this in our lifetime, and people have experienced far worse things than this in many ways, and we'll get through it, and we'll learn from it. And I've never done so much painting in a year.
That's good. That's good.
I was teaching, so all I'm doing is painting. So I'm hoping those galleries, when they're a little bit more buoyant, and I've got a big collection. And I'll have to show you, Nancy, if you bear with me, if you're happy to let me show you, Simi. I've got a portrait on the back wall, but this is what I do when I'm in lockdown. So there'll probably be about 300 of them, but I don't know if you can see a page, but this is my morning walk. They're tiny. I don't know if you can see those.
Oh my gosh, that's outstanding. Oh my gosh, that's so beautiful.
Oh, thank you. So there's hundreds of little 10 centimeter by 6 centimeters doodles of the sunrise and light. Well, the other guy who sits on my shoulder is Mr. Turner, who I love for his. I'm a very innovative painter. I think Richard would scold me every now and then, but I don't think he would, because I think I watched him and I think he takes innovative risks, does he, Nancy? I wonder what will happen if I do this. I'm very much a painter.
He will do that.
I try and follow the rules, but
well,
I break the rules.
he will experiment, but when he wants it to turn out, he will go for it. But yeah. He was always, he was always going up and up and up. But if he needed it to, a demo or at the Paladin Chisel or Loveland Academy or PNC, he wanted it to work out. Yeah. Experiment. Yes, he definitely would push himself. Yeah.
I know I do push myself, and I think that's what my other tutor Ken Payne gave me, because a lot of the time we had to work kind of from our memory, which taught me a lot. He taught me how to paint faces. So the faces I do, I don't know if you can see the one on the back, is kind of this is what I've been doodling around with. It's a bit rough. I haven't done portraits for a while, so
nice, wonderful. Oh my gosh.
A wonderful character I met.
And it's way bigger than your sketches. You go from one.
Oh no, that's a big brush doodle in the studio and in oil, and of a guy. I've done a few drawings of him, and I love the people of the street, the people with stories. So all my portraits are faces, places, and stories. And he was an incredible character. I met him in the middle of nowhere doing a tram ride across Australia, and I've used him a lot. But Ken Payne taught us to kind of go and talk to these people who he said were the kind of real London, but we couldn't take a sketchbook. We kind of went underneath Waterloo Bridge and sat amongst fires, warming our hands and listening to these street people and who had the most extraordinary stories and reasons for being there. And then the next day we went back to his studio, and he said, "Okay, come on. remember what you've done. And I just used to say, well, how am I going to do that? He said, remember, just remember, close your eyes and remember all those people. And these faces just sort of appeared on the canvas. And it was one of the most incredible gifts I was ever given. So a lot of the stuff, and I still love doing it. This one, I do have some reference drawings for, but so that balance of what Ken gave, and then finding Richard through his book, Alla Prima, the two combinations come together, I suppose, in the work. And I'm blessed that Richard wrote that book that he did, because it's obviously what I've heard, everybody's Bible. And it's probably one of the most generous books I've ever read in the knowledge he gives. Yeah. And the philosophy, his philosophy behind his work, his thinking is great. And sometimes you miss that a lot, because not everybody's on that kind of level. And that's no disrespect to people. They either maybe don't get it or they don't look for it. But here we're brought together through this deep passion of art and sincerity. You know, I've been putting in for award shows and sadly not being selected, and I really felt bad and punished myself. And I thought, no, what am I doing? This is not about awards. This is about the actual process of painting. And it's so joyful. And thank you, Nancy.
You're so welcome. What you said, I mean, we're keeping it forever. All of you. I mean, that's what today is about. It's about closure. Richard, it's a new beginning we're all doing together. Thank you. And
well, thank you. And thank you everyone for your time. I went on a bit. I'm used to being.
No, I love it. I hope
to be careful.
Well, I might have Carol contact you and how she's somehow able to teach, or Michelle or something. I hope you can get to teaching.
I will, and it's probably just me procrastinating a little bit. I'm very much a personal teacher, very hands-on, and I have done a little bit on the Zoom and things, but not having that hands-on. I'm not a kind of, here's the method and here we do. It's very much about really thinking about what they're doing, and I encourage them, and I know it's a very hands-on thing. I can teach color on Zoom and stuff like that, but I find it very difficult, you know. And
yeah, it is because color doesn't come through. But we're here together. We're all going through COVID together.
Exactly.
And this was possible, and you know, you'll get a vision. You're amazing with your big book. So we wish you the best. Just thank you for sharing.
Well, and everyone else too. You know, these lovely people I've looked at. Their work is amazing. I've looked half of you up on Instagram and following you and reconnecting and stuff like that. And it's great. And Nancy, I'm hoping that we'll meet up. I'm a great traveller, and I've just booked my flight back to my family in London next year. And Rosemary, I'll come and see you.
There's new beginnings coming, so thank you so much.
A renaissance.
And we still have 5 hours. You can keep painting with us. They might come back to you. So, and who's this lovely lady? And also, I guess we'll say if Daniel Sprick is on, if they can do a hi. And I'm going to need a break. I hope Julie, Rosa, and all you guys stay on so I can take a break. And Kristen, but who's this lovely?
Nancy, listen to me a second. We're not on for 5 hours. We're on for 4.
4 more hours. I better tell everybody 4. Maybe we could say 2. Just kidding. Daniel made it. But first, let's see who this beautiful lady is. Hello, who are you? Oh, you've got to click. Can you unmute her?
Okay. My name is Sue. I'm from Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Oh, nice to meet you.
I'm kind of an honor to join this meeting today. It's an honor, really, very honor, because I listened last night and this morning until now. I even almost skipped my lunch. I mean, all the time, you know, I was listening all the story. But even personal, I don't know Nancy and Richard, but from his book, it seems that I read twice from that book. And I also did the chart of account for twice. And so I love that book from beginning until the end. I study very hard. And I'm not an art major at all. I was doing accounting work while I was, after I retired, I just started taking class from school, from college. Then I just doing few years, but two and a half years ago, I joined the Baton Rouge Plan L group. I kind of every week, Thursday morning, I have to go Plan L. I do enjoy it because it's different from what you paint from the pictures. But even I don't know you, but from the YouTube, everything I read about the setup of a flower, I remember Richard used a sofa, and he used like a green tablecloth put on top, and then set up, and he draw. The color is so crispy and so clean. I love it. And I saw your children's words. It's fantastic. You too. I mean, the work is fantastic. I really admire you two have the same interest, and really I care each other so much. I saw you the YouTube, you dance together, and you went to London together. I mean, when he doing the sketch of the castle, I think you accompany him. I really admired you together, really. So I think
you're so full of joy. I would love to see your painting. Isn't she full of joy?
It's not that good, but I think I did try though. I can show you a few Plan L painting. I think I joined it last 2 years, okay?
It's exciting. Good to see you, Daniel. Daniel came. I'm so excited.
This is one of
wow, good for you. That looks like fun.
And here's another one.
Unmute, that helps.
Yes, that's beautiful. Oh my gosh, good for you.
And I enjoyed it because I have a passion that I hope Richard's legacy and his generosity and humbleness and will carry around the whole world and forever stay in our heart.
Yes, that's what this is about. Thank you. It is. It's kind of like I didn't want his birthday to come and it was a closure. It's more of a, keep saying that, a new beginning, all of us together. And I'm just amazed all that made it. And that what the stories we're getting is his generosity and his sharing, which Daniel does, which everybody does, and to continue that legacy. And
right, he's just the beginning of the new life. He's not
that we get to all, and these young people, and we get to keep carrying it on the way he did. It's just so important. And Richard would be just so happy seeing that he touched
keep going,
people, and vice versa. So your stories, I'm going to keep forever, for 100 years from now when we're gone. They'll know how this worked. We kind of just kept no competition. It's more so there's room for all of us to speak our own hearts.
Right. For my age, I'm reached 80 this year. So I'm happy with that because we have this new passion really carrying me forever.
Yeah. Well,
thank you so much
for sharing. We're all honored to meet you. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, keep painting and keep that joy in your painting.
I will until I cannot move.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Daniel.
Hi.
Daniel, oh my gosh, thank you for coming on. He's been on for a while, but you've probably been an artist. We couldn't find you.
I've been painting. I don't know if you could see
I want to see your painting. And I
Right
liked
now?
you had some string there. I was wondering, man, what's he doing with that string?
Oh, it was a maul stick, actually.
Oh, it
But,
was a ball stick. Okay.
but I do use strings quite a lot for 2-point perspective, linear perspective. You know, when the vanishing point is like 20 feet away, then you need strings or something.
Oh, good. Well, if you teach a class, let me know. But I want to look at anyway. Let's see. Could we see what you're painting in honor of Richard? That's so sweet.
Sure. It's
Thank you.
it's
And where are you now? You're in
well,
Colorado.
I'm at my studio in Denver.
In
And,
Denver. That's
yeah. And so here's a still life, and I don't know if you can see the subject. And here's the painting, and I'm at the early stages of it. But a way I go about painting much of the time, really all the time, is I work from back to front more often than not. And
So tell me what that means. So
what it means is do the most distant things first and the close-up things last. And there's a couple of reasons. One is it's just technically so much easier to keep areas clean. But another reason is that the more distant things like a wall or sky or something like that is a huge thing that influences the color and everything else that you're going to add to the painting. So you have even if it's a neutral kind of color like this wall paint, it affects everything else that you're going to do. And so that's a real reason. That combined with the fact that it's technically so much easier. But it's only easier if you're fairly sure-footed with your drawing, because you need to do it right. Now, one thing that helps is fast-drying paints. And then your drawing can be a little messed up, and it's very forgiving. You can wipe it off and redraw it. If the paint's still wet, you're working from back to front, then you really want to try to get it right the first time. Which I
that
don't
is
know.
so interesting. That's so cool.
Is that an unusual approach? Because
Yes, to me it is. That would hurt my brain, I think.
it's just a different way of thinking. Out on location is exactly. I do the same thing. On landscapes, still lifes, portraits, and I just find it helps me unify pictures. I'll give you a real quick tour of the studio. Here's a large painting of mine that
I love your paintings. Richard loved your paintings too.
well, that means a lot to me to hear that, because I was a student of his in absentia, you might say. But I'll just show you what I mean by that at my desk here. Over the years, I saved every magazine article I could get my hands on that had his work in it. And there are mountains of them. And, all the earlier books, the first book. And I was going through this, and there's a painting which I copied. And this one, this nude, you surely know this nude on the seated nude. Only frustrating thing about it was that it was better than my paintings, my original paintings. The copies were so much better than my own work, but hey, that's how you learn. And this was probably sometime in the 1970s. And then I remember the first time that we met, you were with Richard. This was probably like in the late 80s at the Grand Central Art Galleries in New York City.
Oh my gosh, that was quite a while ago.
Yeah, do you know when that was? 87?
No, I'm not good at years. No, I don't know.
Probably I'm thinking about 1987, but somewhere in there. And it was really meeting a celebrity as far as I was concerned. A celebrity with content, not just a celebrity with, famous for a reason, for real accomplishments. And I refer to these, and I look, I refer to the landscape book, the newest one, and Alla Prima, and I quote from it sometimes in conversation.
Oh my gosh. Thank
I
you
do.
so much.
I make quotes. One of my favorites is he's talking about like cocktail party conversation in the book, and he goes, somebody gushing at him says, "Oh, you must see so much more than the rest of us do. You probably know where this is going." And he replies, he thinks about it for a minute, and he says, "Well, actually, what we try to do is see less, so we can get to the essence of it all and the real gist of it, the meaning, and distill it. And then if we embellish it with surface details, that's fine too. But we've got to have the most fundamental parts of it." And I just think that the way he put it was rather entertaining, in the cocktail party setting. It may or may not have happened, but it was a good way to tell the story. And that's one. What's another one? Another one is from the Alla Prima book, where he's talking about, complaining as most of us do about the world of contemporary art. I mean, he didn't dwell on it too much, but he just described it as some, that art, Western painting that we do had been a tradition, really from the Greek golden era, really from cave paintings and Lascaux representation, and it's throughout the history of art, and Renaissance, Baroque, neoclassical, 19th century, and then at the end of the 19th century, it just took a 90-degree turn somewhere else, and it was not even about art. It was some other kind of human activity that displaced art in terms of mainstream appreciation. But anyway, the way he had phrased that was so effective that I kind of model my own comments after that a lot of times. So I read those books, and the landscape book has been incredibly helpful. You can see it's been worn.
Oh, you got the old one. That's so great. Yes.
Yeah, the old one. In fact, these copies, these are my second copies. The first copies were lost in a fire, actually, in a long time ago, 1984 or so. I found it difficult to find new ones, replacements though, already, and they hadn't even been out that long at that point. When they come out, right, like in 1974 or something.
Yeah,
something
we
like
hope to
that.
reprint them and have really good images in there someday, but yeah, that'll be down the line. We'll reprint them.
But I've got so many of these, and you're in a lot of them, of course, which is there are a lot of really beautiful paintings of you.
Yes,
and some that I think are probably you, but they're not necessarily labeled. There's well, anyway, I can't even ask, just magazine articles that I've saved. I can't even
yeah, I know what you mean.
remember how many that I have, but they're lifetime keepers. So, and I look at them constantly and try to figure out, it does help me solve, figure out how to approach my own painting problems.
Yeah.
But here's something even more, because I've just sort of been dwelling on technical stuff. What is even more important to me is the emphasis and the importance that he had on beauty as an end in itself. And I'm not even sure I ever heard him articulate that, but it's just obvious in his work. It's evident. And of course, your deeds matter a whole lot more than your words. And I just think that a pure pursuit of beauty with no other agenda, no other purpose is enough. And it is what we need.
God, I'm so glad we got this on tape. That was beautiful. That's right. I mean, he was not afraid to be beautiful. It was not over beautiful,
but I think of it like he painted dolls. No one ever made fun of them because they were just, you know, there's a different word. They're beautiful, but they reach our souls or something, you know. That's that you just said it so beautifully.
It's a pursuit that there's no limit to either. It's because there's still a lot of unexplored territory, and that's for us, and that's for future generations.
Yep, and he said that. He did say that there's room for all of us, and there's so much more. You just, you know, see another artist and they're doing something that never's been done before, and you're just like, whoa, that, you know, or whatever, or do the same thing but differently. It's just so true. It's
You
never,
know, and one thing is that I don't place a huge importance on originality so much as just making things beautiful as an end in itself. If other people have painted like that, it's okay with me. I don't really care. All I want to do is take it as far as possible. In fact, what good is that? I mean, every generation stands on the shoulders of previous generations if they want to progress the state of the art. I mean, that's true in science and technology, medicine, engineering, everything else. And why wouldn't it be true in art? And really, if with originality as a goal, as an end in itself, it's just, oh, sure, you can find things if you try hard enough, maybe you can find something that nobody else has done, but will it be worth doing?
no, that's really well said.
And you know, about beauty, I just think, and what you said, he wasn't afraid to just be overtly beautiful in his work. It's in our time, it's easy to hide behind irony and cynicism, but it actually takes some, you know, irony is saying what you don't mean. But it takes some real backbone to say what you do mean. And so I think I'd leave it at that. That was what I got from Richard.
That just was so beautiful. I just want to clap. And we're recording this. Just thank you forever and ever. When we're gone, you know, it'll just be nice to know they'll be able to see your work and how we all just loved each other's work, and it made us go like this. We'd see each other and you just wanted to get better or something. It would push us to.
Yep. Every artist I know really tries to help each other. It's not like proprietary secrets like somebody earlier in the business he was in, a man named Scott. He said that, you know, the business is full of, you know, guarded secrets. We don't have secrets. We'll share absolutely everything that we know.
That's right.
Because we want the next artwork in the world to be better than it is now, for it to be a trajectory of growth forever. Okay.
So well said. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you for being here. Every artist, this was my dream to take it this way. It's a new beginning for everybody. He said it so well.
It's a new beginning. And
yeah, thank you, Daniel. Thank you so much for all of us. Okay, let's bring more on. I'm gonna have to make one phone call, and we can have somebody here with them. I'm just gonna call Mary Linda for the LPA.
Let's go.
They're still up and going.
Go.
Okay, I'll be right back, everybody. Let's see what artists didn't come on yet. Okay.
Okay, so we are on wishful thinking, 3.5 hours left, and we have still got beans in us. I hope everybody can still hear us and see us. Give us a wave if you're all still around. Give us a wave. Okay, hang on. There's definitely someone I need to check in with. Bear with me. It'll take me a minute to find them. 1 second, folks. when you need them. Okay, here we go. Calling on Rose. Rose, are you there? Yay! Our trusted co-host is back.
Did rumor get out that I'm your midnight co-host?
You know, I'm so glad you're back.
I've actually been listening a bit on and off all day today, you know, now that I'm back in the studio.
Have you
Daniel, can we just like, I just wish we could do a replay on what Daniel just said, because I had a thought about it, but now of course I started thinking, oh, I need to move that piece so they can't see that in the film tomorrow, because I'm cleaning my studio, trying to get ready for tomorrow.
I just want to go back to the fact that you have a Richard Schmid painting of yourself stapled to your wall. I still can't get over that. I know that was probably 10 hours ago right now.
Don't get me into trouble. Don't get me into trouble with Nancy. I don't want to. I don't want to hear it.
What are you thinking? I mean, how old is that painting? Was you said from the 80s, and it still stays?
No, 1993. He did that. 1993.
It's still.
We did take it down when we painted the wall, and put it back up. Yeah, I had brown hair then, so you know. But that's over at the other studio. That's at the house. I don't know if I have any of his paintings here. I don't have them in this studio. I have a print or two from when we had the thing out, the retrospective out in Colorado, and we raised money for the land grants, or something like the buying of the purchasing of the land to protect it. And he raised money for that too. Just another form of his generosity. But I was saying what Daniel was saying about beauty, and I guess it just occurred to me what he said, that Richard wasn't afraid to actually embrace it, you know, and he said something about what it is he wasn't afraid to stand behind believing in putting that forward in the world. Do you know what I mean? Well, it was the thing about irony. So Daniel said that when you paint irony, it's almost as if you're afraid to say, you say what you're not saying because you're afraid to say what you're saying. And what Richard really did believe, and I think Daniel Sprick as well, and Nancy, and a lot of the people that you've been sharing today, are people who are willing to stand and be brave enough to say that this world is beautiful, that this world is that life has meaning in and of itself just because it's here, you know, and all you have to do is turn and look at it and see it. And I think that's it is a brave statement in a time when it's so easy to criticize all the things, you know. It's almost like criticism and being hard on everything in the world is like the easiest place for us to turn. And it is hard to stand behind saying that I stop in this moment to embrace the beauty, you know, the way the sun is falling across that grass. And that's enough for me. It's enough for me to witness that and put that witnessing into an artifact that other people can then see and enjoy, you know. I mean, it's a wild thing that in this time, it's actually a statement of bravery, you know. And we can't, can I say one more thing about it? I just want to say last thing. We can't let only the people like 300 or 200 years ago be the people that were able to see beauty and paint it, you know? And it's like the 20th century sort of said, you know, you're not allowed to paint that. And it's as if all of us that are alive in this time aren't allowed to actually embrace a huge part of why it's great to be alive, you know, in our paintings. And so I appreciate people like Daniel and Richard and Nancy and you guys being advocates. I mean, I'm a little wayward on myself, and I've run a roller coaster on that whole thing, and I think all those guys know about it. So it is something to stand behind a statement like that, to stand behind and say that. If you don't, you know, that's all. That I just wanted to say that.
No, you're absolutely right, Rose, and everybody's with you. We had a lady on earlier. She was so sweet. Did you hear me saying whatever she's drinking in the water, she needs to bottle it up?
Oh yeah, I did hear that. I was just before I had to go leave for a bit, but yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
And she was just saying this is the first time in ages she's been allowed to just be appreciative of life and be grateful for what we have around us and nature, and you know. And she said you just don't get that when you work for the state. You know, you're not able to do that in your job, but we can in our jobs.
That's right.
We can. And it,
I mean, maybe in a way it's actually food for all the things that are challenging about our lives. You know, it feeds us for the moments. It's as if like we solve the problems of humanity causing each other angst or hurting them or blah blah blah, in order for them to turn and have a life that they can turn and see the beauty, or see the beauty in another human being, or see, you know, it's like we got to live for something. So it is good that people are carrying the mantle for what we might want to be alive for, you know, what we might want to be well fed for, what we might want to be well dressed for, you know. So anyway, it's a little, I just, it's something to say that in this time. It really is. And, you know, sometimes I think that we may actually be serving the people of the 21st century by holding on to this mantle, because I think that there's a lot of challenge in being able to just sort of stop in a moment and seeing the world as it is, and derive I don't know, what word am I looking for? I don't know, from it. You know what I mean? Like to derive the, I don't want to just say beauty. I want to like be inspirited from it, or be enlivened from it, or be vivified. I mean, I think we're going to be challenged more and more and more just to be still in a moment and feel ourselves totally alive, you know, because I think we're really getting used to a world that's always sort of imposed, or we're imposing ourselves onto the world in the sense of our objects, that our technology can actually, you know, well, I can't walk down the street and just hear the birds now. I have to actually have my stereo, you know, going and letting everybody else know what music I like as I walk down the street, or I need to be on my phone when I'm doing it. Now I'm complaining. I hope I'm not going on too much. But I feel like maybe what we do by turning to this world and doing this slow process, which is looking at it and painting it and trying to paint it, and all the years it takes to actually kind of get good enough to do that, it's as if we're saying this has value too. And I wonder if these aren't values that the 21st century, that kind of human activity isn't going to be needed in the 21st century, you know, can anybody pick up on that from me and just take it somewhere?
I can definitely help a little bit and say youngsters these days definitely rely on technology more. And I heard it on the radio the other day that technology is growing fast, but probably too fast. And really, we can't then naturally keep up with it. And like you say now, if you don't want to hear something, you put noise cancelling headphones in. You know,
that's right.
The opposite to putting headphones in if you want to hear something. I don't know. It's scary. And I have to say, at this time, I'm not the best person to speak to because I'm exhausted. But I'm going to pull people in for you.
Okay.
I promise. So if anybody is more intelligent or more literate than Joe or I at this stage, feel free
Which is everybody.
Which is the entire group. We have 301 people to dip into, so just raise a hand. Because we're borderline delirious. I'm going to definitely pull Jan in because she sat there so patiently with a beautiful dog. Jan, you got to unmute yourself. That's okay. Don't apologize.
I was busy kissing my dog here. I'm sorry. Well, I really wanted to say hello to Nancy this evening because I didn't get a chance last night. And I've enjoyed most of everything I've seen today because I was out for a little bit. and I dozed a little bit, but it's just been wonderful. And maybe I will have an opportunity to say hello to Nancy later, because I have to run someone to a workplace in about 20 minutes or so. But it's been really fantastic meeting everybody, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow to see everyone's painting, and maybe I can get to do some painting myself. And you can see my studio behind me. It's not as clear. I don't know. I guess my monitor is not as good as your monitor that you're showing, but unfortunately, you don't see it as well as I'm seeing here on my screen. But I've really enjoyed, watching everyone, listening to their stories. And I just feel so bad that I never got to meet Richard, but I feel like I knew him through his artwork, and Nancy too. She's very gracious. So I'm hoping I won't hold you up on this, because I know you just have a certain amount of time. Whoops. Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
And
Jan, what I'm going to say is when Nancy next comes back, if she does, I'm not going to promise anything. I've just told her she needs to go for a break. So if she does,
absolutely, I understand.
If she does come back, you'll be first in line. Okay.
Yes, sure. And thank you again, everyone. It's so interesting. I recognize a lot of names here, and it's wonderful. It's a great experience for me. Thank you so very much. And all your work is, just beautiful. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Speak to you soon.
Okay. I'll catch you later, hopefully.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. We've got you down as artist. What's your name?
Are you speaking to me?
We are, yes.
Oh, hi, my name is Suzanne Stoltenberg, and I'm so pleased you did this. I've had a great time watching. Unfortunately, I couldn't paint. Today's my husband's 71st birthday. I had to cook him some good food, but I painted the day before, and I'll paint again, and tomorrow I'll be watching. I just wanted to tell you that I really believe Richard Schmid has made an impression on 3 generations in my family, if you can believe it. It's interesting because my dad was an industrial designer. He came from Venezuela, and he went to Ontario College of Art, met my mom, a Canadian, and I was the only child born in the States, in New York, because he ended up going to Pratt and getting an industrial design degree, but his real love was painting. And so he, of course, gave me every opportunity. I want to tell you something about him. He subscribed to all these Venezuelan magazines, which I've been going through lately. He did die back in 1988 at only 61, but he taught me so much about painting and gave me classes. And in his stuff, I found this, which is a pamphlet about Richard Schmid. I didn't know he knew Richard Schmid. He would have been a little older. This would have been from the Welna Gallery in Chicago, and it's 1969. So he was following him, watching his work, caring about him. Now, I didn't really know this until I was so happy. My husband, I said, oh, there's this book I want. It costs so much money. Oh, if there's any way you think, you could get that for my birthday. This was in 2020 during the pandemic. And he did. At the time I thought, oh my gosh, I hope it's not like in art history in the 70s when I went to college during the time that things were rebellious. And I just wanted to draw beautiful stuff, like Daniel Sprick said. And anyway, my husband bought it for me. And it was a total revelation. First of all,
sorry, Susan, can I just ask, I've just got you on big screen. Can you just show us that picture again now we've got it bigger?
Oh, sure. Well, first of all, this was a pamphlet from 1968. And I don't know, can you see his picture?
So yeah, and I think my dad
Bear with me.
would have.
I'm going to unmute Nancy so we can hear her.
Okay, so anyway, a lot of the only 2 color pictures in it, I guess back then they didn't have as much money to spend on color, but it has a lot of black and whites and it's just fabulous. And I read it late at night. I said, I can't believe my dad was looking at Richard Schmid and learning. And my dad did beautiful paintings and landscapes and portraits. And I always wanted to be a painter and ended up being a TV reporter in Baltimore for like 30 years. And I retired this year and I'm painting up a storm. I read Alla Prima too. I love it so much. 2 reasons. One, he told you things you really need to know and get lists. And I heard someone earlier today saying they highlighted it. And I put those little stickers that poke up top that say, oh, edges. Let me go to that chapter and go back and back. And I've read it multiple times, but I use it as a reference. And I lent it to one of my best art friends. And then he was just enraptured by it. So here I am now finally free to paint and I'm so grateful for what he has done. You know, I mean, I show you some work. I'm in my little area. I don't really have a studio, but this is my little room where I store stuff. Let's see here. Okay, I don't know. This really isn't Richard's style, but I learned about, for example, you know, edges where the color is the same tone and, you know, losing edges. And oh my gosh, I am so excited. And even at 65, I'm going for it. So that's what I wanted to share.
That's great. Oh, thank you so much, Susan. Your enthusiasm is contagious. Just thank you so much. Everybody, I mean, this just means so much. And thank you for painting with us and for continuing his legacy and yours and everybody's, you know.
Oh, I meant to say 3 generations because my son, who's 25, he is fantastic. And he's way better than me. And when I was reading the book, I'd say, oh, come here, Johnny, look at this. And he just loved it too. So there's my dad, you know, who maybe would have been 92 had he lived, and myself, and now my son. And so he had an impact through multiple decades.
Oh my gosh.
And thank you. And by the way, I always thought he made you look so beautiful, and you are beautiful. And I felt that he was, you know, but reading the book and seeing so many pictures of you, like Daniel Sprick mentioned, it made us see how beautiful you were internally, which is so nice. And I'm so sorry you lost him, but gosh, he sure left a great legacy.
He loves, and now all of us get to continue it. That's what this is all about. Just thank you, because his birthday's coming up, and it's just so wonderful to celebrate him with you, even though that there's sometimes tears, but to celebrate and to know that, like Daniel was saying, and all of you, that this beauty is so important for the world, and his joy and his generosity, all of it. So thank you so much for sharing.
One last note. I laughed aloud sometimes in bed because I thought, am I buying, you know, history of art like Jansen when I was in college for $150 or whatever? But when I read it, not only the value, I mean, it was of such value, and I plan to buy every other one now. I also roared laughing out loud because it was so humorous.
I know, he did that on purpose. He said, I'm gonna give them all this information, you know, and he did it so well so that you could understand. And then the joke, he said they need a joke before they go on to the next. And he did it so often, and like Daniel said, so intelligent with the way he would tell his jokes.
Yes.
It made you laugh, yeah.
It did. Well, thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you so much too, Susan. And onward we go. Thank you. Is Jeremy Doss here? And Susan, thank you forever. We will be doing this forever. Is there a Jeremy Doss? And who else haven't we gotten to?
Well, we've got a few with their hands up. We're going to bring in Andrea. She's been waiting for a long time.
Yes, let's bring a couple people in. There's Andrea.
Okay.
Hi, Andrea. And if you can find Jeremy Doss, I think it is, or Jamie Doss, one or D-O-S-S. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Okay, and I know Andrea, and who else is this?
Me?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm Donna Katati, and I'm in Alaska, and I met you once at the Portrait Society when they were honoring Richard.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that's so wonderful. And where do you live now, Andrea? You live here, don't you?
I'm in Peterborough, New Hampshire, so I'm a bit east of you now.
Oh, would you're such a good friend of Richard's. Would you like to tell a tribute or a story, or there's so many. Which
well,
one?
there's so many.
I know.
I guess a couple of things. When I first met you, we went for dinner at the farm below where our school was. You remember that? Just us and some friends there. And I had barely met you, and I had brought some of my watercolor stuff to show Richard, and you were in the house, and he looked at my sort of there were children's illustrations, and he said to me, "Nancy has the mind of a child," and I was like, "Well, what?" And then and then as I got to know you, I realized that you had this way of contacting children and embodying, all that fun and stuff of being with kids. And, that was just sort of the beginning of wonderful frolics with you and with Richard, because he was so funny, and he and I, kind of jabbed at each other and laughed, and sometimes he would tease me, and it was a very fun relationship. But I was remembering, and I wrote in the notes on this in case I didn't last much longer, because it's getting late, but I was remembering this Saturday, and you weren't there in my recollection, when we all, Rosemary Ladd had asked Gordon Hayward, who's a very famous landscape architect, if we could paint at his formal garden up in Westminster West. And so, of course, he invited us, and there was a lot of fanfare. And this is a vast, gorgeous formal garden with what do they call them, like little ruins and arches and flowers everywhere, that just this fascination. And so we were walking around oohing and eyeing at things, and Richard trucked his magnificent kit over to the stone wall, climbed over it to the other side outside of the garden, set up, and painted a house trailer with a clothesline. And guess who had the most beautiful painting at the end of the day? Everyone else was painting statuary and flowers and things like that. And that to me just really embodied that poetic part of Richard, where he didn't come from a wealthy family or anything like that. He came from humble roots, and he could see that beauty wherever it was. Clayton Beck and I were talking a little bit earlier today, and I was just saying that that Richard's drawings were not academic, they were poetic, and that's what he brought to his art.
was that poetry that was inside of him, no matter what the subject was.
Mhm. That's beautiful. It's just so true. No matter what he painted, he saw beauty in it, and that's what Daniel Sprix was saying too. That was so well said, Andrea. and I'm just gonna want to record you with all the other stories someday. We'll do that, okay?
Yeah.
This has been such a wonderful day. You know, his birthday's coming up, and I didn't want it to be a closure, but this opening of something new. So thank
It
you
is,
so
and
much.
it's
And it is.
it is, and it's so wonderful to see your face there, Nancy. And you know, it brings back to me all our fun times with Carol's kids, and you know, in my studio, and you know, boarding up and down the halls, and you tap dancing. And
oh my God, we have all those stories to tell. Yeah, Richard let us do all of that, and I'll just leave you with a funny note. I forget who was on. He sent me a picture, and of course Carol and I were painting the children or something, and we were doing yoga like we did at your place. And he has a picture of Richard doing yoga, this really hard pose of this twist, you know, and he was on the ground with the kids doing it. You know, it was hysterical.
yeah, I have so many wonderful photographs that I took, and something that I have, but I have to edit it because it's so awful. I had a new video camera when the Youngstown exhibit happened, and I have on there you and your grandson playing on the floor in the gift shop, and a wonderful video of Richard signing with baby Jeremy Lipking there, and you know, Tim Teese is there. Yeah, and you know, Tim Teese. I'm going to try to get that, you know, it's 5 or 10 minutes of video, but I'm going to try to edit that out.
Wonderful. That would
be
so sweet. Thank you. There's all these wonderful, wonderful memories. I just want to, you know, get taped or something, so that this is the part of the world that a lot of people don't know about. And so this is, I just thank everybody, every single artist for doing this. So thank you so much.
Yeah.
So much.
I don't
love you so much, dear.
Yeah.
We will talk soon, okay?
Love you, and for everyone else out there, it's real, you know. So
that's
enjoy
so
stuff.
Yes, thank you. Everybody is helping this legacy and your own legacy, and spreading the kindness and all of that he did too, and the fun and joy, and the fun.
Yeah, and the goofiness too.
And the goofiness. He was goofy. Thank you, Andrea. And Donna, before I get to you, I know there's a Jeremy Doss out there, and possibly their name isn't showing. If they can go to the upper right-hand side, there's 3 dots. Change your name to Jeremy Dawson. Will get you. There they are. Okay, with their doggy. Can you wait, Jeremy, for 1 second? We're gonna talk to Donna while we watch your dog. I'm so happy. Donna, we get to watch the dog. Oh, look at this. Here's a doggy too. That's my granddaughter's dog. But Donna, thank you. Where are you from, Donna?
I'm in Alaska, and I've met a lot of you at the Portrait Society. I'm an ambassador for the Portrait Society.
That's right.
But how I first learned, and I met you the year they honored him, and I stood in the line to get the book signed and all that. But how I learned of Richard was, ever since college, I was trying to make my way in the fine art world. I haven't had the other kind of jobs, right? So it's been a long road, and I'm not getting any younger. But I was reading all the art magazines, and at some point I read the one about Richard, and it wasn't just that I read about him, but he had several paintings in that article of Southeast Alaska.
And that's where I live, because you guys took that trip up there. And his paintings captured the feeling. Like, I've never seen lots of people paint up here, but nobody really captures the feeling quite like he did. So I took note of his name at that time, and, you know, showed it to my husband, who's also an artist. And then he took note and bought me the book for Christmas. So needless to say, I read all the books cover, and, you know, still trying to learn and still trying to work with it all. And then I did have the privilege to meet you both that one year at the conference. And as I was standing in that line for quite a long time, as I recall, I thought, you know, everybody wants a piece of them. It must be really frustrating. But by the time I got to you, you guys were just, I watched you all weekend. You were just incredibly gracious and kind to everybody. And I thank you very much. And I'm still learning.
The trips to Alaska were great, and he captured it from, most of them are from life, you know, and the standing in line.
You can tell.
He would get everybody. And thank you for saying that. That's what this whole thing is about, is his generosity. And that's what we're going to be carrying with us with our art and kindness.
It's your generosity too, because you were sitting there right there with him. And I think actually, now that I remember, I think you signed the painting that was a picture of you, a painting that he did of you.
I hope so. Oh yes, I remember that. Yes. Well, thank you, Donna, so much for sharing that. I'm going to save this forever. Keep painting, and
thank you
for painting with us around the world. I'm sure the world's a better place because of this, and more to come.
This has been so much fun today. I have not been able to put, I mean, I've driven to town. The first time the host invited me in, I was in the car and I knew my cell service was going to cut out, so I didn't accept it. And I've been in I was up in my other studio painting for a while, but the Wi-Fi kept zoning in and out. So I thought, okay, I got to come in here. And but I got on for a little while last night, but then it got kind of late. So
well, watch.
Thank you.
It starts at 12 o'clock EST time, so do watch it.
Yeah, that's only 8 o'clock our time. I'll be up.
Okay. All right, Donna. Thank you.
See you there.
Much.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Oh my gosh, there's Jeremy and Jamie. And who's in your lab? Who's
Blueberry. It's Blueberry.
Oh, of course. Oh my gosh, thank you. Oh wow. And you've been painting all day. We didn't know you were here. Did you paint, Jeremy? Can we see your painting?
I did some, but I also had to prepare some painting for a gallery today, so I had to get them down there. So
would you like it? You don't have any paintings here?
What's that?
Do you have any paintings here of yours we could see?
Well, I've got a couple left.
And the one Richard painted that I adore.
Yeah. You guys look great and healthy. I'm so happy. Thank you for joining this for Richard.
Yeah.
Oh,
you
wonderful.
Yeah, these are a couple of figurative pieces, but I have some landscapes and stuff that I've already sent out, so had to do that earlier. Of course,
Richard's painting.
As you remember.
Oh, yeah, Richard painted her from life, everybody. Isn't it beautiful?
Yeah. Oh, that's treasure piece right there.
Oh my gosh, is that beautiful? I still have the one I did of you, Jamie. I'm gonna finish it and send it to you too. I haven't finished it yet. Still, how many? So would you like to say something? Oh, first tell us your names and where you live.
Okay, I'm Jamie Dawes, and we're in I know I have a big Tennessee accent, but we live in Santa Fe, New Mexico. And this is my husband, who's the artist, Jeremy. And then, do you remember the way we met, Nancy? Because I do. I moved away from, I had purchased Jeremy to come. I'm not an artist, clearly, not an artist, but I love him because when I married my husband, he showed me things about the world I would have never noticed. And I bought him a ticket to come see Richard, and I was getting sick. I have something called Addison's disease, so I can have seizures, and I didn't want to ruin Jeremy's trip. So I moved away from the crowd and unfortunately had a seizure And when I came to, Nancy was there with me and helping me. And I'll never forget it. I'll never forget it. And then we went to hear Richard, and I was like, oh God, please make me an artist right now. And Jeremy said, well, somebody has to buy the art. But I'll never forget what transpired after that, because y'all invited me to the Putney Painters and my husband. And I learned yes, it was the best day of my life, because I got to hear what I call beautiful artists speak. Colors and how you do eyebrows. But I'll tell you something that got Richard tickled. He was teaching a woman right in front of me, and I would, every once in a while, he would let me ask questions, and I have a saying, and y'all, I don't want to offend nobody here, but in my family we say stuff like, I love you bigger than Dolly's boobs, because we're and Richard, I want to tell you, Richard's eyes got big as a saucer, and he giggled and he said, could you say that again? And I said, I love you bigger than Dolly's boobs. So, but the best part of my day was, at that time we were trying to adopt some children, and y'all can, I didn't want to take money, and you, Nancy, I guess, and Richard found that out, and y'all contributed toward the money towards my children, which, could you call the babies around?
Oh,
Bunnies, yeah, come on. Y'all, and they're now 16 and 15. They're no longer babies, but
oh my gosh.
And they're artists as well. So Richard has inspired, that's Tova, Lashana Tova, and Elijah James.
Yes, I remember. And you've painted them many times too, Jeremy, very well, beautifully. Oh my God. And both of you are painting now too, correct?
Yeah, yes. Come on. Yes. Let me get it. I'll let them come around. They're so shy. I'm the only one not shy, and that's because I work with camels and horses. You can't be shy when you're training a camel. There ain't no room for it. But I'm the one that likes to buy artist work. I go around and buy all y'all's work.
Can you tell everybody who's watching, Richard just had so much fun painting Jamie. I mean, we just had so much fun. And I'd love for you to say, I mean, that was a great story. If there's something you would like to say, Jeremy, in how Richard has influenced you, or
sit down, sweetie.
Or has helped you with your art or something like that.
Well, it all started in Boston when we were doing an off-Broadway show. I was the choreographer, because that's what my career was at the time, was a dance choreographer. And but of course, when you're doing choreography, there's a lot of downtime because there's a SAG rules and all that kind of stuff. So I went to an art store and tried to play. This was in the year of 2000. So was playing around with some paintings, and I just couldn't find my way. But I was walking in an art store, and I looked at a wildlife art magazine, and there was the painting of Nancy feeding the swan sitting on the cover. And I'm telling you, I stopped in my tracks, and I even went home that evening when she got through doing her rehearsal. And I said, look at this guy, look at this guy. This, I can feel what he's doing. It's like his work just had an emotion to me. And so that actually, almost changed me overnight, painting wise. I literally had a whole nother, and just saw how free he was as an artist, and I desired it, and just kept approaching it. So, of course, when I saw his book, Alla Prima, everything I know about Alla Prima,
best book in the world.
I bought every book you got. You know, there's a couple of old ones I'm still trying to get a hold of, but but I studied, but no way did I know that I was going to meet him just a couple of years later, and get to be with y'all and have that dinner. I remember that dinner we had at that hotel restaurant. That was an amazing night. So anyway, it's just, from then on, I just had an amazing, and of course, I have a great wife who's pushed me to continue to paint, because many times I felt like giving up, but she was right there to keep me going, and so here I
Yes,
am
she
today.
loves. Jamie just is always talking about you. You're just so poetic in how you talk about art, and
Yeah.
I'm just so glad you made it here in tribute for dear Richard. And and I'm sure you probably heard that. I'm just saying, his birthday's coming, and it's not a closure. It's more so with all these thousands of people painting today in tribute of him. That it's a new beginning, that we get to, you met him, how fun and generous and just like
Amazing.
you are, and
Amazing.
how we're just going to be sharing all our knowledge and fun and joy just the way he did. And I'm just gathering these stories because they'll be gone, and this way they'll be forever, even when we're gone, so that if just to know how art is so important in music, painting, and all of that. So
it's so important, and I learned so much about the detail and the love and the heart. I really got, when Richard was talking about my eyebrows, I got pure tickle. I couldn't quit laughing. You have to sit there and be still, which isn't my skill, Nancy. Yeah. We all know it. I was humming during the thing, and one guy sitting to the side said, "She's humming again." I was going, So when we got out that day, Richard said, "What? There's a picture Jeremy took of me and Richard talking." He said, "I recognize that song and I really like it." So he said, "You're going to have to sing it." So I said, "You are my sunshine, my only sunshine." He said, "Okay, that's enough." He said, "That's enough. It's enough singing." One of the most fascinating men, other than this one right here, my cowboy that I've ever met. And what I've learned about art has literally changed my life. Even in film, when I'm designing a film set, we come in, we bring Jeremy in, and he literally does it by, we call it the Richard film set, Richard Schmid's film set. And I love the books. I read them myself. Of course, I want y'all all to pray for my husband, because I tried to paint one time a river in the Smoky Mountains. He told me my skill was other places. Let's all pray for him right now. Let's close our eyes. But I love art, and I love that Richard's gift has touched my husband and now my children. And I'm not going to give up painting. Nobody can stop me, Nancy. Nobody. He's afraid I'm going to pass out. With Addison's, I can be talking and then just, I'm gone like that. I just fall over and face plant. So I won't be doing movies anymore. So I might just be painting along with y'all. Although I've been told stick figures don't sell, Nancy. Is that true? The stick figures sell?
I think it all depends. I think with Alla Prima, there's a possibility.
I love you, Nancy.
I love you guys too. We will connect again soon. Thank you for being there for me, for Richard, and with all these artists. It just means the world to me. And new beginnings coming, and just having them in our hearts and letting them live and help us. Alla Prima he'll always be an Alla Prima, and in your painting and in our memories. And that's why this is so important. We're getting all these wonderful stories that we've never heard before. So you guys are just great. Thanks for coming on. I just love. We'll talk soon.
Catch my love. Catch it.
Yes.
Catch it, Nancy.
She's so great, isn't she? Oh my gosh. Thank you, Jeremy. Oh my God.
I love you.
And Jamie.
So great.
And your children too. We'll have fun.
We sure will. We're having fun painting.
Thank you. Thank you. More to come. I hope you can watch tomorrow. All the little
sure
films.
will.
Okay. All right.
Y'all come paint with us in San.
Yes. I'll tell the Putney painters too. All right, sweetie. I love you so much. Love you. Mary Linda is on. I know I want to get to everybody.
Yes, I've just got her in. So
okay, and I just gotta say goodbye to Sammy. You can start, and I'll be right back. The whole bunch is gonna be. I'll be right back.
No problem. Sammy. Oh. Hey, Mary Linda. Are you just check on your screen? It should ask you to unmute, sweetheart.
Yes. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Hello. I'm so glad that you're with us.
Hi, Simi. I've missed you so much. Gosh, it's great to be on.
Oh, sweetheart, Linda, do me a favor. Do what we've done for everyone the last 21 hours.
I'm going to have to go out because I am in a gallery that is so loud that I cannot hear anything. So anyway, yes, I will. I will tell everyone. But we all miss you, Simi.
Marilyn, I miss you guys too. It's been so strange with COVID. I've not been able to get anywhere. Listen, can you see Max?
Yes. Oh, what a doll.
We've been going 21 hours, Mary Linda.
I know you have, and you must be so exhausted. I'm so happy you're still with us.
So can you just do me a favor? Can you introduce yourself, tell us where you are in the world, and tell us how you know Richard?
Say again, I'm sorry.
If you could introduce yourself, tell us where you are in the world, and tell us how you know
Yes.
Richard.
Okay. Thanks. Yes. Okay. I'm Mary Linda Strokamp. I'm here in Laguna Beach, California, and I am presently at our new Laguna Plein Air Painters Gallery, and I'm just so thrilled that we have this new gallery to show for our group here. And so tonight we're having a reception for the artists who have come from all over the country to have their show, week-long show at the Invitational. They'll be painting here in Laguna all week long. And I'm sure today many of them have celebrated by painting for Richard as well, but it's been a real joy. And so I wish I could be inside the gallery at the moment, walking around and showing all these people, but it is so loud in there.
I understand.
But anyway, yes.
I understand. 1 second. Let me just remove you there. Right. So tell us more about how you know Richard.
Okay. You know, I told, another one. Yes,
There,
come,
right?
you want to sneak in this way. Come on through.
This
Yes,
way?
yes, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm just opening the door for another artist. So anyway, yes, earlier today, Tony Pro was telling you about how he saw the very first show of Richard's that he had ever seen, all of his live paintings at the Gilcrease Museum in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Well, at the it was the Rendezvous artist where he was the single featured artist. That was the very same place that I met him in 1987, 34 years ago. And somehow from that, we managed to become friends. And he invited me up to the Palette and Chisel to meet his group of young artist students. And that was just the beginning of the whole thing. He was, when I saw how generous he was with his knowledge and support and talent. And I was so encouraged. I wanted to, even though I'm not a professional artist, I studied. Art has been my life since I was a child. My mother was an artist. Laguna's an art colony. I went to school on an art scholarship. I majored in fine art, but I never became an fine art painter. And so anyway, I just wanted to become involved in that world, and Richard made that possible. Thank you. So anyway, through that experience of his helping out these young artists and being so encouraging, never asking anything in return, and these artists, you all know now, Scott Burdick, Dan Gerhardt, Nancy Guzik, Rose Franson, Clayton Beck, and Ramel. There was, let's see, who else? Dan Gerhardt, I said. But it was such a wonderful group, and they've all become masters, all because of Richard's encouragement and support. And it's been, you know, for these 35 years, I've watched them all, watched their careers grow, and I've been able to support them. And I found that that was sort of my calling. I wanted to help artists that I admire and appreciate, both for their character, their talent, and their beautiful art. So that's what Jay and I have done for these 35 years. I mean, we've been collecting we have a couple hundred paintings, and they bring us so much joy, so much joy.
And
so
you know, I'm lucky enough that I can come on and say I've been to your house and I've seen your collection, and it's absolutely outstanding. You could have a museum. It's really amazing what you have both done for all of the artists. I really mean that. Can you tell us about when you sat for Richard when he painted you? Did you hear me there? Mary Linda, can you hear me?
When I sat for Richard?
Yeah.
I can, yes, it cut out just for a moment. You said to tell a little bit about when I sat for Richard, is that what you said?
Yeah.
That was a wonderful experience, yes, because Nancy was there. In fact, one of my dear friends still has the painting that Nancy did of me those many years ago, but that he just invited me up to sit for the group. I had no idea I was going to, you know, that they would all be painting my portrait, but it was a real joy. And that was the introduction to all those young, wonderful, talented artists who've all become friends and who've all become masters in these years. So
yeah, they have.
Yeah.
And you both collectively have supported so many painters, so many artists, and you really are the epitome of you ooze what they do. You eat, sleep, and breathe it, you know, and it's just such a joy to be around you both. I really mean that.
Oh, well, it's wonderful. It's been wonderful to watch what you've done for the art world too, as well, Cindy. And Nancy, oh my, our little bundle of joy over there.
Oh, you're so sweet. That's you. You've kept us going, Mary Linda. I mean, the great memories we have. So many fun stories. I could tell so many stories about Mary Linda. But you knew Richard way back when, right?
Right. It's been a long time, over what, almost 35 years, but yeah, 35 wonderful years. And it's been, you know, as I said, having met Richard changed the whole direction of my life, because the very first important painting I ever bought was Gretchen and Jamie, the painting that he did of his daughter and his model. And that was almost 35 years ago. And it's all grown from there. But he's been a major influence in our
Oh my God! And you have such a wonderful collection, and now you get to share it with the world, with LPAP8.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's so exciting. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's just having those paintings. As I've said to you before, it's like having friends. Every painting represents not just a beautiful work of art, but how that person saw the world and how he felt about what he saw. And it's like all my friends are always right there with me, because I know them all, and I feel what they felt when they painted the paintings. And it's all joy. Everywhere I look in the home, it's an expression of joy and beauty, you know, and that has changed a lot about my whole outlook on life.
Yeah.
So it's been a joy.
Yeah. And Mary Linda, you just say it well, because you know it's like we're continuing his legacy, you know, and that's what this is all about. So thank you for coming on. You've known him for so long. He's loved you so much, and all the great memories. I'm going to tape record them all from you, and yeah, instead of a closure, it's more of a new opening. Look at you. We have this new La Papa now, and all these artists painting this weekend.
I mean, what joy you are bringing people, you know?
Yeah. Well, Nancy, thank you for having me on. Thank you and it's been a wonderful day following people from all over the world. And I find they all have the very same feeling I had about Richard and his magic. So
Yes,
it's been great. And thank you for having me on.
Oh my gosh.
And Jane would like to say.
Hi, young lady. How you doing?
So good to see you. Oh my God.
Well, sweet thing. We're so happy to be alive and be friends with you and Richard and the whole thing.
Yeah.
The puppet painters. I mean,
Yeah.
come on.
It's been great.
It doesn't get any better than that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and all our memories we'll have forever. And
that's true. And all I have to do is get some music to go along with it, and then I'll really remember it forever.
We'll be back to check in with you tomorrow and get some of our artists to say hi. Okay, Nancy?
Well, tomorrow is more, but you want to tell them what tomorrow is? Yeah.
Yes, it's the painting.
No, today's the painting thing. Tomorrow is tomorrow's from 12 to 6. You sit down and watch, and they're welcome to watch it.
Yes, right. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, true.
Yeah,
Very good.
Thank you. So good to see you both, and you keep going. This is Richard's dream. What you're doing, he would be so proud of you. Just like all these artists painting together. Thank you so much.
It's been great. It's been great to see everyone today. So thanks for doing that.
She's had a wonderful time, and I've been looking over her shoulder. So it's really been great.
Okay, well, bye-bye, you guys, and thanks.
Bye.
Thanks again. Love you.
Yeah. Come see us from Laguna.
Yes, we will. Okay, more artists. Who else is here? Who's been here for a long time? Can their hand go up? Whoever's been here painting for a long time we haven't gotten to yet. Oh, here's Louisa. She's been here for a long time. Louise, is that her name? Louise. There she is, Louise. Yes. Oh, let's see what you're painting there. Louise. And where are you from, Louise?
I'm actually from Ontario, Canada. Yes. And what is the questions you usually ask? Where I'm from?
Yes, you just told us. And what are you painting? We'd love to know what you're painting. Thank you for painting with us.
It's a woman riding in a dairy, and it's just like.
Louise, I've just stopped your audio a second because it's reverberating. So I'm going to unmute you. Do you have a speaker on? A microphone? Wait, you have to click the unmute button. Is it the size of the room?
Unmute. It could be there's quite an echo in here. Is it better if I speak like this?
Yeah, we could go with this.
It's
yeah.
Okay, you go.
Sorry.
You're good. You're good. I like your brush. So tell us what you're painting again, Louise.
It's a woman riding in. It's a woman riding in a dairy. I'm French.
Okay.
From Quebec initially.
Okay.
Yes. And yeah, I've been painting since. Actually, I painted a lot in the year 2000, but shortly after September 11, things went bad, and I had to revert to other things for survival. And I'm just resuming now. I'm 59, so we're almost 20 years later. And so I took my retirement, and I spent 9 months restoring the studio. And actually, I'm painting for the first time today since that time. I did a little bit of acrylic in 2008. And how do I know Richard? I actually don't really know Richard, but I came across the post because I've been taking classes with Danielle Gertz-Hartz.
Oh, Daniel Gerhardt. Yes.
Yeah.
I'll be tomorrow. Yes.
Yes, and I just started with him, but I went through the first 2 videos, and I'm listening to people today. I recognize some of the concept that he shares are probably also very familiar to Richard, and for me coming from Richard, who knows. Either way, it's a new journey for me, and initially I was self-taught, and I thought that it was time to get a little bit of technique behind what I do. I was even thinking of moving on to more contemporary thing, because it seems like everybody wants just that. But I actually, I'm really an impressionist at heart, and I was as soon as I started lifting the brush years back. So I have some previous work that I can show you that would be completed.
Yes.
Hold on. I'm gonna just wipe my hands a little bit so that I don't put paint all over the entire studio.
And I will get to both Casey and Beanie's here as soon as we're done. Oh,
This is
look
the
at,
kind that I did at the very beginning.
oh, at the very beginning of today?
No, when I started painting in year 2000, that's what I was coming up with.
Oh, that's, wow, that's very inspiring to me.
Yeah, there's a lot of colors, and it's very, I have many pieces still here. And I've been wondering if I should change my style because of the way things are nowadays, but listening to people saying just do what you're supposed to do and what you've been, I've listened to gallery before. In 2008 I painted just a few pieces in acrylic, no more faces, and I took their direction. Next thing I know, the only thing I sold was what I did in 2000. So I think I'm just going to go back to what I do best and just wait.
What you love, yeah, to do what you love and you can't wait to paint.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And take more class. I do not have the a la prima that everybody talks about, that I'm really looking forward. I hope there's still a copy left.
Yes.
Yes,
I'm sure of that. But yes, that book, a lot of people, even Jeremy Lipkin, that's where he learned it all, you know, and it's he just writes so well so you can understand it, and I will still pick it up and learn things. I mean, it's they say like a Bible.
I'm looking forward to having this, because I think I even there's a few things I was doing even as I was listening to Danielle this week. You know, I used to mix all my paint prior to start painting, so I would have a lot of waste. I wasn't in the habit of mixing as I go and things like that. Yet I did produce some really nice piece, but things went bad in New York. And it's not that I'm from New York, but I did Expo New York that year, and it was the year of September 11, and I lost so much money so quickly that eventually I just gave up. I just couldn't sustain it anymore. So
well, Daniel Gerhardt, so you're in his workshop. I'd say you did the right thing. Daniel Gerhardt will teach you a lot. And
yeah, I was a fan of his work, and through him I saw the post about Richard, so I started researching Richard, and next thing I know, I was posting it too, and I figured, okay, well, you know what, that's a great way to start.
Well, and this is all about you know, his birthday is going to be in a couple days, and this is just such a great tribute, all of us painting together. Tomorrow is another day of inspiration. It starts at 12 o'clock our time, and that's what this is about. That's what Richard was about: inspiration, knowledge, and to paint from your heart, and then to share your knowledge with everybody else. He was quite a man.
A few people read some passages from his book last night. Actually, in the middle of the night, I was up. I wasn't in my studio, but I was up at midnight. And I thought it was beautifully written, and can't wait to read him because and people say that he's explaining this in such a nice, clear way. So I'm looking forward to that. I think it'll be a great addition to what Daniel is already teaching me. And yeah, for the first time, I take lessons now, which is great.
It is great.
I had to look up the word quinting, and I had to look up a few other words. And yeah, now quint and compare and all that stuff. But I had no idea what that meant.
and all those things will start making sense. And then when you learn those things, everything, then you can concentrate on painting and making paintings and making what you want to paint. So I think that's great. The combination of his book and Daniel Gerhardt's will be quite,
yeah.
You'll learn a lot really quickly. Yeah, so that's great.
It was a wonderful initiative anyway. Thank you so much for organizing this. Yeah, very grateful. And it gave me wing to get the first canvas out today and start something.
That's what we do, inspire, and it's like all the people around the world, and they're coming back again, which is great. Thank you so much. Honored to meet you.
Thank you.
And enjoy, Daniel, and enjoy tomorrow.
Thank you.
Love
I'll
it.
be there tomorrow. Don't worry.
Honored to meet you, Louise.
Bye. Take good
Bye.
care.
And Casey, where do you live?
Hi, Nancy, see me and that. I live there just on the edge of Sydney, Barara Heights, actually. It's
Okay, so you're just
on
getting
the
up.
Hawkesbury River area.
Hi, Casey.
Hi, Simi, how are you?
Tired. We're
I
21
thought you
and a
might
half
be.
hours through. But I'm so
You
happy.
sent me a few brushes a couple of years ago when I won a prize or something. I remember talking to you.
Oh, really?
Leon Holmes.
Casey, I love your work.
Oh, thank you.
Really beautiful work. Can you say something about how Richard inspired you?
It goes back a long time. I turned 60 a few months ago, and I started painting when I was 17. And I suppose I'm a bit lucky because I come from an artistic family. Uncle who's a well-known artist and had good connections and everything in the art world here. But I think it was at 17, strolling through an art bookshop, and there this book, Richard Schmid's books, The Landscape and The Figure, of course, and this is 1978. So I thought, wow, stopped me in my track straight away. Thought, this bloke knows his onions. So it, just struck me, and then I, learned a lot reading his books, even though learning off my uncle as well, and other connections. But just his insight into things, and brush control, edge control hit me straight away. Values, tones, all those things that are essential to a good painting. And even now, I'm new to Zoom. I did a couple of workshops last weekend and the weekend before, and I teach workshops in Australia. Been to the States a few times, and the UK, of course, Italy, and that sort of thing, teaching and taking tours. But thing that struck me, that Richard's alla prima was the very start of the book and the simplicity of the first message. And I start my lessons with this with everyone. A Schmidism, I call it a Schmidism, is why am I going to paint this painting? And what do I want to say? And to me, it gets down to the essence of that, so because everyone sees things different, says things differently. So, but the important message was, what do I want to say? So that's what I got out of the book. So yeah, fantastic. I just thought put my quick 2 bobs worth in. So it's been a few years since I've been following Richard and that sort of thing. But you see these silly things on Facebook. Who in the world would you want to meet? And now they got actors and sports people, and mine was I would have liked to have met Richard Schmid. So, but as everyone said, and it's been a great setup. We get to know him through his DVDs and his books, of course. So yeah. So even when I paint now, little bits of what I've heard and read in his books, and that sort of echo in your head. And even as I say, when I'm doing my classes and teaching, a few little Schmidisms come out to help the students along.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That was beautiful, Casey. Oh my gosh. And here you are doing, his, one of his big missions was to get all the knowledge that he had out to everybody.
He certainly did that.
Yes. And when Iran sent, Alexi sent his students, a lot of women holding up his books, in Brazil, and he was just so happy. And today to see, we'll have to read all the places. This is his dream. And now all of these people will keep passing along what they know. And that's what he wanted to see. No competition. It was like, no, give all that. It's not our knowledge. It's everybody's, that's what
Exactly. It's just lovely to see great art produced by anyone in the world.
So say that again, Casey.
It's just great to see, good art and great art produced by anyone in the world.
Yes.
It lifts the spirit, So and inspires, like Richard did, inspired a lot of artists, inspired me. So many great artists in the world, though, when especially the beauty of internet and all that sort of thing, Facebook and these days, is artists you would never ever have known of. So modern technology, like we're doing now, to be able to see great art. Seen Daniel Sprick a minute or two ago, some of his paintings. Well, I think I had seen him in books a few years ago, but he said some lovely words too. So yeah, and meeting you, Nancy, too, because fellas I've known you for a few years now through the books and stuff. So and the paintings, and some of your paintings too, lovely paintings. So yeah.
Yeah, and like I was telling everybody, Casey, I didn't want this to be a closure, more of an opening, that all these stories we get to see the other side of him too. He was just so great at painting and writing and everything, but he was also such a great man, and making us laugh, and learning how to be a happy learner, giving this. He would always give. He loved teaching, as it sounds like you do too. So, so thank you so much.
He got the message across very simply as well. There was no sort of fancy words and stuff. It was just quick, direct communication that resonated with people. So it was nice.
Yeah,
excellent.
And then you probably heard it, and then he worked so hard on getting that knowledge so you could understand. How can you understand edges? But he worked so hard and said, "Oh, that's enough for their brain." So a joke. Then he did it so that you could keep taking it in, and the jokes were so good.
Yeah, I got a lot out of his edges and the focal point as well.
Yeah.
In that book, so.
Yeah. So thank you so much for sharing.
Okay then, nice to talk to everyone.
Honored. Thank you.
All right.
Hope you get to see tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll tune in when I wake up. It might be still on.
It's like a small part of his life. I mean, poor Joe and Semi.
Nearly 1 o'clock in the afternoon in the edge of Sydney.
Yes, and the whole thing was done by people who loved Richard. So it's like it's just full of love, and these two people made it possible. They're just these
I know
musicians.
they've done a great job. Great concept. Cheers, folks.
Thank you. Bye-bye, Casey.
Right.
Thank you. And BB, there's BB. Oh my gosh, BB, you carried a big painting. I'm so happy you're here. Hi.
It's so
Where do
nice
you live?
to finally talk to you.
I forget where you live because I write you cards. Where do you live again?
I live in Liberty in Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, okay.
Yeah, it's a really small town.
Nice. I like Pennsylvania. Nice town.
Yeah. It's okay. Well, no, it's not. No, it's terrible.
Oh darn. Well, okay. Well, there's a lot of other places you can go to. Can you?
Yes, but at the moment we can't move anywhere because of circumstances. So I'm trying to make the best of it and trying to find like-minded people and talk about Richard Schmid a lot.
Good. Oh, good.
Yeah.
Well, we're ready to hear you talk about Richard Schmid. How has he influenced you, or how has he helped your paintings, or your soul, or your inspiration?
It's been like it's almost like he came into my life the moment I was ready for it. I've always drawn and painted when I was a kid in school, but being an artist was kind of frowned upon. You know, there was the starving artist concept floating around, and my parents were talented but never did anything with it.
Oh,
So I thought, well, maybe I should just go see if I can be of any meaning in the corporate world. So I wasted a lot of years working. I did a lot of exciting jobs, but only exciting for me for maybe half a year. And every day I came home feeling like I wasted another day. And finally in 2012, I was in a place where I could actually focus on, what do I want to do with my life? Is it too late to become an artist? And I said to my husband, you know what? I have to just do it. And he says, yes, I do it all along. You should have listened to me. And so, yes. And so since 2012, I just started painting every day and then just reading about art every night. And then in August that year, I took a workshop from Ron Donaghy in Pittsburgh. He was a really good teacher, and he told me about Richard Schmid. And so that was it for me, because I knew I needed a good role model. I needed to, because I couldn't find my own voice and still really haven't. But once I saw Richard's work, I thought, okay, this is it. Like the way he uses, well, you know, everybody knows what I'm talking about. It's the brush strokes, it's the colors, it's just how he captures what people normally wouldn't see. It's almost magical. And still, if I go through his books, I just can't help but I see all these beautiful pictures. I try reading it and absorb it, and then I see these pictures and I get lost in it. Like that one painting of you where you're reading, it's just, man, if I could paint like that, I would die peacefully.
Oh my God.
And there's this one thing he said in one of his books. I have a couple, and one time I read, it's not really so much about paint what you love, but love what you paint. And that really changed so much for me too. Like every brush stroke that you put on the canvas, you have to love. And so I've been tossing a lot of paintings and redoing them.
Well, it reminds me, somebody else said it too, painting the picture. Yeah. Because we'd have, 3 hours, say 2.5 with all the breaks or whatever. And, you know, that first half an hour, he looked like he was going slow. You know, it's more so he'd mix it, put it on, you know, he'd look, mix it, put it on, you know, and it kind of seemed like he was going slow because he would always look. And his brush would have to be so clean, you know, and especially that first like hour, because a lot of times he did just this part, you know, he'd do this great black in. And yeah, you thought he was kind of going slow, but it was the opposite, you know, because everything was in the right place.
Yeah.
And also, you know, he had told me, you know, like painting in a group, he figured out like 3 sure ways that he knew he could get it, you know, and then once in a while he would experiment, but he knew those 3 ways, even though they'd be a little different. Each one was different. You'll see tomorrow. And we have, man, these next years, we just have so much stuff to share. But he would, you know, it was amazing to watch that. And then after he got this done, you know, the eyes would be great. And then it'd be like, I mean, he'd take a little time, the lips had to be great, but it would be like he'd explode them, you know.
Yeah.
Still everything in the right place so that,
yeah.
You know,
that's one of the most frustrating things I read in his book, when he says, just put the right color in the right place.
yes.
Yeah.
And the other one I used to tell him, you know, when I would be, don't put anything wrong down.
Yeah.
Do that. But now I kind of,
when you leave the painting, make sure it is in a way that if you never get to it again, it's still good.
it's a great, though we hit the 3 of them, you know, so those are such great goals to have,
yeah.
You know,
yeah.
and yeah, and you can kind of figure it out, and especially if you can see his progressions or do one of his DVDs and stop it, somebody was and copy it and learn what he did, you know. But and also it was, but those 3 things, I understand them now. It's kind of like, because I would see him, he would put down a stroke, and then if one of the edges on one side of the stroke was not correct, he'd take his magic brush, and I'll show you, magic brush, rosemary brush, very, very soft, and he would soften it. But it was like a brush stroke. He knew, okay,
yeah,
there it is. So never leave anything wrong down. That's what he's saying. Get that edge right away. Or if you miss the drawing, get it right away, because otherwise the whole, you know. And so that those, I finally learned them, but man, those took me a long time to learn.
Yeah.
And then you try to figure out, but it's also worth it. And we can learn anything. If he can learn it, we can learn it, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is true.
I work at that every day if I can. I got kids and it wasn't really planned, but it just happened. And so that really.
How old are your kids now?
They're 5 and 7 now.
Well, we started painting carols at 7, and Anna Rose Bain, you know, it's funny because I talked to her, she made this beautiful thing for the Portrait Society about me. And we've been painting Carol's children. And a long time ago, I painted the 7-year-old. I mean, that's another story. But we're painting Carol's kids, and Grace was 7. You know, not all kids can do it. No. But Anna Bain started her kids young. And I whispered to her, this was just the other day, I said, I didn't tell you it's impossible to paint kids from life, but we've been doing it, you know.
I knew it, yeah.
It is hard. There's little tricky things, but if you have somebody with you, like if it's just the mom, or if I'm there with Carol, then they're better, you know.
I do sketches for my kids when I finally just plop them in front of the TV, and that's the only time when they will sit still long enough, and I'll do sketches. But it will all work towards a sketch for painting. I have paintings in my head I want to do, but I'll have to post them and take pictures of them and just work
and you're very young. You know, Kathy, I always say Kathy Anderson. I wish she was here.
Well,
She's old. I mean, she started.
yeah.
But it's you know, taking one thing and learning it, or finding somebody that you can take a workshop with where you really absorb it and then make it sink in, you know, something like that.
Yeah.
Because if one person can learn it, we really can. And then you make it your own. Our paintings would look like Richard until we got to a certain point.
Yeah.
And then we could break off from it. But you can do it, girl. You're young and I can feel it in you. And that's what this is about. We're all ready to share. You could even on YouTube, man, Casey Boggs, all these people, Daniel Keys, they're on there for free. You're hooked. So, and
I
it's
am,
being,
yes.
and it's
I mean
being
it for life.
Say
Yeah.
that again, BB.
I mean it for life.
Yes, that was me too. I knew I was, and it gets hard sometimes, and that's why sometimes having a buddy artist is really, really good. I'm sorry, my phone's going off, and oops, sorry. It's Kathy. I'll ask her what age she's. Kathy, we're talking about you. What age did you start painting with Richard? Yeah. Oh, I gotta go though. Okay. She wouldn't tell me. But anyway, anyway, it's learning how to learning maybe you know, one thing at a time, or finding like somebody's going to see Dan Gearhart, or if you have the passion, it'll open up the right personal comment. There's a lot of things free things on YouTube, and that's what this is about. He wrote all that information in Alla Prima, giving it, and there's people raring to share. So so good to see you, BB.
Yeah, very good to see you.
We'll take this further, okay?
Yes, definitely.
Thank you for painting with us in honor of Richard.
Well, thanks for having this. It's wonderful.
And watch tomorrow. Oh my God, all those great artists. Whoa.
I'll be there all day. Yeah.
It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
Okay. Bye, sweetie.
Thank you,
BB. Thank you.
And I forget who is next.
Okay, we've got
Mojo or Joy. Who's next?
Let's go Mojo. She was first in, so we'll go.
Okay, I'll be right with you, Joy. Mojo, where are you from?
Moji.
Let me unmute.
Oh, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, my name is Moji. Excuse me, Moji Eganagi, and I live in Southern California, very close to Laguna Beach, in Orange County. And I'm originally from Iran, and I think I saw a few other people from Iran that you spoke with, and it's very nice of you and Richard, you know, to be helping people all over the world. And yes, I started, I mean, just like so many other people, you know, I started painting when I was young, but then I had to stop, you know, move, you know, life took over. And then when my father passed away, I was like 52, and I was in a very bad place, you know, was not, I needed something to lift me up, and I started painting. And I was frustrated on how to learn how to paint, you know, I was like, how can this be so hard? Where can you get the information? I found Alla Prima, and I saw Richard's paintings, and it's just amazing. It's just not, it's not painting. It's like, it sings to you. The colors, the texture, the, you know, everything. It just makes your eye look for all kinds of things, like eye candy, I guess they call it. Like you keep looking at different parts and you see different things, you know, and it's like a different language, you know, like where did this come from? And it's amazing. I really, really, truly enjoy, you know, his work, and I read 3 or 4 of his books, and I did take a Daniel Keith class, I mean, workshop, and, you know, he's a, you know, colleague of Richard's student at one point, and I love, you know, the style of work and his love for work and how, you know, he encourages everybody, you know, he's so encouraging. And I mean, I started painting at 52, so I mean, the other lady, she's way younger than me, so.
Yeah, but Kathy Anderson, Sammy or Joe, when did Kathy Anderson start painting? She wouldn't. She didn't tell me. I think, you know, she's amazing. I mean, it was older and she was so passionate about it. She just really learned. So age, you know, it's learning how to learn and trying to be the happy learner. That's who Richard was. Richard,
yes.
He said, and oh man, somebody's gonna have to find it in the book. He would say, a lot of people will just ruminate on the problem, and he would solve it. He says it beautifully. I'll try to get that quote for tomorrow, but it's how to be the happy learner. And for me, I saw how quickly he would try to solve things. And I think I gave you that example of being out on a landscape painting, and he'd come up to me and he'd go, "How's it going?" "How's it going?" "No, no. And then he'd say, "Is it over here?" You know, I'm like, "Oh no, that's okay. How about that's okay too. Oh, there it is." You know, it was just problem solving, and that helped me a lot. And then it could only be 5 things, you know, color, edges, harmony, those type of things. And then the other thing, you know, you have to find your path, and that's what this is all about, to help each other. If it's to take a class, go online, you know, once you can start somewhere and learn maybe one thing at a time, because it is more difficult for us. Richard had a school. He went, I don't know how many years. And what he did for a whole week, 5 days, 3 days, they would do a life-size nude, almost life-size, and it would all be one color, 3 days. He said it would be perfect, the edges, the drawing, the proportions. And then he said, and then I had 2 days to ruin it with color, you know. But he did that for a long time, and then we come along without the training, and it's harder because we're learning everything at once. It can be done, but it's a little bit harder for us. But we can do it, you know, in this massive. So that's what this is about, and alla prima, and you know, things like
and practice, lots of practice.
Yeah, and kind of like happy practice and doing something. You know, we would do complicated things, doing something smaller, or you know, trying to figure out how to get better, you know.
Yes, and you know, just the joy of looking at the world and just imagining that, you know, there's so much beautiful things out there that you can get excited about every single day. I mean, you know, we are so lucky to have this.
I'm gonna cry. That was so beautiful. That's what he would say. He would say things like that, and just thank you for reminding us. That's what we're gonna be doing. And you know, so much of it's in alla prima, and we'll be helping each other. This is just thank you. Do you have your painting there? Did you work on a painting today?
I don't have any paintings of today. I have a few paintings I've done.
Beautiful.
Thank you. There's
beautiful.
Not enough light here. Here's another one.
Beautiful. Excellent.
Thank you.
Well, great. Well, I wish you the best. I'm honored you all came on here. Thank you so much. And
thank you for you know, doing this, arranging things. It's so wonderful to see so many nice people
I know. That's what's so great. Everybody is so super. I'm just
All these nice people all in one place. I mean, how can that be possible? I don't know.
all in one place, and we all want to create beauty and help each other and make the world a better place. It is wonderful.
Exactly.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Honored to meet you.
Same
And
here.
enjoy
Thank you.
tomorrow too.
I will definitely. Thank you so much.
Bye. And we've got Joy.
Thank you, Moji.
I'm just unmooching.
You are.
Yes, I'm Joy.
And where do you live? Where do you live, Joy?
I'm about 2 hours north of Melbourne in Australia.
Yeah, okay.
And I think this is fantastic, really, to do something like this because the absolute far-reaching influence of Richard, it will never be told because it's just so far. I don't think you will ever know how far.
That's so beautiful.
And I first came across Richard probably about 15 years ago. I'm not exactly sure, but I went to the beach for a holiday, which was 3 hours south of where I live. And a friend of mine down there showed me his book, Alla Prima, and I was absolutely blown away with, because in Australia, we don't have the schools that you have in America. We are so jealous of everything you have over there. We don't have the educational opportunities. So, you know, the sort of internet has changed that now. But back when I started to learn, she introduced me to this book while I was away for 2 weeks camping at the beach. And that was the last of everyone saw of me. I sat in this tent for like 2 weeks all day and just read this book. I could not believe the information that was in it and the simplicity, the easy reading. I'd just eat in my tent, sleep in my tent, and I just read for 3 weeks. I read this book and I wrote a lot of things out of it in my sketchbook because we don't even have books like that in Australia. So when I came back from there, I wrote out a lot of the book because I thought, how on earth can I even get this book? So then I started the search on trying to buy it. So since then I've bought quite a few of his books. But I think for me, I'd been painting for some time, and the guy I learnt under, he gave me 34 tubes of paint to buy. And I think I struggled for like 4 years just trying to work out what color, how do you do this, how do you do that? And I think with Richard's book, one thing I really learnt was the limited color, and you don't need all those colors. So I started to actually paint with less colors. And the other thing that really, really, really impressed me was the simplicity and just what he left out. So the things that, yeah, like you didn't have to put everything in, you could leave things out. And so I started to learn about spontaneous brushstroke and things like that. And a really weird thing happened because I would put my work in shows where there was just amazing, enormous, highly worked up paintings, and I would put in a little, you know, 8x10 or 12x16 that was spontaneous brush strokes and left things out. And I started to win awards above the highly worked up, you know, still life and landscapes. And I couldn't believe it. And one of the judges said to me, it's the spontaneous brush strokes. And I thought, wow, I learnt that from Richard Schmid, just that being that spontaneous, just working it. But, you know, if anyone ever says to me, do you know a good book? that's the book I always recommend, because that's the book. If you can get your hands on that, it's got everything in it that you need to know. You don't need any other book. That's the book. And I know for me, it's just a go-to constantly. So I just, it's on the coffee table pretty much all the time. Well, the landscape one and the alla prima one, especially because you can just pick it up over and over and over again, and just every time just learn something. And so I'm just really appreciative of him writing that book to start with, because, you know, we don't always have information. And I went over to, finally got the opportunity to go to the Art of the Portrait conference in 2019. And my biggest goal was to meet him then, but of course that didn't happen. But I already sort of feel like I know him, because I've probably read the book, I don't know, like maybe 5 to 10 times. I've just read over and over and over the information. So even though I didn't have the privilege of meeting him, I feel like I knew him anyway. So I just want to show my appreciation for him and his work.
Joy. Thank you so much, Joy. I mean, Joanne Manji, one of the Putney painters, said it really well, that he is really like the words in that book. He's intelligent, he's funny, he's all those things. That it is like he's reading it to you or something. So thank you so much. And I'm just amazed that book reached all around, you know, that the people from Iran were holding it up, in Brazil, and that was his mission to, he felt that information wasn't, he didn't own it, he wanted everyone, because there's so much joy in it, it helps the world, you know, and just all these stories are just so wonderful. Thank you so much.
Well, I have a huge library of art books, which I've been donating to a school recently, but that's the one book that I said to my daughter, this is the book you don't get rid of.
Right, that's so great. Thank you so much, Joy.
So thank you. Yeah, thank you for allowing me to be on.
Oh, yes, and look forward to tomorrow.
Yes, thank you.
Another whole day planned, right, Joe?
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. They have less than 2 hours. Oh,
I know, right? How you doing?
I hope you sleep there. Pardon?
Are you okay? Do you need a break? Do you need a breather?
No, let's go. Who's this?
So we haven't got your name. If you could tell us, if you could unmute yourself and tell us your name, I'll rename you.
Yes. Hi, Nancy. This is Jennifer Hunter.
I thought that was you, Jennifer. Oh. Now I forget where you live. Where do you live?
I'm still in the Chicago area. I'm in Port Barrington.
Oh, then you'll enjoy tomorrow a lot. So good to see you.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you get to talk about Richard. I'm so happy.
Yeah, and we go way back because we went to art school together.
Yes.
And that was back when he was coming in to demonstrate for all the students. And I mean, that was a real treat. And I mean, back then we just didn't realize what we were getting into.
I mean,
you know,
he came and gave this beautiful demo. We were just like, whoa, what was that?
I know, yeah. And then when we couldn't get enough, remember you and me and 2 other students.
I forget who the other 2 were. Yep.
Yep, we took a road trip. It was a 13-hour drive to Bartlesville, Oklahoma, so we could see a retrospective at the Gilcrease. And then we were saving money, so we were camping. Remember that?
Oh my God, yes.
There was this huge thunderstorm. Oh, we all ended up.
Oh my God, that's right.
You know?
I'm glad we're getting this story on tape, all to watch Richard in Oklahoma with Jody Kerberger.
Exactly. And then she felt sorry for us, so she invited us all to her house, and then we were sleeping in her house, and the heck with the tent.
Yeah, she was so sweet, like Richard. She was just amazing. She loved Richard. Yeah,
And-
that was a great story. Oh my gosh.
And then I lived in California for a while, and you probably recognize the painting that's over the mantle. Of course, this is reversing it, but with the very first Arts for the Parks, which you know that Richard won, right? That was my painting that was in Arts for the Parks. And I remember when Richard invited everybody over to his house to see his work before it went to Arts for the Parks, which was in Evanston. So I came over and I remember seeing his waterfall, landscape, and just thinking, oh, that's nice. It's a nice painting. I had no idea. I was looking at the winner,
Yeah.
And that was just so cool. It was just casual. So that was really neat.
So sweet. He would invite students over to see all
Yeah.
this. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then later on, I mean, I was living in California because I had moved to California and I was out there painting and stuff. And I remember you called me. You saw that painting and that got into the calendar for Arts for the Parks. And you called me and congratulated me, which was really cool, that you did it. I thought that was neat.
So, I mean, there was a lot of people who entered that.
Yeah.
So that was really great.
2,706. I remember the number.
You remember. That's good. That's good.
And it was
Well,
your signature, so.
And what do you think was the biggest thing that influenced you or your work with Richard? Well, what do you think? Is there one thing? Is it who he was, or something technical, or what do you think was one of the biggest things?
I think it's the color and the design, because I've never seen people do things with color that he did.
Yeah, that's good. That's good
Yeah.
color, and his design's pretty great. That's so true.
Right.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's a good answer. Nobody's said that yet, so that's great.
And you know what? I would like to ask you a question, because Richard painted you so many times. I know he's painted other people too. Not me, but I want to know what that feels like to see yourself on his canvases, immortalized and gorgeous.
It was always amazing. I mean, I'll segue this way a tiny bit. To watch him paint anybody, it was like watching Mozart play the piano. He's just totally amazing. And to have him paint me, it was just amazing. Just that he would know, how to make it simple, or how, the way he would pose me and all of those. Could you do this a little bit, or just a tiny bit that, and put this behind me, and then he would just do it so easily. I mean, he quickly, and it was just always amazing.
But what did you?
Pardon?
I was gonna say, what did you feel like when he finished the painting and then you finally looked at it?
Totally in awe. I mean, I still look at them, and we still have a few here, and it's just totally in awe. I mean, I just can't believe it. I mean, every day I would wake up, I'd wake up earlier than him usually, and I'd go, oh my gosh, I'm married to Richard Schmid. I mean, every single day. He's so great. I just loved him so much, And so that's why this is just so important to me. I mean, I did not want his birthday to come by without I didn't want a closure. I wanted a celebration. And this was made by all the people that love him. This is so filled with love. And that to carry his legacy, to find out all these people reading alla prima and helping each other, it just it's just amazing. And you asked about posing, and I went into everything. The posing was amazing, and he kind of paint me a little differently each way. I mean, it was just amazing. He just loved it. It was his best friend painting.
Well, I hope you do this again. This is just really cool.
This is so cool. And this is so cool. I mean, worldwide, and we're doing this thing, the politicians don't even know we're doing this. They it's like, we're this underground thing of making the world go round and making it a happy place. You know, we go into stores and we're smiling, and you know, we just keep giving that color everywhere, and that's what he was about. His mission was to share his information and let people know it's a great thing to be an artist. You know, have gratitude and respect for it, and you know, love it and have fun with it, and you know, I mean, and be silly with it, and you know, show your kids, and you, I mean, and that's what we're doing this today for 24 hours, 2 more hours, and tomorrow is just a tiny part of his life, you know, that these people helped me with, and again, the whole thing is done in love, so you know, we know it's going to be great because it's all love for him, you know, and for you guys. I mean, and today is your stories, because they would be all gone. We know all the other parts of them, and I'm hearing stories I never heard, you know, and great to get yours on tape.
Well, let me show you something else, if this will come out. This was the last time I saw you. If you can see that picture.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so that was in Kansas when you had that.
Oh, the Wichita one. Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah.
you took that picture, and then today I sat down and I started this. Now this is only half finished.
Oh, great.
So that's
Thank you.
watercolor. So, but I mean, it needs a whole lot more, you know, obviously it's a little light looking. So
It's beautiful.
I'll give it some more time when I'm not tired, you know.
Yeah, I think we kind of understand that, huh?
Yeah, I know. I don't know how you're staying awake.
No, we're getting a little tired. No, thank you for painting with us. All of you around the world just means the world to me, and yeah, and all your stories. I'm just so glad we're recording them, and just thank you so much, Jennifer. So great to see you.
So great to see you. I just wish we weren't so separated by distance, you know.
Well, you know, it's funny, you know, if it wasn't for COVID, we wouldn't have Zooms like this. This wouldn't have happened. So who knows if, you know, how we'll do this, you know, we'll see what happens. Yeah. So thank you so much, dear.
Oh, you're welcome. Love you.
Love you. Love everybody here. This is so great. And who's this? Diane. Hi, Diane. Where are you from? Diane, I just unmuted you, so just make sure you click on the screen there to oh, you're good. Oh.
Yeah, I did. I just saw it. Hi, Nancy.
Hi, Diane. Where do you live?
I live in South Carolina now. I used to live in Putney, and that's where I met you and Richard. And if you saw me, I don't know if the light's good in here. I'm sure you don't recognize me.
Oh, so great, Diane.
Yeah, the last time I saw you, well, the last time I saw Richard was in Boston at the, I can't think of the name of the place, but.
Saul McGunn, no, Saul, but starts with a B or something. I'm not
sure. Something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyway, I have all Richard's books. Lori, of course, I don't know if you know, but Lori spent part of her high school years and college years with my family. And so I dragged her kicking to Putney Painters when I was, not to Putney Painters, to the Thursday night groups we used to have long ago, which is where I met you and Penelope. Well, Penelope's the one who took me there to begin with. So anyway, that's how I met Richard, and I was very thrilled. I've followed his work forever, and unfortunately have never lived back in the Putney area since then. So I haven't had the opportunity very often to hang out with the gang from Putney, but I still see many of them and paint with them once in a while. So it's a lot of fun, but I just, what you and Richard taught me was just beyond words.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much.
I'll never forget the night on Thursday night, and I'm sure you don't even remember this, when we were painting, and I was really a beginner painter. I was struggling with color, really struggling, and you came over and said, I think I can help you with that color. And I said, oh, that would be nice. She said, you said, I think I have this on my palette. So you brought over Cad Yellow Deep, which I didn't have. I didn't know
What,
it.
what was the color? What was the color?
Cad Yellow Deep.
Oh, Cad Yellow Deep. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a great color.
Yeah.
Yes, you have to have that color.
So I was trying to paint a fire. And so then you said to me, now I want you to come over and show me something that I could do that you think I should do on my painting. And I looked at you and I was totally dumbfounded. I said, are you kidding me? I haven't got a clue. And I did go over to your painting, and it was a teacup you were painting with the little gold rim and that sort of thing. And that was my introduction to you. And you introduced me to Richard. I mean, Penelope had introduced me, but you know, I saw you much more often than I saw Richard. And to my great regret, because I learned so much from both of you by watching you, reading your books, reading Richard's books, and just basically following you as often as I've been able to. And now I've been retired now for 3 years, and I'm in South Carolina. So I just came back from there. I went up to go to spend the summer at a camp, working at a girls' camp, and got sick and ended up having to come home. But then I went back up for my 25th college reunion. I went back when I was 44, so I'm a little bit above that age range. But anyway, it was fun. So I got to paint in Dummerston with Lori and I forget the other lady's name, but another friend of hers from Putney Painters, and we just had a great time. But I'm so fond of you and was of Richard, and you know, and it's funny because when I lived in Pittsburgh, nobody there knew Richard, and I did know Ron Donahue too. I painted with Ron Donahue a lot, and we talked about it. And I said, you know, when you read his books, you can hear his voice, and it's so true. And when I sit there and read
So true.
it's just like he's there in my head. And you really remember what he says. And, you know, my painting's gotten better, of course, over 20 years or so. And so I'm eternally grateful. And he was just such a wonderful person.
He was, and I'm honored that you told this wonderful story. We'll keep it forever. That's what this is about. He was so wonderful, and that book, we're just all over the world. We're just so happy we have that forever.
No,
and yeah, we get to talk about it and pass it along, you know, and enjoy the painting and the joy of all of this together, you know.
Painting all day. I've been watching since 7 this morning. And,
oh, that's so great.
I'm past my bedtime now. You know, I'm a little bit older now, and it's about bedtime now. I know that's been me yawning, but you've been awake, I'm sure.
I know both of the yeah. It's just so exciting, and it's like, boy, I want to be with Semi and Joe. You know, we're gonna make it. We got.
I know you've only
less
got
than 2 hours.
We will make it.
So thank you so much, Diane, for coming on and sharing. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. For it, in honor of Richard, thank you for painting today. We'll do more.
Nancy,
who's next?
We have got a couple of people lined up, but I want to just make a proposition if you would be up for it. I think for the last 45 minutes, so in roughly, do the math, Joe.
Oh, now?
No.
Wait, what?
An hour from now.
It'll be in 45 minutes from now.
No, for the last 45 minutes. So in an hour, whatever time. Okay, this is where we're at, Nance. We basically think it would be really good if we asked you some questions to finish off the day.
Oh.
And I've got a couple up my sleeve, and I thought we could welcome it out to the floor. But it would be a way of us just tying it off really with you and Richard. And I think if you'd be up for that, we would like it to finish.
Oh, the last 45 minutes?
Yeah, so we've still got time to tie people off, you know, whoever wants to come. But my maths, if my maths is correct, that would be in 45 minutes, in about 45 minutes.
Yes, we'll see. As long as I'm not like this.
No, I think it would be a way that we would stay awake for the last 45 minutes
Yeah.
and just engage.
And I'll ask you questions about Richard too. That'll be fun.
Okay, you can ask
And about brushes. You can show me brushes and stuff. Okay.
I can't
who's
show you
next?
brushes. I can't show you brushes. I can't move. Kyle is next. Kyle Ma.
Oh, and there's Andrea McCoy is just asking also. I don't know if we can see her.
Oh, yeah, I think she's got her audio working again.
One sec. Kyle,
You guys are in charge.
Hop in quick for us.
How about one of you? Do one of you want to take a nap? No?
No point
there's
now.
no point. We're in it now.
Kyle, hi.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
Where do you live?
I live in Austin, Texas.
Okay, hi, welcome.
Thank you.
Have you been painting today with us?
Yeah, I have. I joined this afternoon and I went to dinner and I'm back.
Good for you. What were you painting today?
So I've been working on this one.
Oh, nice.
Thank you. And then I also finished another one that I started last week.
Oh my gosh, that's gorgeous. Look at the depth in that. Nice.
Kyle,
Thank you.
Wow, it's like they're coming out, aren't they? Whoa.
Kyle is such a great painter, Nance. If you're not aware of Kyle's work.
Wow, I'm so impressed. I can't wait to hear how Richard influenced you.
Yeah, so I'm 21 years old. So I started painting when I was 10. And so I'm just really grateful for Richard and you guys because I remember when I was a little kid, I always liked to draw, and I would go to art museums and look at all the masterworks. And I knew that I wanted to do art, but I thought I would have to do it on my own if I wanted to attain I didn't know of any living artists who were painting in realism, and but this couldn't be further from the truth. When I started taking classes at 11 years old, my teacher recommended the Alla Prima book.
Wow.
And I started going through it, and it completely changed my understanding of just previously just not knowing anything and trying trying everything on my own, and then now I knew starting to paint from observation and understanding that to change the way I see things, letting go of preconceived ideas of what things should look like, and then also being very deliberate about about my process of painting, putting a lot of care into every brushstroke. I remember at first that being completely inconceivable to me, how that's possible, but after painting for like 11 years now, I'm super grateful that I was able to learn that lesson early on, and of course many other countless things. So I'm just super grateful to see like someone like Richard is so generous with his knowledge, so that someone like me, when I was just a little kid who was aspired to become an artist when I grew up, and I'm actually able to to achieve my dream, so I can actually do now. I'm finishing up school, so I'm gonna be a full-time artist very soon. So it's just amazing to see like how many people that Richard has influenced this way, and I hope to carry that tradition forward so that people, when they're starting out, they know that this is something that's possible, and it's not like looking at things in museums, in books, and thinking that these things are unattainable, and that you have to go about it on your own.
No, I mean, I think, I mean, Richard, I mean, was it 10 or 11 that you were reading Alla Prima? That's like the coolest thing ever, so we can tell. Well, how old were you, Kyle, again, when you started to read it? 11.
I was 11 when I got the book.
What's the name of your teacher at that time?
Her name was Elizabeth Locke.
Man, what a great teacher to do that. I mean, you just caught on. I mean, Richard had the, what was that? The famous artist course. That was the best illustrators in the world, or actually it kind of did this, and it would be through the mail. And he learned all the fundamentals that way. Kind of like Alla Prima has everything in it. But that was I think that was could have been the age of 12, because then at 15 was the first time he went out landscape painting with, I forget his name, Giovanni, I think was his last name. So it's wonderful to know that that early age for some people, they can do that. I'm just so proud of you. That was just such a wonderful story I will cherish forever. Thank you for painting with us, and can't wait to see where you go. And again, that you're going to pass it on, you know, all this knowledge. And I just thank you so much. I'm so glad you got to hear other stories of the other side of him. Well, you can see it in Alla Prima, his sense of humor, and how smart he was. And of course, you know, greatest painter ever. But anyway, I look forward to seeing all of your work. Just congratulations. Thank you so much for sharing. Okay.
Thank you.
Everybody. I mean, this was my vision. It's just so cool. Thank you so much. Honored to meet all of you. Kyle, honored. Keep going.
Thank you so much.
I can't wait till you're full time. Wow, it's not full time yet. Okay, and who's next?
Deborah.
Was it Deborah or Andrea? Who's
Deborah?
Deborah. Hi, Deborah.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. Where do you live?
I live in South Jersey,
Okay.
right outside of Philadelphia. I didn't know Richard at all, but I've known of him when I was in school. I went to school late in 2001 is when I started, and I went through a 4-year at the Pennsylvania Academy in Philadelphia. It was a lifelong dream. I finally got there, got my kids through school, and I finally got to go. And that's where I saw his work and was enamored by it. But what I wanted to really say is I wanted to thank you for sharing this today, because mostly I got to be introduced to a whole group of painters that I had no idea existed in this world.
Oh my gosh, Semi and Joe, oh my gosh, thank you so much.
I don't have a joke. I didn't know. I did find a small group of landscape painters that I've been painting with for several years that were like this, that were generous, that were, it wasn't about what skill level, everybody helped each other. And it sounds like there's this whole world out there that I had no idea even existed until today. And I thank you for at least letting me know that the world is not, as one of the people said today about being corporate and how
Yes,
the
that was good. Yes.
and I don't work that way. I've never worked that way. I've been grateful for the small group that we have that doesn't work that way. And to hear that there's a whole world out there that do this. So thank you, thank you, thank you for sharing this. It put my faith back into doing what I do, which is I'm a painter. And another person that you brought on today talked about, it's okay to just paint beauty as your subject. And I've always painted beauty. That's been my goal, is to just paint beauty. Having having known the Richard Schmid books, and I have them, and I've looked at them over and over and over again, but I never actually sat down and started reading. And when this was coming up, I said, maybe it's time I start reading the words that are in there. And he really started to speak to me. And I've been looking for a mentor, and I think this is the person. I think even though he's not here, his words are still here. You are all here. I think I may, coming into the twilight of my life, it's time I get to learn what I've been supposed to learn. And yes, I did paint. I'm still struggling with it. That was part of the goal. And I don't know if it'll read or if it'll be too shiny. Maybe I can get it. No, it's not gonna read.
See if
It's not.
Oh, just try it one more time. Yeah, there you go. Oh, yeah, the tree. Whoa.
It's
Nice.
it's a birch tree, and it gets hit with the golden light of the afternoon. And I'm
Nice.
hoping tomorrow to add all of that onto it for the painting.
Great.
So
Thank you for painting with us. Oh my gosh, I really appreciate it. And your words were just beautiful. That's what this is about, to keep people going on their dreams. And once you get into reading Alla Prima, well, you'll be hooked. And you'll I still go back to it, and I
I've
still
already hooked on the work, and I've already seen a lot of the different artists that I think are on tomorrow that you've mentioned today. I have their DVDs. I mean, I have Richard. I just haven't focused. It wasn't time. You have to wait in your journey for that time.
That's
And I
right.
think now is the time. So thank you for having me. Thank you for sharing this with us. And
Thank you so
God-
much.
Okay?
Thank you so much, Deborah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Honored, all of you. It's just so wonderful. We're here all together, and that's what his mission was. Just, keep doing those beautiful things.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, I'm honored. We have Andrea, and then somebody just said, oh, Cheryl Engel, I think, is here. So she can't, or you got people. Andrea, goodbye, Deborah. It's not goodbye, Deborah. Deborah, we're here forever helping each other. Hi, Andrea. Hi. Can we hear you? Oh, there's other people still here. Great. They'll keep us up. Everybody will keep us up. That's good. Oh, we can get it. We can, this happened before. We can get her, we could do sign language or something.
Because I wasn't connected.
There you go. We got it.
I'm a graphic designer. You think I would have this technology, but I thought this morning at 7:30 that I was going to be recorded. So I made sure my microphone, every time it came up, I said, no, 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 no. I haven't even had coffee yet. No. So when she called me today, I wasn't expecting it. And I had to leave and come back and go through the whole rigmarole. So I've been watching all day, and I just have to say the way I heard about Richard was through all of his mentors, like people who have followed him through the years. I painted for many years when I was young, was in shows when I was in elementary school, won first place in many things from an art teacher that was Rainey Wilkie, who I just to this day contribute everything to her. And he was the first person that spoke to me. And to be honest with you, I bought his book last Saturday night, late at night, sitting by the pool after I got my art collector magazine in, and it said that there was going to be this big event that I was like, are you kidding me? So glad I resubscribed because I wouldn't have heard about this, and bought the book. And of course, I was willing to pay whatever it took for it to be delivered the very next day because I needed to read it before this happened. And I read it a day and a half, literally a day and a half. Did not, just turned everything off and do not talk to me. I have to read. I'm sure I will read it in much more detail many times to come, but it reinforced many of the things that I had already kind of done because of social media. And I think when I started painting, there was none of that. And for me to be able to absorb Anna Rose Bain and Casey Ball, who I am subscribed to and look every Friday for his video, like, and people who have Michelle Dunaway and everybody who has mentioned his name, like I've heard his name echoed through everybody that I've always followed. Then I get this magazine, and then everybody that I'm following is in the magazine, and I'm like, okay, so I think I need to tune into this a little deeper. And so I get the book, and I'm just like, oh my God, I feel like I'm hearing all of the people that I've been following echoed throughout this book. And I'm not sure who was the first one to say what, because I heard it differently in a different order. So I just have to say, I am a newbie to Richard, really, but the edge thing, it's the edge thing. I am like, I have learned a lot of things on my own, but that is the secret sauce. And that is the thing that just took me. I am not a landscape painter. I had flowers on all day today that I started after I read his book, that I've been kind of working on and off. And I'm just like, everybody's like, oh, this looks great. Oh, I'm like, I am so lost in this painting. I am so lost. There is no, even though I told someone the other day who came in and loved my paintings, because we have a lot of house stuff done. And a guy goes, oh my God. And I'm like, it's not about painting people. And I said this before I read his book. It's about painting shapes and putting them all together like a jigsaw puzzle. I've been saying this. So when I read his book, it was like, oh my God, I just feel like I just found somebody who understands me. And I feel like I'm all day today. I'm like, my whole family, we're having like an entire like reunion going on.
Yeah, I was gonna ask.
We're out here. And I'm like, please don't let her pick me now. She won't be able to hear a thing. And they're all in there. My husband's a music person, but also a fine art major. Wanted to go into animation, ended up being a software engineer. I am a graphic designer. So a lot of the people I follow have gone from illustration, Jennifer Gennari, so many people have gone where their mothers, my mother, I painted murals. I worked for Burdines. I was a display manager for years. I'm like, we're always in the creative some way or another. But I come back to painting because it's what always was the root of everything else that I did. And when I read that book, he had the essence of every bit of art I've ever done in my life, whether it was putting makeup on somebody as a clinique counter manager and traveling all over and helping someone understand that, it's not about all of the detail. It's really about the sum of the whole, and it's about the feeling of it all. And it's the essence from underneath that really projects more than the surface. And to be honest with you, after my friends and family left today around whatever time to go have dinner, and I said I'm still here. I did a quick sketch of him because I've heard so much about him, and between reading the book and hearing, that I feel like I need to share it. Is that okay?
Yeah.
I'm like I'm more of a portrait painter than a landscape or flower.
Uh-huh.
But he made me feel like I could do anything, like way more than just what I always thought.
So cool.
And I think that was part of it that I just felt was really cool. It was like, he's like, it doesn't matter. It's your approach. It's your attitude. It's your attitude. And in your mind, you can do whatever you think you can do. It's all about your take on it. And I think that is probably the best way. I've always told people that I paint with, oh, I'm not a good painter. Well, my father-in-law for many years had me join something because I hadn't joined anything, and he joined before me. And they always said, oh, well, he's as much as a gruff guy as he is at his age, and he joined late. They go, it's his sensitivity in his paintings. There's always a little silhouette of a couple holding hands in the background through the trees that he puts in every painting. And as much as he sounds so gruff on the surface, Ted always had this soft spot that came through in his paintings. And I'm like, that's really what it's all about. It's not your ability and your technical ability, it's the story you tell. And Richard echoed that. And I think that is really what the essence of art is all about. Your technical ability, I always say, if you're not happy with it, you're just not done yet. You just need to work on it a little longer. And you may need to set it aside and come back to it. But it's just, there's always something that you can come back to and go, oh yeah, it's that. But you may not see it right now. And I don't have a teacher around to show me those things anymore or to point them out. So I have to rely on these people. But like you've been saying all day, follow these people because they are a wealth of gold. I mean, they will tell you everything you need to know. You just need to listen and absorb. And it's been that book. Oh my gosh, it's been the most this week. I've just, with all this coming up, I have been so focused. My family thinks I'm bizarre, but they also know me very well. And they have actually been open to Richard Schmid, and they now know who he is. And they're all like, wow, these people are coming on from all over the world. And I'm like, yes, that's what I've been saying all day. I've been watching everybody, Alexi, everybody.
Not everybody's going to understand this. That's so true.
And I'm just the local person from, hey, Florida, here I am. But it's when I started seeing the people that I love in magazines, and then they were saying his name, and then this all happened. I'm like, I have to be a part of this. I have to. There's no way you guys are going to, I don't care if we're having a family reunion. I have to watch this because this is going to be a big part. It's like the master class for free. Listening to everybody's stories about how he influenced them, the painters, everybody's like way of interpreting how he influenced their lives. And it's amazing. It's amazing. The family is amazing. So I've been blown away. So
I am so glad to hear that.
So great to meet you. I have taken pictures because I want to paint you. I don't even care if it's just a picture off of the TV. I'm inspired, and the inspiration is really beyond photo or reel. I think it's the inspiration that drives the painting. So it might be a little bright, but I'm going to put the light on.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a very quick painting. I pulled it up very fast on the internet and said, you know what? I've heard so much about him. I feel like I need to share. I don't know if anybody.
Oh, great. There's his shirt. That's super.
I tried to keep it dry, loose on my Raymar panels, which I've only just recently started using.
I like those.
Wow, they're impressive. And then Rosemary, I have been using your brushes since last year, and oh my God, Anna Rose Bain said something, and I ordered myself a whole million of them for myself for my birthday last November. And then she says she buys new ones every year. I said, on my birthday this year, I'm getting new ones. I'm like, and I don't even need to. I'm like, I'm a washaholic freak with my cleaning them. But oh my God, you guys have been just from pilfering on Instagram and following the people I love, I've learned so much. And this today, Kyle and everybody, I mean, Jeremy, I mean, Michelle, are you kidding me right now? I mean, I've seen everybody that I love. And I
That's
wanted
so
to
wonderful.
The Portrait Society had there in 2020, it was in Orlando. I had already told Anna, I'm coming to see you. I live in Satellite Beach, Space Coast, okay? Elon Musk, you know, I'm right here. And COVID happened. And the next year it was in Reston, Virginia, where my brother just bought a house. I could have stayed at his house and gone there, and it got put virtual too. And I'm like, virtual.
Yeah, but I can give you some good news here. Andrea, I can give you some good news. It always rotates between the two. It'll never go anywhere else. So
I hope it comes back to Orlando. I really do.
It won't.
I really do.
I'm going to crush your dreams there. It'll go between, I know because I've been 8 times. It goes up to Reston and down to Atlanta. Up to Reston, down to
I'll take Atlanta. I'll take Reston. I'll take Orlando. I'll take any of those. I'm fine. I'm good. I'm going for sure. So.
Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you so much for sharing.
I'm so excited. So excited.
Thank you so much. I mean, this is what
it's so great to meet you, Nancy. I mean, oh my God, you guys had a magic that when I read in the book that every New Year's you took turns painting each other for the new year. I choked up. I mean,
oh, that's so sweet. Yeah, it was a special day.
To have somebody in your life that is that tuned into you and tuned into the art. And
yeah,
Andrea,
I'm just enjoying the entire day.
Andrea, thank you so much. I'm gonna scooch it along a little bit.
I go. I can
thank you so much. Keep going, and thank you so much for showing that and your story. Thank you. That's what this is about. Thank you.